The last line of defense of the kingdom of grandest fortress of aspiration repelling the invading monster, one of the soldiers shouted, "They climbed the walls." Hearing the exclamation of his subject, the general pointed to the enemies and shouted, "Fight with all your might, soldiers of aspiration, to finish off all the orcs to the last." At the same time, on the other side of the fortress, the orc general raised his axe and shouted, "Kumi Hato." Having received instructions from their commander, the monsters began to attack even more actively, with the support of their sorcerers. Watching the horrific scene below him, the deputy commander of the fortress of aspiration, Filion, thought these orcs have gone mad. Now it's just a matter of time before the southern gate collapses. The next moment, turning his gaze deeper into the enemy's depths, the deputy commander mentally added their sheer numbers were disturbing. Continuing his thoughts, Filion looked at the leader of the monsters and added that the real problems would begin when the Orc Lord entered the battle because the Orc Lord was different from ordinary orcs. He was a master of aura. Seeing the giant image of the enemy's fighting spirit above him, Filion mentally added, which means he can use special aura skills. Staying on top of the defensive wall, the deputy general mentally said, "Have the orcs already captured the castle walls, or could this really be our end?" Meanwhile, an active battle between soldiers and monsters was taking place on the walls of the fortress, and shouts were heard to stop them no matter what. Defend the castle at the cost of your lives. At that very moment, a person appeared among the crowd of soldiers who could turn the tide of the battle and used his magic. Seeing something unusual happening on the battlefield, the old-timers began to shout out what kind of light the dead were rising. When the bodies of all the dead came back to life to continue the battle, the soldiers exclaimed in confusion, "There's a necromancer here. Why is there a necromancer here?" Later, the owner of the necromancy skill himself appeared on the battlefield and said, "It is impossible to defeat you with just ordinary dead, as expected from a master of aura." The next moment, the necromancer called his monsters from the reserve and said, "Now it's your turn." Seeing the crowd of dead coming at him, the monster general continued to fight with his aura. At the moment when the general let his guard down, the dead panther quickly closed the distance and struck the first blow to the opponent's body. Continuing to swing his fist, the panther struck several blows at the enemy general, and then completed the series with a straight hook to the body and threw the orc back with the rest of the monsters. The idea that a necromancer so skilled in sword fighting would be on this battlefield is confusing. The other members of the necromancer's team also joined the battle and began to destroy the enemies one by one. Watching from the sidelines as the battle changed dramatically, the soldiers mentally said, "Wow, he managed to turn the tide of the battle alone, even though dark magic is forbidden in the Empire." Smiling slyly after being injured in the battle, the orc general said, "I would never have thought that only the dead could make me stop, but don't you dare think that you can defeat me with them alone." At the same moment, a necromancer appeared on the battlefield and attracted attention by exclaiming, "What an incredibly adventurous body you have. You fit the bill to become one of my companions." Picking up his sword, the boy immediately rushed into battle against the orc to strike him first. Noticing the approach of the necromancer, the monster general intercepted the bone sword with which he was about to strike. But something unusual began to happen. Having lost his weapon, the necromancer began to destroy his body, which surprised the monster. Then the orc general drew his sword and was about to kill the weirdo who decided to take his life. But at the same moment, a giant skeleton appeared in front of him and prevented him from realizing his plan. After an unsuccessful attack on the enemy leader, the necromancer stepped back and mentally said, "I must become even stronger." Starting to create an armor of bones around his body, the guy added, "For my own survival, and for the sake of those who are dear to me in this world as well." Seeing that his opponent had put on the armor, the orc general exclaimed, "Come on, attack. Great warrior who wants to change the world, entertain me in battle for the last time." Hearing the provocation from the opponent's mouth, the necromancer did not hesitate to rush into battle, with the thoughts that I could continue to live as Andreas Cromwell. Rodlin Academy is the most prestigious academy in the Empire, where those who are recognized as promising come to study, while those who hide their identities gather here. While in the academy's laboratory, the boy heard Andreas say, "Hey, didn't you say it should be here?" Having received a remark from his mentor, the boy put his hand behind his head and apologized guiltily. Hearing the apology from his student, the man said, "You can't even remember where the body you worked with last week is." Researchers of forbidden dark magic, necromancers, if anyone finds out about this, Andrian will be executed on the spot, which is why he secretly conducts his experiments. After completing the creation of the magic circle, the mentor said, "I'm starting, so step back." Having failed during the experiment, the mentor said, "Damn, another failure. Let's call it a day. Clean up here and go up the mountain." Hearing the instruction, Andreas thought that today I have learned nothing again. Staying in the lab to clean up the traces of the experiments, he thought, this may be a dangerous job, but I think I'm getting a lot out of it. Putting the books back in their places, he added disappointedly, but it's not something I could leave with the others. It's the only place where I can read decent books about dark magic. After finishing the cleaning and turning to his mentor, Andreas said, "I'm sorry for taking so long to respond, but if it takes you half a day to clean up, how are you going to do all the work yourself?" And then thought, since you don't teach me anything, I have to learn on my own. Continuing to reprimand the boy, the man said, I trusted you with a simple job and you are already so puffed up I will not tolerate another failure. And I said, I will do my best. The next moment, the man rose from his chair and said, I don't know if I can count on you, but I'll give you one more chance. Go to the Benhalas National Cemetery and bring me another body. After giving the order, the man added, Don't forget that I took you in despite the fact that you are an orphan, so you have to prove that you are worthy of life, and if you fail, you know what will happen. Hearing his mentor's remarks, Andreas said in disappointment, I'll just become another body for experiments. Hearing that the boy knew what could happen to him, the mentor said, Don't let me down, now go to work. And he said, Yes, sir. Leaving his mentor's office, Andreas said in his head, I didn't even cover the cost of the trip. Hearing the door creak and seeing Andreas standing in front of them, the rest of the students of the academy began to talk. Look, it's Andreas, he's still here. Breaking through the crowd with shouts of, I won't show you, get out of my way, the guy thought unhappily. This sucks, I have no idea how to get out of this situation. An orphan from a fallen family, a typical person who flatters the strong and beats the weak, the worst in the academy's ranking, a third-rate thief, the type of character that no one wants to play, but despite the fact that I don't want to, I have to continue living as Andreas. I am Makoto Kaneshiro, and I am inside the game a great sin. As he was thinking, the guy mentally said, I was a special forces officer who couldn't adapt to normal life in society. Recalling his past life, he added that the only thing that kept me going was a great sin. So I just forgot about everything, completely immersed in the game, and when I finally managed to complete it in the 12th week. When he heard the phone ring and picked up the phone, he heard Makoto Kaneshiro, and remembering this, he thought someone who had detailed knowledge of my personal information and gaming habits called me, and since I was surprised, I immediately tried to turn off the computer. Continuing to think now, Andreas mentally said, but without realizing it, I turned into a character in the game 6 months before the main plot began. Andreas, a character who was always followed by the shadow of death. Thinking about his fate, Makoto Kaneshiro said to himself, You might ask why, because all the characters go through the same event, they learn about Karen's true identity, and destroy him along with Andreas. Recalling the plot of the game, the guy mentally said that's why if I don't find a way to escape from Karen before the main plot begins. Imagining the fate he would face in the future, Andreas thought, I will not be able to avoid getting involved in the events with the main characters. Sitting down on a bench in the garden of the academy and sighing heavily, Andreas said, Can I really avoid it? I have no choice but to become stronger before it all starts. Rising from his seat, the boy mentally added, The only thing I can count on are the 2 special traits you get from playing for 13 weeks. One of them is random, and I got the trait of dual essence. Gritting his teeth at the futility of even this possibility, he thought, which allows me to use both magic and swordplay, I doubt I can survive focusing on just one of them. Heading to the cemetery to retrieve the body, Andreas mentally said, That leaves me with another major trait to choose from. Tilting his head down and looking at his hand, the boy added, So I have no choice but to choose the one that will best enhance my necromancy. Clenching his hand into a fist after thinking about it, Andreas mentally said the choice of characteristics. Seeing a window with a large number of different skills in front of him, Andreas mentally said, This is the first time I've seen them and there's a really rich selection. Starting to look through the skills, saying the way of the weapon, the king of beasts, the guy thought, Let's look at the ones I haven't seen before. I'm sure I can find a solution here. At one point, seeing one interesting skill among the list, the guy was surprised to hear that it was evolution. Evolution is a phenomenon of adaptation of a living being in order to reach a higher level. Interested in one skill from the list, Andreas mentally said, This is a trait I haven't seen in the game before, and what I really need now is something that would allow me to outgrow the walls of this castle, evolutionary development. After choosing this particular skill from the list, the guy mentally said, No need to think further, I finally see what the future will bring me with this trait. Watching how his life will change in this world, Makoto Kaneshiro thought to himself, In this world, I will definitely survive and complete this game as Andreas. Sitting in the maple leaf dormitory of the free housing of the Rodelin Academy, Makoto said Andreas is a very minor thief in the game, but in this reality he was really completely powerless. Sighing heavily on his bed, the boy mentally added he could barely use elemental magic. The next moment he got up from the bed and said, My only immediate asset is my necromancy, and that's why I chose the evolution trait. Walking over to his desk and taking his cloak from the chair, he thought to himself, I'll go to the dungeon research room before heading to the cemetery because I have no time to waste. Getting out and heading to the lab, he mentally added, I need to get stronger as soon as possible and not just for the main event. Recalling the many people who pose a threat to him, Andreas mentally added, There are many characters besides Karen who can finish me off. After a while, looking through the books with the titles, Introduction to Black Magic, I will become a dark wizard. Problematic Black Magic. Andreas mentally said what horrible titles, and for each of the books I will be instantly killed if they are found in my possession. The next moment he looked behind him where the cage stood and thought to himself, but there's something else in the room that can kill me just as quickly. Looking at the girl who was locked in the cage, he added mentally, If I'm not mistaken, she is definitely a vampire. Continuing his thoughts, Makoto mentally said, The vampires in this game are invulnerable to sunlight. and are creatures that can wield powerful magic. They are not the type of creatures that Karen could easily obtain. Looking at the books on the shelves about black magic, Makoto mentally said she might be the equivalent of a boss in the middle of the game when he heard a voice behind him. Turning his head in the direction of the voice, the boy saw a vampire looking out of the cage and saying, "You're not going to help me get out of here." Sometime later, after inspecting the laboratory and getting the necessary things, Andreas boarded the train and set off for the cemetery. As he walked to his station and looked out the window, he thought to himself, to be honest, it was tempting. Maybe it was a gift from above. At the same moment, he remembered the vampire's sly smile that said, "If you let me out, I'll kill Karen. Aren't you afraid he'll kill you one day? How about that?" Having received the deal, Andrian looked at the girl and thought, as expected of a vampire, she saw through my fears of Karen. I hadn't acted like Andreas for some time now. Maybe that was the reason. The next moment, taking the hose and approaching the cat, the guy said, "If I release you, there is no guarantee that you will let me go. And I swear I won't finish you off." Hearing the promise, Andrian wondered if a higher being like her would keep a promise to a human being. And then the girl smiled slyly and added, "I swear it's true." Hearing the conviction again, Andreas thought, I should just take her word for it. And then he gave the girl the hose that was stuck in the canister of blood and said, "I'll think about it. If I betray my teacher like that, it will be a problem." And he heard, "Hey, there's no time for that. Fire me now." Recalling that moment from the lab, Andreas said to himself, "I'll try to learn more about vampires. Maybe there's a book on how to deal with them." And then I heard the next stop, the National Cemetery. Right now we're arriving at Harfell Station. Exit on the right side. Leaving the train and heading to the cemetery with his suitcase, Andias, breathing heavily, said this is indeed the body of a magician. Dragging a heavy chest to transport the body, he added money is important, but now I need to invest in physical development. After a while, arriving at the gate of the cemetery, Andreas said the National Cemetery where black magicians collect bodies for their needs. I came from Jenny's house. I am her third grandson. Hearing the password from the boy who had arrived there, the guard asked if you had brought flowers, and Andreas replied, I brought 13 blue irises. When the guard opened the gate with the words then, "Go ahead." Andreas mentally said, I had a vague idea of the password. It was good that it worked. After a while, having arrived at the Undertaker, Andreas heard him stretching after the work he had done and exclaimed, "My poor me." The next moment, hearing a noise near him, the man looked in the direction of the client and said, "You're just in time." Pointing to the coffin in which the body was lying, the Undertaker added, "As I promised, take the knight's body and get out of here." Hearing the instruction of the man who had dug one of the graves for him, Andreas awkwardly said thank you very much. Later, when he tried to carry the body to his suitcase, he cursed with heavy groans, saying it was so heavy, and having finished his work of packing the body, the guy accidentally noticed another grave near him. Peering at the inscription on the grave, he mentally said, I feel like I've seen this name on a gravestone before. It can't be the Aura Master Nickel Lifehill. Recalling this figure, the guy mentally said the one who spent decades in isolation training and following the path of the sword. Continuing to recall the story of this person, he mentally added, but even though he had devoted decades of his life to the sword and became an Aura Master, at that moment he died of old age. It was one of the Easter eggs in the game. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy mentally said after this story, I still don't understand why they added it. Continuing to stand still and watch the Undertaker work, Andreas mentally said, but no one here knows that Nickel became an Aura Master at the end. The next moment, the boy was lost in his dreams and thought, but what if I create a Knight of Death from his body? Also remembering the skills of his mentor, the boy thought, of course, even Karen cannot create a high-ranking dead man. Continuing to watch the Undertaker's actions, Andreas added in his mind, but after my evolution, the situation will change dramatically, so I definitely need a body with good latent abilities. Immediately after his reflections, the man went to the Undertaker with the words, Sir Paimon, to which he heard that you want another body in any case. You do not understand me. Throwing the shovel on his shoulder after the refusal, the man added, First get Karen's permission. Please think about my situation. After receiving a sharp refusal from the Undertaker, Andreas held out a ring to Paimon and said, What if I exchange this for the body? Looking at the object the Undertaker held out to him, he thought to himself, a ring engraved with the Count's coat of arms. If I sell it, I'll make a fortune. He was really offering. Continuing to hold the ring in his hands, the guy added, I have nothing but my old ring, and as a magician, results are more important than anything else, so I am happy to offer it, to which he heard him say yes. The next moment, taking the man's hand and placing the ring in his palm, Andreas added, I will definitely keep this from my teacher, so please take it. Hearing Paimon exclaim, Well, I surrender, Andreas mentally said, Despite the fact that this is the ring of a fallen noble house, he cannot resist. Later, having received what he wanted, Andreas said, Thank you very much. Well, let's dig this out. Wait, this is heavy. Closing the coffin with the body of the Aura Master, the guy mentally said, The clear future I saw yesterday is finally beginning. When I return, I will start training my necromancy. As soon as possible, I will be in your hands, my first follower. After a while, seeing the body brought in, Karen spoke, looks like a suitable body, take care of the reagents while I'm gone. Continuing to give instructions, the mentor said, and of course you will be responsible for further care. Hearing this, Andreas thought in shock. I just got back, and he's already giving me work to do. Continuing to scrub the body of the dead knight, the boy mentally added, I work better when I'm irritated. Maybe it's a body memory. Stopping to wipe the sweat from his face, Andreas mentally said, I need to finish quickly so I can start practicing sooner. Left alone in the lab, the guy stopped cleaning and thoughtfully said at my current level, can I really use Nickel's body? Continuing to think, the guy mentally said at this skill level, the skeleton is the best I can work with. Putting a hand to his forehead and sighing heavily, he thought, maybe I can improve things with my evolutionary trait, but I'm not sure since I haven't tried it yet and I don't even have the money, so I can't practice on another body. At one point, Andreas heard a disgruntled voice behind him asking how much longer I have to wait. Receiving the question from the vampire sitting in the cage, the boy looked around and asked in surprise, were you awake? Feeling her anger rising, the girl exclaimed, I told you I wouldn't kill you, let me out. Do you really want to be Karen's bedpan for the rest of your life? Hearing the girl's cries, Andreas approached the cage and mentally said, I've been waiting for the moment when you would speak to me. Seeing that the boy had just approached her, the vampire exclaimed hopefully, he had decided to do it. Continuing to stand near the vampire's cage, Andreas said, I always wondered how Corin was able to tie you up, but when I read this book, I found the answer. The vampire shouted something wrong, not hearing anything in response to her exclamations. Why are you just staring at me in silence? The next moment, turning her back on the boy and walking backwards, the girl said, You're still hesitating. Hurry up and make a decision. Otherwise, I might still finish you off even if you free me. Hearing the words of the girl who was moving away from him, Andreas said, I'll let you go. I can't stand to suck up to Corona anymore. Hearing what she had been waiting for, the vampire rushed to the boy and stretched out her arms in front of her and exclaimed, You dared me. Now take off my chains. After the girl's exclamations, Andreas said in a completely cold tone, But you must swear on the name of your family that you will not kill me. Seeing the girl's hands drop and she instantly sank, Andreas thought that judging by her reaction, the content of the book was true. When vampires swear by the name of their family, they cannot break that oath. Without thinking much about the boy's proposal, the vampire said, I understand. I swear by the name of Lucifer. Hearing the promise from the girl's lips, Andreas mentally said that it was just like that. And then receiving a notification that said the condition was met, a specimen capable of evolution was found. Angela Lucifer's chances of successful evolution were 55%, he mentally added. Waving his finger in front of the girl's camera, Andreas mentally added, simply because she swore it seems that I can evolve not only the creatures I summon, but others as well. The next moment, he put his hand to his chin and mentally said, This is my chance to test the trait before using it on Nickel, and if something goes wrong, it won't be my fault. At the same moment, Angela caught the boy's eye and exclaimed, What's wrong? Did you really fool me? Immediately after hearing the girl's question, Andreas confirmed the start of the girl's evolution, and she felt a sharp pain throughout her body. Feeling a little bit weak, the girl angrily exclaimed, Hey, you bastard, what the hell are you doing? Seeing that she began to squirm in pain again and suddenly fell to the ground, Andreas mentally wondered what was happening to her. Watching the girl who showed no signs of life, the guy exclaimed in confusion, Hey, vampire, get up, damn it. Now I don't even know if I did it, but I learned something new about this trait. Returning to the center of the room and preparing everything for the summoning of the dead, Andreas mentally said, If I can start the process of evolution of entities that are not summoned by me, then I can evolve those that are. Starting to draw a circle of summoning around Nickel's body, he added mentally, Then everything will be fine if I summon Nickel right now. After completing all the preparations for the ritual, the guy stepped back a little and said, Let's start summoning the skeleton. After activating the ritual, the guy received a notification. Basic necromancy activated. Skeleton summoning detected. One target body capable of performing necromancy detected. Additional effects were applied. Continuing to perform the ritual and feeling heavy in his body, the guy mentally said this is the amount of mana required to simply raise one skeleton. Later, when the ritual was over, Andreas received a notification. Basic necromancy skeleton summoning level increased from 1st to 3rd. The next moment, seeing the level of the dead man high, additional statuses were applied. Level very high. Category increased. New category skeleton. Warrior level dead man transcendent. He can get some consciousness from the past. The guy thought, great. This is a great success. He even became a step above a normal skeleton. Without taking his eyes off the summoned dead man with the characteristics of a skeleton warrior, the legendary Nickel Life Hill dead man traits, self-knowledge mastery, Sword Andreas spoke, and even his features. Mastery of the persona is a state of being at the top of the highest stage of professionalism. Continuing to look at his dead man, Andreas mentally said, This is the only trait that can be obtained through effort and development, but I think only a skeleton has this trait. The next moment, he asked the skeleton if you were really a swordsman when you were alive, and saw him twirl his finger at him. Immediately afterwards, when the skeleton pointed at the boy, he asked if you were entrusting yourself to me, and he confirmed the question. Realizing that he had correctly understood his friend's message, Adrian smiled and said, I think it's mutual. Sometime later, sitting in his dorm room and looking at the calendar, Andreas thought about the year before Karen would die. The next moment, looking into the system, he mentally added, if I want to survive, I need to do a lot of things. Even if I don't use my summoning skills, their quality is still growing. Immediately after getting up from his seat, the guy said, I'll let Nickel in while I'm in the room. Using the system and summoning the dead man, Andreas said, come out, it will be bad if someone sees him, so you need to dress him. After a while, having dressed his subject, the guy said thoughtfully, now he looks like a human being. Immediately after seeing him begin to practice swinging his sword, Andreas said, Easter Egg's description was right, he died during training, but he's still training despite the fact that he died. But that's a plus for me anyway. Looking at his subject, he mentally said, since I finally found a way to develop this bad trait of mine, then said Nickel. Having attracted the attention of his henchmen, the guy asked if you could teach me sword skills. Starting to train with Nickel, Andreas followed his instructions and asked like this, after which he thought my muscles were on fire. For a moment, distracted from his training, the guy thought, I'm so glad you're teaching me how to achieve such a body. As if my teacher were a crazy aura master, or should I say they all are. Reflecting on his results, Andreas thought, if I am taught, in the future I will be able to use aura, I will be able to switch between using aura and mana, and I will not have to choose only one because I have the trait of duality. Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally said, I will be able to follow the path of a swordsman mage because I will use both the mana in my heart and my dantian. Distracted from his training, Andreas thought, the development will be difficult for me, but if I cope with the initial stage, I will become stronger than anyone else, just like the great Emperor Edmund, the founder of the empire. At one point, the boy felt a sharp pain in his left arm and came to and screamed loudly. Turning his gaze in the direction of the skeleton, he exclaimed, What the hell are you doing? And saw a stern skeleton pointing at him to concentrate. Realizing that he was wrong, Andreas nervously asked how you can squeeze so hard when you are just a bunch of bones. Hearing the creaking of Nickel's bones as he continued to squeeze him, the guy mentally said, I was a special forces officer. Physical training is not a challenge for me. Thinking back to his past life where he had been through many hard tests, Makoto mentally said, I'll show you what it's like to have a spine, Andreas. Once again distracted from his training and feeling himself being brought back to life by a pinch, the guy exclaimed, You're a fucking skeleton if you pinch me one more time. At the end of the training, he sat down at the table and thought, if I let Nickel out today instead of going to class, how much I have improved my necromancy level. Opening the system window and seeing his stats, Andreas said in surprise, about 2 units in 5 hours, her level is rising much faster than I thought. Continuing his thoughts on skill improvement, he said of course after reaching the initial stage, progress should be much slower. Rocking back and forth in his chair at his workstation, he added, come to think of it, Karen hasn't called me for quite some time. Also remembering the girl he had used evolution on, the guy mentally said, the vampire still looks the same, so he probably didn't know anything about it. Continuing his thoughts, the guy bowed his head down and mentally said, it takes a long time to complete the evolution, so everything is probably fine. At the same moment, when he heard the swing of a stick next to him, Andreas turned his head to Nickel and said, for God's sake. Picking up a towel and wiping the sweat from his face, he said, I realize you don't get tired because you're a dead man, but you're just something. Imagining his abilities with a constant source of energy, Andreas said in his mind, if I had potions, I could train and heal myself forever, but a poor man can't afford them. As he thought about it, Andreas said to himself, if I made them myself, I could probably spend less money on them. But it's not as easy as the game. I know the ingredients, but I don't know the specific ratios. The next moment, getting up from his seat and looking at his notes on the table, the guy mentally added that I should attend a few classes and get more knowledge. After a while, when the other students saw Andreas at the door of the classroom, they began to talk about why he had come to potions class, probably to seduce girls. Continuing to walk to an empty seat and hearing his family still wondering what he was doing here, Andreas thought, I can actually hear you bastards. Continuing to look for a free seat, the guy mentally added, I'm not here to draw attention to myself. Also, while waiting for the lesson to begin, one of the students sighed heavily and there was silence. Let's start the third lecture. Sitting in the classroom in Professor Woban's intermediate-level medical herbalism class, Andreas mentally recited that everything that was happening so far was not too different from what had happened in the game. With his hand on his head as he listened to the lecture, Andreas mentally said, now please move on to the proportions of the mix. Soon after the boy's thoughts, Professor Wobman said, now let's move on to learning how to create a physical enhancement potion. Pointing to one of the ingredients of the potion, the professor said, I told you earlier that it was based on moss leaves and 3 other ingredients, didn't I? Hearing this, Andreas thought that the content of the lecture and my knowledge did not match. Disappointed in the professor's level of knowledge, Andreas mentally added, this may be an intermediate level course, but you're teaching us about a potion that has so many side effects. You're kidding me. The next moment, standing up from his seat with his hand raised, Andreas asked the teacher if he could ask a question, and he heard Andreas ask. Drawing attention to himself, the boy said, Why don't you add Hanpi's extract and Maitrada root? Adjusting his glasses after receiving the student's question, Professor Wobman said, why yes, and why should I add them? After the question, the man added that if you want to add them, you can just make soup. Starting to attract a lot of stares, Andreas mentally said that everything I had just listed was the ingredients needed to create a physical enhancement potion. So why this reaction? Perhaps this recipe has not yet been discovered. After the lecture was over, Andreas left the classroom and said to himself, I may have decided to attend the lecture, but my knowledge was better than what I had just learned. Disappointed in the wasted time spent studying, he thought to himself, maybe I should have studied on my own from the very beginning, since it was pointless to expect anything. After some time at the academy, Andreas arrived at the research department and began to conduct his experiments on potion making. When he saw another notification that the potion had failed, he cursed in frustration, but not again. Leaning back in his chair, he thought, I may know the recipe for the potion, but right now I need a reliable way to make it, and the materials are much more expensive than I thought, so I'm going to go broke. Looking up at the ceiling with a tired look, Andreas thought, what if someone helped me, but no one would ever agree to help a person as lame as Andreas? Soon the door of the lab creaked open, and a girl who was in the same course of medical herbalism looked inside. When she saw Andreas in the lab, she came inside and said, I thought you were here. Tossing his head back and seeing his classmate there, Makoto thought, what the hell is one of the game characters doing here? Looking at the girl who appeared in the lab, Andreas thought, she is one of the game characters who is the potion genius Lucius Everlast. She shouldn't be close to Andreas. So why is she here? Starting to dispel the clouds of failed attempts with her hands, Lucia said, smells like smoke. Looks like you failed many times. Hearing this, the guy thought to ignore her. Maybe if you ignore her, she will go away. The next moment, approaching the guy and looking at his face, the girl slyly asked him what you were experimenting on when she heard the secret. Continuing to ignore the girl with all his might, Andreas mentally added, I went to class and didn't learn anything, but the number of my problems has increased. Without hearing a word from the boy, Lucia snapped and said, you're really angry, aren't you? To which Andreas mentally replied, just get out. Immediately after his thoughts, the guy heard, well, not that I thought someone like you could be the first to offer something, and turned his gaze back. At the same moment, slamming the table, Lucia added, would you like to do research with me? Leaning on the table next to the guy, Lucia asked if he thought it was a great idea. Having received a request for cooperation, Andreas thought there was no need for me to refuse and then asked what you wanted. Hearing the question from the boyfriend, Lucius answered unhappily, is it strange that I want a research partner? And then said that it would not be of any use to you. After the boy's remark, Lucia thumped her chest and said, I want to be thanked no less. Immediately after that, she raised her finger to her ear and said, it seems like you have a talent and could do amazing things, and I aspire to a medicine that does not yet exist in this world. Hearing about the girl's intentions, Andreas looked up at the ceiling and said, I just wanted to create a potion for myself. The next moment, remembering the story of the girl who stood before him, he thought, Lucia is so good at potions not just because of her talent, but if she does not find a cure for her illness, it will one day destroy her. Continuing his thoughts, Andreas added that even the most famous doctors and pharmacists could not heal her, and she had to study her disease on her own. Recalling the story of the girl who stood in front of him, the guy thought that this disease was quite serious and was given to the girl by the system itself. Also recalling the results of his long behavior in the game, Makoto thought, however, someone like me who played this game so much can find a cure, and even I don't know the exact ratio of ingredients. The next moment, he imagined how the girl could easily finish him off, he added in his mind. But for me to meet someone as smart as her, but as I said, the last thing I need is for someone to find out who I really am. Turning his gaze to Lucia, who was looking at him, and asked why you have such an irritated expression on your face, Andreas thought it was probably because she heard what I said in the lecture, and that's why she came. Later, Andreas began to make the potion again, ignoring the girl, thinking that if I recklessly let her get involved with me, my life would only get shorter, and then he said, I'm not interested. Go away. Hearing that Andreas had decided to send her away, the girl said peony mushroom in an offensive tone, which made the guy nervous. Naming another ingredient in the potion, Lucius slyly added, you didn't say that in class, but you need them too. Hearing the remark, Andreas thought of the main ingredient that no one else was supposed to know about but me. The next moment, pointing to the potion maker, she added, couldn't you make this potion by adding it? I know it intuitively, and if you want, I can help you, and maybe help you make some money. Waving his hand away from the girl's offer, Andreas said, you're only saying that because you're rich. As soon as you finish what you came for, then get out. And then thought, I refuse to die just because of your tempting offer. Lucius did not agree to cooperate and headed for the exit, saying, okay, I'll give you time to think about it. I think you'll change your mind soon. Hearing the girl slam the door behind him, Andreas said, I don't need to think about it. After a while, he returned to the dormitory and began to train, and said to himself, I don't have to worry about anything. The risk is too high. I can choose the proportions myself. It's just a matter of money. As he continued to think during the training, he mentally added, as I had thought, the first thing I needed to do was get the money, and did I have any good ideas? Hearing his memories interrupted by Nickel's swing of his stick, Andreas said in confusion, "You scared me. You really know when I'm distracted." Gathering his thoughts and starting to train hard, Andreas thought, "After training, I'll have more time to think about it. Is there really no reliable way for me to get money?" After getting ready and getting out of his dormitory, Andreas walked down the street and thought my only idea was to ask my sister who had sent me a letter saying she missed me. Immediately after these thoughts, he imagined the situation from the game and added, "Isn't that what the old Andreas did?" After recalling that the former Andreas Makoto had done this as well, he mentally said, "No matter what kind of a sack of shit you are, this is not the way out. I swear this is the last time." At the same moment, sitting at the fountain for lunch, a girl saw a familiar face nearby and was surprised to hear that it was Andreas Cromwell. Keeping her gaze on the boy she had just seen, Dean Alwyn added in surprise that he was walking down the street with a book, and that he had managed to muster the courage to do something. Continuing to watch the boy who caught her eye, she mentally added that even if he changed, his vile personality would not. At the same moment, feeling the girl's gaze on him who continued to stare, Andreas mentally said, "I forgot about her." Continuing to walk on without looking back, he thought to himself, Diane Alwyn, the brilliant sorceress, the young lady of the Alwyn family, is another character in the academy who can finish me off. Makoto thought back to a time in his past. We used to get along well when we were kids, but because of the Cromwell family's debts, we lost touch. They were so sweet. As he continued to imagine his problems, he added, Andreas has done enough bad things since then that she'll definitely kill me for even trying to talk to her. Imagining his worst possible fate, Makoto mentally said, "But no matter what, my death will not surprise anyone." Feeling the girl's scorching gaze on his back, Andreas thought to himself, "I thought asking my younger sister for money was the best way out at the moment." After a while arriving in the capital of Rodland, Andreas thought to himself, "This place must be around here." Later, when he arrived at the restaurant where his sister worked and met her, he heard Andreas say, "You're here. I sent you so many letters, but you never answered any of them, so what happened?" Hearing his sister's remark, Andreas said, "I'm sorry you have to work, even though you are a lady of the Count's estate." Surprised by the words of the boy, Emmy Cromwell, Andreas's younger sister, said, "It's not like you to say something like that, and it's not your fault." When she saw her brother looking down, she smiled gently and said, "Don't look so serious, you need money again." Immediately after the question, holding out the envelope to the boy, Emmy added, "I thought about it and prepared it in advance. Just don't spend it thoughtlessly well." Andreas pulled the envelope with the money to him and said, "Thank you, Emma, I'll give it back to you." And then the girl suddenly froze. Looking at the boy's hand, she said in surprise, "Andreas, where did your ring go?" Receiving a question from his younger sister, the boy awkwardly said the ring was engraved, so I took it off so as not to lose it, and then he heard you take care of it faithfully. Trying to justify himself, Andreas mentally said, "I can't tell her the truth," and then the girl asked, "You didn't do it right." Feeling her chin trembling, the girl asked, frightened, "No matter what happened, you didn't have to do it." And Andreas bowed his head down and said, "I'm sorry." Realizing that the guy had lied to her and sold her a family heirloom, the girl abruptly jumped up and said, "Get out, I don't want to see you anymore." Seeing that his sister was offended by him, Andreas shouted after her, "Wait a minute!" And heading for the exit, she exclaimed, "Don't come here anymore, you don't owe me anything." Trying to somehow resolve the situation that had just occurred, the boy nervously exclaimed, "I'll bring him back." After hearing the shouts, Andreas said that it was probably very important to her, and then sighed heavily. The next moment, remembering the expression on his sister's face, he mentally added, "This is the first time I've ever seen Amy so angry." With each passing second, feeling everything inside him shrinking, the guy mentally said, "What a terrible feeling. I have to return the ring as soon as possible." After realizing his situation in this life, Andreas thought, what is the point of life if you just exist? Remembering his past life, Makoto added that I was not happy even when I survived alone before. Gathering his thoughts and remembering who he was now, the boy thought, I have to cope with what I have now. I will accept Lucia's offer. Potion-making report on the experiment. Continuing the experiments, Lucia said, "Hey, get up and go for a run. You've been sitting at home like a recluse all week. Only idiots do that." Throughout the research process, while doing various things, Andreas mentally said to Lucia, "Ludia is also lying there doing nothing while I am pushing myself." Recalling the learning process, the girl added that all her free time to train and do experiments is quite tiring, but sometimes it changes and helps to finish everything faster. One day, while lying on the couch behind Andreas, she heard Lutia call out to her and replied, "Hey, what's up?" Without interrupting the process of preparing the potion, the boy added, "Why, it seems to me that I am the only one here who is trying to do my best, and now give me some candy." Irritated by the girl's demand, Andreas mentally said, "She always pisses me off." And then he heard instead of doing anything. Raising her head and reaching out to her friend, the girl said, "Reduce the amount of matarata and increase the amount of todorsa wood." And he understood. Having received the advice on the preparation of the potion, Andreas mentally said her intuition is accurate, and sometimes it gets right to the root of the problem. Continuing to perform the process of preparing the potion, the guy mentally added, "I do it for the money, but working together is really much better." After completing the last brewing process, Andreas received a notification that he had made a medium-level physical enhancement potion. Seeing that he had succeeded, Andreas jumped up and down and laughed happily. Lucia asked what happened. You failed again. Receiving the question from the girl, Andreas looked back at himself and said, No, it didn't work, and then mentally added, I know it's too harsh, but the experiment report is complete. Subsequently, after receiving a notification, the talent of potions temporary enhancement, normal was obtained, conditions met. Andreas Cromwell's. Talent is fulfilled. Probability of evolution of temporary enhancement. Normal level of potions, 32%. To develop the guy, mentally said I got a new talent. What the hell does that mean? Recalling a similar notification when he had contacted Angela, Andreas mentally said, I can evolve traits. Does that mean I can evolve anything if the conditions are met? The next moment he heard that it was impressive. It had almost no side effects, and he cleared the system alert and thought 32%. That's even lower than when I started the vampire evolution. Better leave it alone for now. Continuing to look at the potion made by the boy, Lucia happily added, It can be drunk every day. Let's immediately make an application to the potions committee. Receiving the request from the girl, Andreas bowed his head and said tiredly, You can do it, since I have done almost all the work before. Hearing the boy's request, Lucius jumped up and down and exclaimed, But I told him I would be busy with exams that start tomorrow. That's right. But since you have made my job easier, I will do it for you. And Andreas exclaimed in confusion. Continuing to be surprised by Lucia's words, Andreas exclaimed insultingly, So you were deliberately idle, to which there was loud laughter. At the same time, lying in her cage, Angela Lucifer, who had 14 days, 21 hours, and 33 minutes to evolve, thought to Andreas. Feeling something strange happening to her body, she added in her mind that I made my whole body burn, but I feel that there is something more to this pain. Later, in the train on the way, the announcement was made that when we reach the exam venue, please gather together so that we can explain how it will be conducted. At the same moment, sitting inside one of the train cars, Andreas mentally said to Lucius that he would be able to pass the first exam with ease. Continuing his thoughts while reading the book, the boy mentally added that the last part of the exam would be held in the magic tower. Recalling the moments of training with Nickel, who reminded him of concentration, Andreas mentally said, I trained hard, so my necromancer skills and sword skills have grown significantly. Looking through the pages of the book of knowledge that he might need on the exam, the boy mentally said, everything will be fine if I can pass the exams. Also remembering the girl who was now in the process of evolution, he mentally added that the vampire's evolution was almost complete, so it was probably worth checking her out. Continuing to look at the book, Andreas thought, if I can come up with an excuse when I get back, I can go check on her. And then suddenly Diane called out. Hearing her name called, she turned her head to her friend and asked what she thought the exams would be like this time. Keeping her eyes on the girl next to her, the student added that the assignments and group composition would be random, so if she was lucky, it would be easy. Hearing her friend's remark, Diane said awkwardly, I don't care who I'm assigned to. It doesn't matter what you say. Even in this matter, you're an exemplary student. The next moment, she covered her mouth with her hand and looked at the guy in front of her and said, But it's not that simple. Pointing her finger at Andreas, who was sitting across from them, she added that if you were in the same group as him. Turning her gaze in the direction of her friend's point, Diane felt her eyes suddenly twitch. Then a horn sounded in the car and a voice said, We are arriving at the Orkland training station in 1 minute. Hearing that they were almost at their destination, the teacher got to his feet and shouted for everyone to get out. After a while, having gathered all the students, the professor said, As previously announced, the third-year exams will be a group assignment with random members. Each group will consist of 3 students from the Warrior Division, 1 student from the Mage Division, and a tutor. Continuing to announce the rules of the exam, the professor added that the groups have until tomorrow to complete the assignment. I wish good luck to all participants. Now let's start announcing the groups. After a while, looking at the list of his team members, Andreas mentally said, Shit, there are countless thieves in the academy besides me and Heron. Raising his gaze to the students standing around him, he added mentally, In this exam, 2 of them are in my group. Looking at the members of his group, Andreas spoke. The first player who had fought the cult fanatic Hazar Gopri and the other indiscriminate assassin of the academy, the crushed Vivian. Feeling very nervous about the composition of the team, the guy mentally said why I was in the same group with them. Even my character is like a lame character. And then he heard, Hey you. Looking back from where he had just been called, Andreas heard you see the photo, right? I'm Christopher. I'm in the same group as you. And nervously replied, Nice to meet you. Folding his arms in front of him, Christopher added, It looks like you're training as a warrior, even though you're a mage. You disgust me. Don't get in my way. To which Andreas replied, Why the aggression? The next moment, other members of the group appeared near Christopher, and the guy shouted out, Hi, I'm Hazar Harpy. Putting his hand behind his head, he added awkwardly, I guess it's bad to be an unsociable warrior. Hearing the remark, Andreas thought, Here comes the fanatic. After introducing the boy, the girl who had come with him said Vivian Belkin, and seeing the whole group, Andreas thought to himself, They're all dead. Hearing Christopher exclaim indignantly, Who else isn't sociable, Andreas thought. And there is even a knight in this group who looks like a bandit. Standing aside, Andreas heard you say that I should leave the mage who is copying the warrior's training alone. I don't mind. Everyone needs a little exercise. Continuing to observe the events, Andreas mentally said, "Don't quarrel, damn idiots, and they are not the end of the problems in this group." The next moment he heard if the curator just spat. Turning his gaze back to Ivy Clare, Andreas thought to himself, "Why do we have cattle in the curator's seat? This is the worst group." Then the professor said that if all the members of the group gathered, the group could get their assignment. When Andreas heard the evaluator say, "Please come back alive," he was confused and thought about coming back alive with such a group. Later, on the way to the mission, the group's supervisor said, "I'll introduce myself." Having attracted attention, the woman continued chewing on her jerkies and said, "I'm Ivy Clare, the curator of the 9th group." The next moment, the woman put up a request form that read, "We are requesting to investigate a village in Baron Bolleric's territory. There are rumors that the landowner of the village of Trim has been killed. We sent an investigator 2 weeks ago, but he also disappeared, so we are requesting an investigation by the Mercenary Guild." After demonstrating the letter, the curator said, "Here's the assignment our group received. Read it carefully. There are questions." Hearing the remark of his curator among his comrades who were afraid to ask anything, Andreas mentally said that compared to the game, it was much more aggressive. Immediately after his thoughts, recalling the plot of the game, Makoto mentally said Ivy Clare, except that she would soon become an Aura Master. No information about her personality was known. Continuing his thoughts, Andreas mentally added that her skills are quite decent, but her personality complicates things a lot. At one point, looking at the thoughtful guy, the curator said, "I heard that this algae head recently tried to play knight." Immediately after her remark, the woman took another bite of the jerk and added, "A magician like you, what kind of jokes are you making? You can at least lift weights." Tilting his head down after Ivy's remark, Andreas said, "I don't want to hear this from someone who needs to chew jerky to stay calm." Having received a remark from the student, the curator displeasedly remarked, "I can't smoke here. Do you want me to start chewing you instead?" Later, having arrived at the destination, the group's curator was surprised to hear that this is a rather large castle for a baron. Meeting with the mercenaries who had arrived at his request, Baron Bolleric said, "You have traveled a long way, welcome." Sitting at the table in front of the mercenaries who arrived, the baron added that it was tragic that this all happened, but I will explain the situation to you briefly. Continuing the conversation with the mercenaries, the baron said, "The landowner of the village is my nephew. He was a baronet, but he had no family." After telling them everything they needed to know, Bolleric said, "This is all the information I have." After listening to the details of the mission they were to carry out, Ivy looked back at the mission sheet and said, "Thank you for the details." The next moment, the butler approached the baron and said, "My lord," followed by a whispered young gentleman. At the same time, while the castle inhabitants were whispering among themselves, Andrea stood aside and carefully observed their strange behavior. After listening to the entire report of his subject, the baron rose from his seat and said, "I have to take care of business, so please excuse me, and I sincerely wish you success." Hearing his lord's words, the butler bowed before the guests and said, "Please forgive our rudeness to the young gentleman who is unwell." After receiving the apology, the curator of the 9th detachment said, "Everything is fine. We have received all the necessary details and will soon leave." Hearing the words of the woman who was the head of the squad, the butler raised his head, and then it was noticeable how his eye was drooping. After finishing the conversation with the baron, Ivy left the manor and saw Christopher and said, "You did a good job." And he was sure to respond. Picking up the sword and pulling the blade out to look at the reflection, Ivy heard he was very calm. Even though his nephew had disappeared, he stunk. Sheathing her sword, the curator asked, "Hey, you algae head, is that why you insisted that we go to the meeting immediately?" She heard so many things that seemed suspicious to me. The next moment, approaching his curator, Andreas added that the part about the missing investigators with whom the connection was cut off sounded like a fabricated story. Continuing to recall the story of what happened, Andreas added that it was also strange that they sent investigators only once, although a whole month had passed. But the most suspicious behavior was that of the butler. After the dialogue with the baron ended, the butler said that if you leave now, you will definitely get there before nightfall, but it would be better for you to rest tonight and leave tomorrow. Hearing the butler's advice, the curator looked back at him and said, "Thank you for your concern, but it is not necessary." The next moment, hearing Ivy add work above all else, the butler circled unhappily. Recalling the moment of that ticking and leaving the mansion, Andreas said after we refused to stay, he looked as if his plan had failed. Continuing to tell all the suspicions, he added, and most importantly, they looked anxious and they're trembling. Their breathing, their smallest gestures were exactly the behavior of someone who was hiding something. After a while, when the carriage arrived, the curator led the group and exclaimed, "Good, let's go to the village right now." Hearing this, Andreas thought this request was definitely not easy. After being transferred to the carriage, the coachman who drove it drove the horses with all his might to reach their destination before dark. At the same time, inside the carriage, Christopher asked if we should first find a place to stay upon arrival, which he heard was not a priority for us. Sitting with the others in the carriage and hearing the curator add, "Let's start by examining the landowner's castle," Andreas mentally said, This whole thing is suspicious, but for now, we can only check everything discreetly. At one point, feeling a strange sensation in his chest and squeezing his hand there, Andreas thought that my mana suddenly began to tremble. The next moment, he looked at his comrades who seemed to feel nothing, and added that it was getting stronger as we approached the village. Before he could finish his thoughts, everyone in the carriage felt a sharp shudder and a sudden increase in speed. Feeling somewhat uneasy about what had happened, Hazar shouted out to the coachman, and Christopher shouted to the side. Pulling his friend aside and looking out the window, Christopher called out, "Hey, what's wrong?" But before he could finish his question, he froze in shock. Outside, he saw a coachman who had a bear and was driving the horses with a crazy look on his face. The next moment, returning back inside the carriage, Christopher shouted out to Hazar and the coachman in confusion and heard that something was wrong. Hearing about their current situation, the group's curator immediately kicked the carriage door open. Immediately after looking outside, Ivy exclaimed, "Damn it, it's too late for everyone to get ready. We're going to crash right into the gate." A few seconds after the curator's exclamation, the carriage flew into the gates of the village that appeared on the horizon and shattered. After a hard stop, all the mercenaries huddled together to help those still inside get out. When they finally got outside, they saw a strange scene with people acting like crazy people. Confused by what he saw with his own eyes, Christopher shouted to Andreas, "Hey, smart guy, what's going on here? What's wrong with the villagers? You're a magician. You should know." Hearing his friend's exclamations, Andreas mentally muttered, "Oh shit, now I know this is no simple mana anomaly." Squeezing his chest because of the mana return, the guy mentally added that my mana reacts like this means that it is black magic. Being under the influence of the curse that was imposed on the village, one of the residents rushed towards the mercenaries. As soon as he got too close to the group of people, Vivian knocked the guy to the ground and pinned his hands behind his back. Continuing to hold the villager under the effect of the curse, the girl said he was stronger than an ordinary child. The next moment, after examining the limbs of the boy they had captured, Hazar said, "He had been dancing all day. His legs are in a terrible state. Just as I thought they would be under a curse." Immediately after expressing his conjecture, the warrior turned to his comrades and added that there must be some connection between our task and this curse. Hearing his comrade's assumption, Christopher said thoughtfully, "The landowner was gone for about a month. If they had been dancing all this time, they would have died of fatigue long ago." To which Andreas added that it seems that someone cares about them not dying. After listening to all the assumptions of her wards, the curator took up her head and said, "We were probably involved in something problematic." After discussing their situation, Andreas looked away and mentally said, "In the game, Andreas didn't die here." The next moment, recalling the plot of the game he had been playing, Makoto thought to himself, what if we had accepted the butler's offer and rested in the castle? As he reflected on the situation, he added that the Baron would have hidden what was happening, but we immediately arrived in the village and the situation changed. Immediately after remembering his necromancy mentor, he mentally added, "We got into something dangerous mana that I felt was about Karen's level." The next moment, remembering the size of the village that the curse had been dispelled, Makoto added, "But it seems strange to use it on such a scale." At one point in his thinking, he came to an interesting conclusion and thought to himself, "This can't be right, he must have the artifact." Noticing the thoughtful look on his friend's face, Christopher looked at him and asked, "Hey, smart guy, is something wrong?" Hearing his friend's question, Andrian turned his head to the side and said, "We don't know enough right now, let's search the landowner's house first," and then thought the first step was to gather information. After some time of searching, the group of mercenaries arrived at the landowner's house, with burning bodies at the front door. Without thinking much about what to do next, the group of mercenaries prepared themselves, and Ivy kicked in the front door and fought her way inside. Having opened the door and calmly entered, the mercenaries saw many bodies in the hall. Passing by the bodies lying on the ground, Christopher leaned over one of them and said, "These clothes are not those of the Imperial investigators." Crouching down near the body of a strange person, the guy added thoughtfully that it looks like they had already said goodbye to life quite a while ago. Hearing his friend's conclusions, Andreas said, "We may not be able to figure out what's going on our own, but from what we've seen, I think it's the work of a black mage." Turning his head to the student who had expressed his guess, the curator asked on what basis you decided so. After receiving the question from the leader, Andreas said, "It seems that someone is amplifying the emotions of the people here and exchanging them for magical power." Hearing the student's statement, the curator said that black magic is powered by human emotions, so the landowner must have died, and Andreas added that it was likely because he would have prevented them. After listening to his friend's conversation, Christopher, remembering the sights at the entrance, asked if the burning bodies on the street were part of some dark ritual, and he heard a possible answer. Also joining the conversation of her wards, the curator said that we will know the truth only after we catch the criminal. Immediately after her words, Ivy moved on and exclaimed, "So let's first search every corner of the estate." After some time of searching the building, Hazar said, "We haven't found anything yet, not even the body of the landowner." The next moment, Vivian, standing by the window, noticed something abnormal and said to Hazard, "Look outside." Hearing the girl's instruction, Andreas, who was standing near the window, turned his head toward the street and froze in shock. Seeing a whole bunch of peasants heading to the landowner's estate, he nervously exclaimed the same thing. Interrupting his exclamation, he crouched down to avoid being seen through the window, and thought the intruder was making his move. The next moment, seeing that the heads of the residents went up to the windows of the house, Hazar exclaimed what we should do. It seems they noticed us. And then Andreas mentally said as if they were waiting for us to enter. Hearing again from her ward, Ivy, what to do, the woman exclaimed, "Let's stop the search and leave the building for now. Hazar, find us a route to escape." Having received the instruction from his commander, the guy headed forward to find a safe way and exclaimed, "I understand you." As soon as he approached the stairs, he saw a crowd of villagers heading for him and exclaimed in confusion, "They are already on the second floor in trouble." Seeing that his friend had just been caught by one of the peasants and was being dragged into the crowd, Christopher rushed to his aid and Hazard shouted. Having fought off the crazy peasant who had grabbed his friend and taken the front line, Christopher shouted out to protect the magician in the rear. Continuing to repel the onslaught of the peasants, the boy looked back and shouted, "I'll take care of the front." But something strange began to happen to the peasants. Inflated like balloons, a few crazy villagers exploded and threw the guy back to his comrades in a blast wave. Seeing his comrade who had just fallen to the ground in front of him, Andreas felt his heart pounding loudly. Looking at his friend lying on the ground covered in blood, Andreas remembered his friend from his past life and began to fall to the ground as well. Losing consciousness after what he saw, he fell to the ground and saw Ivy running up to him and hearing Christopher shouting, "Hey Christopher, they're still coming. Hey Seaweed Head, what are you doing?" The next moment, throwing the wizard on her shoulders, the curator exclaimed, "Let's get out of here, Vivian. The window." Hearing the instruction from her leader, the girl immediately kicked the window, thus creating a way for her comrades to escape. Jumping out of the window into the front yard where there were few enemies, Ivy shouted out to everyone to leave immediately. On the ground of his handler's house, Andreas regained consciousness and thought, "Oh shit, I fell into flashbacks from my last operation at the most inopportune time." Immediately after his thoughts, deciding to somehow help his comrades escape, Andreas used magic and spilled oil behind him. As soon as the enemies began to slip and fall, he added an earthen shield that blocked their path, after which Ivy asked what was wrong with you. Continuing to run away from the pursuers, the curator added, "Don't waste all your mana, you can track the location of the dark wizard, to which I heard now I can do it." Having received an assignment to find the enemy, Andreas mentally said, "He is so obviously using his mana that I can easily find him with a mana search." While doing some research and tracking the trail of mana that was coming from one of the houses in the village, Andreas mentally exclaimed, "I found him." While on the back of his handler, Andreas shouted at the house at 9 o'clock about 100 meters away, which was answered by the young Algae Head. Seeing that their leader suddenly accelerated and headed forward, Hazar tried to catch up with her and shouted out to the curator, "Wait a minute!" Ignoring the shouts of her wards, the woman continued to head to her destination, where the enemy was already watching her from the window. Arriving at the house and knocking the door down, Ivy went inside and said, "It looks like we're in the right place. The dark wizard is hiding somewhere here." Hearing the words of his curator, Andreas, who was standing behind the threshold, said you had to knock down every door on your way, after which a barrier appeared at the entrance. When Ivy heard a noise behind her, she looked back and saw the barrier and thought, "Oh shit, it was a trap." Turning to the barrier and trying to pass it, the woman mentally added a curse, "He beat us," and meanwhile the figure of a peasant woman began to rise up behind her. Rising fully to her feet, the bloody person wrapped her arms around herself and exclaimed, "Sister, it hurts me." Seeing the girl who had just appeared in front of her, the curator Ivy said in confusion that Noah. At the same time, Andreas, who was outside, touched the barrier and got burned and said, "I can't do it." Immediately after his disappointment, he heard a strange voice in his head saying, "Sorry like moths to a flame." The next moment, he heard a noise above him and looked up to the sky and saw a rift forming above him, and a voice saying, "There is no need to rush, everything was foreseen by God, bow down to idleness." Hearing what the strange voice had just said in his head, Andreas wondered what idleness was and why it was being called now. Immediately after these thoughts, Makoto said in his head, "This game is called the Great Sin of Resat." Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added that, starting with sloth, the 7 deadly sins were separated from the main body of the Apocalypse manuscript, and he gathered them all in a fashion to summon the main boss. Ignoring the crowd of crazed peasants who were coming at him from the back, the guy mentally added, "These are the most important items in history." The next moment, jumping right out from under the enemy's noses, Andreas mentally added why this name is mentioned here in the village, which did not even appear in the story. Continuing to avoid the enemies who were actively attacking him, Andreas mentally said to himself, "I can't do it alone. I need to unite with the others for now." At the same time, Vivian, having entered the rhythm, destroyed all the villagers who were heading for her, shouting disappear. As Andreas approached his comrades, he saw the frantic girl and shouted to Hazar that Vivian was there, and Andreas heard him. As soon as Andreas approached his friend, he exclaimed, "You're fine, but Vivian, I've never seen her like this before." Also turning his gaze in the direction of the girl who had seriously dispersed, Andreas mentally said, Yeah, I knew I couldn't trust a fanatic. The next moment, he turned his gaze to Christopher, who was lying wounded nearby, and added, I don't like leaving my wounded comrade alone, so I'll play along. Looking at the current situation on the battlefield, Andreas said, It's a disaster. The curator Ivy is trapped behind the barrier. And Hazard exclaimed, What do we do now? The next moment, that ominous voice sounded in Andreas' head again, saying, I'm sorry, do you realize that you are taking the lives of innocent people? Hearing the voice in his head, Khazar shouted out in confusion, to which Andreas replied that it was probably a dark wizard. Keeping absolute calm despite what was happening around him, Andreas said he was probably not far from the curator Ivy. Hearing the current situation with their leader, Hazard headed to the curator and exclaimed, She's in danger, I'm going to get her. I'll leave the rest to you. Having received the instructions from his comrade, Andreas continued to stand still, thinking it was easy to read, but it was better than betrayal. At the same moment, Andreas heard a loud thud from nearby, caused by Vivian, who was fighting the crazy villagers. Turning his gaze toward the girl, Andreas thought, This is not good. It looks like the black magic is driving her crazy. If I move, she'll drag me in. The next moment, seeing a group of enemies coming at the girl from behind, Andreas thought to himself, she won't be able to dodge. But 1 second later, something incredible happened in front of the guy's eyes. Vivian was able to resist even the enemies who came from behind. Continuing to watch her comrade continue to destroy the enemies, Andreas mentally said, she not only dodged but also struck back. As Andreas watched his ally fight, he heard a voice nearby saying that it was a shame to waste material so recklessly. Turning his head in the direction of the voice, Andreas saw a cloaked man on the roof of a building, who said that now the only one who was not wounded had escaped, to which he replied, I didn't expect anything from him anyway. Hearing the guy's tone, which seemed to take him by surprise, the dark wizard said, You're surprisingly calm. Having received a remark from his opponent, Andrian continued to remain calm and said, I thought it was time to show up for the boss. Continuing the dialogue with the calm guy, the dark sorcerer reached out to him and said, I don't know where you get your confidence from, but in recognition of your bravery, I'll give you a test. The very next moment, finding himself in a strange space, Andreas mentally said that I was too reckless. Immediately after his thoughts, he noticed that his body began to disintegrate and disappear, and he exclaimed in surprise what was happening. Finding himself in his former body on one of the missions, Makoto looked at his hands and said that it was just a dream. Being under the gunfire and explosions, Makoto mentally said that where is everyone? At one point, he saw a person in front of him who was coming out of the flames and said to Makoto, Run away. Recognizing his friend who appeared in front of him and seeing him fall to the ground, Makoto rushed to him, shouting that, Shui, can you hear me? Picking up his friend in his arms and continuing to call out to him, Makoto cried out without waiting for a word in response. The next moment, when he saw the image of the person he was holding in his arms change, he exclaimed in confusion that Shohei was who? When the image of Makoto himself began to change into Andreas, he mentally said, Father. Holding out the ring to his son, the man said, Take it, Andreas. As long as you have it, you will be recognized as the true lord of Cromwell Manor. Continuing to be in the midst of two memories that mingled together, the man added heavily, Don't let your father drag you down anymore, please. Feeling the tears welling up in his eyes after his father's words, Andreas heard Be happy with Emmy. Immediately after his father's words, the boy stretched his hand towards the place where both worlds were mixing, and mentally said, I am. At the same time, the dark wizard outside his illusion barrier saw the hand that had just pierced it, and exclaimed in confusion. Seeing the boy who had just left his trap of illusions on his own, the dark wizard added in confusion, How did you manage to escape my curse of laziness? Remaining standing in place, Andreas received a system notification that said, Makoto Kaneshiro Andreas Cromwell has reached 100% synchronization level, received Makoto Kaneshiro's exceptional combat talent, and then thought, I've had enough. Without taking his head off the notification, Andreas said, Is this curse of yours just a game that simulates someone's injuries, or should I say that the spellcaster's abilities are not enough to do what you just said? Immediately after showing his anger at Andreas' remark, the Dark Mage launched an instant attack, but it missed its target. Dodging his opponent's sudden attack, Andreas looked back at him and said, What you're going to do now will never work on someone like me who has been trained by special forces. Even more angry at the guy who continued to make comments, the Dark Mage began to attack again and shouted, Shut up! Having avoided another attack from the Dark Mage, Andreas jumped to the side and thought, He's not that strong, but I won't be able to deal with him without using necromancy. Landing on the ground and looking around, Andreas added in his head, No one is watching this well. At the same moment, a dark wizard jumped down from a neighboring building and said, Who are you? Having received a question from his opponent, Andreas prepared to use the initial necromancy of summoning a skeleton and said, I'll show you right now. Activating his summoning skill, Andreas received a notification. Detected 23 bodies skill level insufficient. 9 bodies will be activated initial necromancy. Summoning skeleton successfully executed. Seeing the sorcerer who summoned the dead in front of him, the dark wizard exclaimed in shock, You're a necromancer, the congregation already knows. Hearing the question from his opponent, Andreas mentally said that means there really is a congregation of dark mages here. He misunderstood everything, but I can use it to throw him off my trail. After receiving the notification, 7 skeletons of a common and 2 skeletons of a common soldier were called up. Andreas said I was entrusted with the return of the page of idleness in the name of the congregation. Hearing what errand his opponent had to fulfill, the dark mage prepared for another attack and shouted that he was only with skeletons. Starting to attack the skeletons that Andreas had sent at him, the dark wizard exclaimed, "Do you really think you can handle the power of idleness?" Watching the enemy's attacks pierce through his skeletons, destroying them one by one, Andreas used an earthen barrier to block the sword that was flying directly at him. At the same time, the dark wizard continued to push Andreas, shouting at him to stop pretending they were nothing but insignificant. Following his opponent's shouts, Andreas summoned Nickel from his vault to help him. The next moment after Nickel's summoning, the dark mage saw his attack just neutralized and thought in confusion, "An incredibly pathetic skeleton cut through my spear of darkness." Realizing that things were not going to go as planned, the dark wizard pulled out his trump card and mentally said this guy. The next moment after using the trump card, hands began to appear from the ground, and one of them forced Nickel to go on the defense. Seeing what his opponent got and what he decided to use against him, Andreas mentally said that it was the pages of laziness. Having once again gained the advantage on the battlefield after using the trump card, the dark wizard said, "It is unthinkable that your kind could force me to use my precious collection of idleness pages." The next moment, stretching his arm out in front of him and pointing his magical hands in the direction of his opponent, the dark wizard added, "You will pay with your life for interfering with my plans." Moving to avoid being hit by the dark mage, Andreas mentally said, "I still have time to react at this speed." Also turning his gaze to his friend who was trying to fight against the attack of the hands, Andreas mentally added, "And Nickel is strong enough to withstand his attacks." Noticing that Andreas was even able to think despite his attacks, the dark sorcerer shouted out in silence. Feeling the change in the pace of his opponent's attacks, Andreas began to move even faster and thought, "Damn, his attacks have become much faster." Continuing to avoid his opponent's attacks with all his might, Andreas noticed something unusual and thought that he had problems with his force control, which meant that he had not fully mastered the powers of sloth. Finding a gap in his opponent's defense, Andreas approached his friend and mentally said to him, "Get out of his blind spot and hit Nickel," and then moved the skeleton to the vault. After the loud collision that caused the explosion, the dark wizard stopped for a moment to check whether he had succeeded in defeating his opponent. But as soon as the dust clouds cleared, he saw Andreas still standing and mentally said, "He's quite a persistent one." Holding his shoulder injured in the battle, Andreas said, "You bastard, I only just managed to get it." Having received a remark from his opponent, the dark wizard laughed out loud and shouted guilty, "But don't worry too much," and then pointed his hands at his opponent. Controlling the power of idleness with the help of pages, the dark sorcerer confidently added, "I will soon send you after him." When the hands of the one with the power of the 7 deadly sins were about to reach Andreas, the dark wizard shouted, "Now farewell!" However, despite the situation, Andreas did not show even the slightest amount of excitement, and all because a portal appeared behind his opponent, from which Nickel was coming out. Taking advantage of his opponent's indiscretion who was focused on Andreas, Nickel was able to easily cut his opponent into 2. After defeating the dark sorcerer who used the pages of idleness, Andreas said, "I was wondering who could have arranged all this." As he approached the body of his defeated opponent, he added, "But I never imagined that the Baron's butler would turn out to be a dark wizard." Recalling the butler who had tried his best to stop them, Andreas thought, so the Baron is also somehow involved in this. The next moment, taking the pages of the Book of Mortal Sin from the butler's hands, Andreas said, "But whatever it is, it's not that." Holding the item in his hands, the guy received a notification manuscript, Apocalypse, Chapter 7, Proper Idleness Recovery Rate Magics, 321%. Then thought, what should I do with it? Not that I could just walk around with such a thing. Immediately after his thoughts, hearing the rustling of kittens behind him, Andreas looked back and mentally said, "There's definitely a Nickel." Passing the page of one of the deadly sins to his subject and opening a portal to the vault behind him, the guy said, "Take care of this for now." As the subject began to move to his usual place of residence, Andreas mentally said, "I'll put it in the summoning vault for now and think about what to do with it later." Having partially dealt with one problem, he turned his head to the barrier of the test that Vivian was undergoing and thought, "The caster is dead, then why doesn't the barrier come down?" The next moment, he put his hand to his chin and thought, "I won't care if they can't get out, but if I come back alone, I'll have to explain how I survived, and I can't say I used black magic." The next moment, Andreas touched the barrier in front of him and said thoughtfully, "This barrier is different from the one I was in." As soon as he spoke about it, he felt himself being pulled into a thought and exclaimed that I was being sucked inside it. At the barrier where Vivian was being tested, the girl fell to the ground and began to tremble with fear. Looking at the frightened girl in front of him, Andreas said, "So this little girl is Vivian Belkin." And the girl grabbed her head and exclaimed, "It's a ghost or a demon talking to her chair." Trying to somehow calm the frightened girl in front of him, Andreas said, "I'm not a ghost or a demon, Vivian." But the girl continued to stare at the chair in fright. The next moment, he decided to use the one effective method that all children should believe in and said, I am a fairy and I have come to save you. When the girl heard who she was with, she began to calm down a little. At the same time, sitting on a chair, Andreas thought, it's nice of me to come here, but what the hell am I doing? Be patient. It's all a game. I'm a fairy. Trying to control himself, Andreas thought back to everything he had learned and said, the first thing I saw when I got here was little Vivian being slapped in the face by a noble woman. Continuing to think about what he had seen, he added that no one could see me, so the investigation was quite simple. Recalling everything he had seen and heard after Vivian's ordeal, Andreas mentally spoke, and I discovered that the woman was Count Belkin's second wife, and also learned about his family. As he replayed the events he had learned in his mind, he mentally said, the Belkin family is known for their swordplay, which is why the Lord wanted a son who could become his heir. Also remembering the sad moment that had happened in their family, Andreas added in his mind, but since Vivian's mother had not given birth to a boy heir, the family had suffered a tragedy. Looking at her little daughter standing in front of her bed, the first wife said, why did I give birth to you? I wish I had never given birth to you. Since even her own mother had abandoned the girl, Vivian had no one left to protect her. The loneliness and cruelty she experienced planted the seeds of madness in the girl, and the more time passed, the more she indulged in her madness. Continuing to recall the story of this person, Andreas mentally said that she killed all the teachers and their assistants at the 5th grade assembly. Hearing the little girl ask, Mr. Fairy, Andreas mentally said, I can't make you forget the past. Continuing to look at the little girl who was Vivian in his trial, he added, but I can help you try to overcome it. Letting the tears stream from her eyes, the girl exclaimed, you really came here to help me. Looking at the girl in front of him who was crying heavily, Andreas exclaimed in confusion, why are you crying, Vivian? Starting to wipe the tears from her eyes, which would not stop flowing, the girl said to him, no one has ever tried to help me. Hearing this, Andreas thought uncomfortably, I really don't know how to deal with small children. The next moment, hearing Mr. Fairy say, you have a special talent, Vivian, but no one has been able to recognize it yet, the girl stopped crying. Surprised by what Mr. Fairy had just told her, the girl asked confusedly, what is it? And was told that you have a very special talent for swordplay. When she heard what she was so good at, the girl said, but I haven't even picked up a sword yet. To which Andreas replied, the fairy knows a lot, so just trust me. The next moment, with her hands on the floor, the girl said in surprise, but I am always scolded. To which Mr. Fairy replied, everything is fine. I will be with you. Continuing to help little Vivian complete her test, Andreas added, and in exchange, promise me that you won't tell anyone about me. Hearing the condition, the girl happily exclaimed, I promise. And so, in all the situations that happened to little Vivian, Andreas was there to help her overcome difficulties and support her in her time of need. Thus, 1 month passed after the first meeting with little Vivian, when the girl went to the tree and began to exclaim, where are you, Mr. Fairy? I have come to the promised place as you told me. Standing behind a tree not far from Vivian, Andreas heard the girl add, you will teach me sword skills today as well. Stepping out of his seat and heading towards Vivian, Andreas snapped and said, you can't shout about it everywhere, Vivian. And the girl instantly covered her mouth with her hand. Sighing heavily after remarking to the girl, Andreas added that I told her that no one should know about my identity. And she laughed awkwardly and said, there you are. The next moment, saying, well, now let's start training, Andreas heard the girl shout out to the battle and mentally added, and so I spent a whole month here with Vivian. Watching the progress of the girl he was training, Andreas mentally said to her, I have an exceptional talent for fighting, and I tried to give her as much advice as I could, and it really worked for her. She is a true genius. At the moment of the girl's last attack, which she demonstrated during the training, Andreas mentally said to himself, these moves should not belong to a child who has just started learning fencing a month ago. As soon as the girl finished her training, Andreas walked over to her and said, that's why your fencing teacher praised you. Hearing the words of encouragement from Mr. Fairy, the girl bowed her head down and said, yes, but seeing how she suddenly froze without being able to get a word out, Andreas thought to himself, what's wrong? I thought she was a pretty confident kid. Deciding to help the girl say what she wanted to say, Andreas asked what was wrong. Vivian, your movements were perfect. And she replied that it didn't matter how many times the teacher praised me. The next moment, when the girl added Mr. Fairy won't show up, Andreas froze in place and a gust of wind blew the leaves into the air. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the girl's words, Andreas said, well, I am a fairy, that's why I didn't tell you. To which Vivian replied, I'm a bad child, that's why you don't show up. Vivian continued to look down and said sadly, I thought that if I tried harder, I would be recognized, but even though I tried so hard, you still won't show up. Without taking her eyes off the ground, the girl added in a sad tone, it's all in vain no matter how hard I try, isn't it? At the same moment, a man's voice sounded behind the girl and said, you surprised me. Vivian instantly looked up when she heard this. Turning his attention to the person approaching from behind, Andreas thought Count Belkin, and then Vivian shouted out to her father. Coming up to his daughter, who had just finished training, Count Belkin said, I was just thinking that you have such a talent. Show me that swordplay again. Having received the instruction from her father, the girl could not take her eyes off him and exclaimed, yes, sir. Subsequently, Vivian began to repeat everything she had learned during the training with Mr. Fairy, demonstrating the skills to her father. When she finished her performance, she heard, as expected from someone with Belkan blood in her, it was unbeatable. Vivian said, "Mr. Fairy, this is the first time my father has ever praised me." The next moment, looking up to the sky and shedding a tear of happiness, the girl added, "I could never have dreamed of this." And then the barrier began to crack. When everything began to change too quickly, Vivian became an adult again and looked in Andrea's direction with tears in her eyes and said, "I really wish I could stay with Mr. Fairy longer, but it's time for me to wake up." Hearing the girl's remark and seeing the barrier of the test of idleness breaking down, Andreas mentally said, "So she's finally awake." The next moment, she bowed her head down and said, "Thanks to you, I have found a path that I can follow, and I think I'd rather follow that path than get stuck in the past." At the same moment, taking the girl's hand and crossing his little fingers, Andreas said to Vivian Belkin, "Our promise is made. Please keep it. I will always be there." Feeling the warmth of Mr. Fairy's hands that helped her to pass this test, the girl said with emotion, "Thank you very much, Mr. Fairy. You showed me a good dream." When the barrier broke down, Andreas continued to hold Vivian's little finger and said, "If it's Vivian, she'll make it." Keeping his gaze on the girl who had just completed the ordeal of sloth, Andreas added in his head, especially if it was the same Vivian who had been in the dream. Baron Baloric was to blame for the events that had taken place in the village of Trim. Ivy found out after she broke the barrier herself and joined the rest of the group. Gathering with her wards, the curator said, "Hey, smart guy, cut off this bastard's head and try not to damage his face." Giving an order to Andreas Ivy in an angry tone, she added, "We are going to the Baron's castle right now." And after these words, the team immediately set off. Carrying out the curator's orders, Andreas mentally said her bloodlust is too terrible. Christopher died and Hazard disappeared. Although this is not surprising. After a while arriving at the Baron's castle and knocking one soldier to the ground, Ivy heard, "Who you are, put away your swords." After receiving questions from the soldier standing at the gate, the woman said in a stern tone, "I am Ivy Clare, assistant teacher at Rodlin Academy, Knights Department, and from now on, anyone who defends Baron Balric is guilty of treason and will be executed on the spot." Hearing the words of his handler, Andreas, who was dragging his fallen comrade on his shoulders, thought to himself that she was not going to just kill them all. The next moment, taking out the butler's head that they had taken with them and showing it to the soldiers, Ivy shouted out that she recognized him. Seeing that the knights were stunned, the assistant teacher added that he was the one responsible for what happened in the village of Trim. "So take us to the Baron immediately." Once in the castle, Ivy knocked down the door where Baron Balric was supposed to be and, entering, heard that you were already here. Without waiting for an answer and bowing his head down, the Baron added, "Evan is dead." The next moment, pointing to the creature beside him, he added, "This is my son, Edel." Turning his gaze to his son, who had turned into a monster, Baron Balric added, "He should have died of a disease a few months ago." Hearing Baron Andreas's remarks, he also kept his gaze on the creature nearby and thought, that's why he turned to black magic. Rising from his seat, the Baron said without taking his hand away from his son, "While I was looking for a cure, I was visited by a man in a robe who said he knew a way to help my son." Looking again at what had become of his son, Baron Balric added, "I asked him to save my son's life at any cost." The next moment, turning sharply to the guest, the man exclaimed, even if it meant leaving him to live in such a terrible condition. After loudly declaring what he had done for his son, the Baron fell to his knees and bowed his head down and said to Edel, "Please forgive your stupid father." Hearing the apology that the Baron was sending to his son, Ivy grabbed him by the collar and threw him to the floor, shouting these words, "Say them to the people you and your butler have disfigured." As the Baron, who had just been thrown, began to rise to his feet with heavy groans, one of the soldiers in the room exclaimed, "My lord." The next moment, Ivy pointed her sword at Baron Balric and shouted, "Why are you just standing there like a jerk? Go and get a team of investigators right now and get rid of that monster behind you," to which she heard, "Yes, ma'am." After hearing the orders from his supervisor, Andreas mentally cast a stone spear and launched it directly into the monster's eye. Seeing the actions of her ward, the curator Ivy looked at the boy and asked in a stern tone, "Hey, smart guy, why did you do that without my order?" Having received the question from the woman, Andreas said that the creatures of black magic must be immediately disposed of before they can make any sudden movements, and any important information must be in the hands of the Baron, or am I wrong? After that, the Baron was arrested and a team of Imperial investigators immediately took him away. Also, after returning to the academy, Andreas and Vivian were called to a separate room to take their testimony about the case of Baron Balric. After giving testimony on the case, the investigator said it was obvious that he had collaborated with the Black Magician. "Bring the Baron, and we will hold another meeting." After giving the order to his subject, the investigator stretched out his hand to the students and said, "Thank you for your time. You two can go home." After a while, leaving the walls of the academy and walking with Vivian, Andreas mentally said to Baron Balric, "The consequences of getting involved in black magic will definitely be severe. Immediately after his thoughts, he looked back and looked at the academy and added, "But you should thank me if I hadn't killed your son." Imagining the fate that could have befallen Edel, Andreas thought, he would have suffered in the hands of a bunch of crazy wizards who would have conducted experiments on him. At the same moment, Vivian looked at Andreas and asked him if Mr. Fairy had guessed everything about the Baron's son. Looking at Vivian and seeing her as the little girl he had been helping, the boy heard you didn't want him to suffer, right? Holding himself together, Andreas looked back at the road and said, "Fairy, what are you talking about?" And then thought, I almost sounded like a fairy. Hearing the boy's excuses, Vivian was surprised to hear him say, "You sound just like him." Lucia was the next to arrive at the meeting with the pair of stents and exclaimed, "Andreas, you've already finished your business there." Having received a question from the famous alchemist, the guy said yes. They said that the hearing was already over. When Lucia found out that the guy was free, she poked him with a tablet and said, "In any case, check this out." Demonstrating the photo of Andreas, Vivian, and Ivy in front of the leader of the investigative team, Lucia added, "You are now a celebrity." Continuing the dialogue with Andreas, the girl spoke, "It hasn't been long since we presented our potion," to which she responded, "And really though, all I wanted was some peace and quiet." Ignoring her research partner's wishes, the girl exclaimed happily, "I heard you're going to be rewarded. Take me out to eat, please." Hearing the girl's request, Andreas said, No, the reward should be shared. You're trying to ruin me." The next moment, pointing to the girl standing next to Andreas, Lucia exclaimed that she was in the news next to you, to which Andreas said, "I just noticed her now. Her name is Vivian Belkin, a third-year night student. Say hello." Hearing Lucia bow, I said, "Lucia Everlast. Nice to meet you, Vivian." And I bowed back, Vivian Belkin, and then Andreas pointed to Lucia and said, "Sorry, she's a little dumb." After greeting the girl standing next to him, Lucia exclaimed, "So, back to the news. You'll still get the money, right? So let's go out to dinner and celebrate the success of our potion." Hearing the girl's suggestion, Andreas said, "You're so persistent, but we haven't been appreciated yet. We'll have dinner next time." Lucia gave a disgruntled huff and said, "Okay." Having failed again in her attempt to ask for a meal, Lucia walked away and said, "I'll see you at the Magic Tower tomorrow." To which she replied, "Okay, I won't forgive you if you're late." The next day, not far from the Magic Tower of Rodlin, Andreas pulled Lucius on his back and exclaimed, "I knew that this was how it would end." Breathing heavily because of the rush with the extra load on his back, the boy exclaimed, "Oh my God, I'm a fool for trusting you." Walking up the tower stairs to its entrance, Andreas heard someone say, "Please walk slowly," to which he exclaimed in annoyance. At the same moment, a man standing at the door asked if Andreas Cromwell and Lucia Everlast were correct, to which Andreas replied that they were. And after receiving confirmation, the man said, "Follow me." Once inside, the man showed them the way to go and said the space of the magic tower is constantly changing, so please watch your step. And when Andreas heard this, he exclaimed, "You heard him? Wake up and walk properly," to which Lucia replied, "I am awake." At one point on the way, Lucia said, "So, Vivian, who I met yesterday next to you." And when he heard the girl's question, Andreas asked, "So what?" Without taking her eyes off the guide, the girl added in a stern tone, "What kind of relationship you have with her?" To which the boy replied that he had none. Hearing that Andreas had no ties to Vivian, Lucia looked at him with a thoughtful expression. Noticing this, Andreas thought what was wrong. Resigned to the fact that this girl was almost no one to him, Lucia suddenly added, "Well, we should definitely go out to dinner." Hearing the voice above them, I can see that you are not nervous at all. What impudence a couple of students thought this voice could not be. Feeling the hands of the man who had just appeared behind them, Andreas thought the owner of Rodlin's magic tower, Bart Alvin, was speaking. Looking back and seeing Bart Alvin, the guide exclaimed in confusion that it was the Tower Master. The next moment, the Tower Master turned his gaze to Andreas, who was standing next to him, and said that his son's face was indeed so stupid and unchanged. Bart Alwyn is the current leader of the Alwyn estate, and also holds the position of the current master of the Rodlin Tower of Magic. Tilting his head down after hearing the words from the man, Andreas thought, isn't the personal appearance of the Tower Master making a big deal out of a small thing? Even though it's a common insult, but for some reason it made me irritated. The next moment, returning his gaze to the girl who stood on the other side of him, Bart asked, "Are you Viscount Hollington's daughter? I wonder what I heard." "Yes, my name is Lucia Everlast." The man continued to ramble on in a serious tone and said, "If you want people to remember your name, you need to build a reputation for it." Finally, having completed his pompous speech, the man waved his hand and exclaimed, "From now on, I will be responsible for this. Step aside." To which the conductor exclaimed, "Very well, sir." Seeing what the Tower Master was doing, Andreas thought to himself, "What can this be?" At the same moment, Lucia approached the boy and said, "The Tower Master is really a monster if he can use such complex and multifaceted spatial magic," and then whispered, "But I think he's exaggerating on purpose." Continuing to prepare the spell to move to the right place, Bart Alwyn said, "I can hear you whispering as well." The next moment, when Bart Alwyn appeared in the research center where the wizards were conducting their experiments, the wizards who were there flinched and shouted out to the Tower Master. Having attracted all the attention of the wizards, Bart Alwyn asked if the experiment was still going on, and was told that we had just completed the test of its effectiveness. and that the only thing left to do was to ask about the methods of its manufacture. Hearing where his subjects had stopped, the Tower Master tipped the test tube with the potion and took a few sips. After analyzing the taste of the product, he said, Mohaima leaves, essence of the toter tree, jujube fruit, and a peony mushroom. The next moment, looking back at the girl standing behind him, Bart asked something else, to which Lucia replied, Han piece extract and matarata root. Having received the answer to the question, the man immediately jumped up to the girl and said, I have heard rumors, but it defies comprehension that she could create such potions at her age. Immediately after his remark, the Tower Master turned to the wizards who were conducting the experiments and added, If the examination is complete, then approve it. Having given the order to his subjects, Bart Alwyn flew into the air and thoughtfully said what Cromwell's mind was doing here. Putting his hand to his chin, the man thoughtfully said, On paper, it's registered as a joint project, but he's just anointed himself, isn't he? After receiving the question from the Tower Master, Lucia looked up and said, I could not have created this potion without him. Hearing the words of the young genius, the Tower Master was surprised to hear that he had done most of the work. I only helped. Learning that Andreas had made a significant contribution to the creation of the potion, Bart Alwyn snapped his fingers and said, Well then, I'll make sure of it. Watching everything change before them, Lucia said thoughtfully, It seems that he can't use this magic outside the tower, Andreas thought, and she is analyzing it even now. Moving to the potion lab, the Tower Master said, Brew the potion right here, the ingredients are in the cupboard, to which was understood. Subsequently, finding himself in front of the alchemical table for the preparation of potions, Andreas thought, If I use something I'm not familiar with, it could be a problem, so I'll take this. 5 minutes later, Bart picked up the test tube with the prepared potion and tasted it. After making sure that the potion was as effective as the first one, the man said, Well, I admit that you made the potion correctly. Recognizing the skill of the boy who had brewed an effective potion before his eyes, the Tower Master said, Now, let's move on to why you used Hanpeas. Receiving the question from Bart, Andreas said with active gestures, Well, it was needed to get rid of the side effects and increase the effectiveness of the potion. Listening to the detailed explanations of her fellow potion maker, Lucia was surprised to think that the waterhead could also explain well. Interrupting the guy in mid-sentence, Bart stretched out his hand and said, I understand enough, to which Andreas said, But I haven't finished explaining yet. The next moment, the Tower Master began to remove the blindfold from his eyes and said, Even though we haven't seen each other for quite some time, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Opening his eyes and looking directly into the boy's eyes, the man added, The kid I knew could not have created something like you. Noticing the tension around him, Andreas smiled and said, You're joking, Sir Alwyn. I'm definitely Andreas Cromwell. Immediately after his denial, he instantly frowned and added the same Andreas Cromwell you had been mocking as if he were an insect. Hearing the remark from the man standing in front of him, the man remarked, You've become quite an interesting fellow, you know. The next moment, Bart smiled slyly and said, Okay, then let's make a deal. If you invent another cure this year and bring it here, I will pay off the Cromwell family's debt. Starting to blindfold himself, the man added, I will also grant you one wish, but only if you fail. Standing in front of the Tower Master, Andreas heard that you would have to leave the academy. Rodalena heard the conditions and asked Lucius in surprise. After announcing the terms of the bet he offered, Bart Alwyn put his hands to his sides and said, So what do you think about it? Without thinking much about the offer, Andreas thought the terms were harsh, but then bowed and said, I accept the bet as a descendant of the Cromwell family. I cannot refuse this offer. When the Tower Master heard that his bet was accepted, he smiled and said, Well, let's hope you can really achieve the result if you are so confident. Immediately after his words, the man saw even through the bandage how much the boy standing in front of him resembled his father. Immersed in the memories of his former comrade, the man added that, I will be looking forward to seeing you. At the same time, Angela's timer showed the remaining time until the evolution was complete. 10 minutes, odd minute, 42 seconds, 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the evolution process was complete, the vampire got to her feet and raised her hand to look at the shackles that held her back. The next moment, with a single wave of her hand, she broke the shackles and knocked out the bars that held her in the cell. Feeling a strong surge of strength, she remembered the words of the boy who had told her earlier, You must swear by the name of your family. Continuing to recall how the boy added that you will not take my life, the vampire suddenly smiled. The next moment, that sly smile spread across Angela's face, and she mentally said Andreas. After the conversation and the bet, Andreas thought as he walked back home, I was partially reimbursed for the cost of the ingredients, so my need for money has subsided a bit, and as long as I can brew the potion, I can concentrate on my training. Continuing his thoughts, he mentally added that right now the problem is the idleness page, no matter how much I think about it. I can't find a way to benefit from it. I should probably exchange it for something I need right now. Realizing that the situation was not going well, Andreas tensed up and thought that he would have to use Karin. Leaving the train carriage and walking some distance, Andreas arrived at Sharon's house where he lived and conducted his experiments. Continuing to walk to his mentor's house, the boy felt something strange and thought, I'm imagining things or what? After some time in the building and taking a seat at the table with Heron, the guy heard the star of the academy finally come down to visit me. Picking up the bottle of liquid that Karen handed him, he asked if it was the potion he had heard about. I came to report right after the last examination. Hearing his student's words, Corin said, "So you've been studying it secretly from me, and now you're acting like a proper student." To which Andreas replied, "I didn't plan to, master." Interrupting the boy's apology, Karen opened the passage to the basement and said, "Shut up. Now come here, and without complaining, I will teach you what it means to be my student." Hearing this, Andreas thought how petty he was and how angry he was over such a trifle. As he followed Karen to the dungeon, Andreas thought it was probably not the time to bring up the subject. Talking to him when he was in a bad mood would have to do. He would have to settle for checking on the vampire. A few seconds after arriving at the dungeon, Karen saw that his entire laboratory was destroyed. Also seeing what had happened in his teacher's lab, Andreas mentally said that it looked like the evolution was successful. Later, Karen walked over to the cage where the vampire was and began to examine her. While Andreas thought it was a pity that we would not meet her again, she was a good example. Grabbing the broken chains that bound the vampire and clutching them in his hand, Karen said to Andreas, "What have you done with Angela's chains?" Standing behind the angry man, the boy said, "I didn't do anything. I was worried about my life." The next moment, swinging the shackles and throwing them to the ground, Karen screamed in anger even though she was only a hybrid devil. At the same time observing his teacher's behavior, Andreas mentally said what an idiot he was and he needed it. Leaving Karen alone until he calmed down, Andreas walked along the path in the evening and thought, "I'll bring a page of sloth next time." The next moment, he heard an ominous voice speaking from Andreas, and something strange began to go down his head and he froze in place in fear. When he felt Angela's warm fingers touch his neck, he was confused and said in his head, "She was waiting for me in the ambush." Angela came out of her hiding place and walked up behind the boy and said, "I've been wanting to ask you something since I woke up, and I hope you can answer me." The next moment, she looked out from behind the boy's shoulder and said with a sly smile, "Look at me, Andreas." As soon as the boy looked at her, Angela said, "Good boy, now tell me about the power I have received." Trying to avoid a dialogue with the girl and get away as quickly as possible, Andreas thought, "Why are you doing this? Didn't I keep my word? You should know the price for breaking your oath in the name of your family." Hearing the warning that Andreas had given her, the girl sighed and said, "I know her too well, but I can't help but ask you something." As she continued to hug the man who had helped her escape, Angela said, "I couldn't break free of my own power no matter how hard I tried, so I found another way." She licked her lips slyly and leaned over to Andreas and asked him what an impressive way I had used. The next moment, having smelled something strange from the guy, Angela abruptly froze and thought why this guy smelled like a great sin. Immediately after her thoughts, the girl smiled ominously and said, "I wonder if I understand what it is now." Starting to stroke the guy's face, Angela said with a sly smile, "I wonder what you're talking about." And Andreas asked what the hell you're talking about. The next moment, the vampire grabbed the guy by the neck and without any explanation pushed him against the tree so that he could not get out. Holding the boy at arm's length, she said, "I have a lot I want to ask you, but this place is too visible, so I'll stop for now." The next moment, raising her head and removing the hair from her eyes, Angela added, "Since we will meet again soon." Smiling slyly after finding a promising person, the girl added, "In the meantime, I will find a good use for this power, and since you helped me, I can't help but repay you." Grabbing the girl's hand to somehow loosen her grip, Andreas mentally said what kind of power it was, and then heard, "Don't worry, I won't make you suffer." With a sly smile and a lick of her lips, the girl added lustfully, "Since you can be my destined partner." Somewhere in the illusion dormitory, a couple of students were sitting on the terrace and having a nice conversation. If you can call it that, Diane Alwyn, who was engrossed in a book about knights, was telling her friend about each of them. Pointing at the pictures in her book, she spoke again, and then Lord Philip, armed with a one-handed sword. Tired of her friend's stories, Ulick said to Diane, "Stop preaching for a while." And Ulick replied, "If you try, you will find a knight to root for." Trying to change the subject of their conversation, Ulick said, "By the way, did you hear that Lucia Everlast passed the potions test at the Magic Tower?" Dean exclaimed, "Unbelievable for someone her age." Immediately after her exclamation, she bowed her head down and took a sip of tea and added, "I've heard that she's lazy, but it seems that she's really talented. A real sleeping dragon, yes." The next moment, disappointed that one of her peers had achieved so much, Diane said, "That's so cool, I never thought of that when I was a freshman." Hearing her friend's remark, Ulick rummaged through the information on her tablet and said, "But that's not all, the most amazing thing was this." Turning the screen with the image of the people who took part in the creation of the potion, Ulick exclaimed, "Look, you can believe it." Looking at the photo of her childhood friend among the researchers of the new potion, Diane said that Andreas Cromwell. Seeing Diane's reaction to the photo she had just shown her, Ulick said, "It's unheard of that someone so talentless could help create a potion. When I heard it, I thought it was a lie at first too." Picking up her friend's tablet and looking at the photo in more detail, Diane mentally said, "After the fall of his family, he did nothing but blame circumstances and lack of talent." Also recalling the moment when they were traveling together in the same carriage to the exam, she added mentally, "And now he's suddenly achieved something on his own. Has this trash really changed?" As she continued to look at the photos of the research team members, Ulick exclaimed, thinking that only Andreas, the king of parasites himself, had achieved something like this. Not wanting to believe everything that was written in the news, Diane called her family doctor and mentally said, I need to see for myself. Somewhere in the classroom at a lecture on medical herbalism, Lucia saw Andreas's appearance and asked why you were wearing so many clothes, which she said was not good for me. Having received an answer to her question, she added, then why are you here and not resting? To which Andreas replied, I need to attend enough classes to graduate. The next moment when the teacher entered the classroom, Andreas mentally said last night, no one should see the giant scar on my neck. Remembering what exactly happened last night after meeting Angela, Andreas mentally added that she said something about a destined partner and a certain smell that she was talking about. As he watched the teacher approach the lectern, he added in his mind, she just suddenly bit me. I'm wearing too much. It's getting hot in here. Taking his place in the middle of the classroom in front of the students, the professor asked everyone to answer yes and said, well, let's start the lecture. The next moment, the professor looked up and saw Henrias, who was heavily dressed, and immediately recalled the news of his participation in the creation of the new potion. Then, focusing all his attention on the boy, the professor said, Andreas Cromwell, why are you wearing so many clothes and you are sick? Hearing the teacher's question, the boy coughed and said, I caught a cold. Upon learning that his student was sick, the teacher said, you must be tired from studying potions. I have already marked you as present. You can go to class. I'm smart. And he said, thank you very much. As soon as Andreas got up from his seat and was about to leave, the professor suddenly said something that was a little offensive to me. Drawing the student's attention to him, Wobman added, you asked me, a professor of medical herbalism, for advice, and were probably too busy to remember my name. Hearing the professor's remark, Andreas thought to himself, what he just said, you didn't invest anything, and you want to be rewarded. Immediately after his thoughts, Andreas raised his hand slightly and said, I am very grateful for your advice, teacher, especially for the one about onpiece and matarata root. Hearing what Andreas had just mentioned to rebuke Professor Lucius, I was shocked to think that he was entering into a confrontation. The next moment when Andreas added, you said that if I added them, I would make soup instead of potions. But as you can see, this soup was just incredible. The professor could barely contain his anger. After controlling his emotions a little, Wobman said to the student who was leaving the classroom, you are mistaken about what you heard, because I am not feeling well. I will leave. Outraged that the student continued to lower his reputation, the professor angrily shouted after his student, Andreas Cromwell. Grabbing the doorknob of the front door and pausing for a moment, he thought, everyone used to make fun of me, but now that I've achieved something, you're all playing nice. As he opened the door and was about to leave the classroom, Andreas mentally added, just shut up and kiss my shoes. I can just go to another class if I need the points. Not wanting to put up with this course of action, Professor Wobman shouted again, how long are you going to ignore me? Followed by Professor. Turning his head to the audience and seeing who was speaking to him, Wobman exclaimed that it was Lucia Everlast. Rising from her seat to speak her mind, the girl said, I also took part in the creation of the potion, I can explain. And hearing this, Andreas said, what the hell are you doing? Hearing the request from the student of his class, the professor said, yes, please, and then said, we learned the basics of potion making in this class, and then we put them into practice. The next moment, with a sly smile, the girl added in a sarcastic tone, our conclusion that conducting your own research without anyone's help means much more. Expressing her opinion on the conflict, the girl asked if this was our duty as mages, and the professor replied that it was. Seeing the professor's reaction to his friend's statement, Andreas mentally said Lucius overwhelmed Wobman. Seeing that the professor was confused by the situation, Lucia added, we'll ask your advice next time if you're not too busy with your research. Realizing that he was wrong in this situation, the professor exclaimed, you can always ask me for advice, and then waved to Andreas and said, take care and have a good trip. Seeing how the girl winked at him goodbye, Andreas mentally said to Lucia, you de-escalated the situation incredibly. I still don't know why, but thank you anyway. Somewhere in the Duke's mansion, a report on potential candidates for recruitment was heard. First, I am reporting on the students already enrolled in Rodlin Academy. After hearing the report from his subject, Wu Ungo's officer, Aura Master Duke Klaus Sinclair, took the papers with the information about the students. Looking through the information collected by his subjects, the man smiled slyly and asked, so the daughter of the Everlast Company has created a new type of potion, and they are bringing it to market. The secretary answered the question from her boss and said that was correct. They called it the Everlast Potion and now monopolize sales. After hearing the report from the secretary, Duke Klosh asked for a sample, and the subject confidently said, of course, sir. Having received a small jar of potion in his hands, the Duke said that if she created this as a freshman, he was sure that many would try to recruit her after graduation. And isn't that too little? Hearing the question from her superior, the secretary said that's why we need to contact her now. While Klosh tipped the bottle and drank the potion and said, yes, and check if there are others who have their eyes on her. A few seconds after drinking the potion, the secretary adjusted her glasses and asked what you think. Feeling the good effect of the potion, Duke Klosh clenched his hand into a fist and said, it's amazing. It's several times more effective than anything currently on the market and has no side effects. If they can bring it to market, it will revolutionize the market. The secretary promised, however, there is something else you should pay attention to. According to the report, the potion was co-created by the head of the company. Looking at the information about the co-author on the tablet, the Duke said, "It's interesting that the son of Cain Cromwell had a talent for potion making from the very beginning." Hearing the question from her boss, the secretary said it didn't seem so, and there were rumors that he had simply taken advantage of her. Receiving the question, the secretary replied, "No," and since neither house had any notable relationship with the other, before she could finish, the Duke stretched and said it was worth investigating if it turned out to be a talent, then add him to the recruitment list. Hearing her superior's instruction, the secretary took the to-do list and added one more item to it, saying, "I understand." Somewhere in the mansion, a man heard that a butler had just approached him and asked how the year-end awards ceremony was going. Having received the question from his master, the subject said everything was exactly according to plan. "Your Highness, the Cromwell family will be demoted." Hearing the report from his subject, the ruler smiled slyly and said, "Andreas Cromwell is looking forward to seeing how different you are from your father." At the same time, Andreas was practicing in his room and mentally said 9,999. After making the last swing of the stick and saying 9,000 in his head, the guy fell off his feet from the stoma. The next moment, reaching for the table where the recovery potions were, Andreas mentally said, "Without them, this would not have been possible." Running the potions through his mind, he thought, "The regeneration potion will increase the speed of my muscle recovery, while the healing potion will rid me of the stoma, and by adding the physical enhancement potion, I have effectively created a system for endless training." Picking up 2 vials of potions, the guy said it was a risk, but evolution was the right decision. Recalling the system notifications with evolution requests, Andreas mentally said, "At first I was very worried about it, but after a while I decided to improve them, since the risk was quite low, and the result was so impressive that I felt like an idiot for even bothering." After receiving the notification of the successful creation of the potion, the guy mentally said, "Now I can create more potions." The honor of success has also increased significantly. As he continued to think about his current situation, he thought to himself, "As long as things continue to go as they are, as long as I continue to do my best, I will be able to grow successfully." Sitting on the ground, Andreas concluded his thoughts by thinking that if I can find a good body and a couple of items, I won't have to worry about my battle power, and as long as Karen is missing somewhere, I can't sell him a page of idleness. Recalling the note on his door that said Karen Dupren Andreas had left on urgent business, he mentally said he was in such a bad mood that he'd left on a trip, and didn't even tell his student why he was so petty. The next moment, he started to wipe his head with a towel after training and said, "I don't have any other connections. I have a medical herbalism class in the morning, so I should stop worrying and go to bed." The next morning, when Andreas arrived at the classroom, he found a note that said, "Due to the above, today's class will be held outside, as you have been informed in your Wobman tablets." Seeing that their lesson was being moved to another location, Andreas thought angrily, "Shit, that bastard Wobman knows I don't have a tablet and is using it against me." Immediately after, he rushed outside to the place of the lesson and added in his head what he thought he was doing to the students. After a while, when he arrived at the garden of Rodalena Academy, Andreas saw the actions of the students and thought that, why is everyone in such a hurry? Why does it look like an exam? At the same moment, the teacher's voice came from behind him and said, "You are late, Andreas Cromwell." Adjusting his glasses after the remark, the professor added, "It seems you were so busy with your own research that you didn't even see the notification," to which Andreas mentally replied, how childish a person could be. Noticing her friend not far from the teacher, Lutia grabbed him by the cloak and said, "Let's go, I'll explain everything to you." Arriving at the workplace and showing her tablet with the news, the girl said, "Just buy a tablet, you have the money now, but seriously, how long will I keep showing you mine?" Seeing an article in the news about the teacher Wobman and his discovery, Andreas thought, so he invented the awakening potion and he came up with the idea to make an exam out of analyzing this potion. As he began to prepare for the exam, he mentally said that he felt an urgent need to exercise. Seeing his students' preparations, the professor mockingly said, "For someone of your level, understanding the ingredients and proportions is probably easy, isn't it?" After receiving a question from the professor who tried to reproach him in every possible way, Andreas thought, "You really are a hard-headed asshole." The next moment, the professor said, "Today I will finally show you who you really are," and at the same time thought, "There is no shame in this. You have a bright future ahead of you." And then heard the professor say, "You have confused your words with your intentions." Again receiving a remark from his student, the professor indignantly thought someone who took advantage of Miss Everlast, the eastern star of the world of potions. "You are nothing but a lousy student." 4 hours later, the professor looked at the exam results and Andreas was in second place after Lutia. Seeing the shock on the teacher's face, the supervisor remarked that there had been no cheating during the exam. Hearing the confirmation of the honesty of the results, the other students began to talk, saying that Andreas really has a talent for potions. "I can't believe I lost to someone like Andreas." When Lucia saw the results of the exam, she exclaimed, "Well done, Seaweed Head," and I replied, "I'm not a Seaweed Head. My name is Andreas." The next moment, a student appeared in the crowd and hurried to the teacher and exclaimed, "Professor Wobman, why did you do this to me?" Turning his attention to the boy who was heading to the teacher, Andreas heard why you passed off the potion I created as your own, and thought why. Putting his hand to his chest, the student exclaimed, "How could you do this to me? You of all people know how much effort I put into it." Seeing what was happening in the garden of the academy, the students began to echo each other, and senior student Harolf was not mistaken in not expecting the teacher to do this. Also hearing the charges against the professor, Andreas asked, "What do you think about it?" To which Lucia replied, "If we're talking about Professor Wobman, I think he did it." After receiving the answer from the girl, Andreas headed to the scene of the conflict and said, "I think so too." After which Lucia exclaimed, "Wait, where are you going?" Outraged that the boy ignored her and kept walking, Lucia thought to herself, "I was saving him yesterday, but I won't worry about it from now on. Stupid, stubborn algae." Approaching the scene of the conflict, Andreas said, "Professor, I have a question about the ingredients used in the potion." To which Womban exclaimed, "Don't you see that this is not the right time?" Hearing that the professor refused to listen to him now, Andreas said, "But that's not the case. If it's your work, you can prove it right here." Feeling nervous after his student's remark, the professor gritted his teeth and thought, "What a fucking asshole." Hearing what Andreas had just said, the senior student Harolf looked back and said unhappily to the 200 that he had created it. "You are talking about the expertise in the magic tower." Trying to get the professor to come clean, Andreas said, "If you really created the potion, you can easily explain why you used those ingredients. Or maybe you're not confident enough." Having received the question from his student, the professor adjusted his glasses and exclaimed tensely, "Not confident enough," saying, "What nerve I have to be a professor at the prestigious Rodlin Academy." When he heard that the professor had fallen for his provocation, Andreas said, "Well, then answer the following questions. Why did you replace apricot kernel resin with cytamine petals?" Hearing the first question from his student, Professor Wobman flinched and thought, "Oh shit, I was so distracted by the presentation that I forgot to clarify this point." Turning his gaze to the teacher, the senior student Harolf asked why you didn't answer, and then added that the use of petals reduces the price. If you were creating a potion, you would know about it. Under pressure from the student, the professor exclaimed that, "What do you think you are doing? Only the magic tower has the right to conduct an examination." After some time of interrogation, Andreas asked the last question why he should use more expensive Yuli beetles instead of paprika powder, but there was only silence in response. Hearing the noise of the students around him who were talking about why the professor was not answering, Wobman swallowed hard with nervousness. When he heard that he had indeed been kidnapped and thought of passing off his students' research as his own, Wobman felt despair begin to consume him. Finally, unable to withstand the chanting from the students, the professor exclaimed that it was because paprika powder has a hallucinogenic effect, which is why I used beetles, even though they are more expensive. Hearing the reason for replacing the ingredients in the potion, the senior student Gerolf said unhappily, "Professor, that's not why I didn't use the powder." Watching the process, Andreas heard that the powder is heated for a long period of time during the brewing process, which can lead to stomach pain in the consumer. Trying to somehow justify himself to the crowd of students, the professor waved his hand and exclaimed, "You're wrong. It's definitely because of the hallucinogenic effect." Hearing the professor's excuse, Harolf said, "By the way, I just remembered something. You did tell me about the side effects of the powder." Hearing that he had just buried himself even deeper, the professor, breaking out in a cold sweat, said, "But you didn't say it was a hallucinogen, so could you explain how you came to that answer?" When the students learned the truth about what the professor had done, they began to shout out to you that they were completely unfamiliar with the concept of scientific ethics. "I can't believe you would steal the achievements of your student, so resign now." Listening to the thief and fraudster being addressed to him, the professor broke down and shouted, "They are frauds here." Pointing his finger at Gerald and Andreas, who had brought him to light, the professor exclaimed, "You two set this up, didn't you? And I will present you both to the disciplinary committee." Hearing the students say, "Let's boycott the professor. You'll be punished for this," Andreas thought he had really hit rock bottom when a child throws a tantrum, and the only thing left to do is leave it to the adults. Immediately after his thoughts, Andreas said, "If you are so outraged, I can ask Sir Alwyn to make an appointment for you to explain everything to him." Wobman's mouth dropped open in shock. The next moment, taking out the Tower Master's card from his inner pocket, Andreas added that it was possible because he was sponsoring me. Seeing her friend's blatant cheating, Lucia was surprised to think that he was threatening to use the card issued for the purchase of materials to buy it. Seeing the professor just shaking in his seat, Andreas asked what was wrong. "Don't you want to explain everything?" Realizing the situation he was in, the professor cycled unhappily and recited Barthy in his head. At the same time, sitting nearby on a tree and watching the whole process, Bart Alvin mentally said to this Wobman, if he made such a fuss, he would have to pay for it. Immediately afterwards, the Tower Master smiled with displeasure and added, "But this kid is really into research. I wonder what kind of nerve he has to use my name." Leaving the garden of the academy where the professor had been brought to light, Bart mentally said he knew the theory and ingredients for the awakening potion. Heading in the eagle's wake back to the tower, Bart Alwyn mentally added perhaps he could discover a new cure by the end of the year. I look forward to hearing from Kane's son. After the controversial lecture in the garden, the group of students went to the Academy's dining hall for a snack. Watching Andreas eat Lucius thought he really invited me to eat with him, but to think that he was only in the Academy's dining room, and then heard you won't eat it very tasty. Hearing the question from the boy, Lucia grabbed a piece of meat from the plate and exclaimed, I will. The next moment, she threw the piece of meat into the air and grabbed her hand and exclaimed, Yo ya hot. Seeing the absurdity of Lucius's actions, Andreas took a piece of meat from his plate and said, This is how a wealthy lady does it. Moving the rib to the bowl with the sauce and starting to dip it, Andreas added, You grab the edge like this and then dip it in the sauce. When Lucia heard that she was being taught how to eat properly, she exclaimed, What does it matter that I'm rich? And then the guy held out a rib and said, Here. Seeing that they were even willing to feed her, she thought, it turns out that it might be quite nice to eat in the Academy's dining room. At the same time, Vivian noticed how Andreas was teaching Lucia how to eat properly and said to me as well, wondering what exactly the girl was talking about, Andreas asked what exactly she was talking about, and Vivian pointed to Lucia and said this. Realizing what the girl wanted, Andreas smiled gently and said, Here you go. After the meal, walking down the hall, Lucia said, By the way, when are you going to buy a tablet? If you had one, you would receive notifications of events like today's and not miss it. It's really useful. Having received the remark from his friend, Andreas looked away and said, But I'm saving up for it now. And then he heard that it was not that expensive. While Andreas and Lucia were talking, nothing is expensive for a rich girl like you, Vivian thought awkwardly. Mr. Fairy gave me meat. Immediately after this thought, the girl turned her head to Andreas and asked if he would like to take my reward as well, Mr. Fairy. Hearing Vivian's proposal, Andreas looked away and said, That's not necessary, by the way. Why do you call me Mr. Fairy? At the same time, Lucia was surprised to think that he was Mr. Fairy. When they reached the corner where Karen's office was located, Andreas pointed in his direction and said, I'll go. When Lucia heard that Andreas was leaving, she asked him in surprise, Haven't we just eaten? Well, I'll see you later. And he waved his hand and said, See you later, Vivian. Walking down the corridor, Andreas saw the image of Karen coming through the window. Recognizing that it was his mentor walking toward him, he thought to himself, Karen must have finally returned from his journey. Passing by the man, the boy said, I see you've returned from your trip, teacher, to which Karen replied, Come to the lab tomorrow at noon. Hearing the instruction from his mentor, Andreas looked back at Karen and said, I understand, and then thought, It's about time. Andreas visited a forge with a sign that said, We forge metal better than anyone else in the world. Pulling out a sword blade and tapping it with his finger, Andreas thought to himself, This is the kind of person who thinks that everything I have belongs to him, so I have no doubt that he will try to take my idleness page by force. So it would be better if I had a sword. Having finished thinking and checking the weapon, the guy said, Please, I'd like to get a stone for grinding as well. At one point in the forge, Andreas was heard, then the guy looked back and saw a familiar girl and said that Diane. Hugging the package with the sword she had just bought, the girl said in surprise, What are you doing at the blacksmith's? Bowing in front of the girl to greet her properly, Andreas said, I need a sword. To which Diane replied, A sword, but you're a mage. Having received the remark from the girl he had met by chance, Andreas looked at the box in her hands and said it would be useful to have one for self-defense. Noticing the boy's eyes on her, Diane said, This is a gift from my brother Ogre. Hearing the explanation, Andreas thought she was talking about Carlos Alven. Immersed in memories from the past where Diane exclaimed to them, Leave me alone, both of them. Andreas mentally said Carlos Alven, the eldest son of the Alven house. He went to become a warrior before we got along well. Continuing to recall this person from the game, Makoto mentally added to the beginning of the game itself. Carlos had already died, so he did not participate in the plot, if I'm not mistaken. He died in the events at the end of the year. Continuing to scroll through the game's plot in his head, Makoto mentally added that after Hazard escaped from Count Bullric's territory, he joined the Zephyro religious cult, the same cult that had organized the terrorist attack. After completing the recollection of what was to come, Andreas asked Carlos if he was also involved in the year-end events, to which Diane replied that he was. Hearing Andreas say that it would be great to meet again with just the three of them, Diane replied awkwardly that it would be. The next moment she remembered the last event where the students were talking about Andreas, the one with the green hair, who had been at practice since morning, and hadn't Andreas been getting good grades lately. Feeling very anxious, she thought, hearing everyone talking about him. I'm not sure if he's changed in any way. How can I ask him? Trying to tune into the right moment, the girl, attracting surprised looks, thought, Don't worry, just ask. The next moment, when she heard Andreas ask if there was something she wanted to tell me, she shouted no. Realizing that he no longer needed to be here, the guy said, Well, okay, I'll see you later. A few seconds after Andreas walked past her and headed for the exit, Diane said, I want to know why. But he had already left the forge. At the same time, Andreas was already walking down the street thinking about Carlos. I remembered that there was still a little time before the terrorist attack. After a while, when I arrived at the Academy's teachers department for a meeting, Karen said, I've been searching all over the continent for material of the same quality as Angela's, but I still haven't been able to find anything. Looking through the book at the same time, Karen added a volume. I plan to continue my search. My hopes are not too high, but I need material for the congregation this weekend. Hearing his mentor's message, Andreas bowed his head and mentally said, "This is where the game begins. If greed clouds his eyes and he asks me to give it to him, I win." The next moment, closing the book he was reading, Curran said, "We'll be busy in the near future, so get ready for that, teacher. I'd like to talk to you about something." Hearing his student's remark, Curran put down the book and looked at Andreas and said, "And what did I hear? I was able to get a part of the manuscript of the Apocalypse." After hearing what the disciple wanted to tell him, Herrick put the book on the table and said, "Don't talk nonsense. It is impossible for someone like you to get his hands on it." After receiving the remark, Andreas opened his spatial storage and put his hand into it and said, "I can't handle something like that." The next moment, he took out a page of slack and handed it to the teacher and added, "That's why I want you to take this." Seeing that his student was not joking, Karen swallowed hard and then put his hand out in front of him and said, "Let me keep it." Immediately after getting to his feet, the man added, "This is an item that many are looking for. Keeping it from me will only add to the problems. Take the page to the congregation so we can exchange it there." When he was refused the item, Andreas smiled slyly and thought, "I thought you would say that considering you are the kind of person who values his life more than anything else." Shoving his hands in his pockets after the conversation, Heron said, "Since we have to go to the congregation this weekend, clear your schedule and prepare for what you heard the teacher was going to do." After some time, the carriage with a couple of people set off for the eastern part of the city's forest detention area. As they headed for the congregation, Andreas thought to himself, "I have survived Karen, but now the problem is that there are many dangerous people in the congregation, and words will not work on them, so I will have to negotiate with all possible caution." The next moment, Andreas turned his gaze to his mentor and said, "I can exchange the page of idleness for items for my growth. I'll take whatever I can get for it." Then he bowed his head down and smiled imperceptibly, thinking Karen is absolutely sure that the page of idleness is already in his hands. But if it comes to a fight, he will use me as a shield. The next moment, there was a rumble inside the carriage, and somewhere outside, there was a very quiet noise. Stopping the horses, the man who came across the road headed for the carriage where Andreas and Karen were sitting. When he reached the carriage, the man threw his hand out the window and said, "You are going to the congregation, right? Do you mind if I come with you?" Turning his head to look at the men on their way and seeing who they had encountered, Andreas thought the same thing. A few minutes later, after going inside and sitting comfortably in the carriage with the others, the man sighed and said, "You helped me out, even though this trip is not so good." At the same time, continuing to look at the person who joined them, Andreas thought Salem Edidia is one of the top 10 best on the continent, even willing to deal with the forbidden for the sake of research, which is why he became known as the Devil in pursuit of truth. The next moment, looking down, the guy mentally added that if the information about the slacker page got out, the situation could turn very bad. At one point, noticing the scowl on Haran's face, Salem asked him what was wrong with his face, and he said that they were unhappy that I was going to the congregation. Receiving the question from the irritated man, Andreas said, "Well, you are not at all Mr. Salem." Hearing that Salem was fine, Adidia joyfully exclaimed, "Don't worry, I've been there several times." Seeing how quickly the mood of the man who had joined them on the trip changed, Andreas thought, "I knew he was crazy, but I didn't expect it to be this bad." The next moment, Salem stood up from his seat and leaned toward Andreas, saying, "By the way, boy, what's your name?" Hearing the request of the man who was walking with them, Karen turned his head to the student and said, "Introduce yourself. He is your elder, Salem Edidia." Receiving the instruction from his teacher, the boy said, "Andreas Cromwell." Hearing who was sitting in front of him, Salem exclaimed in amazement, "Oh, you have laid your hands on another Cromwell." Hearing the man's exclamations, Andreas turned his gaze to Karen and wondered what he was talking about. The way he said it suggested some kind of secret in the Cromwell family. Seeing the reaction of Andreas, who immediately looked at his teacher, Salem put his hand over his mouth and said, "I don't think the boy knows anything." The next moment, Salem stood up and leaned over to Andreas and added, "Well, then, let me give you a special piece of advice. Fight with all your might." After receiving the advice and the absolute silence that reigned in the carriage, Andreas thought, judging by his face, I should not ask what Karen was hiding from me. After a while, seeing an obstacle on the road through the eyes of his coachman, Corin said, "What do you want if you want to talk about something? Do it in person, Dragon." Hearing the remark from the man whose carriage he had just stopped, Dragon said, "I apologize for not seeing you for a long time, Haran Depren." Seeing that Salem had also gotten out of the carriage, Dragon was surprised to hear that you had come with Mr. Salem. And Salem said, "You can shut up, your breath stinks." Walking behind the others, Andreas mentally said to Dragon from the depths of his mind, he probably wanted to steal a page from the Book of Idleness, but he did not expect Salem to be with us. At one point, noticing a tall tree ahead with a light on it, Karan pointed in its direction and said, "Look over there." Pointing to the place where they should go, Karan added, "Sir Morsha has noticed that we have arrived and is showing us the way to the congregation," after which Salem asked why he had chosen a place so high up. The next moment, with a sly smile and a step forward, Salem added, "Just as I thought, it looks like greedy black magicians are sitting there." Hearing the devil's remark in pursuit of the truth, Dragan thought in confusion that you were completely idiotic to try to steal the manuscript in Salem's presence. As the man reached the plane and raised his staff above him, he said, "Well, let's see how many black mages there are here." The next moment, Salem struck the ground with his staff and released his magic, causing the magic cores of all the sorcerers to respond. After analyzing the situation after each opponent was detected, the man said, "Ah, so there are only 7 of you here." Immediately after these words, Salem Edidia smiled madly and exclaimed, "Well, no more hide-and-seek games." Feeling the danger that manifested itself in this situation, one of the attackers exclaimed, "Damn, we've been spotted, let's retreat." But before the attackers could react, Salem was already in front of them and began to cast his spell, saying, "Here you are." A few seconds later, a powerful explosion was heard not far from the congregation, which Salem caused. After a while, several dark wizards who had arrived at the meeting were sitting around a round table in the room, waiting for the other participants to arrive and drinking tea. At one point, the lock of the door to the room clicked and drew the attention of all present to the entrance. Opening the door and confidently stepping inside, Salem exclaimed, "How are you, Morsha? Long time no see." The next moment, Heron, who appeared behind Salem, bowed in front of the other participants and said, "I am glad to meet you, Morsha Jester." To which even you came, Salem. Hearing that the meeting participant was surprised, Salem joyfully exclaimed, "No need to be so rude, it's thanks to me that the laziness page is safe. Hey guy, open the bag." With Salem's instruction, Andreas untied the bag and dumped out the heads of all the attackers they had encountered, and then said, "Look at this." Seeing what had just happened, Morsha called for an emergency meeting, to which few showed up. And yet you organized it anyway. Hearing the Dark Mage's remarks, Andreas thought they were all mid-level and higher black mages who were quite difficult to deal with in the game, and he was able to deal with them all by simply releasing his magic. The next moment, he turned his gaze to the man and mentally added, "Salem Edidia is indeed a very serious power." After which Salem exclaimed that without me, you would not even be able to look at laziness. Having received a remark from the devil in pursuit of the truth, Morsha said, "In any case, enough of these trifles. Hurry up and show the page of idleness." Hearing the Dark Wizard's instruction, Andreas turned his gaze to Karen and saw him nodding. Realizing that he could get the page of idleness, Andreas began to pull it out, and at the same time Salem, standing behind him, thought this Andreas Cromwell was quite interesting. Moving to recent events, the man mentally added, he did not even flinch at the sight of that massacre. Continuing to think about the Salem boy, he added, he didn't hesitate when I told him to cut off their heads. Also recalling the moment of releasing his magical power and discovering the boy's unique skill, he mentally added that he had a dual essence like me. Having finished his thoughts about the features of Salem's boyfriend, Adidia decided to do something unusual while Andreas was getting the page. He began to sneak up behind him. As soon as he got close enough to the boy who was busy taking the page of idleness out of the storage, Salem blew into his neck. Feeling the chill that appeared on his neck, Andreas immediately grabbed his arm around his neck and looked around and exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing?" And then heard the boy say, "I like you." And Andreas wondered if Salem was gay in the game. Also indignant at the behavior of one of the participants, Jester exclaimed, "What do you think you're doing, Salem?" The next moment, Morsha joined the conversation and said, "Let's stop joking." Hearing the remarks of the other members of the congregation, Salem said to the boy, "I will definitely help you someday. Just this once. Consider it a favor since I have some connections with the Cromwell family." Immediately after these thoughts, recalling the characteristics of the person, Andreas mentally said Salem is a person who never breaks his promises in the game. There were many times when he kept his promise no matter what. Remembering the principles of the devil in the pursuit of truth, Andreas thought, if I have his support, shouldn't I change my plans a little? And then Nickel appeared. Seeing the dead man who had endured centuries of idleness, Morsha said it was indeed true proper idleness without any doubt. Looking at Nickel, who was holding the pages, Salem asked you entrusted the manuscript to the skeleton, to which he heard yes at the same moment Karen thought when Andreas called. Continuing to look at the skeleton holding the pages of one of the 7 deadly sins, Salem said, he must be pretty strong. At the same moment, noticing the eyes of all the members of the congregation on him, Andreas mentally said, calm down. It's not worth taking any chances with these monsters. Continuing to stand next to Nickel in front of the dark magicians, Andreas mentally added, I must not hesitate even for a moment. Sensing the intentions of the dark wizards, Andreas immediately ordered his subject to return to the vault through a telepathic connection. While Nickel was returning to the vault, Andreas drew his sword and prepared to act. But what happened the next moment was not expected by anyone at all. Grabbing the sword with both hands, Andreas drove the sword into his chest. Surprised by what he had just done, Jester asked what he was doing, the disciple of Karen. Continuing to hold the sword in his chest, Andreas said, I am the one who found the page of idleness, which is why I want my efforts to be appreciated. Hearing exactly what the guy threatening them was trying to achieve, Jester said, "You've gone completely mad with greed." The next moment, Andreas felt the vines of one of the dark wizards reaching for his body, and then he shuddered. Lowering his head down, he added, "The page is in my vault as well as my skeleton, so if I die, you will never get your hands on the manuscript." The next moment, turning his gaze to the devil in pursuit of the truth, Andreas said, "Solemn, you said you would help me one day, right? The time has come." Barely able to stand on his feet from the wound he had inflicted on himself, Andreas added with difficulty, "Hurry up, I don't have much time." Hearing the words of the man who had done such a thing, Salem asked in surprise, "Are you acting too recklessly just because of what I said? And if I had deceived you, what would you have done?" Receiving the question from the man, Andreas said with difficulty, "I would do everything I could, even if it meant that I would die." After answering the man's question, Andreas said in his mind that in order to survive in this crazy world, I am ready to go crazy myself. Hearing the seriousness of the guy who had just fallen to the ground, Salem said, "You're really a funny guy. I told you to resist, but I didn't expect you to go that far." The next moment, unleashing his strength and preparing for battle, the man used his ancient snake spear technique. When all the preparations were completed, Salem smiled madly and said, "If you insist so much, I have no choice but to finish them all." Holding his staff in his hands, Salem said, "From now on, anyone who tries to touch Cromwell will be destroyed." Hearing the threat from the man, one of the dark wizards who was at the meeting joyfully exclaimed, "We will not touch him." Having received a promise from the girl, Salem said in a stern tone, "And if anyone dares to doubt this later, I will find him and finish him off myself." After listening to all the threats that came out of the man's mouth, Jester asked, "Are you really going to fight us for this child? Are you serious?" Having received the question from one of the participants of the meeting of dark wizards, Salem smiled happily and said, "Well, you know me, I wouldn't lie about it." Also listening to the conversation between the two wizards, Morshe put his hand to his face and said with a heavy sigh, "You're making fun of us, Salem." Hearing Morshe's remarks, Salem immediately became angry at the remarks and said to all of you that I would have to repeat my words. Realizing that the situation was not getting any better, Jester analyzed the situation and said, "This is unavoidable, so what do you want, student of Karen?" Finally, after waiting for the right moment, Andreas used the regeneration potion and said, "Thank you for your patience." As soon as the boy was back to normal, Jester repeated, "Tell us what you want." Having been given permission to choose whatever he wanted, Andreas wiped the blood from his face and said, "Could you tell me what I can get for it?" Hearing the boy's question, Jester took out a scroll with a list of available materials and said, "What a stupid thing to say. You don't even know what you want. Take 5 items from this list and choose wisely. As I remember, there were bodies in this list as well." Starting to look through the list of things he could take, Andreas mentally said that bodies are a congregation, so they should have good bodies. When he found the names of 2 of the bodies they had on the list, he was surprised to see that they were the former fairy queen Milena and the tiger king Timur. They were first-class material, and I should have them. Hearing what their friend had just told the boy, one of the gathered mages said, "Jester, these bodies have already been sold to Morn. If you give them to him, Morn will be furious." Hearing who the bodies had been sold to, Andreas thought to himself, "Morn," they said, "they were bought by a leading figure in necromancy, and if I cross him, my business will be much more difficult, and I will have to give in." At the same moment, somewhere behind me, I heard a voice saying, "I don't mind, you can have them." And Salem said, "That's a lot of generosity." Recognizing the voice of the leading necromancer, all the dark wizards looked in the direction of the voice and saw a fly and exclaimed that Morn was the master. Hearing that Morn himself had given the boy permission to take Karen's bodies, Andreas exclaimed that he still had no way to handle these bodies. Having attracted everyone's attention, Morn, communicating through the fly, added that I did not mind Karen. "Hey, you have the bodies in my spatial bag. Take the whole bag." After Morn's instructions, Salem added with a smile, "You deserve it, kid." Then Andreas thought, I have no idea why Morn is so generous, but I can't miss this opportunity. Immediately after thinking about it, Andreas bowed before the leading necromancer and said, "I thank you for your generosity, sir. Then I will choose the rest of the items, including these bodies." Feeling very nervous and dissatisfied with the situation, Karen mentally said that he should bring the page of idleness himself. After a while, he placed the Moon's Blessing Fairy Tears Blue Canangala flowers, Yoban Root Kedanon gemstone, the body of the Fairy Queen, and the body of Timur on the table. Andreas said, "I will take this." Looking at the objects that Andreas had chosen, Salem said, "Boy, there are much more valuable things there. You surely need this." To which he replied, "These things are very valuable to me." Packing the items into the spatial bag, Andreas thought to himself, I can make a total of 4 potions with it, but they cost several hundred million liberties. And I also picked out the ingredients for Lucius's medicine. When the boy finished putting all the things he had chosen into the bag, Jesse said, "Now pass the idleness page." Hearing the instruction from one of the dark wizards, Andreas opened his spatial storage and said, "Of course." Seeing that the boy handed him the promised item, Jester used his magic to pull it into his hands. At the same moment, Salem looked out from behind the boy and said, "Get ready to run away." As soon as the page of idleness was in Jester's hands, Salem grabbed the boy by the collar and immediately left the meeting place. with a laughing sound following them. Hearing Salam's loud laughter, Andreas looked back and asked if they were planning to get rid of me as soon as I gave them the slacker page. And he was right. The next moment he looked back at the boy he was rescuing from the gathering of dark wizards. Salem asked, "Promise is a promise. I will get you to the safe place you want me to take you." Receiving the question from his rescuer, Andreas said, "I would like to return to the academy. Please take me to the nearest train station." Continuing to fly in the sky, Salem asked Rodlin's academy, which he heard, and then he added, "Bart knows you are a dark wizard." Having received the question from his rescuer, Andreas was surprised to ask that if he had known about it, would I still be alive today? In response to Andreas's question, Salem replied that fate is a pretty interesting thing, isn't it? Continuing to drive to the academy, Salem added that you will understand when the time comes, what you heard, and what you are talking about. Again, receiving a question from his passenger, Salem smiled and said, "As I said on the way here, just keep resisting, that's all. If you can survive, then you will understand who you are." After a while, when he arrived at his dormitory and pulled out the bodies of the Fairy Queen and the Tiger King, Andreas said, catching his breath, thinking that only something so big could fit in that subspace bag, it was quite convenient. The next moment, using his spatial magic, Andreas said, "I had no choice but to summon Nickel as a skeleton. But for these two, it would be better to raise my necromancy skills and summon them as high levels." Placing the bodies of the two powerful creatures in his vault, the guy said, "I'll keep them there for now." The next moment, he turned his gaze to the last item he had received and said, "And now what about the book?" Picking it up and receiving the notification, Morn's Grimoire, a high-level skill book written personally by Morn, Andreas thought a gift from Morn. He opened the book and began to look through its contents and thought, "It contains a lot of knowledge that I couldn't find in Karen's library. If I read it, I can turn those bodies into high-level summons." The next moment, hearing the sound of another notification that had just appeared, Andreas said something else. Turning his head back to Nickel and seeing the notification skeleton soldier, "Legendary evolution chance 100%. There are 66 possible evolution options. Do you want to start the evolution process?" Andreas thought, "I wondered when I would be able to improve it, and it looks like the time has finally come." Recalling the time Nickel had the idleness page, he mentally recited the fact that the status window appeared immediately after I gave the idleness page to him. It seems that the manuscript somehow influences the evolution. Reaching out to confirm the actions, Andreas mentally said to himself, "The worry won't give me answers, so there's no point in even thinking about it. And it's 100% true, so let's start with it." Having started the evolution process and not seeing any effects, the guy thought, "It doesn't look like he was suffering like a vampire. Maybe it's because he's dead." The next moment, hearing someone knocking on his door, Andreas opened the spatial storage for Nickel's transference and shouted out to the door. Hearing that the boy was in his room, Lucia called out to Andreas, "Do you have a minute?" Recognizing the voice, the boy was surprised to hear that it was Lucia. At the same time, somewhere in the office of the leading necromancer, looking through the book, Salem said to Grandpa Morn, "I can ask you about something I heard." Sipping his tea, the elderly man heard that the reason you gave me the information about the sloth was because you needed someone to protect Andreas. I'm right. Hearing only silence in response, Salem suddenly laughed and exclaimed, "You take such good care of Cain and even his son." Sitting across from him and hearing no weight, he was imposed on you by the Empire, wasn't he? And it was hard to teach him, because he had no talent. Morn said Salem. Interrupting his guest's exclamations, the elderly man asked if he knew the origins of necromancy, and was surprised by the unexpected question. Then, beginning to recall the years of his youth, Morn said necromancy is the pursuit of immortality. Recalling the sad fate that befell his beloved, Morn added that necromancy is the pursuit of immortality for those you love. Continuing his story about necromancy, Morn added that it is the creation of an obsession to keep your loved ones with you forever. And then he heard that these were old man's tales, to which he replied perhaps. The next moment, throwing the book on the table, Salem asked, "Aren't you just as wise? You should know what I'm talking about." And Morn said, "I'll leave it to my imagination." Salem continued his dialogue with Morn and said, "It seems that you have gained another connection to the Cromwell family besides Cain, and even if I forced you to tell me, you would not. So I give up." Hearing his interlocutor's remark, Morn asked, "What about that boy? I was wondering what you thought of him." When Salem received the question from his grandfather, he exclaimed indignantly, "I know you saw everything. You used that zombie bug to spy on me." The next moment, Salem calmed down a bit and smiled slyly and added, "Anyway, I'll tell you this. This guy is going to be the craziest person in this world. Even crazier than me, and I'm looking forward to it." After a while, seeing the guest in front of him, the man stuck out his hand and said, "I am William Everlast Hollington." Hearing the man's name, the boy extended his hand in response and said, "Andius Cromwell?" After which his father added, "Come in and sit down over there." Taking a seat at the table, William said, "I'm sorry you had to come all this way just for the initial split of the potion profits. I just wanted to speak to you in person." Continuing the dialogue with the boy, the man added happily, "Since we will be working together from now on, and you have become a close friend of Lucia." Hearing the words of the girl's father, Andreas bowed his head and said, "I also wanted to meet you, and I am grateful for all the help your daughter has given me, and for giving me such a good deal." After the boy's remark, William opened the envelope and took out the papers and said, "You are the manufacturer. Of course you are entitled to at least this." And then Lucia added, "You should be grateful. I made sure you would have such a good deal." Immediately after his daughter's words, the man handed Henrius the contract and said, "Here, you can look it over." Taking the cooperation agreement in his hands and considering all its details, Andreas mentally said, "So I will get 60% of the profit, and each one is worth 3 million liberties. That is, I get the total." Shocked at the amount of money he would be getting, Andreas thought in confusion, more than 1 in 8 billion? No wait, more than 1,000 were sold in just 1 month. Looking at the shocked expression on the guy's face who was looking at the contract, William said, "They're going like hotcakes. I'm sure the next amount you get will be much bigger." After telling the boy some more details, the man said, "Well, enough about the details. Let's have dinner for the first time. Lucia has brought a friend, so I look forward to hearing your stories." Looking up at Lucia's father, Andreas heard him add happily that it was a boy. After 1 month, thanks to word of mouth, the Everlast potion has become very popular, not only for competitions but also among the high society. And in order to increase production, the trading company has decided to expand its supplier lists and production building. While riding the train and looking at the sales report, Andreas mentally said, "I never would have thought that they would sell more than 2,000 units in 1 month. If I had known that this would happen, I would have bought the tablet earlier." Continuing to think about the business, Andreas added, "I honestly didn't think I could make that much money with just one potion." Also remembering the privileges it brought him, Andreas mentally said, "Thanks to its popularity, I also received more support from the nobility." Looking out of the window and looking at his reflection in it, the boy mentally said, "And now I have 6 billion freedoms." The next moment, remembering his family estate, Andreas thought the Cromwell estate is worth 3.5 billion, including VAT. Immediately after turning his gaze to the bag, he thought, "Even if I buy it back, I'll still have quite a bit of money left over." Subsequently, hearing the next stop is the National Cemetery. Right now we are arriving at Hartfell Station exit to the right side. Andreas took the bag and leaving the carriage thought, "But first I have to return the ring seal." As he approached the house where Paimon lived, Andreas noticed another person at the entrance and thought to himself, "Who is that next to him?" Seeing that Andreas Paimon had arrived, he pointed to the house and said, "Welcome, let's go inside and have some tea," and then heard who it was. Looking at the man in the mask, Paimon said, "And this guy, I invited him as a guarantor. I thought it was necessary to avoid problems in the future." The next moment, the Undertaker, herding everyone inside his house, added, "Let's go inside first." Sitting down at the negotiation table, Andreas looked at the person standing in front of him and thought, "A surety with a sword hiding his face? What a blatant lie." Starting to recall the plot of the game to find out some details, Makoto mentally said, "I know that Paimon has been practicing necromancy here for a long time, but in the game he is no stronger than Charon, a small bipod." Continuing his thoughts, Andreas remembered his subject and thought, "He's no match for me now. And Nickel can also use aura, so unless you fight someone with the level of an aura master, you can't beat him." Looking at the masked guy again, Andreas mentally said, "The only problem is how strong the masked guy is. Maybe I should have released the energy in my Dantian. I thought it would be easy to hold it right before this event, but now I'm not sure." At one point, handing the guy a cup of Paimon's drink, he said, "Please, I ordered this tea from a friend from the congregation, who is quite good." Turning his gaze to the tea that was handed to him, Andreas said, "I'd rather talk about the ring and the seal than the tea, if you don't mind." Hearing the remark from the boy, Paimon said in shock, "You are so impatient." Continuing to get down to business, Andreas said, "The corpses I bought from you were mediocre, but if you were so kind, I'll give you 5 million freedoms in exchange." When Paimon heard the price he was offered, he said, "Well, look at you. You've gotten so big, and I didn't notice." "Interesting, Andreas, and generous as you are, you're still a count, yes." The next moment, with a sly smile, the man added, "But it's a bit rude, isn't it? Silence is not so cheap." Hearing the Undertaker's remark, Andreas asked unhappily, "So you're saying I should add something?" And then thought, as is typical of a thief. Trying to set the terms of the deal, Paimon pointed his finger at Andreas's bag and said, "Don't worry. I plan to exchange the ring for everything you got at the congregation." Concentrating his gaze on the bag next to the guest, Paimon added, "I heard you took a lot of stuff. All you need to do is give some of it to me." The Undertaker smiled slyly after putting forward his conditions and added, "Well, it's a good deal for you, right?" Hearing the conditions that Paimon had just put forward, Andreas took a sip of tea and said, "Well, thank you for the offer." The next moment, putting the cup of tea on the table, he added, "Let me contribute 5 million liberties to enlightenment. Nothing more." Being very angry at the refusal, Paimon exclaimed, "Hey, bastard, it doesn't look like you understand what I'm talking about." After the man's angry exclamation, Andreas kept his cool and said, "I understand you perfectly. I know you weren't going to make a fair deal from the beginning." Hearing that the boy was unwilling to accept the Undertaker's terms, the masked man began to draw his sword and said, "Paimon, I think we're done here." Realizing that the conversation was becoming more tense, Andreas called out to Nicole and said, "Of course, I'm a little tired of this charade game." Seeing the shock on Paimon's face, Andreas asked him one question. By the way, do you really think you can beat me? Realizing that things were going badly, the Undertaker shouted to his bodyguard, I'll pay you more than the promised amount. Cut this little shit right now. Having received the promise from the customer, the mercenary noticed that Nickel was already behind Paimon, who was shouting and taking everything he had and preparing to take off his head. Reacting quickly, the mercenary blocked the skeleton's attack and thus saved his client's life. At the same time, Andreas continued to sit at the table and watch everything that was happening in front of him. Looking up at the game where the cloak was flying overhead, Andreas saw the shells and mentally said, Velcro bombs, I use them a lot in the game. Easily dealing with the bombs and turning his attention to the battle again, the guy thought he not only stopped Nickel, but also took the time to me. This is no ordinary person. In the middle of a fierce battle, Nickel noticed a good moment and grabbed his opponent's leg and knocked him down. While the enemy lost his balance and was falling down, Nickel instantly filled his weapon with aura to gain an advantage. Seeing what had just happened on the battlefield, Andreas was surprised to think that Nickel had filled his sword with aura. Continuing to observe the changes in his subject, the boy mentally added, after evolving and becoming a Dantian, it is not surprising that Nickel can use aura, but the next moment, turning his gaze to the mercenary who was opposing them, Andreas thought to himself, his enemy is really that strong. Who is he? In an instant, the mercenary disappeared from Andreas' sight and again started a fierce fight against Nickel. Having inflicted a few minor cuts on his opponent, Nickel jumped up and flew at the mercenary, keeping the initiative. At the same moment, seeing a great opportunity to attack, the mercenary lunged and pierced the skeleton's head. At least he saw it that way. The next moment, Nickel turned into a ghost form and easily got out of his opponent's attack. As soon as the enemy's attack was negated, Nickel returned his knee to its normal physical form and punched the enemy in the jaw. As a result of this blow, the mercenary flew through the window into the street, simultaneously breaking the table where they had been negotiating until recently. Looking outside after the mercenary who had just flown out the window, Andreas and Nickel saw Paimon catch the masked man and say, What are you doing, Dan? Continuing to use his dark magic, the Undertaker added, If you want to get paid, you'd better start trying harder. Seeing what exactly happened after the fight moved to the street, Andreas thought, The bastard summoned the dead while I was distracted. At the same moment, having completed the analysis of the skill used by Nickel Paimon, he exclaimed that it must have been a phantom, that's what it was. As he continued to summon his army of undead, the Undertaker added, Looks like you got a great body at the congregation, but let's see how long you last against my best. The next moment, when the dead began to crawl out of the ground, Paimon added, Don't forget that you're standing in a cemetery. Assessing the situation and realizing how complicated it was, Andreas thought, We're surrounded, Nickel. Let's split up for now and stab Paimon in the back when we have a good opportunity. Having given the order to his subject to split up, Andreas jumped out the side window and found himself on the battlefield. As soon as he left the house, the dead began to follow him with the intention of finishing him off. Seeing the danger approaching him, Andreas used his Earth Shield skill and repelled the first wave. However, this was only the beginning. Having closed one side of the enemies from which they were coming, Andreas saw that they started moving from the other side. Then, thinking that there was no end in sight, Andreas used his stone spear skill and destroyed several more undead. As he continued to fight the undead, he pulled out his sword and began to demonstrate his swordsmanship. At the same time, standing behind and watching all these events, Paimon thought what a useless specimen this was. Just one child. As soon as he said this, he heard a clash of swords behind him, and looked back to see Dan, who stopped another of Nickel's swings and shouted, Damn skeleton! As Nickel struggled in the clash, he felt a sticky bomb appear in his body, followed by a loud explosion. Meanwhile, while continuing to fight against the endless enemies, Andreas thought, Shit, I don't have time to drink the recovery potion. Hanging on with his last strength in the battle against the skeletons, the guy mentally added at this rate things could end very badly to Nickel. My body is going numb. At the moment when Andreas was mentally saying as if every muscle in my body was being torn apart, one of the dead spat acid at him. Seeing that his cloak was being eaten away by the saliva of one of the dead, the boy mentally said until Nickel returns. Quickly eliminating the dead man who posed a greater threat, Andreas mentally added, I'll see if I can hold out. As soon as he had dealt with one dead man, another giant skeleton loomed over him, an axe in hand, ready to strike. Managing to block a direct blow from the enemy, Andreas slipped backward from the strength of the skeleton. As soon as the enemy stopped pressing with the axe and Andreas relaxed for a moment, the dead man quickly approached him and hit him in the forehead. Falling to the ground and being punched in the face, Andreas thought to himself, I can't believe I'm going to die here at the hands of a miserable skeleton knight. The next moment, remembering his younger sister with whom they had not said goodbye on the best of terms, Andreas thought to himself, if I die here, what will happen to Emmy? Then, remembering two other girls who were quite close to him, he added, What about Lucia and Vivian's illness? I finally have a reason to live. I can't die like this. At the same moment, Andreas received a notification that said that due to long training and fierce battle, the Dantian's aura had been activated and could be used in connection with the dual essence trait. and both mana and aura could be used simultaneously. Seeing that he had a chance to survive, Andreas picked up his sword from the ground and swung it at the enemy, thinking, I'm going back to where I belong. Having gained new strength and headed in search of Nickel, Andreas heard help nearby, then looked up and saw Paimon with a sword to his throat. Approaching the man who was begging for help, Andreas asked where my ring was. Hearing the boy's voice, the Undertaker looked back and exclaimed in confusion, Let's first remove the sword and then we'll talk. Think about it. Paimon added, Now that one of them is dead, you can negotiate a better deal. Hearing Paimon's suggestion, Andreas looked to the side and thought, considering what is about to happen now, I should probably make better use of this guy's sword. Seeing that Andreas had just picked up his mercenary sword, Paimon screamed out in fright, Hey, where's the ring? Trying to negotiate with the guy who was heading toward him, Paimon exclaimed, Wait a minute, don't rush. However, Andreas was not going to waste much time talking to the Undertaker, and to speed up the process, he cut off his hand. After demonstrating his seriousness, the man said, I don't want to discuss this with you any longer than necessary. To which Paimon replied, I don't want to talk about it any longer than necessary, and then looked in the bottom drawer of the dresser at home. As soon as Paimon told him where the ring was, he immediately turned blue and fell to the ground without any signs of life. Surprised by what had just happened and looking at the sword, Andreas mentally said, I was going to get rid of it in the end, so it's poisoned, right? The next moment, turning his gaze to the mercenary's body, Andreas mentally said to the skilled swordsman with the poisoned blade, Who is he? Immediately after, remembering Paimon saying what you do is Dan, Andreas mentally said that Dan is Bloody Dan. As he realized who they were dealing with, Andreas mentally said, If it is indeed him, then this mask is the one. The next moment, reaching for the mercenary's head and removing the mask, Andreas thought, Just as I thought, it has changed. Without hesitation, Andreas tried on the mask and felt his image begin to change rapidly. After checking the principle of operation of the Bloody Dan mask, Andreas mentally said that he even had a mask artifact that changed the accounting. After completing all the checks with the mask he received, the guy mentally said, Now I'm sure this is the same Bloody Dan who started the battle in the game. Starting to recall the plot of the game, Makoto mentally said, later in the game, he would be hired to kidnap the child of the barbarian leader of the North to provoke a large-scale battle between the North and the Empire. Standing among the pile of bodies at the end of the battle, Andreas mentally said, From the beginning, the battle would have taken over the entire continent and I would have been drawn into it, and it seems that I have unexpectedly escaped it. Continuing to reflect on what had happened, he added that a character like him would not have lived long and happily anyway. Thank you for the mask. I will put it to good use, Bloody Dan. After completing his thoughts, Andreas decided to finish his work and said to Nickel, Look for the ring and I'll clean up a bit. Sometime later, in the hospital of Alvin Street, lying on a hospital bed, Andreas was watching the news where it was written that black mages are among us. A nightmare at the National Cemetery. The necromancer Paimon fought with his mercenary over gold. Seeing the news, Andreas thought to himself, I don't think I'm going to be affected by all this, so we can move on to more important things. Having found his estate on a real estate website, Andreas purchased it for 2.5 billion liberties, including taxes. As soon as he made an important purchase and thought about how Emmy would react to it, someone closed his eyes and said, Guess who? Without hearing any options from Andreas, Lutia removed her hands and approached the patient and said, You're so boring, and was met with a hello. The next moment, putting a basket of fruit on the guy's hospital bed, Lucia added with dissatisfaction that what a poor reaction, and this is when your charming friend came to visit you. Hearing the girl's remark, Andreas smiled and said it as a thank you. Hearing the boy's remark, Lucia tried to mock him and said, Thank you. And hearing this, Andreas thought about what to say to her in return. The next moment, folding her hands in front of her, the girl asked, By the way, what happened to you? Having received the question, Andreas, remembering his friends from the training, said nothing special, just a little overdid it at the training. Hearing what had happened to the boy, Lucia remarked that at this rate you could soon die, after which the door to the ward opened and Vivian entered. Seeing that he had another visitor who was running her eyes around the room, Andreas spoke to Vivian and she flinched and looked at him. Hearing Andreas's voice and seeing that he was alive, the girl said, Mr. Fairy, in a confused voice. Immediately after her words, the girl jumped up and ran to Andreas, jumping on him and saying, I was so worried. Realizing what the girl was feeling, Andreas said to me, It's okay, Vivian. A week later, while riding in the carriage, Emmy thought he said he wanted to show me something, and what it might be. Feeling a little nervous about the uncertainty, she added in her mind that I went with him because he said he had returned the ring, but where he was taking me with the curtains closed. The next moment, turning her gaze to her brother, who was reading a book, the younger sister mentally said how he could afford such a luxurious carriage. Soon after arriving at the designated place, the coachman exclaimed, Sir, we have arrived. And upon hearing this, Andrian immediately closed his book. Also hearing the coachman's message, the girl nervously asked her brother, Where are we and what do you want to show me? Hearing his younger sister's question, Andrea said confidently, You'll see everything when you get out. And then a woman's voice added, He's right, you'll know as soon as you get out. The next moment, the carriage door opened and a maid looked in and announced the return of Lady Emma. Seeing who had just greeted her, Emmy exclaimed in surprise that Lupin, what was going on? Why was Lupin here? To which Andreas replied that I had asked her to be our maid again. After receiving an explanation of why Lupin was here again, Emmy exclaimed in confusion, "Hey brother, you know we can't afford that right now." The next moment, grabbing Lupin's hand, she awkwardly said, "I'm sorry, my brother doesn't understand how things work in this world yet." But at the same moment, raising her gaze a little higher, she saw something incredible in front of her and began to leave the carriage. Getting out of the carriage and looking at the building in front of her, Emmy said in surprise, "The Apple Tree Manor is our home." Immersed in her memories, she looked back and asked why you brought me here. And Andreas handed her a letter and said, "Read this." Seeing what was written inside the document, the girl immediately asked if it was true that you had bought our house, but how? Turning her gaze to her brother, she exclaimed, "Don't tell me you bought it by doing something bad." And Andreas pulled out a tablet and said, "I invented a potion." Continuing to show his younger sister his achievement, Andreas added, "It allowed me to buy back our estate. You don't have to work so hard anymore, and from now on, I will make sure that there is money on your card every month." Having learned everything that was unknown until now, Emmy bowed her head down and said, "I didn't know it," even though he worked so hard just because of the ring. The next moment, she recalled the moment of their last meeting where she left the room and exclaimed, "Don't come here again. You don't owe me anything." Crying because of what she had said, she said, "I said such terrible things to you. I told you not to come back. I didn't mean to say it." Putting his hand on his sister's head and stroking her, Andrea said, "Silly girl, of course I know that. From now on, I will behave like a responsible older brother." Standing aside and also wiping away the tears of happiness that had begun to flow, Lupin heard, "I always believed in you, but then I got so angry, I know it. I know it." As he sat in his room looking at the book, Andreas remembered how he had recently achieved his second awakening. Continuing to study the book Morn had given him, Andreas added in his mind, "Thanks to the trait I received as a reward for my achievement, I can learn necromancy much faster." The trait of enlightenment is an epic trait. The deeper one dives and explores, the higher the chance of understanding the theory. It is a trait that increases the speed of learning skills and gaining knowledge. After reviewing everything he had accomplished, Andreas looked over to Timur and mentally said, "Now that I can even summon a revenant, it's time to try summoning Timur." Stretching out his hand in front of him and preparing himself for action, Andreas mentally said, "Everything will be fine. I have checked all potential causes of failure dozens of times. Let's get started." Activating his magical power, the guy received a notification from a low-level necromancer of the execution of the revenant's summoning. One body was detected. Continuing to perform the process and receive notifications, the material for necromancy has been detected. Andreas thought, "Now I can fully utilize the dual essence." Starting to imagine what he would soon have, the guy mentally said, "And Nickel has also evolved if I add to this mix the mighty power of Timur. Even if I am alone, I will have the power of an entire platoon." Reaching the beginning of the rising process, Andreas spoke a rising uprising about the monarch of the tiger tribe that made the continent shudder, then received a notification the value of the summoned material's abilities outweighs the summoner's decreasing stability. In the process, several more notifications appeared, saying that additional effects were applied: low-level necromancy summoned, revenant successfully summoned, revenant legendary. When Timur woke up and started to get up, more notifications appeared: summoned undead level high, received additional statuses, summoned undead level very high, undead category upgraded to a new category of revenant fighter. Later, when the draft was over and Timur roared, Andreas received another notification. Level of summoned dead transcendent returned part of the previous personality. Revenant fighter legendary Timur dead, category 5 mana, 891 traits, consciousness skill, fist fighting berserker. Feeling his hair stand on end from the dead man's roar, Andreas thought, even his roar was loud and strong. It's a good thing I conjured up the noise insulation. When all the processes were completed, and Andreas said, "From now on, I am your master," Timur, the king of the tigers, bowed his head and knelt before his master. After a certain period of time, the next exam of the Rodlin Academy was held on the snowy mountain of Vilbor, in the territory of the Marquis of Magna. Having reached the right place, the teacher said, "Now I will tell you how the exam will be held. The topic of the exam is survival and collecting points." Standing in the crowd among the other students, Andreas heard that you will all spend 72 hours on this mountain, and you will need to collect points hidden all over the slope. Hearing the conditions of the exam, Ulick turned to her friend and said confidently, "I'm sure you'll beat everyone again, Dien." Continuing to announce the conditions, the professor said, "The bracelet you are wearing also counts your points, so you can take other people's bracelets, but please note that if you are evacuated, you will not be able to continue the exam, or if your bracelet is damaged, you will be immediately disqualified." After the students' reaction to the rules, the professor added that this is the end of the explanation. Please put on your blindfolds, and the curators will take you to your starting points. About 45 hours before the end of the test, one of the students tried to climb the slope of Mount Wilbur. Upon reaching the desired location, Andreas said, The plateau at the top of the slope looks impressive for both attack and defense. Maybe I'll set up my base here. The next moment, in the blizzard, he noticed one person walking on the top and thought, Dian Alwyn uses extensive search and magic barrier at the same time, so she is able to protect herself from the blizzard and make a path. But the mana consumption is huge. A few seconds after the meditation, Andrea saw the girl's magic spell dissipate, and she fell to the ground. Seeing what happened to Diane, Andrea started walking towards her, thinking, she's used up all her mana. If I take her bracelet now, I'll take out a powerful opponent. Continuing to walk toward the confused girl who had lost her strength, he added, but if I get her support, I can easily get the best result. Sensing the potential danger that was approaching her, the girl used her magic to shout out to whoever was approaching. Seeing how the girl reacted to his approach, Andreas said, it looks like you've been doing too much magic, Diane. And Andreas replied. Moving even closer to the girl, he said, magic is useful, but using it so recklessly in a setting like this is asking for trouble. Continuing to hold the magic spell in her hand, the girl exclaimed, you want to take my bracelet away while pretending to give me advice, don't you? Continuing to threaten the guy, she added, I may be exhausted, but I'm not up against someone like you. And then she noticed that her magic supply was completely depleted. Continuing to walk toward the girl, Andrea said, I have a proposal. And Diane began to crawl back and shouted, don't come near me, stay where you are. Hearing the girl's exclamations, Andreas thought disappointedly, I am so unpleasant to you, and then asked what you want. Looking with a frightened look at the guy who found her in a bad situation, Diane heard, would you like to team up with me? Having received an offer to join forces, the girl was surprised to hear that I would. Hearing the question from his friend, Andreas extended his hand to her and said, in private, I am vulnerable if something happens. It is much better to have an ally just in case, don't you think so? Having received the offer of cooperation, Diane imagined the image of Andreas in her mind and thought, maybe so, but I can't trust someone like you. The next moment, grabbing her head, she exclaimed in embarrassment because of her pride, reputation, money, or maybe personal gain. Realizing that this was not going to work, Andreas took out a chocolate from his bag and asked what it was. Seeing how the girl immediately became quiet and started drooling, Andreas smiled and said that we'd better get along, to which he heard, don't get me wrong, it was, and then added, don't want to. Meanwhile, somewhere on the slope of Wilbur, holding the head of the dead student, the monster asked if it was not him either. Having received the question from his accomplice, the goblin pointed at the letter with the photo and exclaimed indignantly, no, not even close. Then, throwing the human out of his hands, the orc said, I have bad eyesight, to which the goblin exclaimed, how many times have I told you green hair? The next moment, looking back and looking around, the goblin exclaimed, the weather sucks and I'm stuck in this disgusting job, and then said, we've been paid, we have no choice. Hearing his friend's remark, the goblin spat on one of the dead students and exclaimed, this asshole gave us such a bad job. At the same moment, appearing behind the mercenaries in the form of an eye, the customer exclaimed, if you have time to talk, go and find him. To which the goblin exclaimed, oh, you scared me. Continuing to stare at one of the mercenaries, the customer said unhappily, that's why I didn't want to hire an idiot like you, the goblin thought. After listening to the customer's remarks, the orc said, I learned a little about the target you gave us to deal with some pathetic student, and I heard you were coming too. Receiving the question from the mercenary, Kidwell said, mind your own business, just do exactly what Master Jester said. The next moment, shouting out, now go and finish the job. Kidwell dispersed his surveillance eye and disappeared. As soon as the customer disappeared from view, the goblin cycled and exclaimed, that bastard ruined the mood. The next moment, the goblin began to sheath his daggers and said, let's rest first before we go on the scent. To which he heard, no, let's follow the scent a little more. After putting forward his proposal, the orc added that the human scent still comes from either the students or their curators. If we destroy only the students, then one day we will destroy the target. Subsequently, having gone in search of the rest of the people, the orc added that these students would sooner or later become our enemies. So let's take the chance and destroy more of them. To which the goblin laughed and exclaimed for sure. Hearing about the plans of the mercenaries, Kidwell mentally said, idiots. There is nothing to expect from you. Go ahead and distract attention. The next moment, turning his gaze back, the dark wizard mentally added, in the meantime, we will place a magical circle of explosion on the top of the mountain. We are close to burying Master Jester's target. Continuing to collect the bracelets, Andreas held up 2 more in his hand and said this was the 6th. At the same time, hanging head down from the rope, the student shouted out, let us down. The blood is rushing to our heads, ignoring the request, Andreas said. Given the circumstances, they should have been the best group. Picking up 2 more bracelets and moving on, Diane followed Andreas, wondering where he had learned to track and capture people like that. As she began to climb the slope, she wondered if he also managed to move quickly over the rough terrain of the mountain without being too magical. When she reached the top and finally stood confidently on her feet, Diane thought to herself, he seemed to have become a completely different person. Without thinking about the decision for long, the girl exclaimed, "Hey, what happened to you? To be honest, you were a sack of shit until that moment." Having received the question from his partner, Andreas bowed his head and mentally said, as always, she does not soften her words. The next moment, he turned his gaze to the girl standing next to him and said, "If I had stayed the way I was, I would have lost everything." As he continued to answer, Andreas recalled the past and added, "Like you said, Diane, I was a sack of shit. I never paid attention to my sister Emmy, even though she was my only family left." Then he put his hand to his chest and added, "When I realized that, I decided to become a better person, and while I was working on it, I discovered that I also had a gift." Immediately after saying all this, Andreas bowed his head to the girl and said, "Diane, I'm sorry for all the terrible things I did, but I heard nothing." The next moment, hearing that "let's go up to the top," Diane swallowed hard and said yes. At the same time, watching the group of students, Ivy, standing behind a tree, heard, "But you know that there is only one winner, and it will be me." After listening to the students' conversation, Ivy thought to herself, "You didn't even bat an eye when you killed that man during the Balleric case. He was a scumbag, but he's changed for the better recently." The next moment, the curator looked out of the hiding place and added, "How could someone who lived like a fool change like that just because he wanted to change? Andreas Cromwell is an interesting guy." After a while, hurrying to the next place to get points, Diane shouted out how far we were from the point, which she heard for about 3 minutes. Continuing to walk in the direction of where it was fashionable to get points, Andreas remembered how the professor announced, "You can get points by taking bracelets from other students, or you can get them by capturing objects indicated on the map." When they were about to arrive at their destination, Andreas looked at his friend and said to Diane, "Get ready to defend yourself." At the same moment, an axe flew in front of the two students and stuck in the ground, and Andreas barely had time to react before jumping back. Seeing that 2 more students had appeared in front of them, Glow smiled slyly and exclaimed seriously, "More kids have appeared." After his friend's remark, Mantos picked up his axe from the ground and said, "I missed," to which Glow exclaimed, "Your eyes are really useless." At the same time, Andreas froze in place and concentrated his eyes on the monsters they met, they thought. The next moment, Diane rushed over to the boy and exclaimed, "Andreas, you're okay?" After receiving the question from his friend, Andreas said, "Of course I'm fine," but then pointed to the students behind the monsters and added, "The situation doesn't look good." Also seeing the wounded students lying behind the monsters, the girl exclaimed in confusion what had happened. At the same moment, pulling out his letter with the photo of the order, Glow exclaimed, "Rejoice, Mantos' green hair is him." Instantly grabbing his dagger and laughing, Glow exclaimed, "It was worth the wait," followed by "You know me." Hearing the boy's question, Mountom smiled slyly and said, "Why are you a stranger? We came to see you." After that, Glow exclaimed, "Let's finish him off and get out of here." Having figured out the monster's intentions, Andreas said, "If you need me, then let the others go. Let's talk somewhere private." Hearing this, Diane exclaimed that you were crazy. Let's fight them together. Hearing his friend's suggestion, Andreas turned his head to her and said, "Some of the disciples are still alive. Please take care of them until the guards arrive." As he went forward and heard the girl exclaim, "But Andreas said it's okay. I'm sure I can win." Hearing what their target had just said, Glow ominously exclaimed that it was impossible to win against us. "You're too stupid." The next moment, heading to another place where there were no prying eyes, Glow exclaimed, "Of course, let's go. It's perfect for us." After a while arriving at a passage in the mountains, Andreas said, "It looks like a good place, right?" Looking around and examining the area where they had arrived, Mantos said, "No one will notice if we make some noise here." Also assessing the situation around him, Glow said all we need to do is cut off his head so that he can be recognized correctly. After receiving a question from his comrade, Mantos clenched his weapon in his hands and said, "Let's get this over with and get the hell out of this guy's way," and then swung his axe and shouted, "Let's see how good you are." As soon as Andreas dodged the giant's first attack, he heard a shout from behind him, "Don't forget about me too." While Mantos was pulling his weapon out of the ground, Glow tried to inflict maximum damage on the target. Later, when the giant pulled out his weapon and attacked again, something happened that they did not expect. Seeing that his axe had just broken into 2 pieces, Mantos exclaimed, "What the hell, aren't you a sorcerer?" At the same moment, Andreas sheathed his sword and said to Mantos and Glow, "You'd better get rid of the idea that mages can't use swords." Hearing that the boy had just called them by their first names, Glow exclaimed, "How do you know our names?" Receiving the question from the monster, Andreas created a spell in his hand and said, "I'm curious. I'll answer if you tell me which congregation hired you." Seeing what their opponent had just done, the goblin exclaimed that it looked really bad, and Mantos exclaimed that it was shit. At that moment, Andreas called Nickel and Timur to the battlefield and said, "Even if you don't want to, you will talk soon enough." Then, taking out his katanas and preparing for melee, Mantos said it looks like we were tricked, after which Glow shouted, "Kidwell is a bastard." Seeing the intentions of one of his opponents, Andreas mentally said he was challenging me. The next moment, raising his hand in front of him and stopping his subject, the guy said, "Nickel, wait. You can still finish off anyone who tries to escape." Seeing that Andreas had accepted his one-on-one challenge, Mantos rushed at the guy with brass knuckles and shouted, "You and I are not done yet." After reading his opponent's movements and dodging the blow, Andreas thought, let's try to combine my skills as Makoto Kaneshiro with the local fighting skills. Having successfully combined different knowledge, Andreas dealt with the big man and switched to Glow, who was pointing a dagger at him with shouts of, "Get lost!" Knocking the dagger out of his opponent's hands and intercepting it in midair, Andreas said, let me teach you how to handle a dagger. In just a few moves, the boy was able to defeat the goblin and then sent him flying with a kick. Seeing his comrade just knocked down, Mantos exclaimed in confusion and grabbed his wounded head. Seeing the monster moaning heavily from his injuries, Andreas asked, don't tell me you're exhausted, and then thought the skill of combat was useful. The next moment, turning his gaze to the subject standing behind him, Andreas added that they had not even had the opportunity to prove themselves yet. After giving possible help to the students who suffered from the monster's attack, Diane said, I leave them to you. Hearing that the girl was going to leave them, the student said, we all know your abilities and ranking in the academy, but I think we should work together. At the same moment, Diane remembered the words of Andreas, who had told her that someone was still alive. Please take care of them until the wardens arrive. After these memories, with her head bowed down, Diane said, I can't just stand by while more and more victims die. Realizing Diane's intentions, the student said, okay, we'll follow you as soon as we can, but don't let them see you. At the same time, having dealt with both monsters, Andreas said, I suggest you start telling us who sent you to hear what you heard. Just finish me off at last. Hearing Mantos' instruction, Andreas looked back and said, Nickel, my sword, and the skeleton took out his weapon. The next moment after the throw, catching his sword, Andreas said, as you wish, I have other ways to find out, so don't waste your breath. Seeing that the boy was very serious, Glow exclaimed that Jester Robin was the one who hired us. And hearing that his friend had told him all the information, Mantos exclaimed, Glow you. The goblin smiled slyly even as his companion exclaimed, we owe nothing to those who treat us like Mantos' animals. The next moment, Glow got to his feet and added, I'll tell you more, he didn't send just the two of us here. Hearing who exactly sent the assassins after his head, Andreas thought, I knew of course that someone from the congregation was behind it, but I didn't expect it to be Jester. Also remembering Salem's words, he mentally added that if Jester acted in spite of Salem's threats, then he was sure that no one would know if he took me out, which is probably why the two of them made such a fuss. Hearing Andreas ask where the others were, Glow smiled slyly and said, who knows, but even they wouldn't want to become enemies of all of Roldan, so the Avalanche might be preparing something like that. Hearing about the intentions of the enemies, Andreas said to Jester, it looks like he wants to take me out by making it look like an accident, trying to create an alibi to avoid being hunted by Salem and Roldan. After telling the boy everything he wanted to know, the goblin got to his feet and walked over to his friend and said, let's get out of here, Mantos, before we get caught up in all this. Seeing that the monsters were really just going to leave the mountain, Andreas asked, do you really think you can just leave after you killed all those students? Immediately afterwards, looking at the pair of mercenaries with a stern look, he added, who said I would let you live? At the same time, shrouded by the barrier, Diane looked for Andreas, thinking, I've almost reached the top, but where is Andreas? Taking the next step, the girl felt that magic spells flew at her from all sides and went on the defense. Having withheld the onslaught of enemies and survived the sudden attacks, Diane thought that they were not the same as before and then exclaimed, who are you? Receiving a question from the girl who got to their location, Kidwell smiled slyly and said, I was wondering what kind of little rat had sneaked into our ritual, and obviously not an ordinary little brat. Hearing the remark from the unknown person, Diane exclaimed, you suddenly attacked me and won't answer my questions, so don't blame me if I finish you off. Seeing what the girl was doing now, Kidwell was surprised to think that she had combined a double spell with a snowstorm and ice magic. Watching his subjects die from the girl's spell, Kidwell shouted out in defense, dodge, you idiots! After waiting out the ice storm created by the girl, the dark wizard said, impressive mana control for your age. The next moment, grabbing the eye that was flying around him, the man mentally said, but even so, you're still just a little brat. Immediately afterwards, the man shoved the caught eye into his head and exclaimed, how much fun it was to play with you until we were done here. Noticing what was happening to the man in front of her, Diane was surprised to think it was black magic. At the same time, Ivy felt something strange from the top of the mountain and turned her head in its direction, wondering what it was. Continuing to fight against the dark mage who had turned into a monster, Diane mentally said, my mana is running out at this rate. For a moment, the girl's attention was off, and she didn't notice that she was being attacked from other sides. Having demonstrated that the girl had no chance of winning, Kidwell exclaimed, see, that's what I call the difference in experience. Trying to activate the spell again to continue the fight, the girl exclaimed that the difference in experience is all you did was add another head on top. Angry at the girl's remark, Kidwell exclaimed that, you little girl, I'll tear you to pieces. Activating the magic spell in her hand again, the girl said such threats only make you more stupid, old man. But suddenly her mana supply ran out. Seeing that the girl was exhausted, Kidwell pointed his hand at her and confidently exclaimed, well, that's it, little girl, the game is over. When it seemed that the girl would be finished, a third person intervened in the fight and saved Diane and cut off several of the dark wizard's tentacles. Raising her head and seeing an unknown person in front of her, the girl asked in surprise who you were. Receiving the question, Andreas, who used the mask of the Bloody Dan, said the mercenary from Rodlin, I'll take care of this, and you run. After receiving instructions from the guy who had just arrived, Diane asked that mercenary, you appeared out of nowhere and think you can handle them alone. You are crazy. Continuing the dialogue with the wounded girl, Andreas said his goal is not me and not you, and then thought, I can't call Nickel and Timur now. The next moment, taking a fighting stance, the guy said he was going to unleash an avalanche on the entire area, so get out quickly. Hearing that his plans had just been revealed, Kidwell angrily shouted out, You bastard, who are you and how do you know my plans? Receiving a question from his opponent, Andreas said in a stern tone, Why would I tell this to someone who is about to die? Angry at the guy who interfered in his fight, Kidwell shouted out what a fool he was and started a fight. In the course of the battle, Andreas managed not only to fight the tentacles, but also to repel the magician's spells. At the same time, watching the battle, Diane was surprised to think how fast it was, but seeing that the enemy was about to attack, she shouted out to beware. As a result of a powerful explosion, a large crater was left at the site of the hit, and it seemed that victory was in the bag. But something happened that could not have been expected. Andreas appeared right in front of Kidwell and drove his sword straight into his neck. Seeing that its bearer had just been finished, the monster waved a tentacle and threw the guy back. Once he was near Diane, the guy heard you all right and shouted at you to stay away. After finishing the conversation with the girl and turning his gaze to the monster, Andreas mentally said, The carrier should have been dead by now, but he's still moving the monster that took over his body. The next moment, the monster suddenly shouted out mana and began to devour its host. Seeing that the monster began to act on its own and one of its tentacles was approaching them, Andreas grabbed Diane and immediately retreated. Moving the girl to a safe place and leaving her on the ground, the guy shouted, Run while I distract it now. Ignoring the boy's instruction, Diane began to cast a spell, thinking, I don't know who he is, but he saved my life. I can't just leave him and run away. Continuing to cast the spell while he was distracted, Diane mentally said, I have to help him in any way I can. Slowly and steadily concentrate my energy. Creating an ice spear to attack the enemy, she mentally said to make it thinner and sharper, and I did. At the same time, while fighting the monster, Andreas thought, if I could have brought Nickel or Timur with me, I would have easily defeated it. The next moment, he looked around to make sure no one was there and saw Diane behind him, who was not even going to run away. Stepping back to avoid being struck by the monster's tentacles, he mentally said to himself, Stubborn girl, why hasn't she run away yet? She really doesn't listen to anyone. Later, seeing that the way for attacking was cleared, the girl mentally said now, Launching the spear at the monster, Diane managed to inflict considerable damage on it, but the most useful thing was to expose the mana core. Noticing the heart of his enemy and preparing to attack, Andreas thought, the mana core if I can destroy it. But at that moment, the monster struck with a tentacle. Having repelled the sudden attack of the monster, which did not allow him to approach while regenerating, Andreas thought it was dangerous. I was too quick. The next moment, the monster sent out additional tentacles that were grabbed by the ally and began to suck out their life force. Seeing this, Diane and Andreas thought he was attacking his own, but why was he absorbing their mana? Having absorbed all the mana from the mages who were fighting on Kidwell's side, the monster grew in size, and seeing this, Andreas said, Oh, this is bad. The next moment, he felt something strange in his body and looked at his hands and thought it was magical protection. Noticing that not only that, but his sword was sharpened and his feet were accelerated, Andreas turned his head towards Diane, who had just fallen off her feet. Seeing how she was breathing heavily after using her last bit of strength, he thought, this girl has used up all the mana she had left. Realizing what had happened, Andreas looked back and exclaimed, Don't squeeze it out anymore, just run! The next moment, taking advantage of the help he was given and throwing himself at the monster, he thought, My body is so light. Noticing that Andreas was coming at him, the monster immediately began to act, striking him with a flurry of tentacles. After standing for a while and repelling the attacks, Andreas thought, There is no end in sight, I have to find the core, and took off. Flying near the enemy and making a small cut, the guy mentally said, Damn, not deep enough. Immediately after these thoughts, he saw the monster suddenly cut into two parts. Appearing on the battlefield and easily slicing the monster in half, Ivy hit her sword and asked, Hey, who are you? Seeing the woman who had just destroyed the monster, Andreas thought to himself, Of all people, Ivy is the one who did it. Continuing to look at the person standing in front of him, the curator said, If you don't answer, I will finish you off and tear off this mask myself. Immediately after the threats, a shaking sounded at the top of the mountain that attracted everyone's attention. Hearing it and getting a chance to escape, Andreas said, These black mages have laid a large explosive magic circle, and if it is not destroyed immediately, the students will be hurt. Hearing what the masked man had just told her, Ivy didn't take her eyes off him and said, Stop bluffing, you punk. The next moment, when the shaking started again, Andreas said, It's probably going to explode soon. I'll leave it to you. And quickly disappeared from his seat. Without following where exactly the masked man had disappeared to, Ivy angrily exclaimed, I swear I'll find you, you bastard. Immediately after hearing that something was really starting to explode on the mountain, the curator rushed up the mountain and shouted for him. Meanwhile, hiding behind a rock and taking off his mask, Andreas thought it was dangerous, but he was sure Ivy would be able to handle it. Somewhere in an old castle near the Tenair Strait, Jester's personal base was located where he conducted his experiments. At one point, hearing that he had a visitor, the dark wizard interrupted and said with a sigh, "This is my personal vault, Salem." The next moment, turning his gaze to the window where the guest was sitting on the windowsill, Jester added that it was a banal rule of etiquette to warn me before visiting. Smiling slyly after the remark, Salem said, "You have no manners here." Getting up from the windowsill and walking towards the dark wizard, the man added, "Jester, you underestimate me, otherwise you wouldn't do such a stupid thing." Keeping absolute calm in the dialogue, Jester said, "I have no idea what you're talking about." Angry at the dark wizard who denied everything he knew, Slam said, "So you're trying to play dumb, right? You must be tired of living so long you want me to cremate you?" Realizing that there was no way to justify himself, Jester lowered his hands and said, "What do you want from me?" Feeling that the conversation was finally gaining momentum, Salam opened a bottle of drink and said, "You know what I want? If you started insisting that it was a natural disaster, it wasn't me. You'd be in real trouble if you didn't know." Pouring himself a drink and taking it in his hands, Salem said, "Lend me your proper slackerism for 1 week. This time I'll let you slide." Walking through the academy, Andreas looked at the latest news that had come out about what had happened at the exam. The Black Mage Kidwell was defeated by Ivy Clare, the professor's assistant. A big interview with the Imperial Bureau of Investigation, a terrorist attack on the students of the academy. The daughter of House Alwyn testified that she was saved by an unknown person. After watching the news and tucking the tablet into his bag, Andreas thought, after Tolman's suspension, Bacht will personally take over the investigation. This is a big case now. It looks like there will be a lot of noise for a while. I'd better lay low. Maybe I should train my legs. As soon as he finished his thoughts, he heard a voice speak to him. "You must really like the training grounds of the Knight's faculty. Yes." Coming out of the door, the curator added, "It's amazing that I had to come all this way to find a wizard. Come with me, chaste wizard." Once on the training grounds of the academy, Andreas mentally said, "Don't tell me she found out about me." Noticing the guy's tension, Ivy asked, "You know why I'm here, right?" And he answered in a certain way. Having received the answer to her question, the woman turned her gaze to Andreas and said, "It really makes it easier for me," and then thought it was terribly unambiguous. Immediately after bowing his head down, the guy said with all due respect, "I'm not ready to start a relationship with someone of the opposite sex yet," to which Ivy exclaimed, "I'll kill you." Angry at the boy's guess, the woman added, "Diane told me about the 2 half-humans who killed the students and what happened to them." When questioned by his supervisor, Andreas said, "I don't know how I told the investigation bureau. I was able to escape when they were distracted." Immediately after his answer, recalling the moment with the bureau, he mentally said, "I'm glad that Diane didn't mention that they came for my soul." Smiling slyly after the answer she received from the student, Ivy said, "You expect me to believe this story?" Then, bowing his head to the curator, Andreas said, "But it's true if it's all true." Before the boy could finish his sentence, the curator Ivy grabbed her sword and made a quick series of blows. After Andreas was able to dodge and deflect all of her blows, Ivy said as she jumped back, "A skinny mage like you was able to block my blows to the assistant professor of the Night faculty. Interesting." At the same moment, looking at the cracks on his sword, Andreas said in his mind, "I just deflected her blows with my sword." Still not wanting to believe that it was an accident, the curator said it all suspiciously. After the curator's next remark, Andreas said, "You're implying that I'm one of the Black Wizards, Professor Ivy." Hearing about the conversation between the curator and the student Vivian, who was standing nearby, Andreas thought, "I'm a black mage." Pointing her sword in the boy's direction, Professor Ivy said, "It's only logical that whenever there's a case involving black mages, you act suspiciously, and in the Balloric case, you even defeated the mage who had me captured." Immediately after her remark, remembering the masked man, the woman thought the voice was different, but the body type matched his. Continuing to stand in front of the curator, Andreas asked, "I take it you were not convinced by what I told the bureau, which I heard was correct and something else." Ivy looked at the boy with a displeased look and said, "Vivian has changed since that exam. What did you do to her?" Hearing that it was about her, the girl froze and then said, "I just saved her." Hearing the answer from the boy, the curator asked what he had done, and then Andreas said, "I entered the barrier and saved her, that's all." Hearing Andreas's remark, Vivian bowed her head down and said, "I knew it. Andreas was Mr. Fairy." At one point, the girl's tender thoughts were interrupted by Ivy, who exclaimed, "Stop lying to me." She pointed her sword at the student's head and exclaimed how a loser like you could slip in and out of the magic barrier. Hearing the accusations against Andreas continue, Vivian suddenly shouted out the truth. Attracting attention, the girl came out of her hiding place and added, "Andreas saved my life that day." Realizing that some of the details did not add up, Professor Ivy sheathed her sword and walked away, saying, "I will be watching you, Andreas Cromwell." As soon as the teacher left them, Andreas bowed to the girl and said, "Thank you for your help." To which Vivian replied, "You're welcome, Mr. Fairy," and then thought, "Here's the confirmation." In the Apple Manor, while studying in her room, Emmy heard Lupin come in and say, "Lady Emma, we have finished cleaning the manor." Hearing the report from her subject, Emmy looked up and said thank you, which must have been difficult considering how long it had been abandoned, but she heard no thanks at all. Placing a plate of coffee and cakes on the table, the maid added, "We thought it would be inappropriate for us to enter the study used by the previous family leader. Perhaps Lady Emmy could have a look first." Hearing the maid's request, the girl got up from her seat and said, "I'll see it now." After a while, she arrived at the door leading to the study and stopped in front of it, thinking it was her father's study. Standing in front of the door and collecting her thoughts, she added, "I remember how often I was scolded for hiding here when my brother and I were playing hide and seek." The next moment, turning the doorknob and opening the door inside, the girl said it felt like it was an eternity ago. Shedding light on the room that had belonged to the former leader of the estate, she was surprised to hear that it was a mess. Entering the room, the girl said, bypassing the destroyed furniture, that there was no one to keep an eye on him. At one point, she noticed a photo frame on the floor and picked it up to see what was in it, and accidentally activated the secret passage. Meanwhile, on the grounds of Welton, the train continued on its course, with Andreas traveling home. Sitting in his seat in the compartment, the boy sighed and said, "Don't you think you're being a little reckless, Master Salem?" Having received the boy's remark, Salem said that he was not happy to hear the strongest dark wizard of the continent appear in a public place like this. Outraged by the boy's remark, Salem said, "I'm giving you lessons personally, and you're complaining that you're being chased by everyone who's not lazy because you're a weakling." The next moment, the man smiled slyly and added, "Let's get started." Hearing this, Andreas thought he had just missed everything I said. Deciding to start training, Salem said, "You know that the aura in your dantian and the mana in your core are essentially the same thing," to which Andreas replied yes. Hearing that the guy knew about these things, Salem said then in theory you can turn them into each other and use them. Of course it is impossible without a dual essence, but in that case you wouldn't need it. Having explained the basic things, the man added, "But enough of the explanations. I'm going to teach you a method I developed for transformation in practice called transference." 10 minutes after the explanation began, turning mana into aura and vice versa, Andreas mentally said, "The technique and activation are quite simple." The next moment he looked at his teacher and added, "I never thought it was possible to transform core mana into aura so quickly." Continuing to stare at the thoughtful man sitting across from him, Andreas added, "What an incredible thing you've developed, Salem Adidia." Seeing that the boy had reached a certain level in his teachings, Salem got to his feet and said, "Well, it looks like you've got the principle. Keep practicing like that." As the man was about to leave the train, Andreas exclaimed, "Wait, please, just tell me something." And Salem stopped and looked at the man and asked what it was. Catching the attention of the greatest dark wizard on the continent, Andreas asked, "Do you know something about my father and House Cromwell?" Hearing what exactly the boy was interested in, Salem said, "Cain was a student of Grandfather Morn, but as I said, you find out the details yourself, it's a lot of trouble to explain everything." Having been instructed to find out the rest himself, Andreas exclaimed that you mean Master Salem, but he had already jumped out of the train. Without learning anything else, Andreas thought, Cain Cromwell was a black wizard. I never thought about that in the game or after I came to this world. After calming down a bit, Andreas continued to walk on and thought it was good that I was going home. Maybe I would find something if I searched the house. After a while, arriving at his father's office, Andreas heard Lupin say, "Well, Lupin did a great job cleaning up the place." Surprised by what he saw, Andreas said, "This was my father's office," and was told that it was in ruins, so I furnished it with new furniture. As he began to examine the interior of his father's study, Andreas said, "Thank you, it can be used as an office again." And then Emmy exclaimed, "But I made sure to leave all the important things in place." The next moment, turning abruptly to her brother with a family portrait, Emmy exclaimed, "I'll give you our family photo when we were kids." Continuing to hold the family photo in her hands, she added happily, "It brings back memories, doesn't it?" Leaning over to the photo and looking at it, Makoto thought, "It's a strange feeling. I feel nostalgic, but at the same time, it's like someone else's feelings." At one point, touching the photo frame and seeing a bright light shining from it, Emmy exclaimed what was happening. The next moment, hearing a rumble behind her and seeing a secret passage open, she wondered what it was. Frozen in place after what had just happened, Andreas mentally said, "When I touched the photo frame, it activated the magic circle, activating the secret door." Thinking of Cain Cromwell, Andreas said to himself, "If it only activated when one of us touched the bottom, then it means that Cain's legacy or his will might be inside." Continuing to think about what awaited him inside, the boy added, "I'll try to be the first to enter it. If it was so hidden, then there must be something impressive inside." Approaching the secret passage, Andreas stopped and looked back at his sister and said, "I'll check it out. You should wait outside." And then heard that I couldn't let you go in alone. Hearing his sister's remark, the boy said, "This is a magical device for you. It's too dangerous." And Emmy exclaimed, but, trying to somehow get the girl to listen to his instructions, Andreas shouted out, "Go!" To which the girl nervously replied, "Yes." Leaving her father's room, the girl said, "Be careful." To which she replied, "I will. You don't have to worry." Going down lower and lower, Andreas felt his body begin to react, and thought the black magic object felt the same as being lazy. Going down to the bottom and seeing a plant at the end of the corridor standing under a red light, Andreas was surprised to see that it was a tree. Looking a little closer at the plant that was in the dungeon and noticing the floral tablecloth nearby, he mentally added so many rare flowers here. Approaching the tree closer, the boy received a notification that read the manuscript of the Apocalypse, Chapter 0, the purest original sin and waiting for the fruit. After reviewing the message he received and looking at the tree again, Andreas was surprised to find that this was the main part of the manuscript. Swallowing hard after realizing what he was looking at, he thought, why is something I've never even seen in the game here? The next moment, seeing a scroll hanging from a tree branch, Andreas thought to himself, what is this? Picking up the letter that had been left behind, Andreas opened it and said, the letter was tied to the branch of the tree of original sin, and Cain just left it there. At one point, the letter that the boy took out of the tree began to slowly disintegrate, and he was caught in a magical vortex. After a few seconds of confusion about what exactly was going on, Andreas felt someone put their hand on his head, and then his heart started to pound. Feeling the strange effect, Andreas saw before his eyes a scene from the past. First, the Emperor gave Cain the seed of original sin. Taking instructions from the Emperor, Cain grew the original sin to the size of a sprout and demonstrated his achievements to the Emperor. After achieving a certain goal, the Emperor first removed his wife because of Cain's uselessness. Subsequently, having fallen ill with an unknown disease, Cain realized that he did not have much time left and put a spell on the family photo and gave access to the dungeon with the original sin only to his children. After reviewing a brief history of all the events that Cain had experienced, Andreas mentally said, this is what happened. Reflecting on the information he had received, he thought to himself that the Empire and the Black Wizards were conspiring with each other. Continuing to think about the situation from the past, he mentally added that Salem said the Emperor left Cain in Morn's hands. Cain studied black magic and grew up with original sin. The next moment, switching to another time period, Andreas mentally said, but as soon as he reached it, he was disposed of because he was no longer useful to the Emperor. Recalling the moment when his illness reached a critical point, he mentally added the death of his wife and his mysterious illness to the downfall of his entire family, and Cain soon realized that the Emperor had arranged it all. Scrolling through the story in his head, Andreas mentally said, and then he took his revenge in his own way by hiding the original sin where only my sister and I can enter. The next moment, a man appeared behind the boy and said, you have a good look at the memories your father left behind, Andreas Cromwell. Drawing the boy's attention to him, the man with red eyes smiled slyly and said, may I call you Makoto Kaneshiro? Quickly pulling his sword from its sheath and pointing it at the man's throat, Andreas asked who he was. Seeing the guy's reaction to being called by a name from another life, the man said, I'm sorry, I thought you'd figure it out right away, being a nerd and all. Immediately after, the man said, thank you for playing our game. How familiar does Makoto Kaneshiro sound? And Andreas thought this guy can't be. Continuing to hold the sword at the man's throat, Andreas asked if you were the developer who brought me here, and the bingo was played. How do you like the world of mortal sins? Hearing the man grind his teeth in anger, Andreas said, it's a great fantasy world, isn't it? Having calmed down a bit after the surge of anger, Andreas asked without removing the sword why you brought me here. The next moment, grabbing the tip of the sword blade with his fingers, the developer said, nothing special, I just wanted you to play this game. Hearing the developer's desire, Andreas asked him to complete the game, saying that what he heard was so simple. Immediately after his question, recalling the passage for other characters, the developer added, of course you have seen the end of this world many times through the eyes of Luis, Lucia, and Diane. Continuing his story, the developer added that in the end they all ended up in the apocalypse, didn't they? As the world was destroyed in the explosion of original sin that consumed all mortal sins and their owners. Hearing the developer's remarks, Andreas asked, what are you talking about? When you collect all the mortal and original sins and defeat the main boss, the end of the world will be cancelled. After hearing Makoto's theory, the developer said, I think that's all you could see, but as long as there is consciousness of original sin, the world will come to an end sooner or later. And to stop it, you need to take full control of original sin. After hearing this, Andreas asked if he could control the original sin, and was told that only flesh and blood of Cain could do it, and received a message that the immature original sin needed the blood of a contractor. So offer your blood and sign the contract. Seeing the notification, the developer said, it seems that original sin has sensed you. You may be a talentless nobody. Continuing the dialogue with the player, the developer added, however, very few people can enter this place before the original sin is ripe, and you are one of those few, Andreas. The next moment, recalling the development of the plot, the developer said that 6 months after the emergence of consciousness, the original sin will break free from this confinement and will seek its own host. Hearing about the further development of events, Andreas thought, I was wondering why I was reborn into this lame character. That's why Cain hid the original sin and only Amy and I have access to it. After realizing what features he has and dealing with some questions, Andreas said, so what do you want from me? After receiving the question, the developer shrugged and said, I want you to enter into a contract with the original sin and become its carrier, and then feed it mortal sins and tame it. Hearing about the developer's demands, Andreas said, it's easy to say, if I fail, they will consume me. And he replied, it's unavoidable, but it's the only way. The next moment, the developer began to leave the body of the man he had inhabited and said, "If you do well, you will survive, both you and this world. I'm sorry for bringing you here and telling you all this, but I'm counting on you." As soon as the developer left Cain's body, he suddenly said, "My son, I believe in you. I'm sure you can do it, and I ask you to take care of Emmy." Hearing his father's last words, Andreas turned his gaze to the original sin that was next to him. In the next moment, he threw off his glove and pressed his hand to the sword and made a cut. Swinging the sword to leave a cut on his arm, the boy said this was not one of those stories about being reborn in another world. Clenching his cut hand into a fist, he added that, "Although I don't like being forced to work for free," as he said, "there is no other choice, so I have to deal with it." The next moment, leaning his cut hand against the tree, he mentally said the same thing I always did. A few seconds after Andreas received the notification, Apocalypse Manuscript Chapter 0, Unadulterated Original Sin, inhabited the user's body. Apocalypse Manuscript Chapter 0, Unadulterated Original Sin, recognized the user as its master. As soon as the sin entered Andreas, he received the following notifications. Mana recovery rate increased by 144%. Mana density will increase over time. Mana element will become closer to darkness over time. Ability increases as mortal sins accumulate, unlocks more abilities and features as mortal sins accumulate. Seeing these notifications, the boy saw the images of his family members in front of him and said, "Cain Cromwell, father of the other half of my soul, you can leave Emma and the Cromwell family to me." Standing on the flower meadow and looking in front of him, Andreas confidently added in his head, "Please rest in peace. I will also avenge all the tragedies that have befallen you, I swear." Meanwhile, Viscount Lamar Welton, the leader of the Intelligence Bureau, arrived at the Emperor's house and heard that you had found the original sin. Bowing his head to the Emperor, the man said fearfully, "We had been studying Cain's activities before he died, but..." Not hearing what he wanted to hear, the Emperor turned around and shouted, "What good are you, and yet you call yourself the leader of the intelligence community?" The next moment, turning to the window again, the Emperor added that he had probably entrusted him to someone from his family, and sooner or later they would have to make a deal with me, after which Lamar said, "Then I will study the Cromwell family more closely." Hearing the words of his subject, the Emperor looked back at him and said that right now there is only one young Cromwell, so I will give you some time to do that, thank you, Your Highness. Having received the gratitude, the Emperor did not take his eyes off his subject and said, "For now, continue with the current observation. It will be better to start with mortal sins." Holding up the sword he was polishing, the ruler added, "And what about the cult of Zipar? I'm sure they keep a mortal sin somewhere for their invocations of the god." To which the subject replied, "We have detected suspicious activity, and we think they will soon begin to gather people for the Zipar ceremony." After receiving the report, the Emperor told the Dobes to establish close surveillance, and meanwhile, preparations were underway in the dungeon. Somewhere under the arena on the territory of the Academy, preparing for a terrorist attack, a henchman heard the festival this year. "You know how important it is," and replied, "Yes, Mr. Payat, we have carefully prepared everything." Continuing to report to the leader, the guy in the cloak added the number of guards and our entry points. And of course, we also studied everything about the dungeons under the arena. Hearing the subject say we will be able to make many sacrifices to our Lord Zapayar, Payat exclaimed happily, "That's great. If everything goes well, I will introduce you to some girls." Immediately after putting his hand to his chest, Payat added, "I don't need to," the boy exclaimed. "I'm fine. I just enlisted the help of our brothers and sisters at the academy." Hearing the message from his subject, Payat smiled and said how wonderful the children were. How good it was that they understood what a worthy faith was. The next moment, remembering the person his subject mentioned, the man asked, "By the way, you were talking about a potential candidate. Did you manage to recruit her?" After receiving the question from Payat, the guy remembered the moment of the conversation with the girl and mentally said, "He must be talking about Vivian." After finishing his thoughts, Hazar said, "I talked to her directly. She didn't seem interested. She said she had found her spiritual foundation." To which Payat replied that it was a pity, but nothing could be done. Immediately afterwards, the leader of the organization smiled slyly and said, "Anyway, I hope you'll manage without me. I have other important things to do and I won't be able to go with you." Meanwhile, back at the dormitory, having received the notification traits, Dual Essence Evolution, Unique Enlightenment, Epic Original Sin, Unknown Talents, Black Magic Necromancy, Outstanding Water Magic, Weak Potions Amplifying Type, Outstanding Movement, Combat, Exceptional. Andreas thought a week after returning from the Cromwell estate. Wandering around his room, he thought, "I was afraid that because of the original sin I had absorbed, I would get into trouble, but luckily nothing has happened yet." Walking to the window and opening it, the boy added, "Now that I know about the Cromwell secret, I'm worried about Emmy." Leaning on the windowsill and looking out onto the street, Andreas thought, if it weren't for everything that was about to happen at the academy, I would have stayed with Emmy. Concentrating his gaze on the arena that was visible from his dormitory, Andreas thought that on the last day of the academy's festival, the Zepar cult would organize a terrorist attack in the arena. As he continued to think about what was going to happen, he added in his mind, "Who knows how many people will die in this ridiculous attempt to invoke an evil god? I have to get rid of them before they drag anyone else into it." The next moment, standing up from the windowsill, Andreas mentally said, "I have to protect the game characters if I want to complete this game, and I don't expect much, but still." Again, plunging into his thoughts, the guy mentally said that it is possible that the cult of Zepar has other pages of the manuscript, so it is worth checking. Immediately after opening the portal and summoning the skeleton, Andreas said, "I have so much to do now that I have the original sin. Let's get on with the training, Nickel." But as soon as the skeleton left the vault, something strange started to happen to Andreas. A bright light appeared from his chest. Looking down, the guy heard a notification sound and saw the manuscript of the Apocalypse Chapter 0 Pure Original Sin revealed proper sloth. Surprised by the notification, Andreas turned his gaze to Nickel and wondered what it was. Looking at Nickel, Andreas received another message, Apocalypse Manuscript Chapter 0 Original Sin. Associated with proper sloth, generate additional characteristics. Generate additional abilities. Enhance basic abilities. And then said sloth in surprise. Upon receiving the notification again, Apocalypse Manuscript Chapter 0, Immaculate Original Sin begins to grow. Andreas exclaimed what a sensation it was. Feeling something unusual in his body, he looked at the skeleton and thought the original sin must have recognized Nickel as lazy. Starting to recall the moment when he had given Nickel the sin of idleness to the vault, Andreas mentally said that he had kept it for a long time. Looking at his subject again, Andreas received a notification manuscript Apocalypse Chapter 0, The Original Sin, had completed growth. Then, turning his head to face him, the boy received more notifications. Apocalypse Manuscript Chapter 0. Pure Original Sin and Proper Sloth are no longer linked. Phantom Sloth. Legendary Separates Effects from Proper Sloth. Nickel Life Hill Dead Category 5. Mana 2113 Traits. Consciousness Skill Sword. Looking at his subject again, Andreas received a notification Apocalypse Manuscript. Chapter 0 Pure Original Sin Mana Recovery. Increased by 188%. Sloth sensitivity increased by 66% sloth. Once every 6 days can use special skill at the current moment. Accumulated skills. Sloth. Looking at all the notifications he had received about his improvements, Andreas mentally said to himself, his appearance had not changed, but his characteristics had definitely improved. Immediately after, he turned his gaze to Nickel and asked Nickel, "How about we celebrate the enhancement by canceling today's training session?" To which he saw the skeleton shake his head in denial. After a while, Andreas got outside and looked around and thought, "I remember that there must be cultists here looking for new members." Continuing to wander among the crowd in search of the people he needed, he added, "It's been so long that my memory is failing me." Trying to see where there were any members of the cult among the crowd, Andreas wondered why I didn't see any familiar faces. At one point, he noticed his former comrade in the crowd and thought that Hazar, the missing guy, was appearing before a terrorist attack, which meant that I should keep an eye on him. After some time of surveillance, Andreas reached the sewer where Hazar was entering, and after a short wait, he followed him. Going downstairs, he heard footsteps and looked down to see a girl patrolling the area. Hearing suspicious noises coming from above, she looked up and saw a man with a dagger in his hand flying towards her. Having dealt with the patrolman, Andreas quickly moved her to the side so as not to disturb anyone. Then, looking around and checking that the area was clear, he opened the passage to the vault and thought, as I had assumed, Hazar and the rest of the cult were preparing a terrorist attack. Calling his subjects, he said, "Timur, you stay here and keep an eye on the situation, Nickel. You come with me." Having given orders to his subjects, Andreas shouted out, "Let's go!" and headed in the direction where the cultists' base was supposed to be located. After a while, having arrived at the rest of the cult members, Hazar thought that it was difficult to bring explosives, but it should take no more than a day to set up. Watching the process of preparing his comrades for tomorrow's events, he mentally added that it did not seem that there would be any problems before tomorrow's ceremony. Continuing his carefree thoughts, Hazar thought, I hope I'll be promoted for my efforts, when he saw that one of the cultists had lost his head. Seeing an unknown person with a sword in his hands, the guy did not hesitate to shout out to us attacking infiltrators to finish him off. Hearing the warning from their commander, the other cultists immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed into battle. However, it took only a few seconds for the attacker to deal with all of them. Seeing that all the cult members who were on the spot were dead, Khazar grabbed his sword and shouted, "You useless idiots, it's just one person." As soon as he shouted this, he felt something strange and was surprised to think that at that very moment, Hazar's head had already separated from his body. Seeing that the last person in the room was destroyed, Andreas breathed out a sigh of relief and thought that his sword skills were as impressive as ever. A few seconds later, looking around and seeing that all the enemies were destroyed, Andreas said, "I think we're almost done. Let's get the explosives. We need to call Timur." As soon as the guy mentioned this, he saw the subject he had just spoken about fly by him. After a hard landing into the wall, Andreas looked back at the prisoner who was getting to his feet and called out Timur. At the same moment, Pyatt appeared at the location and took Hazar's head in his hands and said, well, I decided to drop by when I finished my business earlier. Hearing the man say Hazard to the boy, my Andreas thought, in confusion, that when did he have time? The next moment, glancing at Andreas, who was standing behind him, Payat asked in displeasure, "You did it. You finished this child." Receiving a question from the man who had just addressed him, Andreas thought to himself, "This can't be right." Not receiving an answer to his question, Payat dropped Hazar's head from his hands and said, "I hope you know what you're getting yourself into." And then Andreas thought, Payat Kobon. Taking off his hat and starting to remove his cloak, the man smiled slyly and said, "You've gone too far. This is going to hurt a little, so hold on." Hearing the warning from his opponent, Andreas thought, one of the cult leaders who appeared in the middle of the game and possesses powers that can be compared to the Aura Masters is very bad. The next moment, looking at Nickel, Andreas thought, now his powers are probably even superior to Ivy's? Could Nickel and Timur defeat him at a low stage of evolution? Then he turned his attention to Payat, who was strengthening his body, and thought that they would not be able to penetrate him, because Payat's skills increased his muscles and physical strength, making blunt blows and cuts ineffective. After analyzing his situation, Andreas thought about what to do now. After completing the transformation, Payat smiled and said, "I don't know who you are, but you look pretty strong, so I'm going to give it my best shot." The next moment, seeing that the enemy disappeared from his field of vision, Andreas mentally said, "He's attacking." In a few seconds after the enemy disappeared, Timur discovered where Payat was coming from and was able to grab him. Immediately after, seeing a great opportunity to attack, Nickel drew his sword and stabbed his opponent in the back. Hearing a crack, Payat looked back and saw Nickel's broken sword and said something ticklish. At the same moment, Andreas applied himself to his opponent's neck, which managed to inflict some physical damage but did not pierce the skin. Feeling that 3 enemies for him alone was a bit too much, Payat bumped Timur's head and said, "Why not?" Having knocked the Tiger King out of his tracks and struck him from the knee, Payat added, "Don't wait for me over there." Having dealt with the tiger who was forcing him to stand still, Payat immediately rushed towards Andreas. Noticing that the enemy was coming towards him, the boy concentrated his aura in his weapon and prepared to attack. But at one point, Nickel jumped in among them and stopped Payat's attack with the fragment of his sword he had left. Seeing that this was a great opportunity to attack, Andreas thought now and then, took off running, and attacked the enemy in the back of the head. After another unsuccessful attack, Andreas saw that Payat was heading towards him again. Looking at that sinister smile that was getting closer and closer every second, Andreas used his Earth Shield skill. However, this was no obstacle for Payat, as he broke Andreas's defense with a single punch and hit him in the body. The next moment, grabbing the confused guy in midair by the hair, Payat began to beat him with a flurry of punches. As soon as the guy's mask flew off and Payat saw his face, he immediately stopped and exclaimed, "Oh my god, he's just my type." At the same moment, Payat was distracted by Andreas's appearance. Nickel and Timur attacked him from behind to strike. But their sudden attack failed, as Payat was able to take out 2 opponents with one hand in a matter of seconds. When both dead men were eliminated, the big man pinned Andreas to him, and then began to squeeze him tightly until his spine cracked. Listening to the guy's heavy moans and screams, he laughed out loud and exclaimed, "God, what wonderful sounds you make." Feeling his body flattening from Payat's embrace, Andreas mentally said, "I'm going to die here, there must be a way out." The next moment, hearing the sound of the alert, Andreas saw the pure original sin respond to the call of the bearer, wanting to use the special skill of sloth. Feeling his strength leaving his body, he closed his eyes and thought, "I don't know what the risks will be, but I have no choice but to use sloth." As soon as Andreas confirmed the use of the idleness skill, everything around him began to tremble and rattle, which Payat did not ignore. He also heard something strange happening around him, and exclaimed in surprise what it was, and saw streams of blood start to flow towards him. The next moment, he felt his body start to tremble suddenly, and thought what kind of sinister presence it was, and instantly jumped back. After being freed, Andreas received a notification. Magic power efficiency, mana sensing ability spell casting speed, mana recovery rate 666%, temporarily uses talent, magic genius temporarily cancelled mental magic, entering a state of transcendent emotion idleness duration 66 seconds. Feeling the changes in his body, Andreas walked towards Payat, thinking it was annoying to move, also annoying, too lazy to open his eyes and breathe. Tiring, then activated the Earth Shield. Losing his hand to the instant activation of his opponent's Earth Shield, Payat shouted out, "What the hell are you?" Stretching his arm out in the direction of his opponent to finish him off, Andreas mentally added, "Even keeping his heart rate up is burdensome." Having suffered one more magic strike from Andreas and blocked it, Payan laughed and exclaimed that was all. Hearing the boy say to him how annoying you are, Payan exclaimed, "What did you just say?" Then, looking up at the man who was annoying him, Andreas said menacingly that he would rather finish him off and rest. At the same time, somewhere on the surface of the arena, one of the people close to the Emperor heard a noise coming from underground. While the dueling was going on in the arena, Bart Alwyn turned his head to the side and thought that it was clearly the presence of black magic, but it seems that the installation of a magical barrier against black magic had played a cruel joke on me. Noticing her father's strange behavior, Diane, who was standing nearby, asked her father what was wrong and was told to stay here. I had a problem. At the same time, in the sewer standing in front of his enemy, Andreas used a stone spear to accumulate energy. Seeing what the guy Payat was going to use against him, he was surprised to think that a stone spear was basic magic. He smiled slyly and exclaimed, I was wondering what would happen, but it turns out that this and all these stones won't even scratch me. As soon as he exclaimed this, Nickel rushed at him and punched him in the body until he let his guard down. Gritting his teeth in anger and preparing to attack back, Payat shouted, You vile skeleton! As Payat attacked back, Nickel used his phantom form to avoid the damage of the blow, and then what now sounded. At the same moment, Andreas continued to hold his stone spears ready to launch an attack. When Payat saw them, he exclaimed, Do you really think you can finish me off with just a couple of stabs? And was grabbed by Damur. As soon as the enemy lost the opportunity to avoid Andreas's attack, he pointed the stone spears at Payat and shouted, Disappear. As a result of the last attack, the stone spears pierced Payat's skin and remained sticking out of his body, after which Andreas received a notification that the special skill Sloth was completed and that a rollback was coming. Seeing this message, he felt a sharp pain and instantly fell to the ground, after which he received the following messages: inability to move, inability to use mana and aura, serious damage due to body overload. Feeling the unbearable pain of the rollback, Andreas thought, Damn, my body feels like it's been torn to pieces. I need to get up. I need to finish it off. The next moment, a new notification appeared. Dead summoned creatures will be removed due to mana depletion, and Timur and Nickel started moving to the vault. Remaining on the ground in front of the wounded Payat, Andreas received a notification requirements met, detected instance for evolution. Andreas Cromwell Gans, successful evolution, 33% with evolution. One difference available, wish to start the evolution process. Seeing the system's offer, Andreas thought, What do you want from someone who is dying? You want to give me a souvenir to take to the grave? And then said, I accept. At the same time, going down to the sewer and finding the body of an occultist on the way, Bart thought, These vulgar garments of the Zephyr cult are interesting. Continuing to examine the body, the man added in his mind why they were in the sewers, Rodlin. They must have something to do with that strange feeling I had earlier, but deploying a protective sphere around himself and heading in the direction where he felt the dark energy, Bart mentally added that there was no point in speculating. It was better to investigate the area first. Heading in the direction of the investigation, Bart thought to himself, It's weak, but I can feel the trace of dark magic coming from there. After a while, when Bart arrived at the battlefield, he noticed something shocking. There were several bodies after the struggle and traces of a fight. Starting to spin his head around, the man mentally said that they smelled like so much gunpowder had exploded under the stadium. Realizing the considerable risks of what could have happened in a different scenario, he added that many people would have died, including my children. At one point, noticing the body of a guy he knew near him, Bart thought it was Andreas Cromwell. How did this guy get here? Approaching the guy who was lying unconscious on the ground, Bart mentally said, This is where the trace of dark magic is strongest. Looking at Andreas, who was lying on the ground, the man said in shock in his head, It can't be that he inherited the original sin from Cain. After a while, seeing the notification in front of him, time left 0 seconds. Andreas Cromwell evolved change, completed trait, dual essence, epic, lost trait, receptacle unique, gained. Andreas opened his eyes and thought, Evolution, I have accepted. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard a voice beside him saying, Your wounds were so severe that you had to die. Turning his head in the direction of the voice, Andreas saw Bart there, who added that after only 2 weeks you had almost completely recovered. Seeing who was talking to him, Andreas quickly got out of bed and called out, Sir Alwyn. Interrupting the boy's shock, the man said, Answer me one question, what were you doing there? I'm talking about what happened in the sewer. Hearing what exactly Sir Alwyn was interested in, Andreas thought that it was better to keep it a secret for now. Having decided to keep everything to himself until the last, he said, I was walking near the drain and saw a group of suspicious people and tried to run away, but I was dragged into it with the others. Bart replied, So you were involved, then let me ask you where everyone else was when I arrived. You were the only one left. Realizing that Bart wasn't going to give up so easily, Andreas mentally said, No matter how many times he asks, I'll say I don't know. Receiving only silence in response to the question, Sir Alwyn asked, Are you hiding something, boy? After hearing the question, Andreas turned his head to the side and said, As I told you before, I don't know. Again, without learning anything useful for himself, Bart remembered the words of Cain, who told him to take care of my children, Sir Alwyn. Immediately after these memories, deciding not to put too much pressure on the patient, he said, Well, instead of interrogating someone who knows nothing, I'd rather go catch Zepar's servants who are scurrying around the city. After telling him that there would be no more interrogations, the man added, I doubt that someone who barely survived could have any useful information. Hearing that Sir Alwyn had just given up the questioning, Andreas was surprised to think that he was giving up just like that. The next moment, as he headed for the exit, Bart threw a farewell glance at the boy and said, The interrogation is over. Please excuse me. Immediately after his words, the man added, By the way, we have a bet on your improved potion. You haven't forgotten about it. You have 1 week left. I look forward to it. As soon as Bart left his room, Andreas mentally said, Despite the fact that he knew who I was, he let me go. But why? The next moment, remembering the moment of the conversation with Salem when they were fleeing the congregation, he mentally added, Salem also sounded like he didn't care if Bart found out that he was a black magician. As he continued to think about what had happened, Andreas said, I saw Bart in a vision at Cromwell Manor, so I'm pretty sure he knows who my father and I are. The next moment, when he heard the door to his room click open, Andreas immediately turned his gaze to the entrance. There he saw Diane and Carlos, who said, How are you feeling? I hear you've been through a lot, Andreas. It's been a while. When he saw who had decided to visit him, he was surprised to hear from them and asked, Where are you guys from? Receiving the question, the girl said awkwardly, My father told me, so I'm here to visit you. And Carlos added, You look better than I expected, which was followed by a clear response. Thank you for coming. Continuing the dialogue with the victim, Carlos said, I'm glad to see the three of us here again. It reminds me of old times. To which Dean replied awkwardly, Stop it. It makes me embarrassed. Hearing Carlos ask about you, Andreas thought, All my life I've always tried to save someone, but I never could. Not in this life. Immersed in the memories of his childhood days, he happily replied, Yes, I'm glad to see that the three of us are together again. And then mentally added that now I can protect what is important to me with my own strength. Walking to the tower and looking at the news that Carmen Ragoff had won the competition at the Academy's end-of-year celebration, despite the large number of people thanks to the authorities' careful preparation, Andreas mentally said, It looks like Bart had controlled the news. No articles about the Zepar cult's terrorist attack had leaked. The next moment, he tucked the tablet into his bag and added, not surprisingly, given that an external threat had penetrated the heart of the Academy, the original sin in the dungeon hadn't come up either, so I guess I don't need to worry about that anymore. Seeing Andreas in front of him, the leader of the Magic Tower said, You're early, Sir Bart is expecting you. Please follow me. After a while, arriving at the office of the Tower Master, the guide said, The Tower Master, Andreas Cromwell, has arrived. And it was answered, Come in. As soon as the conductor and Andreas entered, the Tower Master spoke just in time. With a sly smile after the boy's visit, Bart added, Well, show me the potion. Seeing the mood of the man in front of him, Andreas thought he was acting as if the incident in the sewers had never happened. Bart Alwyn, whose side are you on? The Emperor's or my father's? Picking up the potion prepared by Andreas, Bart immediately opened it and tried it on himself. After tasting it and looking at the bottle again, the man said in surprise, Wow, it's the same potion, Amit. I wonder if you got rid of the side effects like the previous one. Hearing Bart's assessment, Andreas bowed and said, I expected you to understand what I heard, you impudent bastard, if you're trying to test me. Immediately after holding out another bottle of the potion, the guy said, And here's another one. I also got rid of the side effects of this Dairon's potion. Taking the bottle in his hands, Bart was surprised to hear that you had made two in such a short period of time. The next moment, holding out the card that was given to him, Andreas said, It's all thanks to your material and moral support, sir. Hearing that the boy was brought here and his merits, Bart said you were able to complete the work on one potion so quickly, but still made me wait until now is brave of you. Well, you won the bet. Immediately after the results were announced, the man added, Let's go to the vault and I'll reward you as promised, and then snapped his fingers. As soon as the magic teleportation spell appeared, Andreas looked at the magic inscriptions and thought, I can see the structure of the spell. Once in the vault of the magical tower, the man said, Let's choose what you like, to which Andreas replied, Thank you very much. Starting to look around at the items that were in the vault, the guy mentally said so much more here than I expected. As he walked past the items on the shelves, Andreas received notifications that the cursed music box of Nakta was full of magical power. The longer you listen to it, the less strength you have left, and that Mithras pocket time could accumulate mana. Continuing to receive descriptions of each item he looked at, Andreas mentally said, Moreover, each of these items is worth much more than 1,000,000 liberties. At one point, returning his gaze, Andreas saw a sealed sword, Galaxor Mana Conductivity, 73% sealed. Seeing the name of the sword, Andreas thought that Galaxor was an item with a name I knew only in the game. I never thought it would be in Bart's vault. Then, picking up the Galaxor, which he had only heard of, the boy said, I want this sword. Seeing the boy's choice, Bart was surprised to hear him say, You're a strange kid to be interested in such a thing. The next moment, remembering where he had found it, Bart said, I found this sword in the Shire dungeon, and I've studied it several times, but it doesn't seem to have any practical value, so I'm not sure. After being warned that nothing special was found in it, Andreas said, That's okay, I'll take it as my reward. Hearing that the boy did not give up his choice, Bart said in surprise, You are stubborn, but somehow strangely just like your father, even if there are many better items you could have chosen. After the Tower Master's remark, Andreas said, No, this one will do for me, he said, but if you come running back later begging me to change it, I won't care. The next moment, handing the boy 2 envelopes, the Tower Master said, By the way, take this. Taking the 2 envelopes Bart handed him, Andreas asked in surprise if I could ask about the contents. Hearing Andreas's request, Barthas read out a letter from His Imperial Highness regarding the status of the Cromwell family, and I kept it for you while you were in a coma. Hearing about one of the letters, Andreas froze in shock when he heard the second one, a letter of recommendation since you are obviously interested in swords. A visit there might be useful. After a while arriving at the dormitory, Andreas opened the letter from the Emperor and saw Andreas Cromwell. The first heir to the Cromwell family was to be demoted this year for bad behavior. However, based on the recommendations of the Alwyn family, the Earl of Clog Hills, and others based on the last reputation in the academy, the improvement possible, thus the question of changing the title was postponed until next year. Seeing this letter, Andreas mentally said, "The title of merit is just an empty title, nothing more than a threat from the Emperor. You need to tell Emma to contact me immediately if she notices anything suspicious." The next moment, tearing the letter from the Emperor into two pieces, Andreas said in his head how annoying he was. Immediately after picking up another envelope, he mentally said, "Even though Bart is friendly, if he even gave me the letter, he said it was a letter of recommendation, right?" Opening the envelope from Bart, Andreas said, "Give this letter to the old man who lives in the place marked on the map. If he finds out that it is from me, he will at least give you a couple of lessons." Starting to look at the map Bart had given him, Andreas said to himself, "This map looks familiar, by the way, when it comes to old people." Remembering one he knew, Andreas mentally exclaimed that Deshrun was exactly where Deshrun Forn, one of the greatest masters of the continent, had retired. Continuing to think about his grandfather, the boy added, "Without a letter of recommendation, he would have turned me away. But thanks to Bart, I may be able to study with the swordmaster." Looking at the map given to him, Andreas thoughtfully spoke in his head, and if I remember correctly, there was a hidden area nearby. Rising to his feet and leaning on the table, Andreas mentally said, "I'll have to check it out on the way to Deshrun. I'll go as soon as the holidays start." Somewhere in the canyon, a giant beetle wandering around the area found a human skeleton that it was going to eat. Seeing a target on his way, Andreas created a stone spear in his hand and prepared to attack the monster. Having hit the target, Andreas thought, "I've received a huge reward for fighting Payat." Taking off the mask of the Bloody Dan, the guy mentally added the combination of mana and aura makes even the simplest spells much stronger. The feature of the container is unique, removes the boundary between the Dantian and the Monocore aura, can now be converted into mana and mana into aura. Continuing his thoughts, Andreas mentally added, "The container is the perfect version of Salem's transfer skill. The total amount of aura and mana increased to the point where there is no longer a need to switch between them." Starting to extract valuable materials from the prey, he mentally added, "It means that I am unlikely to ever be exhausted again. I need to collect all the offal of the beetle in case I need it." After completing the process of extracting the byproducts, Andreas thought Mount Clayton is the highest peak inhabited by monsters in the mountainous region. Continuing to look in the direction of the mountain where he needed to go, the guy mentally added, "That's where I will meet Dershan. But first," remembering one place that he would need to visit, Andreas mentally said in the hidden area of this mountain is the giant's lair where I can get the body of a giant warrior. Taking all the necessary materials from the captured beetle, Andreas placed them in different jars and placed them in a spatial bag. The next moment he handed the bag to Nickel, whom he called Andreas, said, "I've gathered everything I can use as materials. It's time to go." As soon as he said this, he heard a noise not far from him and quickly pulled on his Bloody Dan mask to see what it was. Looking out from behind the rock in the direction of the noise, he noticed a beastman near him and was surprised to hear that it was a leopard. Quickly approaching the beastman and giving him a restorative potion, Andreas asked, "Hey, can you tell me what happened?" Hearing the beastman groan heavily, Andreas thought that even though they lived in a remote area due to the Empire's repressive policies towards other races, every leopard man was a skilled warrior who was skilled in close combat. Thinking about who could have done this to him, the boy heard a buzzing sound behind him and looked back to see a giant beetle heading towards him. Pulling out his sword, he easily sliced the beetle into two pieces. After dealing with the danger and hiding his sword, he set a monster beetle that can fly at high speed. The next moment, remembering someone from Jester's entourage, he mentally added, "I remember that only Ranix, the Beetle Master, could control it." Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added that his army of bugs was so strong that it could destroy an entire village in half a day. He was hunting for treasure by order of Jester, and if he was here, it meant that he was here. At that very moment, the leopard he had saved came to and shouted out that it was the beetles. The beetles attacked the village. Hearing what had happened to the leopard race, Andreas thought to himself, "He is here for the sake of the Lunapal crystal, the only treasure of the leopard race." The next moment, Andreas called his subjects and demonstrated his strength by saying, "Can you take me to the village? Maybe I can help." Hearing the request of the person who had saved him, the leopard bent his head down and groaned, thinking that the matter was urgent. But was it worth the risk of bringing the mysterious man to the village? Without receiving an answer, Andreas said, "You doubt it, right? But think about this. If I were an enemy, I would not offer my help from the very beginning." To which he said, "Yes, please save my village." Heading in the direction indicated by the leopard man, Andreas mentally said that this was the same direction I was heading in, that everything would soon become clear. After a while, having arrived at the place where the village was located and seeing a bunch of beetles, Andreas mentally said, "I knew it was the same place." Looking at the passage that was in the cave behind the village, the boy mentally added, This cave is a hidden area where the body of the giant is located. The next moment, he turned his attention to the Lepardians who were fighting the bugs, and added that the Lepardian village right in front of him had been destroyed by the Ronix attack. Having finished thinking about what exactly happened to this place in the game's plot, Andreas said first, "As I promised, I will get rid of these bugs." Activating his magic, Andreas received a notification low-level necromancer, summoning golems 63 bodies detected summoner level, sufficient responded 24 bodies low-level necromancer, summoning golems success, beetle golems success. Seeing his summoned monsters engage in battle against the beetles terrorizing the village, Andreas mentally said 24 ghoulas were summoned. Fleeing from the beetles' pursuit, the leopardess crouched down on the ground and hugged her child, protecting him. Preparing to die, she heard a strange sound, then opened her eyes and saw Timur in front of her, who had protected her from the monster. Later, Nickel joined the battle against the beetle monsters and used his sword to slay enemies left and right. At the same time, looking out from behind the rock, Ronix was surprised to think that, "Who is he? I was just looking for mortal sins by order of Mr. Jester." Realizing that his plan had failed, the Dark Wizard said with a grudging smile that he needed to get out of here, my bugs. Just as he was about to run away, Andreas, who appeared in front of him, drove his sword into his shoulder and said, "I knew you were around, Ronix." Hearing that he had just been called by name and wounded, the man angrily exclaimed, "You bastard, who are you and how do you know me?" Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the man added that there was no reason for you to attack a black mage like you, to which he heard a silent question, and I asked, hearing Andreas ask if you were here on Jester's orders in search of mortal sins, Ranix exclaimed in surprise at where you were coming from. Sighing in frustration after the man's exclamation, Andreas said, "Just answer the question, or I'll cut off your hand," and then thought something was wrong. Maybe I should push him harder. Immediately after his thoughts, the guy said, "Considering the situation, it seems that you are looking for the leopard's lunapult crystal. You attacked it because you thought it was one of the deadly sins." Continuing to hold his sword in the man's shoulder, Andreas added, "Think carefully about your answer. You can die right here, or you can tell me everything you know." Not hearing any response, Andreas said, "If you refuse to answer, I guess your choice is to die." To which he said, "Wait, I'll tell you." The next moment, handing the man a leaflet, the man exclaimed, "It's not quite accurate, but here's our list of possible mortal sins." He said, "I'll check it out." Removing the sword from Ranix's shoulder, Andreas looked at the postcard and wondered what it was. For the first time, I saw mysterious treasures from the depths of the ocean to be auctioned off by Muriel. After reading the postcard, Andreas folded it several times and put it in his pocket, thinking that this was the most likely mortal sin. As soon as Andreas hid the postcard, Ronix said, "The port city of Muriel is my destination. You will have mercy on me." Before the Dark Wizard could finish his sentence, Andreas finished him off and thanked him for the useful information, and then thought it was worth keeping his body for experiments. Looking down at the body of Ranix that needed to be taken somewhere, he mentally added to the auction, "There's not much time left. I'll go to Muriel as soon as I get back." At the end of the battle, the elder approached the boy who had saved them and said, "Thank you for saving our village. As you can see, we cannot thank you properly, so please at least accept this lunapult crystal." Seeing what he was being offered as a thank you, Andreas said, "I don't need it." And when he was refused, the elder exclaimed in surprise. Pointing to the cave behind him, Andreas said, "I would like to go there if you allow me." Hearing the request of the boy who had saved their village, the leopard people gritted their teeth and thought it couldn't be that he was also interested in the mine, as they had expected. People could not be trusted. After thinking about the boy's request for a while, the elder bowed her head and said, "You can go through." Hearing that their leader had decided to allow a stranger to enter the mine, one of the tribal members exclaimed, "But elder, no matter how much we owe, it's just that simple." After receiving the tribal member's remark, the elder looked at him and said, "If it wasn't for this man's help, our village would have been destroyed and there would be no mine or anything else here." Hearing the active discussion about the mine, Andreas said, "Don't worry, I don't need the lunapult crystal." And the elder was surprised to hear that and asked why. Again, pointing to the cave behind him, the boy said, "I'll explain when we get inside, there's what I need." Arriving at the wall that was in the cave, Andreas wiped it with his hand and said it must be somewhere here. Seeing the place where the boy had led them, the elder said in surprise that it was just a solid stone wall. Despite the surprise of the leopards who did not understand what was happening, Andreas said to Timur, "Break it down." Having received the instruction from his leader, Timur broke the wall with just one blow. At the same time, standing behind and watching everything that was happening, the elder was surprised to think that the tiger warrior had such a frightening strength. Hearing the cracking of the walls in the cave after the strike, the guard standing nearby exclaimed to the elder that it was dangerous and he should leave the place. Later, as soon as the wall collapsed and the passage opened, the leopard men noticed countless riches in front of them and exclaimed, "There are so many crystals here." Seeing the countless reserves of precious crystals in front of them, the tribe's elder said, "So this is what you were looking for." Hearing the girl's remark, Andreas looked back at her and said, I am well aware of their value, but as I said before, I do not need them. Surprised that Andreas did not hunt for precious minerals, the elder said in surprise that the boy pointed to the statue and said this. Continuing to point to the statue of the giant that was in a hidden room of the cave, Andreas added, "This is what I need." And the elder was surprised to hear that the statue was there. Continuing to marvel at the discovery among the precious stones, the elder exclaimed in amazement at how this giant thing came to be. After all the amazement was over, Andreas said, "I will leave all the lunapults to you, but in exchange I need you to leave me here alone for a while." Having received the request from the boy who had saved their village, the elder cautiously asked why, and as the leader of the tribe, I should know. Again feeling a hint of distrust in the leopard's voice, Andreas looked back and said, "Don't worry, if I was going to harm you, I would have done it long ago." Indignant at the boy's remark, one of the guards exclaimed that you said you may be our savior, but you have no right to finish. And before he could finish, the elder interrupted him, shouting, "Madahar." Having calmed her subjects, the tribal leader put her hand to her chest and said, "Since you did not take it by force, I will trust you, but please." Looking at the village elder who trusted him, Andreas heard how the first person with whom we have made an agreement, I ask you to show him respect. After a while, when everyone else had left the cave, Andreas said, "Well, I'm finally alone since he is not fresh. It would be better to turn him into a goulash." The next moment, stretching his hand out in front of him and using magic, Andreas received a notification from a low-level necromancer summoning a ghoul. One body has been detected. A few seconds after the process started, new notifications appeared. Summoner level insufficient low-level necromancy fallen. Having failed in the first attempt, Andreas threw off his cloak and mask and weapons and said, "I thought it would be difficult." Starting to warm up before the second attempt of the ritual, he confidently added, "No matter how long it takes, you will definitely be mine." In subsequent attempts, the guy received notifications. Caster level insufficient necromancy, low level summoning goal, detected one body caster level insufficient necromancy, low level summoning goal failure. After some time of futile attempts, Andreas again received a notification of low level necromancy, summoning a goo failure, and wiped the sweat from his face. Having failed again, the guy leaned on his knees and said wearily, "I've been trying for more than a week, but all my attempts have failed. Should I give up at this point?" Immediately after these thoughts, Andreas looked up and thought, "No, this place is no longer a mystery. There is no guarantee that the giant will still be here when I return next time." Activating his spell again, the guy mentally added, "Anyway, I need to try to get my mana level beyond the usual all or nothing." Receiving a notification of a low-level necromancer summoning a ghoul, one body was detected. Andreas thought, "I still have time. I will try." The next moment, after receiving a notification of low-level necromancy, summoning a ghoul success goal titan. Mythic summoned one goal, the guy froze in shock. At the moment of the stake, the summoned dead man began to rise to his feet. Andreas received another notification. Summoned dead man level high. Summoned body level bonus status level. Transcendent rank. Increased dead man received the status of a goal titan winner. As soon as the new warrior appeared before the master, notifications appeared. Mythical level dead. Inherited traits present before the death of the Ghoul Titan Victor. Mythical Rudolph Kanudond. Dead level 6. Mana 3,733 traits personality. Incredible strength fighting spirit untamed. Having received a second life, the giant immediately knelt down in front of his new master, and seeing this, Andreas thought how formidable he was. Continuing to look at his new subject with a smile, he added, "I'm probably the only one in the world who can now control a member of the giant tribe. I'm not afraid of platoon-level enemies anymore. It's good that all the work paid off." At the same time, seeing the fly in his jar explode, Jester, who was watching, said that Ranix was dead. Remembering his subject whom he had sent on the mission, Jester added in his mind that it didn't matter. I had many other pawns. The next moment, a raven flew into the Dark Wizard's room and told Mr. Jester that His Imperial Highness wanted to see you. Hearing that a yogi was being summoned to the ruler of a continent, the Dark Wizard said, "I knew to tell him that I would be there immediately." Immediately after bowing his head down on the card with the crown that was to be auctioned, he added that he had something to report to him. At the same time, sitting on the slope outside his house, Dishran felt a visitor behind him and asked, "Did the Empire send you?" Hearing the old man's question, Andreas took out a letter and said, "I am here on the recommendation of Count Alvin." Upon learning who exactly had come to his land, the great swordsman looked around and asked in surprise that Bart had sent you this boy. Holding his sword before sparring with Dishran, Andreas mentally said, "Damn, he's even more depressing than Salem. I can't believe this is just a test." Seeing the boy's strange look, Deshran asked what was wrong. "Didn't I tell you I would let you make the first move?" Having received a remark from his mentor, Andreas prepared for the attack and thought to fight me with some branch. He does not take me seriously. Believing in himself and his own sits, Andreas rushed into the fight thinking that I would definitely win. Having avoided absolutely all the blows that the guy threw, Deshran came from behind him and said, "I got an idea of your abilities." The next moment, grabbing Andreas by the hand in which he held his sword, the old man added, "It's not the sword skills you need to hone now, it's the flimsy fighting style that relies too much on tricks." Immediately after throwing the boy into the air, the mentor added two obvious moves that rely too much on speed. Looking up to where the boy was now, Deshran added with a smile the inability to see his opponent's plans. Throwing Andreas to the ground and knocking him out, the mentor said, "Your main drawback is your lack of experience, but don't worry." Letting go of the guy's hand after he got the general picture, Deshran said, "You'll certainly get better at it after you play with me." Training on Mount Clayton Day 1. Andreas continued to spar with Deshran, who easily deflected all his attacks with just a thin branch. Training Day 7. After another training session, Andreas and his coach went to lunch, where, as usual, there were potatoes. The 15th day of training on Mount Clatan, Andreas was now practicing his skills with logs that were suspended and released on him. Day 22. After failing again and being caught by Deshran, Andreas slapped him on the arm and called for a break. On the 27th day of training, Andreas had reached certain heights in his training, and now it was not a big deal for him to cut the stone. On the 33rd day, he sparred with Deshan again, but this time his mentor took up his sword because of the boy's noticeable progress. Blocking the attacks of Andreas, who was actively attacking him, Deshan mentally said that his movements were getting a little better, and still. Finding a gap in the boy's movements, Deshran used the same technique as during their first meeting. Passing behind Andreas' back, the old man bent down and got his way to the body and struck with an elbow. Having knocked the guy out of rhythm and delivered the last kick, Deshran said that it was naive and stupid to think during the battle. After the sparring was over, the man stopped on the spot and added happily, "Nevertheless, I recognize your will. You never whimpered." As soon as he said this, he noticed the sudden attack that his student had just made, which had not even left a small scratch. Having demonstrated everything he was capable of, Henrius said tiredly, "Even a swordmaster can let his guard down. Next time I won't be so easy." Seeing how the boy collapsed after his words, Deshran thought, even if it was a bit crude, he gathered his aura and sent it flying. I didn't think he was skilled enough to use the sword arts. Immediately after this thought, his grandfather instantly tensed up and thought he had done it instinctively. What a great talent. The next moment, remembering his other student, Deshran mentally said, "By the way, Louis said that he will soon join Rodlin. It will be interesting to see if I can reach the level of this boy." After a while hearing the boy exclaim, Deshran looked back and asked what had finally come to his senses. Looking at the guy who had just regained consciousness, the mentor asked him about the sword art you used before you passed out. "Can you do it again?" Receiving the question from his mentor, Andreas put his hand to his head and said, "What else did I do when I was beaten to a pulp?" The next moment, trying to get to his feet, he added that it was just desperation, to which Deshran said, "Well, let me take this opportunity to teach you the art of swordplay and some basics of aura control." And he said, "Thank you very much." Arriving at the giant tree, Deshran prepared for a demonstration of power and said, "When you use the art of swordplay, think of it as wrapping your aura around the sword like a scabbard." Immediately after releasing wind currents in the direction of the tree and cutting it into several pieces, the master added, "And then send those sheaths flying." Watching the tree fall to the ground, Andreas exclaimed in amazement that such a large tree could be so simple. Bringing his sword down after demonstrating the skill, Deshran said, "Let the basic form be just a slash. It can be used in many ways depending on how you use it, from an explosion to a shockwave." At one point, using the same skill in a different way and disappearing from view, Andreas's Deshran said, "What if we use the aura to stimulate the body instead of the sword?" Finding himself behind the boy he was teaching, the man added, "You can move at super speed like this." Seeing that the man was behind him, Andreas exclaimed in amazement that, since when has he heard of a mystical aura technique? The ultimate aura application is based on the same theory as the techniques I just showed you. Smiling happily after the lesson, the man added, "You wrap the aura around your body or sword and adjust the power accordingly, but you have a long way to go." Saying, "In the meantime, learn to use the art of the sword." Deshran saw the boy begin to actively practice the skill he had demonstrated. Observing the boy's progress, the mentor said, "Good, keep up the good work, and when you get used to it, move a little further." At one point in his training, Andreas received a notification that the conditions were met and that the traits for evolution were detected. Andreas Cromwell's talent for fighting was 30%. So he thought, "I've been training so hard, it's interesting to imagine that only my genius-level fighting skills have evolved." Again, taking up training with a sword, the guy mentally added, "In any case, it's good, and I like to use my body more." After a while, seeing the success in training, Deshran was amazed to think that he was even a bigger monster than I thought. I had no idea that such a talent existed. Immediately recalling his former students, Deshran mentally added Walt Louis, and even he was not that good. Continuing to stand back and watch the process, his grandfather mentally added, "As long as he has clear instructions, he will definitely be able to blossom on his own, and if so, that's all I can do." At one point, when Andreas wanted to use the skill again, his grandfather said, "Okay, that's enough for today. Let's go eat. Go home and dig up some potatoes and cook them for your student." Having received the instruction from his mentor, Andreas stopped training and thought in frustration, "Every meal is one potato. It will soon start coming out of my ears." Immediately after his thoughts, remembering something else interesting, the boy looked at Deshran and asked him why he called me a student, to which he heard a yes and what do you have against it, to which he said, no, not at all. After a while eating potatoes at the table, Andreas said to himself, Deshran took me as his disciple, but why, even though I had been with him for over a month? Later, in the middle of the meal, his grandfather took out a book and handed it to Andreas, saying, take this book I wrote on this mountain. Accepting the gift from his mentor, Andreas asked in surprise why you were giving it to me, and then received a message. Faceless Sword, a skill book written by Deshrun Forn, contains extensive knowledge about swordplay. Seeing what was in his hands, Andreas was surprised to think that it was Deshrun's skill book, an item that increases the level, just like dark magic books. The next moment he imagined Deshrun using his unique skill and added, that means I can also use Deshrun's faceless sword. Noticing the thoughtfulness on the face of the boy to whom he handed the book, Deshrun laughed and exclaimed, you really hate learning directly from me. Receiving a question from his mentor, Andreas exclaimed in confusion that you are not at all. The next moment, Deshrun looked down and said, no matter how much I want to teach potential students directly, sometimes overtraining can ruin a talent. Immediately after picking up a cup of tea, the old man added, especially someone as specific as you whose body is full of aura. That's why I want them to use it as a guide to find the right training method for you. Hearing not a word from Deshrun, Andreas clutched the book in his hands and mentally said, the swordmaster has indeed taken me as his disciple. The next moment he began to rise from the table and said, now that I have finished teaching you, perhaps it is time for me to leave this mountain. If I stay too long, my skills will fade. Hearing that his mentor was about to leave his residence, Andreas asked where you were going to go, and was told that he was going to the Alliance of the Southern Kingdoms. After learning the direction of Deshrun, Andreas held up the book and said it was in the opposite direction of my direction. Let me take you as far as I can master. Weaving through the woods in the middle of the night, the exhausted swordsman barely kept his feet on the ground. Thought, I am so headstrong, how long have I been walking for? Continuing to walk further, the boy thought, Grandpa, everyone in the village is gone, only I am left, what should I do? And then he fell down. The next moment, the clouds gathered in the sky, and after the thunder it started to rain, and later the unconscious man's body was found in the forest. Putting his hand on the unconscious swordsman's head, Andreas said, it can't be Benjamin Anakius. Continuing to be surprised at his discovery in such a place, Andreas mentally added the same thought only a game character would think in such a place. The next moment, running through the plot, Makoto mentally set a sword-fighting specialist with the trait of a sword lord. Again, he looked at the boy who was lying unconscious in the forest and added, this two-handed demonic sword is a Rubens. Seeing the weapon in Benjamin's possession, Andreas mentally said, the sword that was sealed and kept in Benjamin's village for many generations. Immediately after, he began to draw parallels with the plot of Makoto's story, and added that if it appeared here, it meant that the village was attacked. Getting to his feet and looking at the unconscious boy again, Andreas thought that in the game he somehow managed to escape with the demon sword, and I can't just pass by. Continuing to think about what he should do next, Andreas mentally spoke to the others. I need the game characters to owe me a favor. After rescuing the boy, Andreas dragged him to a clearing where he set up camp and made a fire to cook dinner. When Benjamin woke up from his sleep, he saw a person tending to the meat by the fire and asked if he was awake. Immediately jumping up and preparing to defend himself, the boy shouted out who you were, to which Andreas held out a roast rabbit and said, eat. Confused by the strangers handing him food, Benjamin shouted out what you're up to. Observing the confusion of the boy who had just come to, Andreas calmly said, calm down. If I wanted to hurt you, you would have been in heaven long ago. Continuing the dialogue with the boy, Andreas added that you should first eat and recuperate, and then noticed that he turned his head in the direction of the sword and added, it looks like it's important to you, but you'll need strength to carry it, right? Realizing that the guy who had saved him was not really dangerous, Benjamin recalled moments from his childhood when he and his grandfather took care of the sword. Recalling everything he had to go through, the guy immediately gave free rein to his emotions and did not hold back his tears. Watching all this with a warm smile, Andreas thought, he reminds me of Shohei, a sensitive guy just like in the game. The next moment, deciding to speed up the process of summoning, he said, and how long do you want me to hold this? My hand is tired. To which Benjamin exclaimed, yay! When the boy took the roast rabbit from him and began to eat, Andreas took out a bottle of potion and said, you have a great appetite. Drink this while you recover your strength. Benjamin continued to sob because of everything that had happened to him and gritted his teeth and said, thank you very much. Receiving the gratitude from the boy he had saved, Andreas smiled gently, but his good mood did not last long, as he felt something nearby. Realizing that they were being followed by enemies, Andreas said, you are not beggars, it is rude to gather around and watch people eat. Hearing that they had been discovered, the leader of the assassins appeared on top of the cliff and said, you are very perceptive, seeing this group. Benjamin exclaimed, you bastards. Having given free rein to his emotions and awakened the demon in him, the boy recalled the events of his village and thought that they had killed his grandfather. Noticing how Benjamin reacted to the appearance of the enemy, Andreas thought this reaction was like I thought it was those who attacked Benjamin's village. As he continued to think about what he had seen, he mentally said to the acolytes, a group of orphans who had been raised by Jester as his personal assassin squad. The next moment, recalling his training, Andreas added, "For some reason, this reminds me a bit of my past life. Versatile soldiers trained to the level of special forces and even capable of simple magic." Continuing his thoughts, Andreas mentally said when they get the ability to manipulate auras, Jester gives out special masks as a sign of their abilities. They can be pitied, but such people are impossible to negotiate with, and I will take care of. Before he could finish his thought, he heard a call from nearby. "Wait," and then looked over to see Benjamin grabbing his sword and adding, "Please don't interfere." Preparing to pay the Ascolites back in kind, Benjamin added in a menacing tone, "I'm the one they're dealing with." Hearing that Benjamin had decided to fight them on his own, the Ascolites rushed to the attack and shouted, "Don't you dare mock, you little brat! Be a good boy and give us the sword." Not wanting to listen to his enemies, Benjamin shortened his distance and took a comfortable position and swung his sword, which sliced through the air. Noticing the attack, the Ascolites quickly formed protective spheres around them to protect them from the first blow. Having survived the first attack, the assassins pulled out their shurikens and launched them at Benjamin, who blocked them with his sword. Having defended himself against the enemy's long-range attack, and having gotten close to him, Benjamin was able to defeat the first enemy. At the same time, standing aside and watching the battle, Andreas thought about what he would say as expected of a game character. Continuing his thoughts, the guy mentally added, "However, it makes no sense for him to get as seriously injured as in the original story." Watching the guy he saved being pushed around, Andreas added that he would do the same if things went badly. Having intervened in the battle and killed several Ascoliths in a few seconds, he added that it was worth finishing it quickly. Seeing that the other guy who had remained neutral until now posed a serious threat, the squad leader shouted him out first. Later, when all the enemies turned their attention to Andreas, Benjamin watched the battle and thought it was amazing how easily he destroyed the bastards who attacked my village. The next moment, seeing that Andreas had just knocked down the last enemy and finished him off, Benjamin mentally added who he was. Shaking his head and making sure that no one else was around, Andreas sheathed his sword and said, "I think that's it." At the same moment, staring at the guy who had just easily dealt with all the enemies, Benjamin thought, "I wonder if I could defend the village if I were as strong as him." Immediately afterwards, in a moment of reflection, when he heard someone ask him, "Hey, are you okay?" Benjamin exclaimed in confusion that he was noticing some changes in the boy after the destruction of the enemies. Andreas thought it was interesting that he changed his attitude when he saw my sword skills. The next moment, remembering that they had never met, Andreas said, "By the way, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Earl Andreas Cromwell." Hearing the name of his rescuer, the boy shouted out in confusion, "My name is Benjamin Anakius." Immediately after hearing him ask, "Benjamin, it looks like you were being chased. Do you have somewhere to go?" The guy put his hand behind his head and awkwardly said, "Oh, that's me." Making sure that he was right in his guess, Andreas thought to himself, Louis and the other important characters will be entering the academy soon, so it's time to check on them. Maybe I should keep an eye on them. Having finished his thoughts on what to do next, Andreas said, "Since you have nowhere else to go, let me teach you swordplay." To which Benjamin replied in confusion. Continuing the dialogue with Benjamin, Andreas said, "It's a crime to bury such a talent as yours in the ground. Go to the academy and I'll write you a letter of recommendation." Hearing Andreas's offer, Benjamin bowed his head and said, "But I don't have the money for that. And when I said recommendation, I meant sponsorship too. You just have to decide whether to accept it or not." When Benjamin heard that he would be sponsored, he looked up at Andreas and said, "I have enough resources for that." Learning that he would be helped in every way, Benjamin fell to his knees and bowed his head and exclaimed, "One day I will definitely repay you for your kindness." To which Andreas said, "Hey, you don't have to go that far." Recalling the events of that time, Andreas sat in his chair and read the message from Benjamin. "Thank you for the letter of recommendation, and for your support. Your excellency is unsurpassed in sword skills, and I try to be as strong as you thought." It looks like he was accepted to the Monas Academy. The next moment, recalling his fate from the game's plot, Andreas mentally said he was a swordmaster. He would have no problem learning. "Be diligent, Benjamin. I will provide you with as much money as you need." Immediately after closing the dialogue with his friend, Andreas said, "Well, now it's time for me to get ready for the auction in Muriel," and wrote to my friend Carlos, "I would like to participate in the auction in Muriel," which I received, "Oh, do you want something from the auction there? I will get the tickets. My father will find a way to get them." And wrote back, "Thank you very much. Let's meet tomorrow at the auction." Having dealt with this problem, he thought it was good to have an acquaintance from the high aristocracy. Well, it's time to go to the heart of lawlessness among mortal sins, the Red Light District. At the same time, at Jester's headquarters, when he saw his subject, he asked what happened to the demonic sword Rubens. Having received the question from his leader, a member of the Ascolithic squad said, "The guy ran away with the sword. We sent a squad after him, but he has not returned yet." Hearing what exactly happened on the mission, Jester angrily asked, "Are you saying you let him escape?" Keeping his gaze on the creature he was studying, Jester thought it was a demonic sword that enhanced the magical and physical abilities of the wielder. As he continued to think about the sword, he added, "I was planning to study it and mass-produce demon swords, something I was looking for to bolster my army." Picking up the head of the demon he was studying, the dark wizard said, I thought I had finally found it, but it slipped from my hands. The next moment, crushing the demon's head in his hand, the dark wizard shouted angrily, Send Hosan to Moriel. After hearing this instruction, the subject, who was breaking out in a cold sweat, was told to join Aleb at the auction. After giving the order to his subject, Jester mentally said, I must get the crown of the depths at any cost. The next moment, remembering Hosan, who should also go to the auction, the dark wizard added that if he was there, he would bring it no matter what. After a while, Andreas arrived with Carlos in the port city of Muriel where the auction was to be held. Arriving at the biggest auction of the entertainment district's Night of Flowing Gold, the pair took their seats. While sipping wine before the auction began, Andreas looked at his tablet and thought, my goal is mortal sins, but I should take the opportunity to get as many personalized items as possible. Looking at the first item on the auction tablet, Andreas mentally said, the White Nightmare, the famous sword with high mana conductivity. So if I win this item, I will send it to Benjamin. Seeing that his friend was really looking at the first lot, Carlos asked, so it's true that you are interested in sword fighting? Receiving the question from his friend, Andreas looked at him and said, I was thinking of giving it to a friend of mine. Carl looked at the bid that Andreas had made and said, it looks good, but 20 million is a little low, don't you think? Hearing the advice, Andreas hesitated and thought, why bother if I can get it for less? The next moment, looking at Carlos, Andrian said, no, this is the beginning of the auction, so the price will rise gradually. After a while, the presenter began to shout out, 23 million, 123 million too, and there are still bids, thank you. White Nightmare sold for 23 million. Seeing the price for which the sword was sold, Carlos said, not bad. And then Andreas nervously thought that 20 million would be enough. The next moment, looking again at the tablet where the information about the next lot appeared, the host said, now to the next lot. This is a map that many scientists have tried to decipher, but the cipher was too difficult for them. After making sure that this was the object he was thinking of, Andreas said in his mind that it was also here. Recalling the plot of the game, Makoto said in his head that this is a secret map that leads to the tomb of the Red Dragon Kravma. I thought it was just an Easter egg. I did not expect it to exist. Hearing the information about the lot, the participants began to echo forward. I will give you this lot decoding as my strong point. After which Andreas thought, bodies are a resource for me, I have to get it. Hearing the host shout out, we start with 2 million. Andreas placed his bid and heard 5 million bid 5 million, who will give more? Expecting that no one would bid more than his bid, Andreas thought to himself, if I can get myself a dragon, I will be equal in power to the whole country. After a few seconds of hearing the host announce the card was sold for 5 million liberties, Andreas clenched his hand into a fist and thought, that's great. Seeing that the same person was buying up all the lots, one of the bidders turned his head to Andreas' side and wondered who the hell they were. Looking at the people who had already taken the second lot from the auction, Aleb mentally added that it looks like they are rich, but enjoy it anyway. The next moment, with a sly smile, the man added in his head, the main prize is the crown anyway. The more you spend now, the less you can oppose me. After some time at the auction, having received a new item, the host said, let's move on to the next item, a reloadable teleportation scroll that will allow you to travel anywhere and anytime up to twice a day. When the auctioneer announced an ancient alchemical device of a very ancient alchemist, the practical and stylish Andreas continued to buy everything on display. When Carlos saw that his friend was taking all the lots, he looked at Andreas and wondered if he was even thinking about what he was buying. When the rest of the lots were finished, the auctioneer said, now for the long-awaited last lot, hold your breath. This is a relic salvaged from the bottom of the deep sea. After showing the last item to be auctioned to the public, the auctioneer exclaimed, I present to you the Lord of the Seas. As soon as the lot appeared in front of the audience, Andreas received a notification manuscript of the Apocalypse Chapter 0. Pure original sin revealed generous greed and thought, here he is. Later, when the presenter said the starting price was 1 billion liberties and the auction step was 10 million liberties, Andreas said "Gah" in confusion. Tilting his head down after hearing the price, he thought to himself, if only I had the proceeds from the potion sales for the next month. Seeing his friend's dejection after hearing the price, Carlos asked, do you want this too? To which he replied, I do. Biting his lips after hearing the price, Andreas added, I'll try a few bets, but if there's no chance, I'll just give up. Without thinking much about how much it would cost, Carlos said, I'll buy it for you. And hearing the promise, Andreas asked why. Receiving the question from his friend, Carlos looked at him and said, my father told me the gist of the story. He said you were shot in the sewers because you were trying to protect us. Hearing the reason why Carlos had decided to do that, Andreas said it was a simple circumstance, and then thought how much he had told him. The next moment, grabbing his tablet and smiling slyly, Carlos exclaimed permission to show me the riches of the Alvin house. At the same moment, looking at his tablet and seeing the bid for the crown, Aleb thought they still had money left. Raising the bet to 1.5 billion, Aleb mentally said, I'll shut these assholes up with my master's wealth. Watching the amount gradually increase, Andreas looked at the rest of the participants and thought, this is an outrageous amount of money. The next moment, when the host shouted out 10, we reached the 10 billion mark, Andreas noticed Karos, who, caught in the flow, said, This is getting interesting. Nervously smiling after seeing the bet, Andreas thought to himself, gambler as always. Now that we're in this situation, you better win. I'll take care of thanking you. After a while, the host exclaimed with joy that it was just incredible. The bet had reached 50,000 liberties. Would anyone be able to beat this bet? Thus, the bets reached 100 billion liberties. Hearing the last amount offered, Aleb was confused and thought, should I go further? The next moment, he remembered how Jester had told him before the auction that you have to win the lot no matter how high the price is. After these memories grabbing his head, Aleb mentally said, the gentleman is certainly wealthy, but it's too expensive. I should ask how much I can spend. There's no time to specify. Just as he was about to raise the bid, he heard everyone thanking him. The Lord of the Seas was sold for 100 billion liberties, and then plunged into shock. After losing the auction, Aleb heard an ominous laugh behind him, and someone said, you screwed up, Aleb? And Sir Hosan looked around and exclaimed in confusion. Walking slowly toward the friend who had been entrusted with the mission of acquiring the item, Hosan added, I bet the sir sent me here because he knew you would fail. Coming closer and smiling slyly, Hokan added, even if you could win the lot for more than 100 billion, you would be finished. Come here and wait. The next moment, looking to the neighboring balcony where the winners of the auction were, Hosan added, I don't know who they are, but let them enjoy the taste of victory before they die. At the same time, on the next balcony, Carlos, who had won the auction, said, I think I'll do some cleaning up when I get back. I'm hungry. Let's go find something to eat. Hearing this, Andreas thought, you have demonstrated the wealth of the Alvin house to the fullest. At the dinner table, sitting in his crown, Andreas heard Carlos laughing loudly and then exclaiming, you look very nice, your highness, Andreas. Continuing to endure this mockery of himself, the boy mentally said, you treat the manuscript like a toy, which I suppose he deserves considering that he bought it. Having had enough fun with the newly acquired crown, Carlos said, okay, let's raise our glasses and celebrate, and was answered with a thank you, Carlos, as always. Clinking glasses and starting to drink, Andreas thought thanks to him, I was able to get greed without any problems, and it seems the congregation has not yet made its move if now we can just go with it. As soon as he thought about it, he heard a shouting match from outside the door. Who are you? You're not allowed in here. And various shouts. A few seconds later, the door flew open and Hosan entered the room saying, I'm sorry I interrupted your dinner, but when Carlos saw the guest, he stood up and shouted, who are you? At the same time, Andreas continued to sit still and remain calm, thinking in frustration, what the hell? Stepping inside the room to the two guys who were at the table, Hosan said, give me the crown and move away. Then I will finish you off painlessly. Hearing the intruder's demand, Andreas looked at him and mentally said, our business is bad? This is Jester's chain dog, Hosan, the sword of the devil. Continuing to look at the intruder, he mentally added that, although he was not yet able to master the secret arts, he was still equal in power to the masters of Aura. Recalling the plot of the game, Andreas mentally said, confident in his talent, he was constantly arguing with his mentor, Deshrun. Continuing to recall the story of the person who stood before them, Andreas mentally added that once their paths diverged, and Hosan fell into the underworld where he was recruited by Jester, who recognized his talent. The next moment, picking up his bag, Andreas thought, I thought I could easily take away my greed without consequences, and then he told Carlos things are bad. Let's run away. Hearing about the plans of the guys who took the crown of greed, Hosan exclaimed, I will not allow you to do this. Take them. As soon as the enemy gave the order to his henchmen, Andreas and Carlos jumped out of the window and ran away. Seeing that it would not be so easy, Hosan said, well, don't be easy prey or I might get bored. It's time to hunt. After a while, having arrived at the river, Carlos got out of the bushes and said, great, they won't be able to catch up with us if we cross the river. Climbing into the boat, Carlos said to Muriel, Muriel is an outlawed area outside the Empire's reach, but once we get out of here, these guys will not be able to do anything. Receiving the instruction from his comrade, Carlos exclaimed in surprise that, you just said what you heard, we can't just outrun them. It's too dangerous to move together. Hearing from my friend it will be easier for me to escape alone, so Carlos winked and sighed heavily and said, you are still as stupid as ever. Well, I understand, I will try to bring help as soon as I can. To what I heard, well, see you later. As he watched his friend sail away from the shore, Andreas thought, well, now that Carlos is safe. Hearing his enemies shouting behind him, we found him. Andreas added in his head, I can't hold back any longer. Having blocked the way for retreat, one of the attackers shouted out where the other guy was, and this one had the crown. Hearing his enemy's guesses, Andreas threw the bag on the ground and picked up his sword and said, come and get it if you have the courage. Hearing the provocation that Andreas had just made, a group of Ascolites rushed at him and shouted, how dare you, we will cut you to pieces. When the group of enemies started attacking the boy, shouting at him to get away, Andreas used his summoning skill and opened a portal for Rudolph. At the same time, standing aside and watching the battle, Hosan mentally cast a spell to summon the dead. The next moment, after the summoning of the dead, a giant hand came out of the portal that appeared in the sky and flattened one of the Ascolith. Confused by the sudden appearance of something unusual on the battlefield, the rest of the Ascolithic squad stopped in their tracks and exclaimed what kind of giant hand it was. At the same time, seizing the moment, Andreas walked up behind the enemies and pierced one of them with his sword and shouted, don't be distracted. Standing aside and watching his comrades being destroyed one by one, Hosan thought, he is skilled not only in black magic, but also in handling a sword. What an interesting boy, and this style of fencing. After analyzing Andreas's fighting style, Hosan immediately joined the battle, trying to strike by surprise, but he failed. Crossing swords with his opponent, Hosan shouted to the bastard, "Who are you? What did he hear? Who knows? Try to guess." Outraged by the boy's response, Hosan kicked him and threw Andreas back and shouted, "You insolent little shit." Later, standing one-on-one against the boy who remained on the battlefield, Hosan said, "I think I saw this sword in a book. A personalized sword like this one in your hands only disappears." At the same time, while catching his breath after the fight, Andreas mentally said, "Hosan is stronger than Payat. I may be able to win if I use laziness, but consequences." Hosan smiled slyly after evaluating the weapons in his opponent's hands and exclaimed, "Good, I'll add your sword to my collection." Hearing his rival's remark, Andreas got to his feet and sighed, saying to the collection, "What a pretentious thief." Hearing the bastard's remarks, Andreas called Nickel and Timur and said, "As I said before, try it if you can," and then thought he was relying on the power of the items. The next moment, activating necromancy and starting to raise the members of the Ascolithic squad, he mentally added, "I will defeat him by numbers." Seeing that Andreas had just summoned a few more dead, Hosen smiled slyly and said, "You're really interesting to think of as a necromancer swordsman." Immediately after placing his sword back in its sheath, Hosan shouted out the sword that destroys the evil Gynos, and the weapon on his belt changed. Seeing what his opponent had just done in front of him, Andreas exclaimed in surprise that the sword was against the dead. Changing the weapon to a more suitable one for the battle against the necromancer, Hosan said, "I'm sure Mr. Jester will be happy if I bring him your body as well." Realizing that things were bad, Andreas pointed the raised dead at his opponent and thought about how many swords he had in these subspace sheaths and started a battle of attrition. Hearing the guy shouted out an attack and a group of undead flew at him, Hosan shouted out, "Do you really think you can beat me?" Having made a swing with the help of Ganos and defeated all those who were rushing at him, Hosan added with such and such garbage. Having defeated all the henchmen who had once been Ascolites, Hosan confidently exclaimed that the dead were simple enemies because they were stupid. At the same moment, Nickel rushed at the man and almost caught him off guard. The next moment, in combination with Timur, they struck at the place where Hosan had just been standing, who had just fled from the place. Jumping into the air to avoid the joint attack of the undead, he exclaimed, "They move well for undead." As soon as Hosan was in the air without the possibility of dodging, Andreas used summoning magic and mentally said, "How about that?" When he activated the summoning skill, Andreas opened a portal in the air from which Rudolph appeared and was about to strike at Hosan, who was in the air. Seeing the giant approaching him from behind, Hosan quickly sheathed his sword and shouted Farang. Hearing what kind of sword his opponent had just drawn, Andreas was confused and thought, "Farang sword? A magic sword that temporarily strengthens the wielder by absorbing the opponent's strength." Putting up a block of Farang, Hosan began to draw power from the giant, who had almost taken him by surprise. Watching Hosan strengthen himself with the sword, Andreas mentally said, "Trouble is, he's going to absorb all of Rudolph's great power." Realizing that he had played into his opponent's hands, Andreas dispelled the summoning magic and exclaimed in his head, "And damn this inconvenient opponent." Having received a significant boost thanks to Rudolph, Hosan landed and shouted out the same thing. Now there was a dead man from the tribe of giants, so thank you for the boost. The next moment, members of the Ascolithic squad charged at the enemy, shouting loudly as they advanced. Easily destroying them with just one swing of his sword, Hosan said, "I took them with me to get rid of these idiots because they are my client's subjects. But you see, all they did was whine, making me want to kill them." Gritting his teeth after his opponent's remarks, Andreas realized the whole situation and thought that if Timur or Nickel missed a shot by Gano, things would get very bad. At the same time, Hosan smiled slyly and said, "Now, without this annoying crowd, I can finally have some fun." And then Nickel rushed at him. Having dodged the skeleton's attack, the man was behind him and prepared to attack with the words, "So let's start with the skeleton you're most interested in." Sheathing his sword and replacing it with another one, Hosan said, "It's been a long time since I've gotten a sword destroyer, so please entertain me." Seeing that the enemy was going to attack Nickel, Andreas mentally said, "Trouble is, he's changing his swords too quickly," and then shouted, "Nickel, don't miss a beat with this sword." At the moment of the collision, Andreas sang in time to help Nickel block the enemy's attack. When the two swordsmen immobilized their opponent, Timur appeared near them and prepared to flatten Hosan. Having stepped back in time and avoided Timur's attack, Hosan laughed and said how sorry he was. Breathing out a sigh of relief after a dangerous moment in the fight, Andreas thought it was close. If not for Timur, either me or Nickel would have been cut in half. As soon as he thought about it, he looked at the skeleton and saw that it had no arm and thought, "Oh no, his left arm, even his sword was broken." Smiling slyly after seeing the result of his attack, Hosan said, "It's time for me to finish. It was fun fighting you, a dead man who uses aura." Realizing that the situation was critical, Andreas mentally said, "I have no choice but to take advantage of Nickel's laziness," and then he received a notification. Seeing that his subject did not obey the order and continued to stand still, Andreas shouted, "Hey, I told you to get back." Also, seeing that the skeleton disobeyed Andreas, Hosan laughed and exclaimed that he had more courage than his master and did not turn his back on the enemy. At the same time, turning his head in front of him, Andreas saw a notification that said, "The Phantom of Sloth Legendary wishes to use the Phantom of Sloth Legendary and Sloth shares. Recovery time to accept." Looking at this notification, Andreas said in surprise in his head, "I forgot that Nickel can also use Sloth." The next moment, thinking back to his first experience of using it, he mentally added, "Considering how painful it was for me that time, as if my whole body was being torn apart. It would be better to use it for Nickel, who doesn't feel pain." At the same time, having prepared for the end of the battle, Hosen exclaimed, "It looks like you're out of tricks, let's finish this." As soon as he said this, he felt a strange sensation that began to envelop his entire body. Seeing the skeleton frozen in the rack, Hosan rushed at him with the words, "What are you up to this time?" Intervening in the enemy's attack to prevent him from carrying out his plan, Andreas shouted out, "Don't even think about interrupting him." Switching his attention to the charging Andreas for a moment, Hosan spoke with impressive sword skills for a mage, but starting to film the guy in a crossed sword fight, the man added a too smooth, "I'll get back to you later." Just as he was about to finish off Andreas, Timur intervened and forced Hosan to retreat. Jumping back to avoid being hit by Timur, Hosan exclaimed, "This cat is already annoying me, so I'll take care of you first." As soon as he said this, he felt something abnormal happening behind him, and looked back to see Nickel, who had almost finished cooking. Feeling the pressing aura coming from the skeleton, the man wondered in his mind what a colossal aura it was for a dead man. The next moment, when Nickel made his strike, Hosan was surprised to hear that it was only one strike after collecting all that aura. Immediately after seeing the same compressed aura flying at him, Hosan thought in confusion, "No, this is not a secret art." Looking at his subject at the moment after the skill was activated and seeing the image of the old man, Andreas said in surprise that Nickel, but the next moment the skeleton took its dead form again and began to move to the vault due to exhaustion, at which point Andreas said, "Thank you." After thanking his subject for his help, the guy looked in the direction where the enemy flew and saw that he was standing on his feet and was surprised to think that he was still alive. Meanwhile, Hosan looked at his broken weapon and said in confusion that it couldn't be the destroyer of swords or even a farang. The next moment, seeing Timur coming toward him, the man quickly changed his weapon to Hanos and was about to strike, swinging his blade and shouting, "You're a damn corpse!" Hosan failed, his attack blocked by Andreas, who joined the fight at the last moment. By blocking the opponent's attack, he also gave Timur the opportunity to attack, and he launched the enemy a few meters back with a direct blow. After Timur's last strike, Andreas grabbed his sword with both hands and prepared for battle, thinking, "I will finish him off with an impersonal sword." Noticing the boy's readiness to strike him with the last blow, Hosan stood up and said, "Now you dare to fight, you fucking brat? Go ahead and try." Andreas was provoked and thrown into the fight with the enemy, thinking, "I will finish him before he has time to recover," and crossed his sword with the enemy. Hearing the phrase both right and wrong from his mentor, Hosan froze and wondered what it meant. Sitting at the table with his students, Deshran said that a sword is just a tool, and a tool is the last thing you should think about in fencing. Having received a remark from his mentor, the boy was surprised and said, "I don't understand why the sword is not important for fencing. It is obvious that in a battle between two great warriors, the one with the best tool wins." Hearing the remark from his student, the man said that this is true in a battle between ordinary people. "And that is why I said that you are right and wrong. In the fight of those who have reached the stage of an aura master, the one whose understanding of the art of fencing is deeper wins." The next moment, leaning over to his student, the man added, "When you lack understanding, an opponent armed with a stick can still be dangerous to you. And yet you both have enough talent to become aura masters." Remembering Nickel, who had defeated him with his skills, Hosan said that if you depend too much on your tools, you will destroy your talent. Falling to his knees after being defeated in battle, the man added in his head that a dead man can use a secret technique with a broken sword, so he should have listened to the old man. Lowering his head down after defeat, Hosan said, "You are the old man's disciple, you are right." And Andreas confidently replied yes. Continuing to laugh even in such a situation, Hosan said, "No wonder I can smell the potatoes on your sword." Somewhere on the other side of the river, Carlos arrived at the shore where the boats were standing and shouted to the soldiers to get to the boat immediately. When everyone got into the boat, the guy continued to urge the soldiers and shouted, "Hurry up before it was too late." As soon as he said this, Andreas emerged from the water near the shore, apparently having swum across the river on his own. Seeing his friend on the other side of the river where he was gathering reinforcements, Carlos shouted out in confusion that it was Andreas. Getting out of the water and onto the land, Andreas said, breathing heavily, "I thought I was going to die. Pull me out quickly, please." Pulling his friend out of the water and onto the boat, Carlos exclaimed, "What are you doing swimming all the way here?" He heard those people attacking me with a crowd, so I left marks on the ground and swam like a madman. Angry at the enemies who dared to attack his friend, Carlos grabbed his weapon and shouted out at the bastards, to which Andreas shouted, "Calm down, Carlos." Putting his hand on the bag that was lying next to him in the boat, the guy added, "Our cargo is fine, and Muriel is just such a place, right?" Hearing the remark from his friend, Carlos was surprised to hear that one of them had a decent level of aura. The next moment, looking at his friend, Carlos suddenly said, "Now I understand." And Andreas heard this and asked what he meant. Continuing to stand on the riverbank after the events that had ended well, Carlos added, "I understand why everyone calls you seaweed." After a while in the cave, having sewn a new arm to Nickel, Andreas said, "Ready, try to move it. It's the devil's sword arm. It should work out well." Having finished repairing the damaged dead man, he said, "Well, now that Nickel's arm is in place, we can move it." But before he could finish, he received a notification. Looking at the contents, he saw a Phantom of Sloth legendary chance of successful evolution, 32% with one difference available. Start evolution. Revenant Fighter, legendary chance of successful evolution, 88% with one difference available. Start evolution process. Seeing these notifications, Andreas mentally said their chances of evolving have increased significantly after the battle with Hosan. Evolving Timur now looks like a good idea. Without hesitation, Andreas confirmed the start of Timur's evolution and received a notification the Revenant Fighter Legendary is evolving with 342 hours, 28 minutes, and 3 seconds remaining. Seeing the astonishment of the tire from the strange sensations, Andreas mentally said, "Maybe I'll work on elemental magic when I get back, and there is something else I want to explore." At the same time, having arrived at Jester's base, Karin Depren heard Morn's disciple ask why you are here. Standing in front of the dark wizard, Kron said, sweating with anxiety, "I heard that I was expelled from the congregation." Hearing the question with which his guest had come to him, Jester said quite correctly, "It was my suggestion." Continuing to stand at his desk, the dark wizard added that there was no place in the congregation for the unworthy, let alone those who could not even handle their own students. When he learned the reason why he was expelled from the congregation, Karen shouted it out to Mr. Jester in displeasure. Before he could finish his dissatisfaction, Jester added, "Even though you have done something useful for the congregation for once, you have failed to bring a single piece of research or artifact to the table." Standing in front of Jester with his hands down, Heron felt that in this you were far inferior to your problematic student. Surely you understand how important it is to have a unified code. The next moment, Jester looked up at his guest and asked Karen, "Do you want to stay in the congregation?" Hearing that he had a chance to stay in the organization, Karen immediately exclaimed, "I will do anything. Please do as you wish." Seeing that the man is ready to do anything to stay in the organization, Jester said, "We have discovered the location of the ancient magical beast Shine, and very close to Rodland." Hearing about the creature that Jester had just mentioned, Karin mentally imagined a creature from the mythical era found in our time. Recalling the abilities of this creature, he mentally added a beast that can subdue intelligent beings and extract ooze from them with the help of younger evil spirits. I thought this creature was mentioned only in ancient texts. The next moment, placing the crystal in his hand, Jester said, "I will tell you where to find Shine, how to free him, and give you the power to subdue him. Tame the beast and bring me your insolent disciple." Hearing the instructions from the dark wizard, Karen swallowed hard and thought that Jester was probably not happy that he had taken away his idleness and was doing whatever he wanted to suit me. Sensing a great opportunity to kill two birds with one stone, he added mentally, "I can get rid of Andreas, who is the reason I'm in this mess, and at the same time, if I'm lucky, I might even get a magical beast." The next moment, after giving all the instructions, Jester spoke. This conversation had never happened before, and hearing this, Karen thought it must be because of his deal with Salem Editia. With a sly smile after the Dark Aha's last instruction, Karen said with a sly smile, "Leave it to me. It is my duty as a teacher to educate a student who has gone astray." The next day at Rodolin Academy, walking through the main square, Andreas mentally said, "One thing I learned today." Tilting his head down and heading to his dormitory, he added wearily in his head, "I should do my research in more convenient places. I've made a good start, but it will take a long time." Continuing to walk with a dissatisfied and tired expression on his face, he added in his mind, "I should go back to my dorm and rest." As soon as he thought about it, he heard Andreas say behind him, "You're ignoring my calls. The tablet is just a decoration for you." Hearing Lucia's screams, Andreas looked back and said tiredly, "I'm sorry, I was just leaving with a friend, and then I thought, what a shame. They managed to become good friends." The next moment, taking out her tablet and showing the announcement on it, Lucia exclaimed, "You've already seen the warning." Handing Andreas the tablet with the announcement, she added, "Finally, you can say goodbye to the dank dormitory." While Vivian thought, "At least I get to live in the same dorm as Mr. Fairy." Looking at the tablet where it said, "Attention, unidentified spirits have been spotted in the Maple Leaf dormitory for student safety purposes. The dorm is temporarily closed. We ask residents of the Maple Leaf dorm to find their temporary relocation address." On the attachment list, Andreas thought the same thing. Andreas thought, recalling a moment from the game's plot, Makoto mentally recalled the event in which the spirits attacked the Maple Leaf dormitory, the same quest to seal the ancient beast. Realizing what had happened, he mentally added why it was happening now, as it was supposed to happen only 6 months after the game started. Noticing Andreas's unhealthy appearance, Lucia sighed and asked why he looked so gloomy. "Stop wasting time and tell me which dormitory you got to." After receiving the girl's question, Andreas put down the tablet and said, I was placed in the illusion dormitory. Hearing where exactly Andreas would live, Lucia looked away and said happily, "You're such a lucky guy to be living in the same dorm as a beautiful girl like me." Shaking his head and sighing heavily, Andreas added, "Anyway, I'm going to go to my dorm for a while. I need to pack my things and check on things." Hearing about the boys' plans, Lucia happily rubbed her hands together and said, "Of course, go." And Vivian said, "I'll go with you." And Andreas replied, "Thanks for your help." Hearing that Andreas did not mind her help, Vivian bowed her head down and smiled shyly. After a while walking down the dormitory corridor, Andreas said, "You saw it too, Vivian. And I heard only a little of it, so I don't know all the details of what's going on in the magic department. But I do know that Professor Charon Defrin has started an investigation." Hearing who had taken over the case, Andreas mentally said, "My intervention changed the course of events," and then spoke clearly. At one point while wandering the corridors, a couple of students saw a familiar face in front of them, and Andreas exclaimed the same. Walking down the corridor with a strange look on her face, Diane repeated over and over again, "This is not that, and this is not that either." Running up to the girl he had seen in the dormitory, Andreas shouted at Diane, who said, "Don't touch me, don't talk to me." Seeing the behavior of the girl in front of him, Andreas mentally said, "It caught up with me, and it caught up with Diane too." Starting to recall the plot, Makoto thought, "There are two mid-level mini-bosses in Rodalena, and one of them is Haran. Only one of them in the game was able to get his hands on Kushain, and if the other one hasn't appeared yet, then he is most likely to be guilty." Realizing what had happened to his friend, Andreas said, "You can't handle it. I suggest you leave quietly." Hearing the boy's remark, Diane turned her head to him and asked what he was talking about. Hearing this, Andreas thought about whether I should tell him the real name of his master. The next moment, thinking that should give me the opportunity to hit the guy, Kushain said, after which Diane froze in shock. Seizing the moment, Andreas immediately struck the girl and knocked her unconscious. When the mission of exorcism was completed, Vivian picked up the girl to prevent her from falling to the ground. After a while, when she regained consciousness and grabbed her head, Diane groaned heavily, and Andreas asked if she was awake. Continuing to hold her head after regaining consciousness, the girl said with difficulty, "Where am I?" To which he replied, "You know who I am." Hearing the question from Andreas, Diane was surprised to hear that "You are Andreas? Why are you asking such stupid questions?" After making sure that Diane was okay, the guy said that there was a dangerous situation here. You were possessed by a spirit. And then Vivian added that Andreas saved you. When she found out what exactly happened, Diane said, "Oh, that's what it means. I have a vague memory of you." And Andreas said, "We'd better leave this building for now." After a while on the street, Andreas said, "I'm sorry to keep causing trouble," and said, "By the way, Diane, you volunteered to be an investigator's assistant." And Diane said, "I was curious. It's not every day that I get to investigate spirits." And then Professor Karn invited me to join him. When Andreas heard what had happened, he imagined the situation in his head and thought it was clear that his offer was a trap. He had lured Diane to be taken by the spirit. Continuing to model the situation, he added that Diane must have been concentrating on the spell, forgetting to be vigilant, which allowed Karen to summon the spirit that had taken her. Thinking about what had happened, Andreas added, "The coward is getting bolder," and then asked, "Do you know where Professor Karen went?" Receiving the question from her friend, Diane said uncertainly, "If I remember correctly, he said he was going to move the main body." Hearing where exactly the main villain of these events should be, Andreas mentally said the place of the seal should be hurried. At the same time, somewhere near the statue, calling out to Kushain, Karan joyfully exclaimed, "I will be able to." Smiling ominously during the ritual, the black magician added mentally, "Now all that's left is to get rid of you, Andreas." Hurrying to the place where Karen had summoned Kushain, Andreas exclaimed, "Thank you for coming with me." To which Vivian replied, "You're welcome, I'm glad I could help." Continuing on, Andreas suddenly thought, "I brought her with me because I have no reasonable reason to go without her. But won't it get me into trouble at this rate? Not only will I not be able to use the summons, but if I screw up." Realizing the risks he was taking, Andreas added mentally, "She might find out about my connection to Karen." Tensing up after realizing the problems he had created for himself, Andreas thought, "The sleepless night had robbed me of my sanity. Maybe I could come up with some reason to send her back." At one point in the middle of the path, Andreas and Vivian froze when they ran into the students of the academy, after which the boy exclaimed and the other students followed. Looking at the trio of possessed people, Vivian asked if this was the work of Professor Karen, and was told that they were all his students. Receiving an affirmative answer, the girl was surprised to hear Vivian ask why the professor would do such a thing. Turning her gaze to Andreas, who addressed her, "She heard you can tame them without harming them. Time is running out. I have to stop the professor." Hearing the boy's request, Vivian took up her sword and said, "Okay, I'll catch up with you." Seeing these actions, Andreas thought better of it. The next moment, walking on, Andreas shouted, "I'll leave them to you," and at the same moment, seeing the fugitive, one of the students began to cast a spell. Seeing that Andreas was being targeted by a possessed man, Vivian blocked the spell, allowing him to move on. Seeing that Vivian had protected him, Andreas looked back and thought, "I can split with her for now, but I wonder if she's going to kill them all." Turning his head in the direction of the seal and walking on, ignoring the sounds behind him, he added mentally, "I'll have to believe in her." Somewhere in the place of the seal, having completed the summoning and seeing the monster in front of him, Karan exclaimed, "Well, he is completely subdued." The next moment, feeling that something was rapidly approaching him from behind, the dark mage used the spell of the bone wall. Hearing that you had crossed the border, Karan looked back and seeing us, his student, exclaimed that Andreas, where did you come from? Raising his gaze and looking at the summoned monster, Andreas mentally said, I thought I would make it, but I was too late. The unsealing was abnormally fast and the strange magic that surrounded him. The next moment, he turned his gaze to Karen's hand holding the artifact and added in his mind that it looked like the Peldrin crystal in the game, and Jester had it. So he was behind it. Continuing to look at his student who had arrived at the site of the seal, Karan asked, "How dare you attack me? Though it didn't matter, I was just about to go and look for you." Hearing his teacher's remark, Andreas said, "I'm surprised. To be honest, I didn't expect someone like you to be able to get to Diane." As soon as he was addressed, and especially by such a small bipod as you, Karen could hardly contain his discontent. The next moment, the professor, having mastered his emotions, laughed and said, "I knew I hadn't taken you for nothing when I overheard the conversation between your father and Mr. Moore." Hiding behind the door, Karen heard that if we raised him, it would change the foundations of black magic or even the whole world, a really scary thing. Recalling the fragment of the dialogue, Heron added, "Your change in behavior must have something to do with the fact that you were able to get the thing they were talking about, or you learned how to use it." And he recalled Salem's remark that Heron had finally gotten himself one of the Cromwells. The next moment, the professor smiled slyly and stood in front of the monster and said, "Well, you can use it or not. Show me the Cromwell heritage." Hearing Karan's threats, Andreas called his subjects and said, "How boring. I was wondering what you would say, but it turns out you are planning to rob a child, so enough talk." Seeing who his disciple had just summoned, Karan thought in confusion that it was the Tiger King Timur, whom he had received from the congregation, and who was already capable of ruling over high-ranking dead. Immediately after thinking, "But as long as I have the Pelderin crystal," Karen smiled and said, "Remember who your teacher is, Andreas." Having received a remark from Professor Andreas, he said, "I have not learned anything from you, but as they say, the student surpasses the teacher." Hearing another insult from the boy's mouth, Karen used the crystal and shouted, "You really are a very impudent little shit." Seeing the army that his opponent was able to summon, Andreas mentally said to Kushain to amplify all his summonses. The next moment, grabbing his sword and preparing for the battle, Andreas said, "I'm done here, and now I'm severing all ties with you, Karen Dyfern." Hearing the boy's words, Karen smiled ominously and said, "We'll see if you can do it, because I'm going to finish you off and take Kane's legacy." Hearing the professor shout out to him and then, "I will raise your lifeless body to become my slave," Andreas frowned. At the same time, while continuing to restrain the possessed, Vivian mentally said, "I must catch up with Andreas," but watching the new possessed arrive, the girl mentally added more and more of them, and there was no end in sight. Taking a fighting stance again and preparing for further confrontation, Vivian mentally added, "Maybe I should just finish them off." Immediately after these thoughts, remembering Andreas's request before the separation, she thought, "No, Mr. Fairy will not approve of this." Blocking the attack from the back and seeing the possessed man coming at her, she thought to herself, he must have said some kind of spell. Trying to figure out what exactly Andreas was saying when he was saving Diane, Vivian shouted out a precise guess and knocked out the attacker. When she saw him hit the ground after her blow but still in spirit, she wondered what she had done wrong. Continuing to strike the attackers, Vivian continued to recall what she had heard saying, "Kushuin, pushin, kuchin, kuhin, kuhin, kuhin." Tired of going through the options, Vivian took a breath and thought, "It doesn't make sense. If I keep going like this, I'll really kill everyone." And then said, "Maybe Kushaint." Seeing how the possessed suddenly froze in place after hearing the name, Vivian mentally said, "It worked. Well then." Clenching her hand into a fist and preparing to subdue the possessed, she mentally said all that was left to do was to beat them. As soon as the spirits crawled out of the students' bodies, Vivian rushed to them and thought she had to finish them off before they did anything. Trying to strike at the spirit, she missed and noticed that she was completely enveloped in darkness. Finding herself in another space, Vivian heard the spirit speak to her. "You're hiding, Vivian. Everyone will leave you anyway." Moving into the body of a little girl chained to a chain, she heard that it was your fate to try to cling to life, to trust a stranger so foolishly when even your mother had abandoned you. Plunged into the abyss of despair, she began to see images of her mother repeating to her, "I hoped for a son. I wish you hadn't been born." After hearing all this, tears welled up in the girl's eyes and the spirit added, "Your whole existence is a mistake and everyone around you will die because of you." Continuing to emotionally break Vivian, the spirit said, "Then why don't you just die quietly?" Almost succumbing to the spirit's words, Vivian put the sword to her throat and asked if I disappear, "Mr. Fairy will be fine," to which she heard a promise. After repeating the promise, the girl suddenly remembered a moment from the past promise made to Mr. Fairy, who then said, "Please." Standing in front of the girl at the moment of the destruction of the illusory world, Mr. Fairy added, "Keep this promise, I will always take care of you." Recalling all these moments from the past and the promise made to her, the girl instantly came to her senses and stopped bringing her sword closer. At the same time, in another place, Karn continued the battle against Andreas and shouted, "Let's see how long you can hold out when there are only 3 of you." The next moment, turning to Kushane, Karen shouted, "Get it!" and directed his attack in the direction of Andreas. Seeing that he was being targeted by an enemy attack, Andreas used summoning magic and mentally said Rudolph. Receiving the instruction from his leader, Rudolph reached out from his hiding place and struck Kushane, interrupting the attack he was preparing. Hearing a noise behind him, Karan quickly looked back and saw a giant hand in the sky and wondered what it was. With one problem taken care of, Andreas returned his gaze to the giant who was heading for him and mentally said, "Timur, the big guy is on you." When one of his comrades went to follow orders, Andreas turned his gaze to the other and mentally said, "Nickel, take care of the small stuff and hide. I'll take care of Karen." Pulling out his weapon and finding the target with his eyes, Andreas thought that instead of wasting mana on Rudolph, he would rather take on Karan and steal the crystal from him. Jumping over Timur, who was fighting the giant, the boy mentally added, "We need to finish this fight before anyone notices us." At the same time, looking at Kushane, who was still on his feet, Charon exclaimed, "You really couldn't have fallen from such an attack." The next moment, hearing a noise behind him, Karan looked back and noticed Andreas flying towards him. After his attack failed, Charon saw that Kushane had protected him and exclaimed, "You really think you're equal to an ancient magical monster." Seeing that his attack failed, Andreas mentally said to the mortal sins, "It would have been much easier to defeat him, but greed has consequences and laziness is still recharging." The next moment, to make the professor angry, Andreas said, "It seems that you like antiquities very much. I have one myself. Remember that big hand?" Hearing what Andreas had just said, Karen was confused and thought it couldn't be a giant where he got it. Noticing the professor's reaction, Andreas said, "Next time he'll crush your head," and then thought he should make him as angry as possible. Ignoring his student's threats, the professor smiled slyly and said, "Well, try it if you can." As soon as he said this, Andreas saw a magic circle appear under his feet and explode the next moment. Laughing loudly after the explosion, Karan was about to celebrate his victory when he accidentally noticed Andreas in the sky. When the boy landed unharmed on the ground after the bloody attack, Karen exclaimed in confusion, "But how?" At the same moment, looking at his hand, Andreas mentally said, "Maybe it's the magic of vampire blood." The next moment, remembering the moment when Angela had bitten him, he added that because of that incident, I realized that Karen must have been testing Angela's blood. Still in shock, the professor exclaimed, "How did you manage to survive high-level blood magic?" Receiving the question, Andreas said, "Who knows, maybe it's because of the gift I received from Angela Lucifer." Feeling fear and hatred for the guy who stood in front of him, Karen exclaimed, "Don't tell me you released the vampire." Seeing that this was a great topic for provocation, Andreas said guilty, "But you should have treated your student better." Finally, the professor lost his temper and rushed at the boy, shouting angrily, "How dare you, Andreas!" Indiscriminately attacking the boy who had managed to anger him, Karan exclaimed, "How dare you ruin the only opportunity in my life." Avoiding the enemy's attacks, Andreas looked back and saw only Timur and thought that Nickel had managed to hide. The next moment, using his aura and aiming at Karen, he thought now and then attacked the professor. Having blocked the guy's attack with Kushane's hand, Karan thought angrily, "This bastard is better with a sword than I expected." Immediately after hearing something snap behind him, he looked back and saw that Kushano had just avoided a surprise attack from behind. Flying backwards and taking all the attention to himself, Andreas mentally said, "Oh shit." But at the same moment, Nickel emerged from his hiding place and cut off Karen's hand, which the enemy was holding the power crystal. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Andreas, who had just fallen to the ground, raised his head and laughed happily. After the plan was realized, Andreas got to his feet and said to Neil, "You did well." At the same time, Karen, who had lost his arm, painfully exclaimed and saw a magical object near him, and mentally said, "Crystal." The next moment, as soon as the crystal's effect was over, Kushane got out of the professor's control. Seeing that the monster had rebelled, Andreas looked up and thought, "What the hell is wrong with controlling Kushane?" Rushing in the direction of the magical object he had just lost, Karen thought in confusion without the crystal. But before he could reach the magic item, Kushane caught up with him before he could, and bit him into 2 pieces. Seeing that one enemy had already been dealt with, Andreas looked at his comrade and mentally said to Nickel, "Divert attention to yourself and get the crystal." As soon as he gave the order, Kushane grabbed the crystal and crushed it in his hands. Immediately after that, all the dead who had been summoned until recently quickly lost their strength and retreated, causing Timur to become confused. The next moment, Kushane began to aim a volley at Andreas, who was the last thing he needed in the current situation. Realizing the danger he and his comrades were in, he looked around and shouted, "Things are bad, Dodge." With a magical attack, Kushane forced everyone to turn around and kicked up a large cloud of dust that limited visibility. Shielding himself from the flying debris, Andreas didn't notice that Kushane had already caught him and pulled him to him. Clutching the boy in his hand, the ancient monster saw the dead coming, and with one swipe of his hand, he demolished Nickel and Timur. Immediately after lifting the boy above him, the monster began to squeeze him. But at that moment, Vivian appeared and cut off the monster's hand. As soon as the boy flew down after being freed, the girl immediately rushed after him to catch him in the fall. After making a hard landing, Andreas opened his eyes to see Vivian above him and Kushane right behind her, about to attack, and shouted out to look out. The next moment, as the monster swept the girl away with a wave of his hand, Andreas looked back in the direction she had flown and shouted, "No, Vivian!" As soon as the dust cloud cleared, Andreas saw that Timur had managed to grab the girl and cover her with his body at the last moment. With a sigh of relief in getting to his feet, Andreas gathered his thoughts and said, "There's no time to worry." The next moment, opening the vault and taking out the crown, Andreas thought it would be good to investigate the sin first, but immediately after putting it on his head, he received a notification that the original sin was found to be greed to use greed. After reviewing the message, Andreas mentally said that it is better than dying here and then said to use it. At the same moment, Vivian came to her senses and saw Andreas continuing to fight the monster and said in surprise, "Mr. Fairy." As soon as the sin of greed took effect, Andreas's face changed dramatically. A sinister smile spread across his face and he laughed. The next moment, grabbing his sword and rushing at his enemy, he shouted, "Ugly ancient monster, I will make you dead and raise you up as my servant." At the moment of the attack, the monster blocked his attack and reduced the amount of damage to 0 with the help of skills. Flying back after the unsuccessful attack which the enemy could see, Andreas mentally said, "That's what it means." Looking closely at the spot on his arm where he had just hit, Andreas added an absolute defense that responds only to attacks that can be predicted. The next moment, remembering the sudden appearance of Vivian, who was able to cut off the monster's arm, Andreas said that he would miss the surprise attack. Thinking of a tactic to follow, Andreas looked at his companion and called out to Nickel to distract him. At the same time, watching the battle between Andreas and the monster and seeing Nickel, the girl was surprised to hear that they were dead. The next moment, hearing Timur's growl and looking up, the girl said in surprise, "Mr. Cat." While Nickel was distracting Kushane's attention, Andreas came up behind him and prepared to attack, shouting out a wonderful... Having driven his sword into the monster's back, the boy confidently exclaimed, "Now you're going to be dead." At the same moment, the boy saw a notification in front of him that said the sealed sword Galaxor had detected the blood of an ancient magical creature, absorbing the blood of the magical creature Kushane. Immediately after, another notification appeared saying that the special skill Greed had expired and was about to kick in, and the boy felt a lot of pain. Vivian saw that the boy suddenly lost control and flew to the ground, and she called out to Andreas in confusion. As soon as Andreas hit the ground, she immediately ran to him, even though Kushane was still alive. As Vivian moved Andreas to a sitting position, he watched the monster die and received a notification that the blood of the ancient magical monster had broken the first seal of the sword Galaxor. As he continued to watch the monster begin to dissolve, Andreas thought to himself, "I never would have thought that the key to removing the seals from the Galaxir would be the blood of an ancient magical monster," and then Vivian asked if it was over. At the end of the battle, Andreas looked down and said, "I'm sorry for putting you in danger." Hearing the apology from Andreas, Vivian said nothing but that you were okay, and then he added, "I'm sorry for hiding who I really am." Closing her eyes at this, the girl said, "It doesn't matter who you are still my Mr. Fairy." Hearing this, Andreas wondered if anyone had ever trusted me as much as he did. A short time later, the 111th opening ceremony of the Rodlin Academy began in the main arena of the Academy. Standing in the center of it and acting as the MC, a man added, "Mr. Luis, the best in his class, please come to the podium." Listening to Mr. Luis Artman demonstrate his unsurpassed performance and practical application of skills, Andreas mentally said, "This is where the game begins. I managed to survive to this point despite the lack of information." Continuing his thoughts, he added, "Though the number of people I have to protect has increased." The next moment, turning his attention to Vivian, who was sitting next to him, Andreas added in his head, "But at the same time, they give me strength." Recalling the plot of the game and what he was about to face, Andreas mentally said, "From now on, many great things will happen, but I will survive." Standing up with everyone else during the opening ceremony of the Academy, Andreas added in his mind, "This battle for mortal sins will continue." Continuing with the opening ceremony of the Academy, the host went on to swear in Luis Artman as the best in class. Stepping up to the microphone and picking up a piece of paper, the young man said, "I, Luis Artman, on behalf of all the freshmen of the 111th grade of Rodlin Academy, swear to stand shoulder to shoulder with my senior comrades." Watching this opening ceremony from the stands, Andreas felt himself becoming a shield that protects the people of the Empire and a sword that carries the glory of the Empire. Speaking on behalf of all the first-year students who arrived at the Academy this year, Luis Artman, a representative of the first year, added, after finishing his speech and starting to walk off the stage, Luis turned his attention to the senior students and thought, "They are my seniors. They all look strong." At one point, he turned his attention to Andreas, who was in the stands, and thought, "He's wearing a cloak from the magic department. But then why does he have a sword?" Rodlin Academy seems to have a lot of interesting people in it. Rodlin Academy spring tournament somewhere in the vicinity of the Academy on the streets. There was a random battle regardless of the faculty. Doesn't that sound interesting? Walking with her classmate, the girl said, "Oh, don't be so happy just because we don't have classes right now. We're freshmen, so it's okay. But next year it will be our turn." And she said, "Because we're freshmen, we can watch it now and learn a lot." Hearing the conversations of his friends, Luis, who was walking behind him, thought it would be useful to watch the matches as he would be able to see a variety of skills and techniques, not to mention the fact that there would be magicians there, when he suddenly bumped into one of the students. The student angrily said, "You bastard?" To which Luis exclaimed, "I'm sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going." Not wanting to listen to the guy's excuses, Tadlon struck Luis and exclaimed, "What do you need your eyes for?" As a result of the blow to the freshman, Tadlon launched him into the table where Diane and her friends were sitting. Seeing that his attack did not go as he wanted, the senior student said, blocking the fist of the best of the nightly department, "I see you were not lying about you being the best of the first years." At the same moment, leaning on his arm and evaluating the boy's punch, Louis thought, his punch wasn't that fast, but it was so strong that I couldn't stop it completely. The next moment, Tadlon put his hands to his sides and said, "But hey, this uniform is expensive if you don't know. I'll forgive you if you give me 1,000 freedoms." Hearing the knight's demand, Lucia shouted out this direct demand. Standing up for the guy, the girl added, "Have at least a little dignity. You're not a beggar." And then Diane added, "You really don't mind being disqualified just to make a fuss in the street." The next moment, looking back at the guy with obvious dissatisfaction on her face, Diane added Tadlon. Drawing everyone's attention to her, the girl added unhappily and following your logic, "You should pay me 100,000 liberties." Seeing who he had accidentally stumbled upon, Tadlon thought in confusion, "Dian Alwyn, what a mess." The next moment, raising her hand and showing him her coffee-stained sleeve, she added, "Look at this." Realizing that he was definitely out of luck here, the knight snapped and walked away, saying, "You're in luck, first year." Luis looked at the rude man and put his hand behind his head and bowed guiltily, saying, "Thank you very much for helping me." After hearing the words of gratitude from the boy, Diane said, "No, thanks." After which Lucia exclaimed, "You're a first year, right?" Hearing that he was recognized, the boy happily exclaimed that, "Yes, I am Louis Artman," and then said, "Dean Alvin, fourth year student. I am Lutia Everlast, second year." Continuing the dialogue with the girls, Luis spoke so awkwardly, to which Diane remarked that it was nothing. That guy was the best of the knights. At one point in the conversation between the newcomer and the girls, Vivian got up from her seat and said, "I'm going to go. Andreas's match is about to start." Hearing that the last girl suddenly spoke, Luis extended his hand to her and said, "You're from the upperclassmen of the Knights. Nice to meet you." Vivian looked at the boy's hand but did not greet him. Seeing this awkward situation, Lutia laughed and exclaimed, "I'm a little peculiar. I also want to watch the match. Maybe you can join us." And then Dian added, "You are too, Lucia. I didn't think you'd be interested in that." Having received a question from her friend, Lucia winked and exclaimed, "Don't say what you hear, but you won't participate, right?" Hearing the question that flew at her immediately after her remark, Lucia looked away and said, "Well, no." When she heard that Lucia was only going to watch, Diane turned to Luis and said, "We'll be leaving soon, but what about you?" Hearing the girl's message, Luis said, "I was going to watch the tournament myself." Hearing that everyone was going to go to the tournament, Diane said, "Well, then let's all go there together." And everyone said yes. Sometime after arriving at the arena, after watching the fight, Duis exclaimed the match was impressive as expected from Rodlin, a completely different level, and then Dian added, "Well, it wasn't too bad." The next moment, when the host announced that it was time for the next match, Luis said, "Yay, it looks like the next match is starting." Turning his attention to the first participant of the match, the host said in the blue corner, "The best student of the Knights Department, Terry Todlin, as the best student of the Knights Department, we expect great things from him in this competition." The next moment, the host turned the audience's attention to the other garlic and added that the opponent in the red corner would be fighting against him. Seeing that Andreas appeared in the arena, Vivian instantly blossomed, after which the fourth-year student of the mage department, Andreas Cromwell, was announced. As soon as the boy entered the arena, the host spoke. He attracted a lot of attention due to the invention of a new potion. Also seeing Andreas in the arena, Luis thought to himself, "This is the guy from the opening ceremony. He's really going to fight the best of the student swordsmen." Hearing the announcer shout out that the match was about to begin, Tori said, "So you're the mage who pretends to be a swordsman." Receiving a remark from his opponent, Andreas said, "I'm not pretending, but even if you think so, I don't care." Outraged by his opponent's words, Tori shouted out the insolent bastard, after which the host shouted, "Let the battle begin." Hearing that the fight had begun, Tori immediately rushed at Andreas with his sword, shouting, "I'll show you the true weight of the sword." And then the host said, "Without wasting a second, Todlon is off to a furious start." Watching the sparring between Andreas and Todlon, Lucia said, "By the way, Dian, you know what I mean." Speaking over the din coming from the stands, Lucia added, "I heard that a meeting is being prepared for an exchange with the Milko Academy after this tournament," to which Diane replied, "You know about that." Turning her gaze from the arena to her friend, Dian added that those who have proven themselves in their studies should go if possible, although I will have to anyway. Recalling how her father had told her, "Dian, if you join us, we can demonstrate to Milko the difference between them and us even more clearly, so come on." Lucia said awkwardly. That sounds terrible. The next moment she looked at the arena where Andreas continued to dodge, and Lucia added, I heard that if you place high enough in this tournament, you can join. Hearing what her friend had just told her, Diane looked at Vivian, who was sitting next to her, and said, Then Vivian can go too. As she continued to speculate about the possibility of getting a spot, Diane added, I think that after the beating she gave yesterday's favorite, she will be invited as well. Meanwhile, in the arena, Terry Todlon, still swinging his sword, shouted out to the bastard, Stop dodging my attacks and finally take the fight. Terry did not get through to his opponent and angrily said that I will have to use the technique on someone like you. After applying his technique, Terry Todlon rushed back to the attack and started to act even faster, but still could not reach Andreas. Later, when the battle became more lively again, the host exclaimed, What an impressive attack from Terry Todlon. Andreas Cromwell is in danger. At the same time, watching the battle, Luis mentally recited his movements. I think I've seen them somewhere before. The next moment, Vivian, who had been silent all along, confidently said that Mr. Fairy would win. Continuing to mindlessly attack the boy who was only dodging him, Terry exclaimed, Your sword is just a decoration. Then show me the magic you're so proud of. Later, when I called out, Andreas Cromwell from the magic department was too busy dodging at the same moment, and Andreas dodged another attack and spoke to me. Seeing that the guy had defeated the best in the knighting department with his bare hands, the host shouted it was over. Having won the victory for himself and looking down on his opponent, Andreas said, There is no need to use a sword or magic against someone like you. Later on, the arena was filled with the unbelievable news that Terry Todlon, the favorite of this competition, was defeated by a fourth-year student of the Department of Magic. Surprising all the spectators in the arena with his victory, Andreas stood over his opponent and heard the winner, Andreas Cromwell. Surprised by what had just happened before his eyes, Louis said in astonishment that he had put the best of the Knights division to sleep with his bare hands and who he was. Hearing the astonishment of the audience behind him, Vivian, who had no doubt of his victory, said, Mr. Fairy. And Lucia exclaimed in surprise, It can't be. Also staring at the winner of the match, Dean said the wizard who had used the knight's aura to speed up his body. At the same moment, Bart Alwyn, watching the events in the arena from the balcony, said the dual essence was interesting and he used it here. Looking at Andreas leaving the arena after the victory, the Tower Master added that he no longer needed to hide it. It looked like a storm was coming. Leaving the arena, Andreas heard the last match of the day was over. The matches of the best 16 participants will begin tomorrow. All information from the latest match update on your tablets. Then he heard Lucia's voice next to him as she walked with the others to him, exclaiming, Andreas, you were incredible. Seeing the 4 people who had come to meet him, Andreas thought what a strange group and then asked why you were here. After receiving the question, Diane looked him in the eye and said, Who knows, we just kind of got together. The next moment, turning his gaze to Luis, who was also part of the group, Andreas thought, And by the way, why is Luis here at all? Seeing that the winner of the sparring match looked at him, Luis bowed and said, My name is Luis Artman. Nice to meet you. Which was answered by Andreas Cromwell. After greeting the guy he met among his friends, Andreas thought, Seeing the first character I played in The Great Sin alive in front of me is impressive and a little bit confusing. At the same moment, without taking her eyes off Andreas, Diane said, That was amazing, by the way. I didn't know you could use aura. The next moment, she began to scrutinize the boy in front of her and added, You didn't try to learn swordplay before because you didn't know about your specialty, right? And that's why you suddenly started learning it. Receiving the question from the girl, Andreas hesitantly answered yes, that was the case, and then thought she had analyzed all my actions. Hearing that Andreas had only recently started fencing, Luis asked how you can move so well if you have only recently started learning to use a sword. While Vivian noticed a fairy friend nearby and thought that Lucia had been standing so close to him for a long time. Wanting to know more about the person standing in front of him, the boy said, Perhaps you have some special training method that is not taught at the academy. Hearing the boy's question, Andreas thought he was already quite strong. Although we first met, his desire and excellent learning ability must have helped him grow. After finishing his thoughts, Andreas said nothing special. I just use my aura to speed up my body, that's all, he thought. Although I still haven't achieved instantaneous movement like my teacher. Immediately after remembering his mentor, Andreas mentally said, after Hosan left, Deshran's only student was me and Luis. He only trained him a little because he was interested in his abilities. Looking at the boy in front of him again, Andreas thought that maybe that was why he didn't know how to use the teacher's aura control method, and then Luis asked him to use his aura to speed up his body. The next moment he put his hand behind his head and asked awkwardly if he could show me once. It was hard to grasp the essence of the technique from words alone. Having finished his thoughts and raised his hand, Andreas said, I'm busy with the tournament now. Maybe another time when I have more free time. And I heard him say, thank you very much. Having received the words of gratitude, Andreas said awkwardly, Your thirst for knowledge is impressive because you just got here. To which Lucia elbowed him and said, You're just terrible. She folded her arms in front of her and added, We've been researching potions together for over 6 months, but you never told me about it. Andreas said, I'm sorry, I didn't want to stand out too much at the time. Vivian thought about that for over 6 months. When she found out the reason why Andreas had been silent before, Lucia asked him why he was standing out now. Interrupting her discontent, Andreas said, I thought I'd try to get into the exchange. You know how hard it is to get up with just magic? And then I thought, to tell you the truth, I'm hiding my abilities because the game characters might kill me if I stand out. Hearing Lucia's excuse, she said, that sounds reasonable considering that you have absolutely no talent for magic. And then added, you know, I've been working on my fire magic lately. And Andreas replied, good luck with that. And then said, thank you for your support. Remembering the exchange, Andreas mentally said, this is an event that I haven't seen in the game. I don't have to work so hard for it. But there is someone I would like to meet at Milko Academy. Another game character, Keshrun Violga. Hearing why the guy was trying so hard, Vivian said, I'll try to get into the exchange with Andreas too. And Lucia said, wow, my seniors are so ambitious. Looking at her tablet after talking with her friends, Dean said, well, if we're going to the exchange, we should aim for first place, right? Let's take a look at the tournament grid. Looking at the tablet to Deanne and seeing the placement of the participants, Lucia said, provided that you all continue to win, Vivian and Deanne will meet in the semifinals, and the winner will compete with Andreas in the finals. After finding out how the events would unfold, Deanne said, I'm confident in myself, after which Vivian and Andreas added, I'm not going to lose either. Turning off the tablet and taking it out of her hands, Deanne said, well then, let's all try together. Hearing about the course of events, Lucia said 2 newcomers who became contenders for the victory, and one who was the favorite in the competition from the very beginning, if you think about it. All the contenders for the victory are here now. After which Louise said, I accidentally stumbled upon an impressive sight I heard, and it is really a great honor for you, newcomer. 5 days later, the day of the tournament finals in the arena, the final of the 58th spring tournament of the Rodlin Academy was sounded open. Finalists, please enter the arena. Continuing his monologue before the finals, the host said that this year's tournament had many unexpected things, but the person who was most memorable and reached the finals was 4th-year magic student Andreas Cromwell. When one finalist appeared in the arena, the host added his rival, and the one who defeated Vivian Belkin, and another unexpected contender for the championship title. 4th-year student of the Department of Magic Diane Alvin, for the first time in 12 years when a student of the Department of Magic became the champion. Watching the final from the stands, Vivian said, Mr. Fairy, try to hear this. And Lucia looked at her friend and thought she looked like a completely different person when she was fighting. When all the participants took their places in the arena, the host said now that everyone's attention is on these surprises, it's time to start the fight. Finalists, get ready. When Diane came face to face with Andreas in the arena, she said, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to give you the title, Andreas. Hearing that his opponent's mood was quite serious, the guy replied, then you'll have to give it your best shot. As soon as the host shouted, let's get started, Diane prepared her fire magic and said, as you wish, then I'll end it. Seeing that the girl was already fully prepared for the confrontation, Andreas grabbed his sword and said, well then, it's my turn. Watching Andreas' movements, the girl repeatedly threw fireballs in his direction to prevent him from approaching. However, this was not enough, and after avoiding all the fireballs that came at him, Andreas found himself in front of Diane. Noticing that the danger was right in front of her, the girl immediately used the magic of teleportation and escaped. Seeing Diane disappear before his eyes, Andreas was surprised to think that she already possessed spatial magic, and she exceeded all my expectations. Starting to catch her breath after the dangerous situation she had gotten into, Diane mentally said to herself, what kind of terrifying speed does he have? At the same moment, looking back at his opponent who had teleported behind him, Andreas said, entertain me some more, Diane. Feeling her body tremble, Diane clenched her teeth and thought indignantly, he's enjoying the fight. He's saying he's not afraid to be annoying. The next moment, she gathered her thoughts and became even more serious and exclaimed, don't you dare underestimate me. Watching the magic that Diane was using, Lucia noticed that Diane's magic power was far superior to that of the students, and Vivian replied that Diane was strong. Continuing to fight for the title of tournament champion, Diane thought, I've never been able to do this trick before, but I feel like I can do it now. At the same time continuing his attack, Andreas exclaimed, wow, a fire spear with an explosion effect. A great idea, but if you dodge it. As soon as he said that, he felt the danger coming from above, and Diane used spatial magic to cast a spell. The result was a loud explosion, and Andreas managed to react at the last moment and jump aside. Wiping his face of sweat and dirt, he mentally said, if I hadn't protected myself with mana, it would have ended badly for me. Spatial magic is heavy enough on its own, and she combined it with a double spell attack. At the same time, seeing that her opponent was still on his feet, Diane gritted her teeth and thought, I sent a fire spear straight at him, and he was able to withstand it with sheer physical strength. He is a human being. Having withstood the strongest blow from his opponent, Andreas took a stance and thought, Diane's growth rate is beyond my imagination. Seeing the growth of game characters is amazing. The next moment, when a loud explosion sounded in the arena, Lucia remarked that it was a strange thing for Andreas to be caught in such a thing. Immediately afterwards, she felt an oppressive aura near her and looked at Vivian from whom it was coming, and she thought, frightened, bloodlust. Meanwhile, in the arena, already tasting her victory, Diane smilingly said, I did it, I made it mine. Before she could enjoy the taste of victory, she felt the danger and at the last moment jumped to the side, avoiding Andreas' deadly attack. Looking at the moat that had formed after her opponent's attack, Diane mentally said, this is the arena that my father personally repaired and reinforced after it was broken 5 days ago. At the same time, walking towards the girl with the sword in her hands, Andreas said, you showed me something incredible, and in gratitude for that, let me show you something interesting. Hearing Andreas's remark, Diane turned her gaze to him and said in surprise that after that she heard him first surround the sword with an aura and then put a spell into it. Preparing for his special technique, Andreas raised the sword in front of him and said, I can use the spell, I will use the aura instead of mana. My own magic is combined with the magic of the sword. In order to avoid her opponent's attack, Diane put up a magical barrier that stopped Andreas's blow. Even with the barrier in place, when she saw her clothes set on fire, she wondered in her mind what was going on. At the same moment, smiling after seeing what Andreas said, she was able to block the blow. The next moment, throwing off the burning cloak of the magician, the girl said, wow, what a trick you had up your sleeve. And it's also because you have a dual identity. Hearing the question from his rival, Andreas said exactly that, and then mentally added, technically, it was thanks to the links that it was a container. Immediately afterwards, he looked away and said, of course, by now, some of the observers should have realized that my trait is not an ordinary dual essence. At the same time, the Tower Master, boiling with anger, mentally said, how dare he wound my daughter with the sword I had given him. The next moment, a man standing next to him asked if it was possible to cast spells with the help of aura, and Bart replied that it was only possible if you had no barrier between mana and aura, and if you turned your whole body into a mana reservoir, it could work. Meanwhile, in the arena, trying to stay on her feet, Diane mentally said, I'm almost out of mana. I still have about 3 more big spells to cast, but I only have to worry about this strange fire from his sword and melee attacks. I have no chance in a physical fight, so I'll have to dodge and strike a decisive blow. Noticing the thoughtful look on his opponent's face, Andreas asked what you were thinking about in the middle of the battle. Having received the question from her opponent, the girl confidently spoke about the way to victory and heard the same thing. Clenching his sword in his hands and rushing to launch the next attack, Andreas added, I'm thinking too. As he approached the girl and struck, Andreas saw her use spatial magic again and move. After the unsuccessful attack, he saw that a magic circle had appeared under the cloak that Diane had thrown off, and he thought to himself, oh shit. Quickly reacting to the danger, he jumped to the side to avoid being hit by the shockwave. Having avoided the trap that Diane had set for him, Andreas immediately rushed at her to strike again, but the girl used spatial magic again. Once again, behind Andreas' back, Diane used the skill of Thunder Cobras and sent them in the direction of her opponent. Seeing what the girl had decided to use against him, Andreas confidently exclaimed, Thunderbolt magic won't work against me. You must have forgotten that my main element is earth. Immediately after his self-confident speeches, the boy put up an earthen shield to protect him. However, something went wrong, and seeing his shield crumble, Andreas mentally said that I screwed up with my current talent for magic, and also holding on to my body's power and fusion magic. When he was hit by the girl's thunderbolt attack, Andreas added that I couldn't cast the earth shield at full power. At the same moment, seeing that her opponent had been hit by her magic, Diane exclaimed that Andreas had lost his vigilance. While still in the confining effect of the thunderbolt, Andreas mentally muttered, what a shame to lose so stupidly. The next moment, using another magic, Diane clenched her hand into a fist and exclaimed, I won. Later in the arena, the match was announced as over. Listening to the announcer's shouts and catching his breath, Andreas thought she had a good chance to knock me out, but she decided to push me out of the arena to ensure a guaranteed win. Interesting. Bowing his head and accepting his defeat, he mentally added a great decision. It seems that experience on the snowy mountain left a deep impression on her. At the same time, while catching her breath after a hard fight, Diane heard Diane cunningly push Andreas out of the arena and secure her place as the winner of the 58th Rodlin Academy Spring Tournament. The tournament was over, with the second place prize bringing Andreas a full scholarship to study, and Diane receiving a full scholarship and an elixir for the magical reserve, and Vivian receiving a scholarship for her final year of study. After the awarding ceremony was over, he arrived at his room and said, it's a little smaller than Karen's lab, but it's just as secure, and it'll be easier for me to fix my dead and research black magic here. Turning his gaze to the interior of the room, the guy mentally added, thanks to the winnings, I saved enough to buy a laboratory. Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added, I have a lot of work to do, such as finding attacking and defensive skills on black magic, so I need it thanks to the scholarship I no longer need to work to pay for my studies. Looking at his tablet and seeing the amount of his capital, he mentally said, I have 9 billion in my account now. Even after deducting the house and other expenses, the potion payments still give me enough money. Convinced of his finances, he thought to himself, To be honest, I have enough money, but I wish I had received the elixir instead of the scholarship. Now Dien will be even stronger. Continuing his thoughts, Andreas thought, of course, thanks to the receptacle trait and the original sin, I already have a lot of mana. But considering what is coming in the future, I need to increase it as much as possible. The next moment, remembering the incident after the battle with Kushane, he mentally said, however, after that incident, my mana level has increased significantly, so I can probably manage. After the victory, Andreas saw something come out of his chest and grabbed the crown, and then a message appeared. Watching what was happening to him, Andreas received a notification Apocalypse manuscript. Chapter 0, Pure Original Sin Temporarily Captured. Generous Greed. Apocalypse manuscript. Chapter 0, Pure Original Sin. Now combined with Generous Greed, Base Ability Enhancement, creating additional skills, 126 hours, 43 minutes, until the link is complete. As Andreas read what was happening, he saw the Apocalypse Manuscript Chapter 0, Immaculate Original Sin. Mana recovery rate increased by 220%. Slothful Greed mana sensing ability increased by 77%. Slothful Greed special skills can be used once every 6 days. Mana properties increase over time. Magic focus tends to become darker over time. Recalling the events of that day, Andreas mentally said with synchronized greed, the amount of mana I can use has increased significantly. The next moment, remembering the moment he had summoned Nickel, he added in his mind that when I first summoned Nickel, I had used about a quarter of my mana. Now it was 1% or even less, and Nickel was no longer just a skeleton. Continuing to think, Andreas said in his head, if I summoned ordinary skeletons, I could probably raise 100 at a time. The next moment, looking at his characteristics, he mentally added, now I can summon a large army to cast magic and use sword fusion, and my trump card is Original Sin with such characteristics. I have no reason to worry about what is coming. Later, he picked up his tablet and looked at the news where it was written that during an investigation in the office of Haran Depre, a black mage who pretended to be a professor and performed black rituals on students, it was discovered that there might be another black mage within the walls of the academy. A discovery that shook Roddle and Andreas thought, the only thing that worries me is the change in the course of events due to my intervention. Continuing to think, Andreas put the tablet on the table and added what had provoked the meeting, an exchange that was not in play because of Karan's death, and more importantly, the changes themselves, why and because of whom they happened. Immediately after these thoughts, wanting to reassure himself, Andreas mentally said, even if the plot has changed, I am the one who has a lot of information, which means I can bring the game to a successful conclusion. After a while, Lucia came across Andreas and exclaimed joyfully, hey, you also chose this subject. Hearing his girlfriend's question, Andreas said, you've already gotten into the habit of slacking off, but when it comes to studying potions, you're right there. What did you hear? Immediately after her remark, Lucius exclaimed, of course you're free to go after class is over. Pushing back her chair and sitting down next to Andreas, she added, I'm working on a new potion and could use some help. Hearing this, Andreas thought it was probably a potion to cure her. When Andreas heard what his friend was doing, he looked at her and asked what kind of potion she was making. Seeing that Andreas was interested, Lucia said, the other day I mixed pollock tongue mucus and fairy pollen, then added some ithrium solution and slime kernel, and guess what happened? Raising her finger and smiling slyly, the girl added a solution that overwhelmed all the properties of the ingredients, created itself, and disappeared. Hearing what Lucia had just told him, Andreas was shocked to think that this could not be true. I did not tell her anything, but she was able to find her own way to her cure. Continuing to think, Andreas added in his head that both she and Dean were also talented game characters, after which Lucia sweetly stretched and spoke, but then everything stopped. When Andreas found out what the girl's problem was, he asked, so how can I help you? I don't have much time right now, but I'll make time for you later, I promise. The girl sat down on the desk and covered her head with her hand and said, even when a nice girl like me asks you, I'm not going to listen to you. Hearing Lucia say I'm probably nothing to you, Andreas thought, there's still time. Lucia is determined to survive until her chronic illness kills her. I'm sorry, but right now there are 3 others in greater danger. Thinking of a couple of people he has to protect, Andreas mentally said Chris and Selena, the game characters who were enrolled in the same course as Luis. Continuing to think about the plot, Andreas added in his mind, the first act will start during the midterms. I need to somehow make these 2 stronger by then. Tilting his head and looking down at the board, Andreas added in his head, this is the first act of the game, so it's not that hard, but if they don't grow fast enough, they might die there. The next moment, he turned his gaze to the girl who had taken offense to him, and added in his head that luckily Lucia would not be affected by this, thanks to her work on her healing. Also mentioning another game character from his environment, he added in his head, Diane has already exceeded my expectations. Not leaving out Luis, Andreas mentally said, Luis will probably be fine too. He'll be able to get stronger himself. Immediately after seeing the teacher enter the classroom, Andreas said in his head, I would love to skip class and meet those 2 right away, but I can't, because I can't. Arriving at his seat and placing his books on the table in front of him, the teacher said, good afternoon, students. I will be teaching you mixed potions, Kyler Schutzman. Seeing the ominous smile on the man's face, who added a pleasant greeting, Andreas added in his head that this was the boss of the first act. While giving a lecture to the students, Kyler pointed to the test tube and said, "You see, when the Platrace potion is mixed with purified water, a red residue falls out and black balls appear." At the same time, sitting at the lecture and listening to Andreas, I thought maybe I could meet Chris and Selene on the Knight's training field. I'm sure they both train hard to catch up with Luis and Still. Hearing the professor take his things and say the lecture was over, Andreas said in his head he must know I'm a black mage by now because of that fight over slacking off, but he didn't seem to be interested in me. After a while, when Kyler was alone, he picked up the receiver and said, "I'd like to discuss something with you, Mr. Jester." Hearing that he had been contacted by one of his subjects, the Dark Sorcerer said, "Yes, I'm listening, Kyler." Recalling his current situation, Kyler said, "Bart Alwyn is beginning to suspect me, and I'm afraid I'll have to leave the academy soon." Hearing his subject's message, Jester asked about Karen's death, and I suspect that the police tip on me came from his office. Realizing the reason for Kyler's decision, Jester thought he was afraid Runox and Hosan would die, and the crown was still not ours, and that Karen had screwed up and now Kyler was forced to resign. Continuing to think about his situation, Jester added that the Asgalites had also suffered heavy losses, and that things were not going according to plan. After thinking it over, Jester asked when you were going to leave, and Kyler looked at the test tube and said that the exchange between the Milko and Rodlin academies would begin soon. Hearing what his subject had just mentioned, Jester asked what it had to do with your dismissal. Receiving the question from his boss Kyler, mixing the substances ominously said before leaving, "Wouldn't it be better to trample all these promising youngsters of the Empire before they start causing trouble?" To which he heard a good idea. Continuing to conduct his potion experiments, Kyler said, "I'm going to escape in the chaos, I'll get back to you later," which he understood. After finishing the conversation and heading down the corridor of his hideout, Jester said, "I have no agents left at the academy, if it has come to that." Stopping at the window and looking out, Jester added, "Andreas Cromwell. I have no choice but to bring in his congregation." At the same time, Selena Erestial was on the Knight's training ground, trying to practice her family's sword style. Having lost all her strength and dropped the sword from her hands, she leaned on her knees and tiredly said, "I need a break." Seeing that her friend continued to train, she exclaimed, "Chris, let's take a break. Overexertion is bad for the body if you don't know." Having received a remark from the girl, Crim Unum stopped and threw his sword on his shoulder and said, "Take care of yourself, Selena." Heading to her friend, Selena said, pulling her sword behind her, "You're so steady, you didn't watch the final of the tournament." I heard, "No, I was training." When she learned that her friend was not aware of the events that were taking place there, she happily said that there was an impressive guy who could fight with sword and magic at the same time. Continuing to practice his moves even as he spoke, Chris said, "It's funny. You mean to say that a fool who couldn't even hone one thing made it to the finals?" The guy continued to swing his sword and added that it was probably a good thing that I didn't look at it. And Selena said, "You're only saying that because you didn't see it." Continuing the conversation with Chris, who was training incessantly, Selena added, "Not noticing that someone had arrived, I heard that Luis also recognized his abilities." Hearing what his friend had just told him, Chris said haughtily, "That Luis recognized some vagrant? I bet the guy has no eyes." Accidentally overhearing the conversation between the two students, Andreas, who was standing behind them, heard a freshman insulting a senior he had never seen before. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy added thoughtfully, "That's not good." And at the same moment, Selena saw Andreas standing next to her. She exclaimed in confusion. Standing between the two boys and hearing her friend ask who the hell you are, the girl nervously exclaimed, "Chris, wait." And then Andreas said, "I am." Hearing the senior student say I'm a fool from the Muggle department with a sword hanging from a sling, Selena looked at him nervously. Realizing that Andreas had overheard their conversation, she bowed in front of him and exclaimed, "Please forgive this boy. He has too much pride when it comes to swords. He can't keep quiet." After receiving the girl's apology, Andreas said unhappily that pride, but I don't see any conviction in his fencing. Standing aside and hearing Andreas speak as if he were a snot-nosed kid who couldn't decide whether to press his girlfriend for cheating, he felt like he had hit the nail on the head. After listening to the remark that came in his direction, Chris thought irritatedly, "Not in the eye, but in the eye," as he realized at a glance. The next moment, deciding to respond to the insult, Chris said that he would understand a mage who masquerades as a knight, after which Selena exclaimed in confusion. Andreas said with a sly smile, "I think I know more than you do." Gritting his teeth at the remark, Chris said, "If so, why don't you show me?" With a sly smile after the provocation, Andreas thought, as I thought, he does not know how to accept defeat, and then said, "Of course." At the same moment, standing between the two guys, Selena exclaimed, "Calm down. You two will be suspended from school for fighting at the academy." Hearing the girl's remark, Chris said, "Come on, Selena, we're just going to spar on the training field." And he said, "There's no point in pretending to be smart." Later, interrupting the argument between the two knights, Andreas took a training sword from the stand and said, "Sparring will not be a problem. I guarantee it." Hearing the assurance from Andreas, Chris exclaimed that for a mage you are too impudent and said, "Well, attack the first year." Biting on the provocation to fight, Chris stood in a stance and said, "Just don't regret it." After which Selena exclaimed, Wanting to take part in the sparring, the girl added, I can also fight with you in a duel with a mongrel who has both aura and mana. That is, to fight with another person is such a rare opportunity. Hearing the girl's request, Andreas looked at her and said, Get ready, your turn will come soon. Hearing the words of the senior student, Chris said confidently, I'm sorry, Selena, you won't get anything. Immediately after his words, the boy rushed to attack Andreas, but he easily repelled his attack. Then, jumping back, Chris again rushed at his opponent. Only this time he tried to attack from above, but again failed. Smiling at the moment of sparring with the freshman, Andreas thought he was fast, but Junior's style did not look like one of the top 5 fencing styles. Throwing his opponent away from him and coming in from behind, Andreas mentally said his style of play specializes in this skill, but as he kicked Chris in the back, Andreas added in his head that right now he was not using the style that maximizes speed to deliver an ever-changing blow. After landing his kick, Andreas was able to throw his opponent to the ground, and Selena exclaimed to Chris. Seeing that the guy started to get up, Andreas thought it looked like he was grabbing at too many things at once, trying to catch up to Luis, and with the rest of him making strange movements, he took the opportunity to guide him. Standing in a stance and holding his sword out in front of him, Andreas said, Stop messing around and attack seriously, Chris. Hearing something that touched his very dignity, Chris swung his sword and shouted these words, I will make you regret them. The next moment, Chris jumped up and rushed toward his opponent, using the Nora howling sword style of fencing. But even this did not change the outcome of the battle, as Andreas destroyed his opponent's weapon with a single swing of his sword and then said, You call it the Unor style. Hearing the question and standing in place behind Andreas, Chris heard and really thought that you can become stronger just by grabbing the best of everything. The next moment, looking back at his opponent, Andreas added that following his path without hesitation is the only right way. Having dealt with one student, Andreas looked back at the girl and shouted out the next. Selena, now it's your turn, to which he heard, yes. Picking up her weapon and taking a stance, the girl exclaimed, I'm ready. And Andreas thought, she's the exact opposite of Chris. Her family fighting style is destroying her strengths. Saying to the girl, come on. Andreas added in his head Selena's family style is only suitable for those who have an innate high level of physical strength. In other words, it does not suit her due to the lack of necessary strength. When he heard the girl coming at him and exclaimed, Here I am, Andreas smiled slyly and said, Attack me. I have so much to teach you. As a result of sparring with Selena, Andreas was able to knock her down when she was just stepping on him. After making a few turns and stopping, the girl said in surprise, But I was hitting with full force. Hearing the girl's remark, Andreas said, A heavy sword is not suitable for you. Hearing this remark, the girl exclaimed. Immediately after getting to her feet and putting her hand to her chest, the girl added, But I've always fought with this sword. After which Chris exclaimed, He's right, Selena. Having attracted the girl's attention, the boy added, As he was right about me. Selena looked back and said, Chris. At the same moment, Andreas joined the conversation of the knights and asked why you both took swords in your hand. Having drawn their attention to him, the guy added what led you to constantly hone your skills and then heard where such a sudden question came from. After asking Chris again, Andreas said confidently, I took the sword in my hands in order to survive, which surprised the first-year students. The next moment, the guy shrugged and added, As a mage, it's hard for me to admit that I don't have much talent for magic, you know. Immediately after placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, Andreas added, And then due to certain events, I almost died. And since then, I've been holding onto my sword as a lifeline, and now you two who have devoted half your lives to your swords have been defeated by me. Looking again at the two knights in front of him, Andreas added, You understand what this means. After receiving a question from the senior student, Selena asked about the difference in talents, to which a sharp no was heard. Holding out his hand to the freshman, Andreas added, It means that you have not yet met your swords? You take a sword to outdo someone else or out of sheer pride, even if it is not right for you. The next moment, Andreas turned to the students and said, So why do you pick up your swords? Think about it. And when you find the answers, come and I will accept the challenge at any time. When the senior student was about to follow him, Andreas said, I will definitely challenge you to a fight again. To which he smiled and replied, I look forward to it. 1 week later, a large number of students gathered in front of the Rodlin Academy Administration Building. Standing at the entrance and ignoring the students who were passing by and saying, Wow, it's Vivian Belkin, the girl mentally said to Andreas, He's late. At one point, she suddenly reached for her sword and began to pull it out of its sheath, frightening the students who were passing by. However, there was nothing wrong with her plans. Looking at her reflection on the blade, she mentally said, Maybe I'll try to smile like Lucius when I meet him. Smiling ominously at her reflection on the sword, she added in her head like this. Seeing that she hadn't succeeded at all in what she wanted to do, she thought sadly, I wish I could be nicer. And then she heard her name being spoken behind her. She looked back and saw Andreas standing there and exclaimed in confusion, after which the guy added, You're doing the instruction, we'll start soon. Then she looked away and grabbed her cheeks and said awkwardly, I was waiting for you. Realizing that the girl was trying to change somehow, Andreas pointed to the academy and said, Well, let's go. As soon as he moved, the girl grabbed him by the cloak and said to Andreas, after which he stopped and looked back and asked what happened. At that very moment, Vivian smiled as sincerely as possible and said good day. Surprised at how much effort she was making to change, Andreas smiled gently and said good morning to Vivian. A while later, at Rodolin Academy in a crowded hall, Selena met Louis and said, Andreas from the senior class beat Chris. I wish you were there, Louise. And then Chris said, stop talking. Meanwhile, walking along the path and looking around the crowd, Andreas thought Lucia was not there as expected and then said, except for us, all the honors students are here. It looks like freshmen are here according to their entrance scores. At one point, someone shouted out to Andreas behind a couple of students, and they stopped and looked back. Right behind him was Diane, who happily exclaimed, you came with Vivian, yes. Receiving a question from his girlfriend, the boy replied, yes, we met outside. I see the students from Milko haven't arrived yet. And Vivian said, good afternoon. And Dean replied, that's an arrangement between the academies. I'm sure they'll be here soon. The next moment, the front door opened and students from Milko Academy came in and one of them said, wow, Rodlin has a lot of cute girls. Immediately recognizing one of his friends, the representative of the director of Milko Academy, Grace Malone, said, it's been a long time, Diane. When are you going to come to me and become my wife? When the fat man asked her a question, the girl replied with a disgruntled look of arrogance, stop being so familiar and don't talk to me, you disgust me. Offended by the girl's remark, Grace said with such behavior you will never find a husband. To which Diane exclaimed, fee. At the same moment, surprised by the dialogue, Vivian asked, are you getting married? And she exclaimed in shock, no, he is the son of the director of the Milko Academy, so I met him several times as a child when my father took me with him. When Vivian heard the situation, she looked at Grace and said, what a strange pig. At the same moment, Grace summoned up the courage to walk over to Vivian and arrogantly said, hey cuties, why do you like me? As he continued to roll up the layers to Vivian, Grace added, how about tonight we at the same moment Diane saw Vivian already started to draw her sword, but a check was heard. Check students Rodlin and Milko greetings? Hearing that the event was about to begin, Grace cried out and said, everything was going so well, but they ruined it. Dean was shocked to hear that, thinking, you just got your life saved by a pig. Stepping to the center of the room and grabbing everyone's attention, the presenter said, in the coming weeks, we will be holding a series of exchange meetings where you will have the opportunity to develop your skills in friendly competition with each other. Then the announcement was made. First, please line up in accordance with your branch, regardless of your branch affiliation. Knights, please line up on the left side, mages on the right. When Vivian heard that she would have to split up, she turned her head to Andreas and said sadly, I'm sorry we can't stay together. To which he only laughed awkwardly. And the next day the exchange began with an event that Andreas did not even know about while in class. The professor was drawing a magic circle and said that if we put an inversion spell in the spell of rotation, it would work. After demonstrating the result of his efforts, the professor said, now you all try to recreate this magic circle yourself. At the same time, somewhere among all the students was Andreas, who propped his head up with his hand and mentally recited the magic circle. The next moment, he turned his head and saw Keshrun Viogla, the game character who was unrivaled in support magic and magic circles, sitting next to him, and he mentally added Keshrun was a standout in this class. Noticing the boy's gaze on him, Keshrun put his hand behind his head and awkwardly said, I'm sorry, something's wrong. Noticing that he was being looked at, Andreas said, I'm Andreas Cromwell. Let's try to get along this week. Hearing the proposal with which the neighbor was staring at him, the guy stretched out his hand and said Keshrun Viogla and said, I'm glad to meet you. The next moment, he turned his gaze to Diane, who was sitting in front of him, and Andreas thought to himself, the stage is already set, so I can see the play between Keshrun and Diane. They are both celebrated geniuses. They may even inspire each other with their magic circles. Immediately after these thoughts, Andreas looked up at the ceiling and said, wait a minute. If it's about inspiration, then maybe I can help them myself. Picking up his pen and starting to draw magic circles, Andreas thought to himself, I may not have a talent for magic, but that doesn't mean I don't know how to create magic circles. Recalling his past life as Makoto Kaneshiro, he added, I have played this game many times and drawn a variety of magic circles, and I am sure I have no equal. Creating a magic circle on paper to inspire everyone, Andreas added, I have a few ideas in my head. Putting his finger to his hood, the guy thoughtfully said in his head, but the usual reversal of the direction of rotation will not surprise anyone. I want to show them a reversal that they have never seen before. It is difficult but possible to try something that has to do with life. Later, Diane began to demonstrate her magic circle, and the audience said, wow, there are so many spells here. Continuing to be amazed by what the girl was showing them, the students exclaimed, as expected from Dean Alwyn, this is no longer a student level. Also watching the spectacle that the girl created, Andreas thought that the circle itself was open and flying, and the water was constantly rotating around it, as always with Diane. The next moment, turning his gaze to the girl who was receiving a lot of compliments, Andreas said in his head, geniuses are terrible. At the same time, putting his pen aside, Keshrun Viogla said, I also finished. I wish the paper was bigger. I could have done more detail. When the guy put his hand on the paper and activated the magic circle, Andreas said in his mind, "You've gotta be kidding me." Demonstrating his magic circle, Keshrun said, "This is an illusion circle created using rotation and reversal. It has a short duration of effect, and soon everything will return to normal." Continuing to marvel at what the boy from his class, Andreas, had just done, Keshrun Viogla said in his head, "He's even more brilliant than I expected." As soon as the magic circle spell dissipated, the boy said, "I need to do more research to increase its duration." Looking back at the guy who had demonstrated something incredible, Diane said it was impressive, to which Keshrun awkwardly replied, "Thanks, you were incredible too, Diane." At the same moment, Andreas looked at his neighbor and thought, in magical circles, even Diane cannot compare to him. What makes this game so interesting is the fact that all the characters have their own special talent. Continuing his thoughts, Andreas mentally said to Lucia, who had healed herself the best in combat magic. The next moment, he began to list the advantages of each game character and mentally added Keshrun, the unrivaled support mage and creator of magic circles. Immediately after turning his gaze to his childhood friend, Andreas added in his head the leader in space-time magic. Thanks to this ability in Mortal Sins, she is widely known as a cheat character. After seeing the show, the teacher said they both demonstrated incredible magic circles. Now let's see what the others have prepared for us. Hearing the professor's words, Andreas began to activate his magic circle and thought, I did my best, but to show such a thing especially after them. But okay, this spell is not ashamed to show. As soon as he activated his magic circle, a loud laugh and an exclamation came from behind him. Hey, look at this! This is what he did! Pointing his finger at Andreas, Grace Malone exclaimed, Hey, where did the spin and turn in the flower go? You created a miserable one, it doesn't even bloom. Continuing to mock Andreas, the fat man added, I wonder how such a fool got here in the first place. Hearing this, Andreas thought Grace Malone is him again. Trying to ignore the guy who added, it was clear that Rodlin had gone completely stupid. And Andreas added, when I played as Keshrun, he was always coming and bothering me, so everyone avoided him, so no one was behind him. But he was still too annoying to ignore. A few seconds later, when Keshrun saw Andreas's magic circle, he exclaimed, Wow, that's just incredible. I've never seen such magic. Hearing the guy's surprise, who was sitting next to Andreas, Malone mockingly said that you are blind. Everyone understands that it is just an ordinary flower. At that moment, Diane stood up from her seat and started talking, saying that you should open your eyes. The next moment, she smiled and added, even though you still can't understand what kind of spell it is. Hearing that Diane had stood up for him, Andreas looked away and thought, I thought so. You need to be at the level of Diane or Keshrun to understand how this magic circle works, so... At the same moment, Keshrun joined the conversation and said, Do you mind if I explain to everyone what I heard and what I'm asking for? Drawing everyone's attention to himself, the guy said, At first glance, it looks like this flower was created by the magic of nature and the formula of life, but that's not all. Without missing a detail in his neighbor's work, Keshrun added in addition to the two formulas of time and rotation I mentioned earlier, the life cycle was also used to create the spell. And then, by adding the formula for reversal, a flower was created that was fresh and fading at the same time. After hearing Keshrun's explanation, Diane added simply, Put this state of life is living and dead at the same time surpassing rotation and reversal. It created a contradiction. Listening to the explanation and looking at Diane, who added that there is also life, Andreas thought they both explained it perfectly. The next moment, looking down, Andreas added, Because I'm a necromancer. It's easier to put together life spells, but it's a little hard to make them work without using black magic. At the same moment, looking at the flower, Keshrun said, The longer I look, the stronger my desire to study it. And Andreas said that this was the result of my thinking about how to fit contradictions into it. Then, turning to the fat man, Diane said, By the way, Malone, you must have prepared something incredible to show us, which was surprising. Starting to activate his magic circle to show the results of his efforts, the guy added, Yours will never be compared to this. As soon as Malone activated his magic circle, it began to crackle and behave strangely, and one of the students said that it was bad, but that's how it should be. And then the fat man nervously thought, I hope no one notices. But it didn't take long for Diane to say, What's wrong? You just imitated my magic circle. Hearing the girl's remarks, Malone indignantly exclaimed that, How can you prove that I am repeating after you? And when Andreas heard this, he thought, Well done, Diane. After which Diane sighed heavily and said, Except for the formula of the element. The composition is exactly the same as mine. Continuing to express her remarks, the girl added, Besides, you probably used the wrong formula for levitation. You didn't see it well from a distance. And then Malone jumped up. Wanting to argue with the girl, he exclaimed, What nonsense, but hit his head on his magic circle and cried out to her, Help me. Seeing what had just happened to the braggart, Diane said in disappointment how hopeless he was. The next moment, she used her magic circle to create wind to extinguish the fool and said, You're such a pain in the ass. Grabbing his head, which had just been extinguished, Malone exclaimed irritatedly, You set me up with the formula. Seeing the conflict brewing, the professor shouted to the students, Hey, keep it down! Ignoring the teacher's instruction, Malone prepared a magic spell and shouted out, "You bitch, how dare you make a fool of me?" At the same moment, an oppressive atmosphere appeared in the audience, and Andreas threw a fearsome look at the fat man and said, "Put your hand down if you don't want to be cut into small pieces." Also, feeling the pressing aura that Andreas began to radiate, Keshrun was confused and thought what was wrong with him. At the same time, feeling himself shaking with fear, Malone mentally said that I will be finished. Looking down at his desk and raising his finger, Andreas added, "Stay out of trouble during the exchange, and even after you get back to Milko, stop showing off and behave yourself." Unable to stand the threats, Malone jumped up from his seat and headed for the exit, shouting, "Fuck you!" Seeing one of his students leave the classroom without permission, the professor shouted after him. At the same time, watching the unfolding events, Andreas thought there was no way this asshole would stop there. He would have to teach him a few lessons later. Later, a student approached the professor and said, "I'm going to follow him," and he said yes. Seeing that someone decided to follow Malone, Andreas was surprised to think that this guy looked familiar. When he got outside, Malone was shouting angrily, "Damn them all! It was the two of them. They made me look like a fool. I'll finish them. I swear I'll finish them." Continuing to yell, the fat man shouted out how annoying it was, and then behind him came a, "Hey, Grace Malone." Hearing that someone had seen him in such a state, the fat man screamed out that it was a simple misunderstanding. Hearing that the guy suddenly started to make excuses, Antonio put his hand behind his head and said awkwardly, "I think you have me confused with someone else." When Grace saw who it was standing in front of him, the boy pulled himself together and exclaimed, "Who are you?" He heard, "I'm Antonio Holt, Rodalena's graduate clan, and I'm Professor Kyler's personal assistant." Introducing himself to the fat man, the boy added, "I saw you get embarrassed by two of my disrespectful younger students earlier, and I came to show you something that might help you." Hearing the reason for the strange boy's visit, Grace exclaimed in surprise at what he had said while Antonio looked around. After making sure no one was around, the boy pulled out a bottle of potion and said, "My professor has created a potion that temporarily increases physical strength and mana, but there are side effects such as temporary loss of taste, and to fix that, he is looking for people to test it." When Grace saw the boy hand him the potion, she wondered if it was not patented just because of that. Handing the potion to the fat man, Antonio smiled ominously and said, "Please try it. I'm sure you'll easily outperform those rude younger men I mentioned." Hearing that this potion would help him get even with Diane and Andreas, Grace smiled ominously and thought of surpassing those two. The next moment, when he saw that Grace tipped the bottle and began to drink it quickly, Antonio exclaimed that you drink it like that. Later, when the potion was completely drunk, Antonio asked his subject how it felt. Feeling a surge of energy after drinking the potion, Grace mentally said, "Mana overwhelms me just like physical strength," and created a fireball in his hand. Immediately after releasing the fireball into the sky, Grace heard, "Wow, incredible with this. You will easily win," to which he exclaimed, "Know all the potions you have, give them to me." The next day, meeting Vivian, she heard the flower and replied, "Yes, Andreas said he gave it to you. You can give it to me." Vivian took out the magic circle and gave it to her to study, but "You're a knight. Why do you need it? And I want to study it, not give it to you." Seeing Vivian instantly get sad and ask if she could, Deanne exclaimed in embarrassment, "Sure, I'll give it to you." At the same time, Lucia was passing by and saw Deanne teaching Vivian how to activate the magic circle, saying, "I can draw a new one anyway, but to see the flower you need to use mana like this, and then you need to do this." Seeing that the magic circle was activated, Vivian exclaimed in surprise, "Wow," and then the flower was heard from the side. Lucia approached the girls and began to examine the flower and added to the contradiction created by the algae head. Seeing who had just approached them, Vivian asked, "Lucius, where are you from?" And yawning, said, "The class was over, so I was going to the lab." The next moment, she put her hand to her chin and added thoughtfully, "But there seems to be something missing." Pointing to the element that seemed strange to her, Lucia added, "There's something wrong with this part, and I feel the same way." Taking out her pen from her purse, Lucia exclaimed, "I feel that there is something interesting hidden here on purpose." Starting to correct what she thought was strange, Lucia said, "If you smooth out the bullseye here, please don't move." And then Vivian exclaimed, "Hey, that." Continuing to correct the magic circle, she added the Lucian stream and then added the magic circle and saw the changes and exclaimed what it was. Finding herself in the middle of a flower field, Deanne exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't even believe it at first, but I thought it was a magic circle." And then Lucia asked in surprise who created the algae. At the same time, the dean of the Department of Magic was not far from the girl, and he sat down on the flower field and said, "I wonder what kind of a famous magic circle it is." Tearing a single flower from the field, Belial Costello added an incredible invention to express contradictions so fully with just basic spells. Seeing who was standing in front of them, Diane bowed to the man and said, "Forgive us, sir, for activating a magic circle in such a place," and heard the student who had created it say his name. Hearing that the Dean of Magic didn't seem to be angry with them, Diane looked up and said, This is fourth year Andreas Cromwell." Having received the answer to her question, Beline Costello looked at the plucked flower and thought, "Andreas Cromwell is the one everyone has been talking about lately for the wizarding circle with one task." The next moment, imagining what exactly the student had achieved, the dean mentally added it to the honey of creating a step to immortality of absolute contradiction. Not hearing anything after his answer, Diane asked if something was wrong, but the professor ignored her and simply walked away. Seeing this, Lucia looked after him and said that he asked what he wanted, and then simply ignored us, to which Diane exclaimed, "Quiet, Lucia, you can't say that." At the same moment, Balin was in his own thoughts and said something impressive. "I never thought that the day would come when student work would inspire me, Andreas Cromwell. I need to follow him." Somewhere on the knight's training ground, Luis approached his sparring partner and said, "Thank you for sparring. You are very strong." After hearing the guy's gratitude, Vivian said, "You're not a wimp either." And the guy just laughed awkwardly and thought our conversations with Vivian were always short. At the same time, while sparring with Chris, Terry shouted out, "You're the second best in your class and that's all you can do." Continuing to defend himself from his opponent's attacks, Chris shouted, "Shut up," and then got hit in the body and flew backwards. Keeping his feet on the ground, Chris leaned on his sword and thought, "With my shoddy fencing, he will be hard to beat." The next moment, remembering the words of Andreas, who told him to follow his own path without hesitation, Chris thought, but as Andreas said, "You can't doubt your sword." After this memory, Chris took up his fighting stance again and thought, "The very essence of the Unor style is already imprinted in my body." Seeing that his opponent could still continue to fight, Terry rushed at him and shouted that whatever you do, the result is one. Crossing swords with his opponent, Chris mentally said, "The Unor style is a sword that confuses the opponent by constantly changing attacks." The next moment, breaking contact and moving behind his opponent's back, Chris added in his mind to parry his attack and destroy his defense. Noticing that his opponent had already disappeared from view, Terry exclaimed in displeasure, looking back at the bastard who was circling around like a worm. Finding the perfect moment for the final action, Chris put his sword to his opponent's throat and mentally said, and then delivered the decisive blow and said, "I think I won." Seeing that he had lost the sparring match to the freshman, Terry cycled unhappily and knocked the guy's sword away, exclaiming, "Damn you!" The next moment, throwing the sword out of his hands and heading off the field, he added, "Losing to such trash is ridiculous. I've had enough of this shit." Seeing his opponent's intentions, Chris shouted out, "Hey, this is not funny. This is decent fencing called hey." Getting even more angry at the shouting of the guy he had just lost to, Terry gave him a menacing look and said, "Hey, you better watch your mouth." The next moment, seeing Terry throw a real sword at him, Chris exclaimed, "What does that mean? It's a real sword." At the same moment, Chris took out a potion and opened the bottle and said, "Shut up and pick it up, and I'll make you sorry for making fun of me." Hearing Louis call out to him, "Hey Chris, just apologize to him," the boy noticed the bottle and thought it was a potion. Also noticing that the student was doping at the sparring session, the teacher exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing?" Continuing to approach the guy who had just drunk the potion, the professor said, "Todlon, how a student like you would get caught in an exchange. Hey, this is a real sword." Trying to calm the students down, the professor said, "Put it back down." But before he could finish, Terry swung and finished the teacher off. Having finished off the teacher who could have stopped him, Todlon smiled ominously and said, "Well, rookie, let's go for round 2. Meanwhile, somewhere in the academy, walking down the corridor, the boy heard Mr. Andreas calling behind him. Stopping and looking back, he saw Keshrun catching up with him and saying, "Call me Andreas," to which he replied, "But I'm 2 years younger, so you can just call me Mr. Andreas." Hearing the permission he had just received from Keshrun, Andreas asked, "Are you sure about this?" and was told that he was sure. Continuing to catch his breath after the sprint, the guy added that the magic circle was actually a double circle, just like you said. Having received a question from his friend, Andreas said, "Isn't it more interesting when there is a hidden element?" Hearing this, Keshrun asked in surprise that this was the whole reason. Also, remembering the correspondence with Lucia where it was said that the magic circle you drew was double when you learned it. I noticed it was impressive. I discovered it when I was looking at the circle with Vivian and Diane. If you have time for such things, please help me with my research. I have not made any progress lately. Andreas added mentally, "I tried to hide it, but those two solved it in just a day. And Vivian was with them." The next moment, Keshrun added, "By the way, I heard that the Everlast potion was also invented by you, and you're going to show us in potions today." Receiving the question, Andreas looked at the boy and said, "I didn't plan to stand out. I can't show all my trump cards in class, and then I thought about it, and I wouldn't want to stand out in front of Kyler." At the same moment, a loud explosion occurred in the building, and the wall in front of the boys was blown out. Noticing that his friend in the protective barrier also appeared from the explosion, Andreas thought that Diane was the monster. Later, the image of Malone began to appear behind the girl, and he angrily shouted out to Dean Alwyn, "How dare you mock me?" Seeing that the events of the first act of the game had already begun, Andreas heard that Malone had mentally said that to the asshole. Looking at Malone, who had just appeared in the academy building, Andreas mentally said to himself, the body's blackened sclerae were getting bigger and bigger. Continuing to walk toward the girl he was hunting, Grace shouted, "I'll show you what happens if you cross me." And when he heard that, Andreas mentally added the same side effects of Kyler's potion. Hearing the threats from the boy who was hunting her, Diane exclaimed, "You hit your head? Do you think you're allowed to do that at another academy?" Gritting his teeth at the events he was now witnessing, Andreas mentally muttered that this should have happened during the next session and not before. I relied too much on the information from the game. I should have been watching him from the beginning. Kyler is a bastard. At the same time, somewhere in the courtyard of the academy, Kyler Schutzman smiled and said, "Let's get started on my farewell party." Meanwhile, in the academy, he created a fireball in his hand and pointed it at Diane Greist, shouting, "I'll make you swallow my words. Choke on them." At the moment of the attack, Andreas intervened and deflected the fireball that was aimed at Diane. After saving the girl, the guy said, "Hey, asshole, you can't forget this? You understand that?" And when she heard that, Diane opened her eyes and said in surprise that it was Andreas. Seeing another self-loathing face in front of him, Grace exclaimed, "You're the same arrogant bastard." Hearing that, Andreas thought, great, he's still a little bit funny, so he must have taken the potion not too long ago. The next moment when Grace exclaimed, "I'll finish you both off in one go," Keshrin turned to his friend and said, "Mr. Andreas, you're fine." Receiving the question from Keshrin, Andreas looked at him and said, "You two stay behind me for now." And then Dian exclaimed, "He's finished the student from Milko." Continuing to look at his comrades, Andreas added, "Leave the cleanup to the teachers. I'll buy us time, Dian. Prepare something powerful so that he is taken out with one hit." After receiving the instruction from Andreas, Diane was surprised to hear him speak so well and then thought why he was so calm. The next moment, she turned her attention to the enemy she was about to deal with and noticed that his body was strengthened to the limit. Hearing that there was a problem in dealing with the enemy, Andreas said, "It doesn't matter. With Keshrin's support, you should be able to do it." Having been instructed to work together, Keshrin exclaimed, "I understand you," and then Diane called out to Keshrin. Noticing that the two students decided to run away from him, Grace prepared a fireball and shouted, "Hey, where are you going?" Immediately after throwing it at Andreas, who was blocking his way and preventing him from rushing after him, the monster shouted, "Get lost." Blocking his opponent's attack and grabbing his sword, Andreas said in a stern tone, "You're too loud a pig if you can't talk properly." The next moment, swinging his blade, Andreas added, "Then you'd better be quiet." Unfortunately, Andreas's attack failed to reach the enemy's body, as he had put up a protective barrier. Gritting his teeth after the unsuccessful attack, Andreas mentally said, "Even though he is a spoiled wizard, he is still a wizard," and the potion made his shield much stronger. Immediately after enveloping his sword with an aura and preparing for the next strike, Andreas added in his head, "But it doesn't matter, I will break through his defense." At the same time preparing the spell for the decisive blow, Diane watched Andreas fight, and thought he was wrapping his sword in magic even faster than in the tournament. As Andreas charged at the enemy, he heard Keshrin shout out, "Mr. Andreas, beware!" And then Grace activated his battle magic. Quickly reacting to the danger, Andreas placed an earthen shield in front of him that was able to block the opponent's attack. The next moment, he noticed how close the light spears were to him and thought he was crazy for using an attack spell while keeping a barrier around him. Immediately after he felt Grace's whole body start to crunch and tremble, he thought, "This is not good. We have to stop him before he reaches the final stage." Trying to somehow delay his transition to the last stage, Andreas rushed at Grace and bumped heads, but without seeing the result, he thought, "Damn, he's as tough as Payat." Later, after completing the preparations for the final blow, Diane shouted out to Andreas to watch out. Hearing the girl's exclamation, Andreas quickly jumped away from the monster and mentally said, "This is it." Seeing that Andreas had moved away from Grace, Diane used the Steel Spike's skill. Hearing the spell that the girl had just used, Andreas thought, advanced magic is incredible, even with support. But she was able to use magic that pierced his skin many times. Continuing to stare at the girl who had surprised him, Andreas added in his mind the most cheating character in the game. At this rate, she could create her own magic before she graduated from the academy. The next moment, he turned his gaze to Grace, who was pierced by a large number of thalassic spears, and thought, turning Principal Milko's son into "This will be a problem." Seeing what she had done, Diane said, "We overdid it a bit. Even if he turned into a monster, there will definitely be problems." To which Keshrin replied, "I will help you testify as much as I can." Hearing the conversation between his friends, Andreas thought to himself, given that Diane was involved, perhaps Bart would solve this issue behind the scenes. The next moment, turning to his friends, Andira said, "If anyone comes to explain what happened, I'll go find Professor Kyler, the person in charge of the class." To which he heard well. Later, leaving the academy and going in search of Andreas, he heard a monster from the explosions. "Don't try to fight, just run for the professors." Looking at the chaos in the academy, Andreas mentally said to himself, Kyler must have hid during all this chaos, and he needs to be dealt with immediately before he causes more problem. Continuing to run through the neighborhoods, Andreas thought about how his potion could cause a lot of problems in the future, and then he happened to notice someone nearby. Looking closely at the guy who was running by, Andreas said in his head, "I remembered him. Antonio Holt, the 6th year of Kaler. He didn't show up much, so I forgot about him." Following the guy he had just mentioned, Andreas added in his head, "He must be the one who spread the potion. If I follow him to him, he will lead me to Kaler." Just as he was about to follow Antonio, he heard Lucius running behind him, and was surprised to hear Lucius. Not far from Andreas was Lucia Everlast, who was protecting the students from the monster and shouted out, "Run away from here," to which she heard, "But what about you?" The next moment, when the monster made its magical attack, the girl tried to restrain it somehow, thinking, "It burns, will I really die like this?" If I had known this would happen, I would not have wasted time on treatment and would have lived without worrying about anything. At the moment when she had almost resigned herself to her fate, Andreas intervened, and when she saw him, she thought it was Algae. Leaving the training ground, the students were shouting, "My hand, I'll call the teachers," and getting out. After leading the students to the exit, Lewis shouted to his friend Selena, "You take care of Chris? What did you hear and where are you going?" Preparing to go to the aid of the girl who remained to restrain the monster, the boy exclaimed, "I'll help Vivian. I have a bad feeling." No sooner had he gone to help than Professor Ivy appeared near the gate and exclaimed, "Hey, what's all the fuss about?" At the same time, continuing to fight against Terry, Vivian mentally said, "If I don't stop him here and now, he'll go after Andreas." At one point, crossing her swords, she struck her opponent's forehead with her head and knocked him down. But as soon as he got back on his feet, he began to move to the next stage of the mutation. Seeing this, Vivian rushed at her opponent and thought, "This is quite dangerous, and that's why I have to stop him here." Having struck, the girl saw that the enemy was completely indifferent to it, and he blocked the sword with his bare hands. The next moment, with a wave of his hand, Terry knocked the girl off her feet and launched her several meters backwards. Not wanting to give up, Vivian got to her feet, breathing heavily, and thought, "I'm still weak. I won't be able to defend Andreas with such strength." Immediately after seeing the enemy jump right at her, Vivian strengthened her body and prepared to take the blow. But at the same moment, Professor Ivy ran past her and said, "Stop it, or did you want to die here?" Blocking the blow and grabbing the arm of the student who had turned into a monster, the professor said, "Terry Toddlin, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry." The next moment, she easily took off the monster's head and hand, but it was too late. Seeing the strength of her curator Vivian, who was standing behind her, Professor Quincy said, "She is so strong." Having dealt with the enemy who was still being held back by her student, the professor turned to the girl and said, "You did well to hold out, Vivian." And Vivian thought, "I need to get stronger too." At the same time, having caught the unconscious Lucia who was fighting against the mutant, Andreas used an earth shield while running away with her in his arms. For 1 second, he held back the monster that was following them, and then he mentally said, "Damn it, if I let Kyler escape, the war will be more difficult in the future scenario." Holding Lucius in his hands and continuing to run away from the mutant, Andreas added in his head, "I can't call on the dead now. I can't defeat this thing." The next moment, returning his gaze to the girl he was saving, he added in his head, "I need to get her to safety and then catch up with Kyler." Then, seeing the Dean of the Faculty of Magic on his way, Andreas thought, "Belial is a bastard. His students are being attacked and he's just standing there." Running past the professor who appeared on his way, the boy shouted, "I'm leaving the monster to you, Sir Dean," and then thought, "Do your job, you monster." Looking back at Andreas, who continued to run away from the monster with the girl in his arms, Belial thought, "I hoped he would show me something interesting." The next moment, seeing that the monster was almost close to him, the Dean used powerful magic to split the monster into atoms and cycled in displeasure. After a while, Andreas arrived at the nurse's station and handed Lucius to a nurse who began to examine the victim. After completing the analysis of the girl's condition, the doctor said she was fine. She was just in shock from mana depletion. She would rest a bit and be as good as new. The next moment, seeing that the girl began to open her eyes, the doctor said, "It seems that she has already woken up." Hearing Andreas say to the girl, "Hi, you're a doctor," she gathered her instruments and said, "Well, I'll be leaving now." Left alone with Andreas in the nurse's station, Lucia turned her gaze to him and said, "So it wasn't a dream. I thought I was going to die, and then I heard you were close. How did you come to fight that thing?" With a disappointed sigh after receiving the question, Lucia said, "You know, I didn't want to fight, but there were people there who couldn't escape, and I had no choice." Hearing his friend's words, Andreas said, "You sound like a heroine," and then thought that if everything had gone as it should have, she wouldn't have been there, and it was my fault. The next moment, Lucia abruptly got up from the bed and exclaimed, "Hey, I almost died," to which I replied, "There's nothing wrong with you if you can snap like that," and then thought that she must have been terrified, maybe even enough to lock herself in her room and turn into a scientific hermit. Immediately afterwards, heading for the exit, Andreas said, "Well, I have other things to do, so I left, and what did I hear?" Hearing the remark, Andreas stopped in front of the exit and said, "I forgot to tell you, when it's over, we'll start working on your potions." Having received the promise, the girl heard the door slam behind Andreas and she was left alone in the infirmary. At that very moment, she remembered the events that had taken place before her execution, how Andreas had sung to her at the last moment, and also when he interrupted the monster's attack and immediately rushed to her rescue, calling out Lucius. After nightfall, Andreas went to the place where the fugitives were hiding, and he thought that if everything went as in the game, then the battle with the boss Kyler should take place in this hiding place. Looking at the small house in the woods to which he was heading, he added in his head, "But the timing of the events did not match. I wonder if it was really here." The next moment, calling on Nickel and Timur, Andreas mentally added in the game to defeat him, requires NPC companions in the squad. But me. Immediately after his thoughts, Andreas shouted out to his subjects to the house ahead, Seeing the bright methods they used to get inside, he thought uncomfortably, it was not necessary to make such a mess. The next moment, seeing that Timur had grabbed one mutant and Nickel had already cut him in half, Andiris thought it was Antonio Holt, which meant Kyler was somewhere nearby. As Andiris approached what was left of the house, he thought, Timur is a beast. After evolution, even a monster in his final phase was easily defeated. Looking at Timur after the evolution, the boy saw a notification: Revenant Fighter, Legendary Timur, Dead Level 6, Mana 2010 traits, Consciousness Skill and Melee Berserker. The next moment, he turned his gaze to Nickel and added, I also have Nickel, who is enhanced by mortal sin, so the mid-level boss shouldn't be too difficult. Starting to unwrap the rubble of the house that Timur had destroyed, Andrea said, it should be about here. Putting his hand to the place of the secret passage, the guy used a spell to open the locks, and then the door opened. Then, getting to his feet and looking inside, Andreas said, well, let's go, guys, and pay the terrorist a courtesy call. Just as Andreas was about to take the first step into the enemy's hideout, he noticed shadow spears flying out of the hideout. The next moment, Professor Kyler Schutzman himself began to come out of the hiding place and said, how did you find this place, student of Karen Andreas Cromwell? When the enemy first came out, Andreas immediately used the summoning, and a giant's hand appeared behind Kyler and reached for him. Dodging the sudden attack from behind and looking behind him, the professor exclaimed in surprise what it was. As soon as he let his guard down because of one sudden attack, Nickel launched the next one, which resulted in the severing of the enemy's arm. Feeling the pain of losing his limb, the man used his shadow magic and quickly began to regenerate his arm. Seeing that his opponent was still alive, Andreas smiled and said, it was a bit awkward, I was aiming for his neck. Having almost completed the restoration of the lost limb, Kyler Schutzman said menacingly, you're a bastard, now I understand. So you killed Karen. The next mistake of laxity resulted in Timur appearing behind him and preparing to deliver a devastating blow. Seeing that his subject was already in position, Andreas mentally said, finish him off with one punch, Timur. And the tiger pushed the professor into the ground. After the blow, Timur immediately rushed after Kyler Schutzman to finish the job. But at the moment of landing, the tiger hit the shadow barrier that Kyler had created when he hit the ground. Covering his entire body in shadow armor and restraining Timur's movements, Kyler Schutzman said, I can't believe we dark mages are selfish, but we're going to kill Karen, the one who raised you. Noticing that the professor had changed again, Andreas mentally said, this is his final boss stage, shadow armor, so it can also replace lost body parts. The next moment, taking out his sword and preparing for battle, Andreas said, interesting shadow armor. When the professor heard the boy name his armor, he exclaimed in confusion, how do you know such nonsense about it? No one knows about it except Mr. Jest. Before he could finish his remark, Andreas struck his first blow with his sword, which he used to free Timur from his shadowy shackles. Having rescued his subordinate from the shackles of the enemy, the guy added to me that it is a well-known rare high-level artifact that has both offensive and defensive properties. Hearing the remark from his opponent, the professor laughed and exclaimed, then you should also know that you have no chance of winning. Hearing Kyler Schutzman's remark, Andreas began to apply the element of fire to the sword and said, but it is vulnerable to fire, which is true. Before he could complete his fire spell, the professor launched his attack, which interrupted the process. Continuing to prevent Andreas from using fire magic, Kyler Schutzman exclaimed, if that's the case, I just need to stop you from casting the spell. Concentrating only on Andreas, the professor did not notice how Timur got to him and struck him in the body. Seeing that the enemy had just been knocked off his rhythm, Andreas said, good Timur, take him along with Nickel. Hearing the order the guy had just given to his subjects, Kyler Schutzman exclaimed, you really think these dead people can buy you time? The next moment, the professor began to cast a spell in his hand and directed it at Andreas and exclaimed, that's ridiculous. Having noticed the enemy's intentions, Nickel and Timur rushed at the enemy to prevent him, and then there was an explosion. At the same time, Andreas turned his sword into a bone whip and thought, this is taking longer than I expected. Meanwhile, having caught both of his opponents dead, Kyler Schutzman exclaimed, even if I were attacked by a whole crowd of such stupid dead. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw that Timur had just managed to break his shadowy shackles with his teeth. The next moment, he turned his gaze to Nickel, who had just freed himself with his sword and thought that he had done the same. Seeing that his enemies had just been freed from his shackles, the professor exclaimed that somehow the dead were able to break through the shadow shackles, and then thought, no way, that's absurd. Immediately after noticing that the two undead began to move towards him, Kyler Schutzman wondered what they were. Putting up his defense and taking the joint attack of the enemies, he wondered in his mind if they were the bodies from the congregation. Meanwhile, Andreas had already completed his spell and mentally recited the bone fusion magic. Kyler Schutzman, who was continuing to fight the dead, noticed Andreas's actions and looked at him, and when he saw him coming, he thought it was a whip. When Kyler Schutzman was caught by the bone whip, which Andreas used to tie him up, he exclaimed, you said you were attacking with fire, but you're attacking with physical force. At the same moment, Timur and Nickel noticed that the leader had taken up the fight and immediately jumped back, after which the professor added, don't say it was just empty talk. You don't even know how to do anything. Listening to the mockery of his opponent, who laughed and added that this bad trick almost cost you your life, Andreas felt his nose bleed. However, it was all for a reason. Hearing the guy say the dice explosion and seeing the whip suddenly go up in flames, Kyler Schutzman shouted a double spell in confusion, followed by an explosion. Wiping the blood from his face after eliminating the enemy, Andreas said, "The strain on my body was higher than I expected." The next moment, after taking his subjects to the vault and looking at what was left of the professor, he added mentally, "I wouldn't say this new technique was a complete success, though, except for the body scattering in the wind because I overdid it with mana." Continuing to stand in the clearing in the middle of the forest, the guy added, "The congregation would not be able to ignore the death of someone as high-ranking as Kyler. For now, I should grab a few items from this base to cover my tracks and leave this place. Besides, the academy is all ears now, so I need to get back as soon as possible." At the same time pounding his fist on the table after hearing the report, Bart Alwyn asked for a repeat. Having received an instruction from his superior, the subject nervously said, "Yes, sir, 15 people, including 4 students of Milko." Continuing the report, the guy added that, according to witnesses, the student who distributed the potion was Antonio Holt, and they are looking for him now. He is Professor Kyler's assistant, which means... Before the subject could complete his report, the master of the magic tower said, "Enough is enough to stop all activities of the academy until the investigation is completed. Details will be announced after a conversation with Director Zeus," to which he heard, "Yes, sir." As soon as the subject left his office, Bart Andwin frowned and muttered in his head what was happening to Rodlin Academy. After the battle was over, Andreas said, "Maybe it's the inconsistency of the game time in which the events took place, but there are a lot of items here that I've never seen before, though they're mostly crap." The next moment, while searching the bookshelves, Andreas mentally said, "Kyler's magic book with entries on shadow magic? I hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now I'm curious as a black mage." Handing the found book to his subject who was with him, Andreas said, "Nickel, take this book as well." At one point, Andreas turned his head and saw a chest and mentally said a mimic of chaos under the guise of a treasure chest. Imagining what kind of creature he had just found, Andreas thought, "I've come so close and he still doesn't respond. Someone has separated the chest from his body." After thinking about it, he walked over to the mimic and opened it. Andreas added in his head, "Which means I can take the treasure without fighting the mimic unless Kyler took it." Looking inside, the boy mentally said, "When all 3 items are taken out of it, it will become an ordinary chest. They are very rare, so the items in them are of great value." Sticking his hand inside the mimic and taking out 2 objects, Andreas said interestingly, "The key is the core of the chaos mimic." Putting his hand inside again to take out the last object, he added, "I don't need it now, but I'm sure it's valuable." At one point, having felt the last object in the mimic and taken it out, the guy was surprised to think that it was a sword. Pulling the item out of the chest completely, Andreas received a notification of a changing mana conductivity of 0%. The shape of this sword and its characteristics change depending on who owns it. Looking at the characteristics of the item, Andreas said in surprise, "It changes shape to the person holding it. Interesting, but I already have galaxies, so I don't need it." The next moment he turned back and saw that Nickel had his hands outstretched to him, and Andreas thought in surprise that he was asking him to give the sword to him. Heeding his subject's request, Andreas threw the object into his hands and said, "Take it, I was planning to buy you a new sword anyway." As soon as the sword was in Nickel's hands, its appearance immediately changed and a message appeared. Changing sprout mana conductance, 150%, fendente speed, 200% damage, increase in fixed stance. The shape of this sword and its characteristics change depending on who wields it. Amazed at what had just happened before his eyes, Andreas mentally said, "Wow." Its shape and balance changed to match Nickel's, and it had additional characteristics worthy of a personalized artifact. Taking all the valuable items he had found in the basement, Andreas said, "Okay, Nickel, you carry all this. Let's go back to the academy." 5 days after the events, when he arrived at the station and left the train, he heard Andreas calling out to him. Seeing Lucia arriving at the station, Andreas said, "You didn't have to meet me." And the girl replied, "Dad said to go play with you because he had an important guest unexpectedly." When he found out why Lucia was meeting him, Andreas said, "Let's go straight to your room and start working on your research. We need to get as much done as possible before the academy is closed." When she heard that Andreas had suggested that she get to work right away, she mockingly said that she needed to get as much done as possible. Immediately after pushing the guy, she added, "Come on, let's have some fun. Your charming younger friend will show you the city," and she heard we don't have much time. Having received the remark from Andreas and seeing him heading for the carriage, the girl huffed in offense. After a while walking in the carriage, Lucia said, "I heard that the director's son Milko was among the dead in the incident, to which I heard was a pain in the ass until the very end." Then she put a hand to her cheek and said, "But since Diane put an end to it, she was obviously not prosecuted for it." Hearing his friend's words, Andreas spoke up, no doubt because of her father, Bart, a duke and member of the top 10 greatest on the continent, before he became the owner of Rodlin's Magic Tower. The incident had surely damaged the reputation of House Alwyn. After hearing what the boy had to say, Lucia remarked, "How nice that you have a whole dossier on her. Oh sure, you heard that Professor Kyler died." To which Andreas replied, "I heard that he was killed by a monster he created." Hearing Andreas's version, Lucia leaned on her arm and looked out the window and said, "What an idiot to create a monster you can't handle, and just being alive is a miracle." After hearing from Lucius, Andreas thought about those events and thought that the official reports exactly matched my staging. But I am sure that the investigation is secretly ongoing, and I need to be more careful in the near future. After a while, arriving at the Everlast family home and stopping the carriage, the coachman spoke to us on the spot. Leaving the carriage, Lucius looked at Andreas and said, "By the way, why did you suddenly decide to take the initiative if you're always so busy?" I heard that and thought that since I was signing a contract for a new potion, I might as well help you. When Lucia found out why Andres had decided to help her, she exclaimed, "You're kidding me." Arriving at the family's estate, the pair of young people heard Hollington say, "I never thought you would manipulate me. As I said, the orc of the Great Forest is a strong opponent, making it difficult to gather materials." Hearing what the problem was with the lack of materials, the girl indignantly asked, "Do you think orcs are scarier than me?" To which William replied, "No, but that's not the point at all." The next moment, the conversation between the two was interrupted by Lucia's exclamation, who arrived home and shouted out her dad. Seeing the girl who had arrived home, Salem pointed to her and asked, "That's your daughter, right?" And William exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" Before William could finish, Salem moved behind Lucia and grabbed her and said, "Come with me, dear." Hearing Salem's proposal, the girl exclaimed in surprise that she had heard what, your father did not fulfill his promise. At the same moment, standing next to her and feeling that oppressive atmosphere, Andreas mentally said, "What a power she is." Seeing what Salem was about to do, his father rushed to Lucia and exclaimed, "Please don't, Lady Hagenthal, she's here now." But before Hollington could reach his daughter, Lady Hannethal teleported from her seat. Once on the roof of the mansion, she exclaimed, "I will bring her to our next meeting. Hollington, make sure you have the neutralizer by then." And then the girl exclaimed, "I don't want to." The next moment, turning her back and preparing to leave, Lady Hagenthal added, "Well, good luck to both of us." After which Lucia exclaimed to Andreas, while he noticed the tattoo on the woman's arm and thought the tattoo was created by magic. Recognizing who was standing in front of him, Andreas suddenly exclaimed, "Salem," after which the woman suddenly stopped. Realizing that his disguise had been revealed, Salem looked back at the man and said, "Hello, Andreas, it's been a long time." Seeing that the man paid attention to him, Andreas asked if he could leave the girl alone. Hearing Andreas's request, Salem grimaced and said, "You're a nerve. I helped you once and you're already getting carried away and daring to order me around." Having received a remark from the Dark Wizard, Andreas said, "I do not order, I negotiate in exchange for information of appropriate value." Hearing the offer of an equivalent exchange, Salem asked how you will prove it. It is not for nothing that they say that your words are the source of all troubles. Immediately after Salem's remark, Andreas said, "The book was written by a god of mythological ages, and I will tell you where to find it." After which Salem thought about it. Interested in the boy's offer, the dark magician jumped down and asked where it was. Hearing that the man wanted to know the location of the object, Andreas said, "I'm sure I should answer here in front of strangers." William and Lucia immediately covered their ears, and Salem said, "Answer me. If I don't find it there, I'll just get rid of you altogether." Making sure that no one would overhear their conversation, Andreas said, "Lake Irva on the southwestern border of the Empire? There should be a cave under the water at 7 o'clock. Having received the information about the valuable object, Salem thoughtfully said Lake Irva. "I wonder if you didn't just make that up, did you?" After the boy's remark, Salem sternly asked where you got this information from, to which Andreas bowed and replied, "That's all I can say," and then thought about the rest of the information I got from the game. After finishing the conversation with Andreas, Salem said you and your secrets, and then looked at William and said, "Hollington, this time you were lucky, but you know what happens next time." Bowing his head to the great dark wizard, William said, "A promise is a promise, so I will gather the materials no matter what it takes." Hearing the man's words, Salem sighed and said, "As they say, a merchant lives as long as his reputation lives," and then looked at Andreas and said, "Well, by the way, how did you recognize me from what you heard? I recently learned to see mana flows, looking at his characteristics where it said talents, black magic, necromancy, gifted magic elements of water, weak dexterity, incredible mana." Gifted, Andreas mentally added, "I would never have thought that my mana talent obtained along with the trait of container would be useful in a situation like this." Later, looking in the wake of the man who said that he would see him later, Andreas thought to himself, Salem has written many magic circles on his body to increase his magical abilities, but because of this, his body will one day crumble. Hearing the girl breathe a sigh of relief after Salem left, Andreas added in his mind that like Lucius, he was like a ticking time bomb. Immediately after remembering the object he had mentioned, Andreas mentally said, "The book I told him about contains knowledge about harmony. If he reads it and can maintain harmony between the magic circles in his body, he will be able to survive. The next moment, putting his hand on his daughter's back, William said, "Thank you, Andreas. I owe you a debt of gratitude." At the same moment, Lucia approached the boy and asked him how you know Salem Ididia, to which Andreas replied that we met by chance and asked a much more important question. Where is your laboratory? Lucia shook her head and said, "Then I won't tell you either. I can't let someone who is possibly an accomplice of the most wanted criminal in the Empire into my lab." Hearing the girl's remark, Andreas asked, "So you won't let the Viscount in either?" And William said, "Yes, I'll be waiting for you inside." And Lucia replied, "Of course I won't let my father in either. Why don't you go sign the contract with your father? That's why you're here." Sighing sadly after the girl's remark, Andreas said, "Don't be angry. You don't have to sign the contract right now." And then he heard her cough. Opening his eyes and looking at Lucius, Andreas saw that she was trying to cover herself with her hand, but it was already bloody. And then Andreas called out to Lucius. Noticing that she was bleeding, the girl began to run away and exclaimed, "No, I didn't want you to see me like this." And then the boy exclaimed, "Hey, you're okay." Before she could run far, she fell off her feet and fainted, falling to the ground. Sitting at the table and conducting experiments, Lucius wrote down the number 1121 after each time the oxidation of the mucus of the frog's tongue plaque failed. Number 1122 failed, tried to add variety to the heating area due to the incorrect configuration. The first 3 attempts were unsuccessful. After Lucia tried almost all the necessary reagents, she was unable to solve the instability of the reagents. Perhaps a change of reagents is necessary. Experiment number 2735 failed. Experiment number 3160 failed. When she met with Andreas and received the new ingredients, she said, "Try using this Ubina root. It should help neutralize the Polak frog's mucus." Sitting down in the lab again to try again to create a cure, she mentally said to herself, "I wonder if the new ingredient is not enough." Remembering how Andreas had said, "I'm very busy right now, but I'll make time for you later," Lucia sighed heavily as she sat in the lab. Recalling all the events he had seen while playing as Lucius in the game, Makoto mentally said, "I saw it through the monitor screen, so I didn't really get it." Seeing the thousands of pages with the results of experiments that covered the boards, Andreas thought to himself, "This is a real battlefield where she is fighting for her survival." Later, when he heard a knock on the door, Andreas looked around and saw a maid who looked into the room and said, "The young lady has just woken up. You wouldn't want to see her." Hearing that Lucia had regained consciousness, Andreas asked if she had fainted before and was told no. Looking at the guest who was staying at their state, the maid added that, according to her doctor, her condition had worsened due to excessive use of mana. Learning about Lucia's condition, Andreas said in his mind, "It's partly my fault Lucia wouldn't have gotten involved if I had just followed the game's plot. And now she has very little time." When Lucia regained consciousness, she opened her eyes and thought, "My body is heavy. It looks like my mana flow is broken. I'm going to die soon." Then I thought I could spend the rest of my time with him. Recalling the moment when Andreas rushed after her after the mutant attack, Lucia mentally added that he was panicking. It was good that he was worried about me. Closing her eyes again, she added mentally, "I'm sure he'll remember me." And then Lucia's voice came. Hearing Andreas's voice, the girl turned her head to him and exclaimed, "Hey, it's not nice to enter a girl's room without permission." To which Andreas exclaimed, "I just wanted to see how one student was doing." Turning away from Andreas, Lucia exclaimed, "Damn, I just woke up and I look terrible." And then she heard your terrible temper and shouted angrily, "You're going to start a fight." Hearing that Lucia was not in the mood to talk right now, Andreas said, "Okay, come find me when you feel better and you can move. I need to sign the contract with the vicar and then I'll help you with your research." After a while, having completed the signing of the documents, William said, "I hope we will continue to have a good relationship as the leader of the trading company. I don't want a good product to go to my competitors." To which Andreas replied, "I completely agree with you. Thank you. You always give me good terms." Immediately after looking at the Vicomte, Andreas asked, "By the way, what kind of deal did you make with Salem, that is, with Lady Hagenthal?" Having received the question from the boy, the Viscount looked away and said, "She gave me a recipe for a potion that I make for her every 3 months." Hearing the answer, Andreas mentally said, "I'm sure it's a potion to slow down his decomposition." He didn't think he was getting help from Everlast. It seems the Viscount has a lot on his mind. Later, Lucius came into the room and asked if you had finished, to which he heard yes, just after which he added, "Well, then let's go." Hearing that the girl was calling him, Andreas stood up from his seat and said, "Please forgive me," to which William replied, "Thank you for looking after my daughter." Walking with Lucia to the laboratory, Andreas looked at her and thought that without the player's intervention, Lucia would not be able to create the necessary potion for treatment. Continuing to drill the girl with his eyes, the guy mentally added, "Now I have all the necessary ingredients." The next moment, meeting Lucia's eyes, Andreas added in his head, "But since we are no longer in the game, I will need to find out the necessary proportions myself." Immediately after these thoughts, he remembered one existing problem and added in his mind that the Euban root I had received at the meeting was almost gone. Later, Lucia asked him, "Hey, Andreas, what are you thinking about?" She said, "Don't be silly. Tell me how far you've come." After receiving the question, the girl turned her gaze to the road and said, I already told you that after I discovered that reaction, I had no progress and there was little Yuban root left. Hearing about the girl's achievements, Andreas thought it was impressive that she had progressed so far and then asked if this treatment was for you. After Andreas asked, Lucia suddenly stopped and said, I'm going to die soon. At first they told me I had one more year to live, but because I tried too hard in the battle against the monster, I have 2 years left. Hearing Lucia's story, Andreas looked back at her and said, You're not going to die, we don't have much time, so let's get started. As the moon was rising in the sky, sitting in the laboratory, Andreas said, I've tried that before, and said, I'll try this, and said, I'm good at it. As he continued to conduct experiments with Lucia and record the results, he said, I've figured it out enough so you can go to bed. To which Lucia replied, I'll stay with you a little longer. Hearing that the girl wanted to stay with him in the laboratory, Andreas said, You won't grow if you don't sleep. After the boyfriend's remark, Lucia exclaimed to Andreas, Let's have fun tomorrow. To which he replied, We don't have time for that. Having received a rejection of her proposal, Lucia folded her arms in front of her and said, I'm bored. I've been locked up here for years and I'm tired of it. To be honest, it could be a waste of time. I'd like to make memories that last. Hearing Lucia's words, Andreas put the pen down and exclaimed, Well, okay, but only for 2 hours. And the girl exclaimed happily that I had never really tasted beer before, so then he said, Forget what I said. And the girl exclaimed, I'm embarrassed. The next day, Lucia went out and walked around the city with Andreas and had a lot of fun to make good memories. In the evening, recalling all those moments and admiring Andreas, she thought to herself, Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I wish I could live forever. 3 days later, after saying goodbye to the Everlast family members, Andreas said, I'm going to go now. To which Lucia said, You could come with me tomorrow. And William added, Take care of yourself, Andreas. With one last look back and a wave goodbye, Andreas said, See you tomorrow at Lucius Academy. Continuing to stand and watch the boy walk off to the academy, Lucius thought to himself, I wish I had a little more time. These last few days have not been so bad. As he sat in his lab preparing potions, Andreas thought to himself, the academy has opened for obvious reasons. Kyler's lectures are no longer available, and that gives me more time to work in my lab. Sighing heavily after his research, Andreas took a break and opened the status window. Looking at his stats, he mentally added, I've been using black magic a lot lately, so I've been able to improve it. But my potion-making skills are still far from that, and I can't improve my talents yet. Leaning his head on his hand, Andreas tiredly added in his head, and we have a deadline of 2 places. I just have to find a new recipe to increase the chances of evolution. Immediately after recalling the moment from that day, Andreas mentally said, damn, I thought we had a lot of time. I put this off, and then all because I was trying to follow the game. The next moment I said, I'll have to look at other options for now. And I ordered the necessary ingredients while I was at Everlast's house, and then heard a knock at the door. Approaching the door and opening it, Andreas saw Belial Costello in front of him, who said, Finally, you opened the door. Seeing the guest who had arrived and hearing I didn't think I'd have to wait all afternoon, Andreas asked Dean Belial in surprise and then wondered why he was here. The next moment, the dean looked at the boy with a keen eye and asked Andreas, Can you use black magic? Receiving the question from the professor, Andreas asked, What are you talking about? Only a psycho would use black magic in an academy. Hearing this remark from the student, Belial said, Who knows, under his mask, Professor Kyler was a sensitive person. And besides, I don't think that everyone who uses black magic is a bad person. After hearing the professor's words, Andreas bowed his head and said, I'm busy, so I'm sorry if all I heard was your magic circle, Andreas. Again, drawing the student's attention to him, Belial added, I was impressed by your understanding of contradiction, so I thought you might use it. After all, black magic is based on contradictions. Continuing to stand on the threshold of the boy's room, the professor added, And I don't care if you are a black magician or not. The next moment, smiling at the student, Belial added, Maybe it's even better, then you can show me something more interesting. Hearing the professor's remark, Andreas asked what you mean by that, and he replied, I'm thinking about giving you a private lesson. Trying to interest the boy in his proposal in every possible way, the professor added, If you accept my offer, you will soon become a wizard. Having received an interesting request, Andreas mentally said, This means that I will be able to create my own unique magic. If we compare them to swordsmen, they are equal to aura masters. The next moment, turning his gaze to the professor in front of him, Andreas mentally added, And Belial has the status of the youngest wizard in normal circumstances. I would not hesitate to agree. Continuing his thoughts, the guy added, However, it is too dangerous to get involved with this psychopath. The cure for Lucius is much more important now. And then he said, I am honored that you have made such a generous offer, but without listening to Adrias to the end, the professor said, So it turns out that you agree, then we will begin with the basics of elemental magic of fusion. The next moment, Belial left the room and added, I'll be back tomorrow at the same time. And Andreas shouted after him, No, I didn't mean it. Seeing how the professor, using spatial magic, simply disappeared, Andreas thought, Damn, this asshole is doing whatever he wants. And now I was the focus of the problematic professor's attention. 6 weeks later, when he arrived at the lab, Andreas said, "I brought a snack, let's take a break." Hearing this, Lucia looked around and asked what it was, and the boy replied, "Sandwiches." Seeing that Lucia was eating the sandwich with appetite, Andreas mentally said, "She can definitely eat, I'm glad she has an appetite." Eating lunch with his friend in the lab? Andreas thought to himself, I couldn't get the ingredients for the potion even with the help of Everlast. I've been missing out on vapors and even trying different mixtures, but there's still a 51% chance of success. I'll be able to figure it out if I keep trying, but time is running out. Sitting at the dinner table, Lucia said earlier, "When you left, I changed the formula a little bit," to which Andreas said, "Eat before you talk." Hearing the boy's remark, the girl sipped her sandwich and said, "Come here. I wanted to see if the toxins would be partially eliminated if the heated extract was used to mix the ingredients." Pointing to the results of her research, Lucia added, and after some calculations, the chance of success rose to 74%, just like that. The next moment, looking back at Andreas, the girl said, "Maybe we should try it at this rate. It might work." Hearing the girl's suggestion, Andreas said, "No, we're almost out of ingredients at this rate. We won't have enough to save you. We'll have to find another formula with a better chance." After receiving another remark from her friend, the girl swallowed the last piece of the sandwich and said, "I have a better idea." And what a great idea it was. Having finished chewing, Lucia pointed to her mouth and said, "If I eat all the ingredients, they will mix themselves." To which Andreas replied that now is not the time for jokes. Hearing Andreas's remarks again, the girl mimicked him and said, "This is no time for jokes." Immediately after her mockery, the girl heard Andreas say, "I'm tired, I'm going home," and she froze. Seeing the boy leave the room and being left alone, Lucia tilted her head down and thought how stupid it is when you look at me so rudely. I start to get even more afraid. Later, after going outside and lying down on a bench, Andreas thought, I'm going crazy because she's acting like nothing is happening in this world. She won't be reborn if I fail. Think about it. Think about it. We need to go back to the beginning in the private laboratory. Sitting down at the table again and starting to conduct experiments, Andreas mentally said, at worst, I'll have to use Lucia's formula, which is 74%. Soon there was a knock at Andreas's lab, and he asked without looking up from his work, who was there openly. Having received permission to enter, Diane looked inside and exclaimed, "There you are, Andreas." Seeing who it was who came to see him, the boy asked Diane what was wrong, and Lucia said, catching her breath. After catching her breath and looking up at Andreas, the girl added frightenedly, "She fell and coughed up blood." Arriving at the room where Lucia was lying, Diane said, "I didn't know she was suffering from an incurable disease. I informed the Everlast estate just in case." Looking at his unconscious friend lying on the bed, Andreas mentally said to himself, "They said she would be fine for a few more weeks, but now it's hard to believe what the doctors said." Then, turning his gaze to Andreas, Diane said, "She's in a terrible condition. I'll ask my father to get the best team of doctors together to see what Diane has to say." Suddenly interrupted after Andreas said her name, the girl heard, "I need to ask you a favor." After some time in the laboratory looking at the results, Diane said, "You've done a great job." And then Andreas said, "We're stuck here, theoretically, after the synthesis. There should be nothing left but a lethal dose of toxins." Looking at the records of the research, Diane asked, "Do you know at what point they appear?" And she heard, "No, we don't have the right proportions, so it's not clear." Having received the answer to her question, Diane noted that if we can turn the remaining toxins into water, it will be much easier. Hearing his friend's opinion, Andreas was shocked to think of turning it into water. Why didn't I think of it myself if we could turn the residues into water? The next moment, remembering the meeting with Professor Belial, who had said, "Let's start with the spontaneous magic of merging matter," Andreas mentally said it was too late to learn it. Immediately after turning his gaze to his friend, he exclaimed, "Diane, you're going to use material fusion magic." And he heard a sort of yeah. The next moment, realizing exactly what Andreas was getting at, the girl exclaimed, "We can do it. Let's get started right away." Subsequently, seeing the girl's deteriorating condition, the room was filled with shouts of, "Stop her bleeding, you idiot. Stabilize her mana first." Trying to improve Lucia's condition, the assistant shouted out, "Her mana is not returning to normal. The mana flow is stronger than we expected. Stabilize her at all costs." While the maid restrained the father, who was screaming in fear at Lucia, the doctor mentally said to himself, "This last mana flare is bad." At the same moment, the door to the room opened and Andreas entered, breathing heavily and apologizing for his tardiness. Lucia woke up from her nap and saw Andreas standing next to her bed, and she was surprised to find herself thinking that she was an algae head. The next moment, she sat up and looked at her hand and added in her head, "But I feel better. My mana is calmer. I feel too good. I'm going to die soon." Then she turned her gaze back to Andreas, who was sitting next to her, and thoughtfully added in her head, "Since when is he here?" Immediately after accepting the fact that she was not alone, she smiled gently and said, "Well, I have a chance to say goodbye." Starting to recall those happy moments experienced together with Andreas, the girl said, "I had a good time in the last few months, and it was all thanks to you, Senior." Continuing to recall the moments of happiness during our time together, she added, You gave me hope that I can be cured. She also recalled the happy memories of the last days spent in the laboratory and added, in fact, I had forgotten that I would soon die if it weren't for you. Clasping her hands to her chest and closing her eyes, Lucia added, my heart would have died much faster than my body, and I would have just existed, but not lived. Continuing to look at the boy who was sitting in front of her bed, Lucia admired Andreas and added, thank you for everything and goodbye, older algae head. Looking with a smile at the boy who was sitting by her bed, she suddenly heard him say, well, where are you going? Frightened and jumping back, the girl exclaimed in confusion, you scared me. To which Andreas said, you look better. Realizing that Andreas could have heard what she had just said, the girl exclaimed in confusion when you woke up. Hearing you say that you were going to die soon, Lucia began to burn with shame. The next moment, she turned away from Andreas and said awkwardly, could you please leave? I want to be alone. To which he replied, of course you've held out until now. It must have been hard to live knowing you were going to die. Standing up from his seat, the guy added that the fact that you had survived all this was incredible in itself. Turning her head away and waiting for Andreas to leave her room, she heard, I'm glad, but since I didn't have time to test you, I still have some doubts, so just in case, rest a few more days. Andreas said, well, I'll see you later. And Lucia quickly glanced at him and exclaimed. Hearing what Andreas had just told her, the girl, feeling tears welling up in her eyes, asked if I was going to die. Receiving this question, Andreas looked back at the girl and said with a smile, let's save the parting words for about 60 years. When Lucia learned that she had been cured, she burst into tears and exclaimed, I really didn't want to die. Leaving the Amnada of Lucia, who learned that Andreas was cured, I mentally said, I tried my best in Belial's lessons as the youngest wizard. Recalling his results and efforts in his lessons, the boy mentally added, but I don't think he appreciated them very much. But anyway, his lessons were a great help in my search for power. Time passed and the time for midterm exams came, and the leader appeared on stage in front of the students and shouted to everyone to get dressed, no matter if you are a knight or a mage. Among the crowd, Vivian noticed her friend and approached the boy and shouted out to Andreas, who looked back and said, it's been a long time. Continuing to talk to the guy, Vivian asked him, I heard that you cured Lucia's disease, is it true? Andreas replied, I only helped a little. Hearing that the rumors were true, the girl said, so you've become Mr. Fairy for Lucia too. Hearing the girl's words, Andreas smiled awkwardly and said, better call me Algae Head. And then everyone's attention turned to me. Having attracted the attention of all the students present, the professor added, now I will explain the whole essence of the exam. Standing in front of the giant building in which the exam would be held, the professor said that the grade would be determined by the number of floors passed. Raising her index finger, the woman added that traps and monsters were hidden on each floor, and the higher the floor, the more dangerous it was, and the exam process would be shown in real time. Hearing the conditions of the exam, Andreas mentally said, Mordas Tower, a tower consisting of 30 floors built with magic by Mordas, the first leader of the House of Alwyn. Because of its incredible difficulty, no student has ever reached the final floor. The next moment, turning his gaze to the students standing next to him, Andreas added in his mind that only students can challenge her because she does not miss anything older than 25 years, so the results in this tower will determine which of Rodlin's students is the strongest. Continuing to type his thoughts, Andreas mentally added in the game the exam was suspended due to the interference of the Kyler, but since he is done I can concentrate on the exam. At the same moment, the proctor added that only 20 people can enter the tower at a time. In case of a life-threatening situation, you will be automatically moved outside, so I hope you will give your best, and now I will assign you numbers. After a while, having received my number and shown it to Vivian, Andreas said my number 38. When Vivian heard Andreas's number, she said sadly, I wanted us to come in together. To which Andreas said that even if we had come in together, our starting point would have been different, and we would hardly have met. Later, the pair of young people were approached by Diane, who asked what your numbers were. Receiving the question from her friend who had just come up, Andreas and Vivian answered 37, my 16. And hearing this, Diane said, I got number 3, so I'm in the same group as Vivian. The next moment, with a sly smile, Diane looked at her friends and said, by the way, I see you two together all the time. What's your relationship like? Hearing Diane's question, Vivian immediately blushed and looked away, while Andreas thought, I wonder about my relationship with Vivian. And then Diane exclaimed, Vivian, what's wrong with you? Continuing to think about his connection with the girl, Andreas mentally said we saved each other's lives, and we have a few secrets in common. Thinking back to when Vivian had also saved him and recognized his identity, Andreas added in his mind, we are not just friends, but I don't know how to describe our relationship. The next moment, turning to Vivian, Andreas said, she is a friend I trust very much. When she heard who exactly Andreas thought Vivian was, Diane asked if he was serious and then thought, you think I'm going to believe you, keep playing dumb. Immediately after approaching Vivian, Diane asked, what do you think, Vivian? I think you are very suitable for each other. To which Andreas said, please stop it. It is very rude to impose your opinion on Vivian. Hearing Andreas's remark and Diane's remark, Vivian said in embarrassment that it was not true. Instantly, she stood up and walked away, not rudely. Seeing what had just happened in front of her eyes, Vivian said in shock in her head, "This can't be a one-sided love." The next moment, when she heard Indira say, "I'm happy for you. Vivian has a good heart, so she won't be hurt by your stupid jokes," Vivian thought, "Who else is stupid?" Realizing that Andreas had no idea what was going on, Diane bowed her head and said, "Listen, Vivian." Before she could finish, the numbers 1 through 20 were called to the tower. Hearing the announcement that had just been made by Professor Henrius, Diane said, "You've been summoned." After hearing the message, Diane was about to go to the tower and said, "I don't think this is the best time to talk." To which Andreas replied, "I wish you luck, Diane." Hearing the words of support from her boyfriend, Diane raised her index finger and said, "Of course I won't lose this time either, so do your best." Hearing his friend's words, Andreas raised his hand higher and said, "Then you should go higher with the rest of us. I'm aiming for the top of the tower." After Andreas's loud statements, which attracted a lot of attention, the students took pity on him and began to talk to him about his confidence, as if he was not the one with the unique physique. Seeing the confident look on Andreas's face and thinking, "I wonder if he's serious," Diane said, "I'm looking forward to it." Standing in front of the portal of the entrance to the tower and hearing "Pass through your gate," Vivian said, "This time I will prove that I am the strongest of all. Only then I will be able to become the Sword of Andreas." The highest floor reached in the history of the Academy is the 25th record set by Maximin Cronell. After graduation, he became known as a walking disaster and one of the strongest aura masters on the continent. Watching the screen on the examination tower, Andreas added in his head that even such a legendary personality as he was unable to reach the top after less than 10 minutes from the entrance to the tower. Seeing the notification on the screen, Diane Alwyn passed the first floor, Vivian Belkin passed the first floor. On the 4th day of midterms, the audience watched the progress of the students and exclaimed in amazement that only 4 days after a long and deadly battle, Diane Alwyn had managed to pull out a victory no one had reached this floor before since Maximian Cronell, the swordsman of the continent. Seeing that the fight was finally over, Diane joyfully exclaimed, "I did it! I defeated the boss of the 20th floor!" And then the obstacle was destroyed. Seeing these results, the spectators from the highest ranks exclaimed, "Wow, impressive Tower Master, congratulations! She is the first wizard in history to achieve such a result." Hearing the audience's surprise, Bart Alwyn looked around and said it was nothing compared to the original tower of the Imperial Palace. But Maximin's record was broken rather late. The next moment, the commentator exclaimed that she was not the only one who made history, as Vivian was fighting the boss of the 20th floor. As she struck the monster and slammed its head into the ground, Vivian mentally said, "Speed doesn't match size." Seeing that the enemy rose again, the girl remembered the moment of the battle with Terry and mentally said exactly what she had said that time. Immediately after preparing to finish off the boss on the floor, she added, "I've been practicing every day since that incident." She struck the monster with a series of blows and the last one cut off its beak. Seeing that Vivian had just defeated the boss, the audience shouted, "Wow!" And she walked to the 20th floor after Diana Alvin Vivian Belkin. Adjusting his monocle, the man said, "The daughter of the Belkin family is incredible," to which a friend sitting next to him remarked, "But her style is like a spirit of fury." Hearing the conversation between the men, Duchess Minas Morhaime remarked that people like her are called roses with thorns, but if she can tame her inner beast, she will be able to grow above the others. Sometime after the first group's test was completed, the commentator sighed heavily and exclaimed, "The 21st floor is brutal. Unfortunately, both ladies are ending their journey here." As the girls left the trial tower, they heard cheers of "You are incredible, 4th-year proud Diane Vivian." After receiving a lot of praise from the other students, Diane looked back at Vivian and asked, "You also made it to the 21st floor, congratulations." Hearing the congratulations from Diane, Vivian didn't even look at her friend and said, "But I still went a little further than you, so I won." After hearing Vivian's remark, Diane said awkwardly, "For that matter, I beat the boss of the 20th floor faster than I thought I did, but I still won." The next moment, Andreas approached the two girls and happily said, "Congratulations on making it to the 21st floor." After receiving Andreas's praise, Diane said to me awkwardly, "I made it to the 21st floor even though I had said so much." Hearing his friend's words, Andreas nodded and smiled, noting that the floors above the 20th were on a completely different level. Not everyone could reach them. Having received a remark from the boyfriend, Diane was surprised to hear that you spoke as if you had already been there, and she said, "Of course not. I was just reading the entries in the books." And then the next group of numbers from 21 to 40 was announced. "Please line up in front of the tower." Hearing that he was already being called, Andreas looked up at the tower and said, "Okay, it's my turn. I need to get ready." Also hearing that it was time for Andreas to go, Diane said to him before the exam, "I look forward to seeing you reach the top." Having received words of encouragement from Diane, Andreas got ready to leave and said, "Well, okay then, I will." After which Vivian exclaimed to Andreas and added awkwardly, "Try your best." Shaking his head after Vivian's words of support, Andreas said, "Yes, Vivian," and then thought it was funny that she was the cat person I wanted to avoid with all my might. But now she is the one I trust the most. Then he stepped through the portal and moved to the first floor of the tower and said in his head, Let's go. When Andreas left them, Vivian remembered the moments before he left, how she went to the tower and mentally said, I confessed, and began to burn with shame. The first floor was completed in 12 minutes and 3 seconds. The third floor was completed in 1 hour and 3 minutes. The eighth floor was completed in 6 hours and 45 minutes. And the record for the ninth floor was 7 hours and 33 minutes. Taking a break and sitting down by the fire, Andreas roasted meat and said, I'm hungry, I'm going to rest here, and then opened the status window. Looking into the window of his skills, the boy mentally said, since my talent for black magic has evolved, it has turned into a talent for all black magic, not just necromancy, and thanks to the successful creation of a potion to heal Lucia, my talent for potions has also developed. The next moment, noticing the improvement in another skill, he added that thanks to Belial, another talent, elemental magic, had developed. Remembering the teacher who had taught him, Andreas thought, he was suspicious when I succeeded in something I hadn't done for hours, but at least this weirdo was helpful. Looking again at the status window where it said elemental magic normal, there is a 74% chance of evolution. Do you want to evolve? Andreas said mentally at this rate, I will be able to gain enough experience after leaving the tower. I should concentrate on elemental magic. The next moment, looking into his bag of items and pulling out 2 bottles, Andreas said, only 2 potions left are not enough. Immediately after lying down on the ground after a delicious dinner, he added, and now it will be much harder to get a proper rest from the 10th floor. The second day after entering the 10th floor of the tower, an iron golem fighting against the boss, Andreas thought, well, now he will deactivate the shield and this will be my chance. Waiting for the moment when the boss started to attack with a laser, Andreas thought now as soon as the shield disappears, he starts to randomly attack and constantly change the location of the core between 4 points, 1 in his hands, 1 in his head, and 1 in his chest. As he prepared to launch his first attack, Andreas thought to check his right arm first and then launched a strike. Seeing that no result was achieved, he mentally said, no luck, I'll use the potion and be done with it quickly. Throwing 1 potion at the enemy's chest and head, Andreas thought that only his left hand was left. Approaching the monster and cutting off its left arm, the guy was finally able to defeat the 10th level boss. Then, stopping the fight and hiding his sword back in its sheath, he confidently said, let's see how high I go today. Following Andreas's battle, the commentator exclaimed 7 minutes in just 7 minutes. Andreas Cromwell not only broke Maximin's 8-minute record, but he also defeated the 10th floor Iron Golem in the fastest time in the history of the Academy. At the same time, watching Andreas's exam, the wizard said, this boy is incredible. Not only is he able to plan everything carefully, but he is equally skillful in implementing it. And his ability to use his powers and resources wisely, he acts as if he has already passed the tower. Returning his gaze to his grandfather who was sitting next to him, Bart heard what a smart and brave student he was, and if he continued in the same spirit, he could surpass Maximin's record. Hearing his colleague's remark, the Tower Master said, I'm not sure he'll go as far, but I can tell you that not only the most influential and wealthy people in the Empire are here, but also the ears and eyes of the Imperial Court. Mentioning the people who were also present at the event, Barthy added that after this event, the whole Empire would be watching Andreas Cromwell. On the 5th day of the exam, continuing to climb higher and higher on the floors, Andreas reached a Minotaur who was the boss of his level. After a while, after cutting off its head and stopping to rest, the boy mentally said that since there were no 26th and higher floors, it became more difficult. Heading for the door that would lead him to the top floor, Andreas added in his head, the 30th floor is the last one. I can't wait to meet the enemy on this floor. In the special room for students who had completed the exam, it sounded incredible that Andreas Cromwell had indeed reached the top floor. Also seeing that he managed to achieve what he promised, Diane said, wow, he really did it. He not only broke Maximin's record, but also reached the top. Hearing Vivian's remark, the girl next to him looked at the screen and said, Andreas, he's still so far away. Seeing that Vivian was heading somewhere, Diane looked back and exclaimed, Vivian, what are you doing training for? Because Andreas is going to win. At the same time, on the top floor of the exam tower, Andreas looked around and said, I've been waiting for quite a while, but I haven't seen any monsters yet. Continuing to walk forward and survey the area, the boy added in surprise that there was no way that the 29th floor could be the last. As soon as he spoke about it, he heard a crunching sound under his feet, and the branches in the ground began to move. A few seconds later, when he saw the enemy's body begin to form out of the wood, Andreas said in his head, I remember the devil. Soon after, the boss of the 30th floor, Gracile, appeared in front of the student who had reached the top of the tower. With a sly smile after meeting the last enemy of this test, Andreas said, I'm curious about the battle with the boss. Having avoided the first attack of the monster that attacked him, Andreas mentally said, although fire magic is effective against grass monsters, it will not do much damage in such a rain. Immediately after seeing Gracile reaching for him, Andreas instantly cut off all the fingers on his hand and stopped the attack. But when he saw how quickly the monster was able to regenerate them, he was shocked to think that the battle would not be easy with the frantic regeneration. Caught in one of the vines that grabbed his leg, Andreas involuntarily flew into the air and used the wind blade to free himself. The next moment, the boss prepared to launch another attack and released his spores in Andreas' direction. Seeing them approaching, the boy used his earth shield skill and thought it was so hard to fight him without realizing what he was doing. A few seconds after the spores hit the earthen shield, an explosion occurred, destroying the defense. Seeing what his opponent's spores were capable of, Andreas stepped back and thought, I'm done for if those things hit me. Continuing to simply avoid the enemy's attacks and study his behavior, Andreas mentally said, if I show weakness, the roots will suddenly attack me from the ground. Breaking the distance and continuing to watch Gracil's further actions, Andreas mentally added a regenerating body on one side and a heavy spore attack on the other. Continuing to look directly into the eyes of his opponent, the guy mentally added, I don't have time to look for his core or weaknesses or to use serious magic. My only input is to finish it all with one blow. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Andreas struck out with one punch for sure. Watching Andreas battle, the observers began to talk. He's been running around for 30 minutes now. It looks like he's made it this far and even broke the record. It's a shame I really thought he would make it to the top. Also, listening to the chatter of the students behind her, Diane mentally said, he has already reached the 30th floor. I want to believe in him. At one point, noticing the strange actions of Andreas, one of the spectators exclaimed, look, he's so tired that he can't hold the sword properly. After paying attention to the screen after one of the viewers' remarks, Diane was surprised to hear that he was not just running. Also noticing Andreas's intentions, Bart Alwyn said, crazy kid? And then Minus Morhaime added, how big? Impressed by what Andreas was doing now, Diane said in her head, just like she did that time. Looking from a distance at what Andreas had been doing all this time, she added a giant magic circle of amplification in her head. Then, mentally saying that he was finally done, Andreas endowed his sword with the element of fire and said, you're screwed, Pinocchio. Having completed the creation of the magic circle, Andreas waited for a good opportunity when the enemy attacked and dodged to close. Jumping on Gracil's back, Andreas stuck his sword in his back and mentally set a wall of fire. At the same moment, the fire magic was amplified many times over by the giant magic circle and set Gracil on fire. When the monitor of the observation room began to show glitch from the interference, the commentator exclaimed, completed in one motion? Right now, we are witnessing a historic moment. The 30th floor has finally been passed. At the same time, among the crowd that was exclaiming, wow, he did it, I wondered why he didn't attack. It turned out that he was creating a giant magic circle and Diane was there. She froze in place in amazement at what she saw and thought to herself, he had enough mana to use a magic circle of that size. Meanwhile, on the 30th floor, after dealing with the boss, Andreas looked at his remains and thought he shouldn't have to regenerate after that. Seeing that the guy managed to defeat the 30th level boss, Minus Morhaime said, Andreas Cromwell is an incredible guy. The more I look at him, the more he impresses me. What do you think, Deputy Commander Denard Slay? Hearing Minus's question, Denard said, of course he's incredible. His noble title is only on paper. I'd give us nothing to stop us from recruiting him. He said, that's right, let's take him. Hearing the words of his commander, the man looked to the side and said, then I suggest we act immediately. Observing the royalty already heading for the tower, Denard added that it seemed that Her Highness the Third Princess was also eager to make her move. Hearing her subject's remarks, Minus Morhaime stood up from her seat and said, don't worry, I'm going to make him the most tempting offer of all. Meanwhile, after defeating the boss, Andreas looked at the item and received a notification of a rune stone of desire. The rune stone was given to the first person to pass the 30th level of the tower, the reward doubling when used inside the tower. Looking at what he had managed to get, Andreas mentally said, it looks like this item can be used in a real tower in the Imperial Palace, a useful thing. The next moment, seeing a portal behind him that suddenly began to appear, Andreas thought that the portal was an exit. Stretching his hand inside it, the boy added in surprise in his head, I thought I was being forcefully teleported to the exit. At the same time, the crowd that had already gathered at the exit to greet Andreas asked why no one was coming out yet. Also waiting for Andreas's return, Minus Morhaime heard among the crowd of people, I came here because the broadcast is over. Let's wait a little longer. Later, the tower said, dear guests, we would like to inform you that we are currently investigating the reasons for the delay in the return of Andreas Cromwell. Thank you for your understanding. Hearing that something hadn't gone as planned, Minus Morhaime smiled slyly and said, Andreas Cromwell made me nervous from the start. At the same time, as he stepped through the portal and found himself in front of the stairs to the door, Andreas mentally said that this simply could not be a hidden stage. Starting to climb the stairs to the door that was at the end of the path, the guy looked around and added, I've played the game many times, but I've never heard of this place. When he got to the door and started to open it, Andreas added in his head that it's not like I could turn back now. As soon as the door opened, an incredible picture appeared in front of Andreas, and then he thought, oh my god, countless magic circles connected like chains creating a single magic? This is the base of the Madras Tower. Continuing to walk further and further, Andreas saw a magical blob in front of him that spoke to him. Congratulations on reaching the top of the tower, student Rodlin. Taking his true form, Madras added this hidden place where only the first person to pass the 30th floor of the tower can get to it, which is not visible from the outside due to the many layers of ancient protective magic. Listening to Madras's stories, Andreas thought it looked like a projection, but this incredible amount of mana that comes from this projection. Continuing to try to somehow get in touch with the guy who stood in front of him, Madras said, I am glad to meet the first and last person I will meet. My name is Madras Alvin. When Andreas heard who was standing in front of him, he became nervous and thought, the first leader of the Alvin families? Although this is just a projection of a man who lived hundreds of years ago, he did not think that it would be Bart's ancestor. Without hearing a word from Andreas, Madras said thoughtfully, but if you've made it here, I guess you're quite capable, deep down. I was hoping that one of my descendants would come here. Maybe they didn't inherit my talents in magic. Continuing to listen to Madras's conversation, Andreas thought, this projection likes to talk. And then he heard, anyway, in recognition of your abilities, I will reward you. Hearing what the projection had just said, Andreas suddenly became animated and asked, did you just say something about a reward? Seeing that the boy had finally started to speak, Madras laughed and said, you are honest with your desires, but it will not be free. Using a trick that took Andreas by surprise, Madras shouted, I have one last test for you. Try to defeat me. Noticing the sudden attack and avoiding Madras's attack at the last moment, Andreas mentally said, damn, the old man used a sneaky trick. Seeing that Andreas had managed to avoid his trap, the projection exclaimed, now show us what you can do, young man, who will open a new era. Hearing his grandfather's exclamation, Andreas thought, though it is only a projection, I will have to fight the legendary magician, right? And then said, though I am not very gifted, when it comes to tricks, I have a few. Hearing his opponent's words, Madras burst into laughter and exclaimed, I'm very glad to hear that. After hearing his grandfather's cheers, Adrius thought to himself, well, since I can only fight, I need to calm down first. And compared to the real Madras, the projection should be weaker. Starting to approach the projection of Madras, Andreas added in his head, and he also said that this place is not visible from outside, so I have a chance to win. Following Andreas as he approached him closer and closer, Madras shouted a giant cyclone and launched 2 tornadoes at the boy. Noticing how Andreas managed to slip through the gap between the 2 natural disasters, the old man was amazed to think how brave he was to go through the gap. The next moment, after avoiding Madras's attack, Andreas used the Windblade skill and directed it at his grandfather's projection. Seeing the intentions of the boy who continued to approach him confidently, Madras exclaimed, I'm a pretty good swordsman, but it's not enough to defeat me. As soon as he said this, Andreas used his summoning skill, and Nickel appeared behind Madras. The great mage didn't even have time to react as his body was split into 2 parts, and when he found himself in the air, he thought he was dead. Divided into 2 parts, the projection prepared to continue the battle and exclaimed, you're a good one. You managed to surprise me. How about that? Before Madras could complete his attack, Timur, who had just emerged from the vault, helped to bring him down from the sky. But even so, the dust cloud that rose after the sorcerer's fall sounded impressive and full of surprises. Raising a giant tornado around himself to connect with another part of his body and forcing his enemies to retreat, Madras added, the use of magic and swordsmanship is already rare, but to think that an academy student is a master of dark magic. Later, when he saw Madras reappear unharmed in front of him and say, you made a mistake. I'm not a man, I'm a projection. Hearing this, Andreas gritted his teeth and thought, I knew it. I knew that ordinary blows would not work on him. Looking down at his opponent, the old man laughed loudly and added, physical attacks are useless without a body. Continuing to dodge the attacks of the enemy who used wind spears and then the explosion, Andreas mentally said to the old man that he did not care. At one point, turning his attention to the clock hanging on the ceiling, Andreas mentally said, I thought something was definitely wrong with this clock. Only one of the 3 small ones was working. Stopping his flurry of attacks and huffing, the Madras projection said, you're running around like a rat. We'll never finish this, so let's get you some action. Summoning a thunderstorm and starting to attack the entire area with lightning, Madras shouted out a heartless thunder. Blocking the lightning attack with a magical barrier, Andreas held on with his last strength and shouted nickel to break the magic. After receiving instructions from his leader, the skeleton headed for the projection of his grandfather to stop constantly pressing with magic and distract him. Using spatial magic and moving behind Nikalu's back, Madras said something tasteless. As soon as the skeleton looked back in his direction, the projection pointed its hand at Nickel and said, well, in that case, I'll just crush you with pure force. Seeing that the old man was continuously attacking Nickel with lightning, Andreas thought that no matter how resistant the dead are to lightning magic, if they are beaten like that, they will certainly break. Starting to prepare the next volley with even more power, Madras's projection shouted out, let's see how long you can hold out. Seeing that his subject could be severely injured, Andreas shouted at Nickel to come back, and he quickly moved to the shelter. Interrupting his attack after the skeleton disappeared, Madras said interestingly, I thought I could have some fun. At the same time, being on the ground, Andreas analyzed the actions of his opponent and thought that it could not be that Modras did not know how resistant to lightning the dead were, and he still continued to use it, which means immediately after his thoughts, Andreas looked at the clock on the ceiling and exclaimed, "You can use the elements controlled by that clock, not so much spatial magic." Hearing that Andreas had just figured out his ruse, the wizard's projection said, "You have good eyes, that's a rule Modras left behind." The next moment, starting to collect mana again for the next attack, Modras aimed at the boy and added, "Without such restrictions, no matter how many Ashta conquerors came, it would be impossible for them to defeat me. But it's just a trifle anyway. You can't do anything to me, you don't even have a chance." Running around the arena again, avoiding Modras' projection attacks, Andreas thought about attacking with magic or fighting to the death. No matter how strong he was, as soon as he ran out of mana, he would disappear. The next moment, looking at the projection that was about to attack him again, Andreas thought, and such reckless attacks must use up a good amount of its reserve. Immediately after using the mana detection skill, Andreas found the places where the enemy was drawing strength from, and thought that these pillars were supplying him with mana. The next moment, heading to one of the pillars, Andreas mentally said, "So the answer is obvious." And noticing the actions of the boy Modras thought, he understood. In order to somehow stop the boy's plan, the sorcerer's projection used thunder spears, but Andreas blocked them with an earthen shield. Having avoided being hit by the wizard's thunder spears, Andreas said in his head, "Since I know what kind of magic he has, it's easier for me to resist him." At the same moment, the projection of Modras appeared behind his opponent and said, "You said it yourself. The restrictions do not apply to spatial magic." Quickly turning to the enemy and seeing that he was already preparing to strike him, Andreas went to extremes and then heard, "Wow, you continue to amuse me with the double pronunciation of ordinary and dark magic. I thought you were a noble young man, but you turned out to be a scoundrel." Hearing his opponent's remark, Andreas smiled slyly and said, "Isn't that what you're hiding?" He said, "It's called the power of age." The next moment, having received the ability of the new element, the wizard added, "Well, now your advantage in the elements will be nullified by the water field." Finding himself in an arena filled to the waist with water, Andreas mentally said, "Damn, he's taken control of the battle." The next moment, giving an order to Timur, Andreas went with him in different directions, and seeing this, Modras thought that they were aiming for the pillars. Following Timur and blocking his way, the wizard ominously exclaimed, "Why are we in such a hurry, like a water wave?" At the same time, continuing on his way, Andreas looked back and thought, "If he fights Timur, I will have a chance." And then he heard water prison. Once trapped in the water and hearing checkmate, Andreas mentally spoke in a split second. Already prepared to celebrate his victory over Andreas, Modras said one after another, "You don't let me get bored." Immediately after, Rudolph appeared from the portal and aimed at the projection, but Modras avoided the attack and said, "Even in my era there were no giants." Continuing to swing his stick, Rudolph made another seemingly unsuccessful strike, but he had a hidden spot. As a result of the last stroke, the wave that Rudolph sent was able to destroy one of the towers and free Andreas from the water prison. Seeing that Andreas had just been freed from the prison, the projection of Modras said it would be too boring to end it like this. Hearing the shouts of his opponent, Andreas smiled slyly and said, "You better be careful, Master Modras. You have already lost one of your precious lives." At the same time, while continuing to stand in front of the tower, someone from the crowd said what was going on here. He hadn't left for several hours. Also staying among the crowd of people, Diane mentally said to God, "It will be difficult for her father to calm the nobles." The next moment, Vivian came up behind Diane and scared her with her sudden appearance and asked if he hadn't come out yet. Hearing the question of the newly arrived girl, Diane exclaimed, "Vivian, you turned to hear what happened to Andreas." Again receiving a question from Vivian, Diane said the professors are looking into it, but there are no results yet anyway. Why do you look so torn up? Continuing to look at her friend's appearance, Diane mentally added what she had been through in the last few days to look like this, and then remembered that she had been working out. Surprised that it was Vivian all the time, Diane mentally said, so she had been training all this time and apparently she hadn't even slept. Also hearing the unpleasant odor coming from the girl, Diane covered her nose with her hands and added in her head that she hadn't even taken a bath. The next moment, Vivian turned her gaze to Diane and said, "Your father is the tower master, so why don't you do something?" To which she replied, "No, I'm just a student," and then thought, "This is not the time to bother your father." At the same time, continuing to fight with Modras, Andreas mentally said, "There are only 2 towers left and we are 3. Though we have a numerical advantage, I don't see a way to win." As he continued to try to destroy the last towers, the old fox added in his head, "As soon as he has the opportunity, he will attack me and restrict Rudolph's movements. That's the main problem." The next moment, hearing Modras shout out water prison, Andreas saw the enemy's actions and thought he was aiming for Timur. Then, "I will break the tower." As soon as he approached the tower, a water shield appeared right in front of it, interrupting Andreas' confident attack. Hearing his grandfather just exclaim how sorry he was, Andreas pressed his lips together and mentally said, "That old rascal." and called Nickel. Seeing the sudden appearance of Nickel, who was aiming at him, Madras said, wow, he suddenly called the dead man he had put in the vault. Hearing his opponent's remarks, Andreas thought to himself, seeing him so relaxed, I think it won't be over with the pillars alone. Noticing that Andreas froze in place along with his subjects and did not continue to try to destroy the towers, Madras asked that you give up, so you lost. Receiving a remark from his opponent, Andreas said, not at all, just instead of the pillars. I am much more interested in the clock behind you. The next moment, having carried out his strike aimed at Madras, Andreas mentally said, Nickel, I leave the clock to you. Subsequently, noticing that the wizard's projection only smiled but did not take any action, Andreas thought in confusion that he was not stopping me. Immediately after Nickel made his attack on the clock, Andreas saw the barrier that was placed on it, and was surprised to think that it was a defense. Seeing that the last secret was finally revealed, Madras laughed and said, you think Madras would leave his weak spot unprotected? Well, I won't stop you from doing what you want. Only someone with the level of a wizard can do any damage. Hearing the words of the projection, Andreas gave his grandfather a stern look and asked, you won't take your words back, will you? Immediately after this question, Andreas activated the sloth skill on Nickel, after which he prepared to strike the final blow to the clock. As the attack hit the clock, the Tower of the Havna shook, and the crowd shouted in confusion that he had just been there and was still fighting. Seeing Madras's last-minute actions, Andreas looked at him and said, I thought you wouldn't interfere. Receiving the remark from the guy who had just almost destroyed the heart of the tower, Madras' projection mentally spoke this power just now. Immediately afterwards, the wizard reached out to Andreas and laughed, saying, the tower is still needed to test future students. If you break the clock, the tower will collapse. Hearing what could happen, Andreas exclaimed in surprise, but why? You would pass if you destroyed all the pillars, but I wondered what you would do when you discovered my trick. Going down to the ground and standing in front of the boy, Madras added, I didn't think you would really have the strength to destroy the clock. To which Andreas exclaimed, that would be a huge problem. Madras began to scratch his beard after the remark and said, well, your fighting style is too dangerous, but I didn't build this tower to kill students. Still angry with his grandfather for revealing the executioner's secret too late, Andreas gritted his teeth, thinking, if I had destroyed the tower, it would have been too late to cry. The next moment, Madras handed Andreas the artifact and said, here is your promised reward, a silver light necklace that sharpens the wearer's mind, useful for mana and aura. After learning more about the item, Andreas said, thank you very much, and then mentally added that it was an incredible item, but it would do. Before he could finish his thought, Madras looked at the dead and said how intriguing the cat was, a mythical creature that had reached the ideal in that life. Also drawing attention to Nickel, who was among Andreas's subjects, Madras added that even a dead man can use the power of a god. Continuing to express his emotions, the grandfather added, any of them would make me want to explore if I were alive here. But the most interesting thing here is your body. Looking at the image of the boy, the wizard added as if a creature from a distant era, or perhaps even something more dangerous and ancient, was inside your body. Hearing his grandfather's thoughts, Andreas said thoughtfully, I can go now, and then said, of course you can go now. As the projection of Modron began to transform before Andreas's eyes, he spoke to the machine. In any case, don't trust God too much. Please direct this world in the right direction. Receiving the last words of the great wizard's projection, Andreas mentally said, although he was just a projection, he could understand everything. The next moment, seeing the notification of the achievement of the one who was recognized by Madras, Andreas exclaimed, the Tower of Madras is passed. As he got out of the tower, Andreas began to shout out, as everyone began to shout out that he was real. He was Andreas Cromwell. Seeing a huge crowd of people in front of him, Andreas mentally said, reporters and big shots. Such a huge crowd. Just as the third princess was about to address Andreas, Minas Morhaime preceded her and said, I beg your pardon, your highness. Bowing before the girl, Minas added, as the leader of House Morhaime, I have a proposal for Count Andreas, if you would be so kind as to accept it. Having received a request from one of the most prominent persons in the empire, the princess hesitantly said, yes, of course, Lady Minas. The next moment, looking back, she asked the others if they would also be willing to do the same, to which Denard replied, my lady, be more graceful. And then Diane thought how anyone could resist her. Immediately after her thoughts, Diane said, observing her behavior, Her Imperial Highness, I think all we can do is wait. After which Vivian added, Andreas came out unharmed. That's enough for me. Having been given the right to be the first to make her offer, Minas walked over to Andreas and said, you not only broke Maximin's record. As she approached Andreas and extended her hand to him, Lady Minas added, but I want you to come under my wing, Andreas Cromwell, and become the first man in history to conquer the Tower of Madras. Hearing the girl's words, Andreas looked at her hand and thought, I was expecting various offers from high-ranking nobles, but not from her like this. Continuing to stare at the girl standing in front of him, the boy added in his head the leader of the House of Morhaime, one of the 4 great dukes of the Minas Morhaime Empire. Immediately after these thoughts, bowing to one of the Grand Dukes, Andreas said, I am Andreas Cromwell. Greetings, Your Highness Morhaime. I apologize for not returning your handshake. My hands are dirty. Hearing the apology from the boy, Denard Slay remarked, "You are being disrespectful." And before he could finish, Lady Minus stopped him, saying, "Everything is fine." Hearing only part of the remark from the girl's subject, Andreas thought, "You're the only one being disrespectful." Continuing the dialogue with the guy who had passed the Madras Tower, Minus asked if you had already decided what you would do after graduation, to which she heard no. Having received the answer to the first question, the girl leaned over to Andreas and asked if he had a girlfriend, to which Andreas replied, "No, and why do you ask?" Having learned everything she was interested in, the Duchess exclaimed, "How about this, Andreas? I suggest that you create an alliance between the houses of Morum and Cromwell." Hearing the proposal from the Duchess, Andreas asked what the alliance was about. "If you agree, I will protect you from political strife and promise financial and military support until the House of Cromwell regains its former greatness." Hearing the terms of the offer, Andreas thought it was too good to be true and then asked, "What was your benefit in offering me such a generous offer?" Hearing that Andreas wanted to know the reasons for the Minus alliance, Morhaima said that it would not be just an alliance in words, it would be an alliance in blood between the two houses. The next moment when she said, "I want you to marry me, Andreas," everyone present was shocked, especially Vivian. Not hearing a quick response to her proposal, my lady said, "Be more modest," and asked why you doubt it. "It's a good offer. Don't you care about the age difference? I keep my body in good shape, and it scared me not to say you think I'm not attractive." Feeling this pressure on himself, Andreas nervously said, "No, you are attractive and very beautiful," and then thought, who would be so stupid as to respond to a proposal for a political marriage out of the blue? At the same time, unable to listen to this conversation any longer, Vivian left the plaza in front of the tower and ran away. After which Diane shouted after Vivian. Seeing that she did not respond to her shouts, Diane thought to herself, "Poor thing, if I were Andreas, I would have a hard time saying no, given the position of his house." Having considered the offer, Andrea said, "I'm sorry, but this is not a decision I can make immediately. Could you give me some time to think about it? And I think it would be a good decision to listen to the suggestions of other nobles." Hearing the boy's remarks, Minus put her hand to her chin and asked, "Wow, you want to compare me to them?" And Andreas thought, "If I accept your offer without thinking, I will bring a lot of problems to myself." The next moment, having accepted Andreas's decision, Minus said, "Well, if you want to do that, then so be it, and soon you will realize that you will not find a better offer than mine." Hearing that Minus had slowed down, Andreas said, "I apologize if I have disrespected you," and was answered, "I will forgive you if you will dine with me." Bowing to the Duchess, Andreas said thank you and then heard someone say Andreas Cromwell. He looked up to see a girl who put her hand to her chest and said, "I am the third Imperial Princess, Michaela Rodlin, and I have a proposal for you." The next day at the Faculty of Knights, walking down the corridor, Andreas first heard an offer from the Grand Duchess, and then from a member of the Imperial family to be in a similar situation, and then the elder Andreas heard it. When Selena ran into Andreas at her faculty, she exclaimed, "You've come to practice swordsmanship with me, yes?" Immediately after bowing to the boy, she added, "If you have time, you could practice with me," to which Andreas replied, "Sorry, not today. I came to see Vivian." Hearing the reasons why Andreas had come to their faculty, Selena said, "If you've come to see Vivian, she's been training non-stop since yesterday." Hurrying to the training ground where Vivian was, Andreas remembered what Selena had said and glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. But there was a very eerie atmosphere there, and Andreas thought to himself, what was going on? She was crazy, but why? At one point, he saw Vivian standing next to him on the training ground, and he thought to himself, her aura is perfectly clear, so she's not crazy. Stopping behind her and watching her practice, Andreas thought to himself, just when I thought I was even with her, she was one step ahead of me again. The next moment, taking a step forward, Andreas shouted out, "Vivian, I've been looking for you." And the girl instantly looked back and felt shocked. Immediately after, she quickly turned away from the guy and shyly exclaimed, "Wait, I'm not ready." Continuing to walk closer and closer to the girl, Andreas asked her if she was okay, and she exclaimed, "I smell." At the same moment, approaching the girl and suddenly hugging her, Andreas said, "I'm sorry, it looks so perfect on you." Vivian felt something clinging to her neck and looked down, surprised to see the necklace, and said, "Why, you've helped me out so many times." He flushed with embarrassment. "Vivian heard I got it on the top floor of the tower. It helps calm my mind. I was thinking of giving it to you." The next moment, taking out a bottle of healing potion, Andreas added, "Vivian, you don't look well. Drink this and get some rest." Vivian could not bear to be so close to the boy and turned and shouted out to Andreas, "See you later," as she walked away. Seeing that the girl had suddenly run away for some reason, Andreas was surprised to hear that the necklace worked. That old man Madras, just don't say he tricked me. After a while in his personal laboratory, Andreas opened the characteristics window and received a notification of achievement from someone who had been recognized by Madras. "Do you want to accept the reward?" Andreas said accept, and then received new notifications of a reward for a random magic talent, an unusual power, talent magic power. Elemental light genius was obtained. Seeing what he had just received and what rank it was, Andreas said in amazement that genius, I haven't learned this type of magic yet, so it's useless now. The next moment, taking out the body of the fairy queen from the spatial storage, Andreas added, I think I will learn it sooner or later. Immediately after that, calling Nickel, Andreas said, put the yogi in the center of the magic circle. Going to Nickel to begin the ritual of awakening, Andreas mentally said to the body that I left for 6 months, I think I will be able to use it when I become better at black magic. As he approached the magic circle and looked at the body of the fairy queen, Andreas added in his mind, in theory, at my current skill level, everything should work out. I will definitely awaken her. The former fairy queen Milena. After the summoning ritual, Andreas found himself in a cloud of smoke from the explosion and said, what a strong shockwave. I wonder how it went. Seeing the notification in front of him, the legendary Shadow Banshee was summoned as well as Milena. Andreas exclaimed with joy that it worked. As he continued to look at the newly summoned subject, he received another notification that said the level of the dead man was very high, and he was gaining additional characteristics. The next moment, when another notification appeared, the level of the dead man was incredibly high. The Shadow Fairy Banshee was summoned. Later, when he saw another notification that said the level of the dead man was transcendently high, she inherited a part of herself before she died. The boy was surprised to add transcendence. Sometime later, in the poor city of Muriel, a meeting was held on the ship in the restaurant of the Blessing of the Sea that had been reserved. Leaning on the table and concentrating her gaze on Andreas Minus, she said, eat as much as you want. I wanted to have a long and thorough conversation with you, so I reserved the whole ship. Don't hesitate. Taking a glass of wine in her hands, she added that if she wanted to talk about something, she would start without hesitation. Hearing Minus's offer, Andreas bowed his head and said, I had to invite you as an apology for my rudeness. I'm sorry you had to invite me. Hearing the boyfriend's apology, Minus said, you are my future husband. You shouldn't apologize like that on a first date. And Andreas asked what he meant. Seeing the reaction of Andreas to her words, Minus laughed and exclaimed, I'm kidding. I don't need to be so shy, Andreas thought. It doesn't sound like a joke at all. Continuing to observe the girl at the meeting, Andreas added in his mind, she was the kind of person who would stop at nothing to fulfill her goals after all. House Morhaime had risen to do the dirty work that other nobles would not. The next moment, Minus placed the wine glass on the table and asked, so have you made a decision? I said I would give you time to think about it, but I wouldn't call myself a very patient person. Concentrating his gaze on the girl sitting across from him, Andreas said, I want to hear your answer as soon as possible. Immediately after starting to cut into the steak on his plate, Andreas said, as I said before, I need a little more time to think about it. That's my answer. As the leader of the fallen house, I have a lot to do before graduation. Hearing the boy's response to her question, the girl ran her finger over her glass and said, that means a lot. The next moment, lying down on the table and leaning toward Andreas, she added, but I suppose it's not surprising with the rest of the House Cromwell falling out of favor with the Emperor for no reason. Hearing Minus's remark, Andreas said, I don't think His Highness's punishment is undeserved, and said, anyone can understand that, and you speak so calmly about it. Breaking a loaf of bread in her hands, the girl looked down at her hands and asked, tell me what is holding you back from forming an alliance with me. Hearing the question, Andreas mentally said how much I have to tell her. She thinks materially, and depending on the situation, will easily sell me out. Continuing the conversation with Andreas, Minus asked, you are a shrewd boy by nature. That's right, don't worry. Not even a rat will get on this ship without my permission. Chewing on a piece of bread, the girl added, if you have doubts because you can't trust me, then you shouldn't. Immediately after the girl said, do you want me to call this white pig the Emperor? Andreas choked on his food in surprise. The next moment, he took a towel to wipe his mouth and said it suddenly, to which Minus replied, I'm ready to talk if you want. I can swear on blood. Hearing another offer to build trust, Andreas was impressed, thinking she was crazy, and then said, if you go that far, I can't help but say something back. Subsequently, having decided to tell certain details, Andreas said, as you mentioned, His Highness the Emperor wishes to destroy the Cromwells, which is why I must become stronger at all costs. Hearing the boy's remark, Minus pointed to him and asked, aren't you contradicting yourself? If so, you should have accepted my offer right away. Having received a remark from the girl, Andreas said, but if I do that, there will be one problem. To which he heard interestingly, you are talking about becoming too influential. Hearing the girl's question, Andreas said so only because now we are nothing in the eyes of the Emperor. After which Minus added, that is, the moment you gain power, the Emperor will again unleash the dogs on you. Picking up a glass of wine and taking a sip, Andreas said, that's right, and the House of Morhaime may also be in the Emperor's sights. And then thought about what her motive was for marrying me when there was a risk of becoming a traitor. After learning about the risks that could befall her after the alliance and marriage, Minus spoke interestingly, and I got the point. The next moment, picking up her glass, she added, I was planning to make you an incredibly talented child and make you the next leader of the family, but the situation turned out to be a slow poison. Hearing the girl's motives, Andreas thought to himself, this is what she wanted. The Morhaime family has great political power, incredible financial strength, and a strong mercenary army, but they have never had an aura master or wizard in their lineage. After finishing all the wine from the glass and putting it on the table, the girl said, I've always wondered why the Emperor wants to destroy the Cromwell house. Hearing another question from Minos, Andreas thought, if it has come to this, I will have to tell her some details to gain her trust, even if we do not form an alliance to become better friends with House Morheim. Deciding to share some of the information, Andreas said my father, Earl Cain Cromwell, fell victim to the Emperor's ambitions, which he heard were ambitions. Continuing his story, the boy added that he wanted to create an age of gods and rule the world as an absolute monarch, and the only way to achieve this was to collect the greatest treasures of all time, that is, mortal sins. Keeping his gaze on his interlocutor, Andreas added, I must stop him at all costs. That is my duty as the leader of House Cromwell. Hearing the boy's ambitions at dinner, Minos said, that means revenge for the Cromwells or your father, which sounded partly because of that, but the Emperor's goals are incredibly dangerous and could lead to the collapse of the world. After my stories, Andreas was wary, having heard that the Emperor was desperately searching for something in the north. When he heard about the Emperor's activities in the north, the boy mentally said, speaking of mortal sins in the north, there was also the son of the barbarian king, who was kidnapped by the Bloody Dan. I think simply killing the spies will not change the story. Continuing his thoughts, he mentally added that there was no mention of Dan's employer in the game, but now I'm sure it's the Emperor. And then Minos asked what it was that made you look like you knew something. Immediately after the question, the girl heard a battle was about to begin in the north, and said, you sound like the prophet Andreas. After finishing his meal and wiping his mouth, the boy said barren lands are the leaders of warring tribes. If you provoke them properly, you can easily find a reason for a battle. Continuing his arguments, the boy added that given the Emperor's methods of doing business, it all adds up to what Minos said. And that's right. This pig is capable of it. Immediately after the girl's remark, Andreas looked at Minos and said that as soon as this unexpected battle was over, the nobles and feudal lords who were not ready for it would panic. Andreas added that they would not be ready for the coming changes, but if they knew about everything in advance, they would be able to cope with the consequences of the battle. After hearing the boy's story, Minos took a bite of meat from her plate and asked if he wanted me to stock up on supplies in case of a battle, and she answered yes. Having received such a sharp and confident answer from Andreas, the girl added a rather generous warning to Andreas. But that's only if everything goes as you expect. Immediately after Minos's remark, Andreas said, are you sure that this will be enough for what he heard in the sense? Hearing the guy's remark, by the time the pig in the center of this whirlpool is weakened, he will be ready to be thrown off, right? Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, the subject arrived at the emperor and said, I greet his highness the emperor. Seeing that his subject had arrived, the emperor sat on his throne and said, tell me what interesting story you have to tell this time. Continuing to kneel before the ruler, the prime minister of the empire, Rodlin Duke Hecor Kassoff, said Andreas Cromwell, son of Cain Cromwell, conquered the 30th floor of the Madras Tower, and Minos Morhaime tried to form an alliance with House Cromwell, to which he did not respond, but most likely it was just a formality. Listening to the subject add, we do not know all the details, so the emperor shouted out, what is so frightening about this child? Why are you so afraid of him? Hearing the emperor's exclamations, Hector Kassoff bowed his head and exclaimed, I'm sorry. And the ruler added, forget it. Report back to me about the people you sent to the north. I heard they are making every effort but have not found anything yet. Hearing the bad news, the emperor said, then you had better try harder. Lord Jester said he had found something related to mortal sins in the north, and he said, we will find it for sure. At the same time, in the north, Jester was traveling in his carriage and said that to get his wrath, he would have to fight the great leader. How problematic. The next moment, he heard his receiver ringing and he picked it up and heard Jester hadn't heard from him in a long time. Hearing the familiar voice from the receiver, the dark mage asked Luna, is that you? Hearing Luna's words, Jester asked who it was, and Luna answered, Andreas Cromwell. Luna was sure it was Andreas, and the guy said again. Immediately after the message of the culprit of the destruction of Jester's henchmen, the girl exclaimed, by the way, can Luna make Andreas her toy? Saying, well, then with your permission, and then climbing up to the deck, thought, soon the battle will begin. It will be great if I can follow the actions of the Emperor with the help of Minos. Leaving the ship booked for the meeting, Andreas added in his head, but at the same time, I need to become stronger at all costs with my developed talent for dark magic. Continuing to think, the boy remembered the books he had and thought, I'll concentrate on Morn and Kyler's books first, and then when the academy starts its vacation. Remembering another creature he wanted to add to his army, Andreas added in his head, it's time for the Red Dragon Krav Macha to join my collection. 1 week later, on his way to the station, Andreas heard the next train to the Kingdom of Grandis, leaving in 10 minutes. So please don't miss your train. Hearing this announcement, the guy started thinking, and according to the map received from Muriel's auction, the tomb of the dragon Krav Maha is located in the great forest of Bhayatra. Thinking about his way to the destination, Andreas mentally said, fortunately there is a train to the Kingdom of Grandis, and from there it is not far to the forest, and then on his own 2 feet or on horseback. As he approached the station and thought that the forest was a completely foreign land where mistakes were not allowed, because the laws of the empire did not work there, he hoped everything would be under control. He felt someone poke him in the back. Looking behind him and seeing his friend there, Andres was surprised to hear Vivian say hello. Surprised to see her in such a place, Andreas said, "Congratulations, you also decided to travel," to which he heard I was returning home. When he found out where the girl was going, Andreas asked her why she was going home so suddenly, and heard my father tell me to come back. Hearing the reason why Vivian was leaving, Andreas asked if you would be okay. I thought you were not very happy to be there. And he replied, "I don't want to go and would prefer to spend this time with you." When he heard about Vivian's preferences, Andreas asked in surprise what was wrong with me and then added in his mind what I should do. It would be problematic to take her with me. As soon as he thought about it, Vivian said confidently, "But that's the reason why I have to go home." Realizing the girl's intentions, Andreas bowed his head and said, "Oh, well, have a nice trip, Vivian," and then thought, even she doesn't want to always depend on Mr. Fairy. The next moment, hearing the girl say, "Well, I have to go now, but I'll see you after the holidays," Andreas replied, "Take care of yourself," and then thought, Vivian seems to be able to take care of herself. After some time in the city of the fortress of the Kingdom of Grandis, walking down the streets, Andreas thought, this is the first time I've been here in real life, but I still feel so nostalgic. Maybe because in the game I often came here wondering why there was such a commotion. At one point, passing by a couple of residents, he heard that he would never have thought that life could change so much in a few days. The orcs in the forest became completely savage, and business went down. Accidentally overhearing the conversation of the townspeople, Andreas mentally said that the orcs have a bad feeling. I need more information. Later, arriving at the tavern and hearing the welcome, he put a couple of motes on the table and said, "A room and food, please." Handing over the keys to the free room, the girl said, "You can take the last room on the second floor," after which Andreas asked what happened in the city to make such a mess. After receiving the question from the visitor, the girl poured a drink and said that the travelers were probably not aware of the changes at the border. The next moment, looking back at the guy sitting at the table, she added that for the first time in 40 years, they say that an orc lord appeared in the Great Forest. Hearing what exactly happened in this place, Makoto thought that it was bad, because the appearance of an orc lord would unite all the tribes of the Great Forest, and the search for the tomb was already difficult enough without the orcs. After considering the information, Andreas asked if the road to the Great Forest was blocked, and the girl put a mug of drink on the table and said, "Isn't it obvious that the way is forbidden to ordinary people?" Hearing the girl's remark, Andreas was surprised to ask the common people if this meant that there were any other options, and he heard that you could, of course, become a mercenary, but you wouldn't be able to do it. Continuing to stare at the guy in front of her, the girl added, "For a guy as thin as you, I mean as slender as you are, an orc will cut you like a toothpick. You should put on some weight." Immediately after smiling slyly, the girl added, "They are short of men, but they are willing to offer a reward, so they can take you." Hearing this, Andreas thought, what a mess, even though they say they are mercenaries. But in reality, they are in the underground army and their movements are limited, so it seems there is no choice. As night fell, Andreas headed for his room and said, "This is probably why Everlast couldn't get the ingredients for Salem's potion, but I'm going to go and sign up for the mercenaries anyway." Going up to his floor and heading to his room, Andreas suddenly heard behind him, "You're going to finish off the Orc Lord like that." The next moment, he looked back and saw a familiar face jumping from the ceiling and adding, "I've been waiting for you to leave the academy for so long." Smiling happily and hugging her braid, Luna Pendragon exclaimed to Andreas. Seeing a girl who was present at the congregation, Andreas confusedly thought that she was Lou. Before he could finish his thought, he noticed that the girl had disappeared from his sight and was already behind him, preparing to finish the guy off. Sensing the danger from behind, Andreas quickly looked back and managed to dodge the blow at the last second. The next moment after the strike, the girl knocked the prone boy off his feet and pinned him to the floor with her foot, swung and said she would pinch him a little. As soon as the handle of the scythe approached the boy, it hit the shadow barrier that protected Andreas from death. Surprised by this development and dropping the boy, Luna said, "Isn't that Kyler's shadow magic? Interesting. You killed Kyler and took his magic. How did you do it?" Hearing Luna's question, Andreas thought to himself, even though I destroyed all the evidence in Kyler's vault, it doesn't mean anything to this wench, the spiritual medium who speaks to the dead, the harbinger of madness, Luna Pendragon. Noticing Andreas's intense gaze on her, the girl asked something wrong. "I'll be bored if we keep standing here." Having received a remark from the girl, Andreas reached for his sword and thought, "I'm fed up with the antics of the meeting," and then said, "You're here to finish me off." Hearing the boy's question, Luna put her hand to her chin and thoughtfully said that, well, not really, and then destroyed the shadow that was reaching for her. Seeing that his attempt to suddenly attack had failed, Andreas gritted his teeth and thought, "That's a bad one," she noticed. The next moment, she grabbed her cheeks and exclaimed joyfully, "Luna might want to finish you off, though." Hearing that the girl was undecided about what she wanted to do, Andreas thought, I should be on my guard. It looks like she's fooling around. But at such a young age, she's already reached the level of a wizard. The next moment, when she heard Andreas say, "Then why do you need me?" she shouted out and reached into her pocket. Pulling out her receiver, she shouted out Jester. It was Luna, and Andreas was surprised to hear who she was talking to. The next moment, the receiver said, "You quickly made contact with the target," and then said, "Yes, we are right here with him." Hearing from Jester, the girl exclaimed, "Okay." and then threw the receiver to Andreas with the words, "Here, catch it." Catching the receiver, the guy said it was Andreas Cromwell and then thought, what was going on here? I thought she came to get rid of me because I had killed Kyler. Hearing what Andreas Jester said on the other end of the line, I dared you to raise your hand to my agent. As you always do, you have no guts. Andreas, feeling irritated, thought it was funny coming from someone who had tried to kill me and then said, I'm sorry, my teacher has passed away, so I didn't know Mr. Kyler was your man. Hearing Jester's apology, he huffed and said, You're a good man, but that doesn't relieve you of your responsibility. Andreas thought, I guess they call people like that annoying, and I want to hit him, but right now I'd rather avoid confronting him. The next moment, thinking I'll play the fool with him, Andreas said, I don't want to admit my guilt, but since it was partly my fault, I want to apologize for the incident with the lazy page. I was just trying to survive, and this time I didn't even know it would happen like this. After receiving the apology from the boy, Jester said, Since you admitted your mistake, I'll let you off this time. Continuing to stand by the window in his hiding place, the dark wizard added, However, I would not say that I actually forgave you, but as the leader of the assembly, I must put his interests above my own. Having listened to all the statements of the interlocutor, Andreas wondered what he was trying to say. While Luna was already warming her ears at the receiver, Jester said that in any case, we need someone who can supply us with information about the development of the Heartland. But for various reasons, I am not able to prepare such a person. Hearing that I have a proposal for you, Andreas was shocked and thought that he was already beating around the bush, and in the end wanted to get me in his clutches. And then he asked Andreas Cromwell to become a member of the meeting. Having received the offer from Jester, Andreas said, I accept your offer, and if so, we have no reason to fight anymore. I return this to you. Seeing the strange expression on the girl's face, who could barely contain her emotions, Andreas wondered what was wrong with her. As soon as he thought about it, Luna threw her arms around him and shouted, Hooray! Luna is so happy. Continuing to cling tightly to Andreas, the girl added, For the first time in the meeting, my age appeared. And Andreas thought, You tried to kill me a minute ago. The next moment, Luna jumped off the guy and said, If your older sister Luna gives you some advice, membership in the congregation won't be so bad. Hearing this, Andreas asked, Is that so? Except for special situations, all I have to do is report back to the academy. And Luna tapped him on the shoulder and exclaimed, That's right. If you have any problems, just tell me. Having received the offer of help, Andreas bowed to the girl and said, I would be happy to talk to you at a future meeting. So I turned off before he could finish as Luna exclaimed that, But Luna wanted to go with you. Trying to get rid of the intrusive girl, Andreas said, Yes, but I'm not here on congregational business. The girl exclaimed, Luna doesn't mind. And realizing that things would be a little more difficult, Andreas thought, this girl has a lot of shells for brains. Immediately after saying this, he said, I don't understand why you want to come with me, and then thought he should make her leave me alone, but Luna had nothing to do at home. When Andreas found out why the girl was so eager to go with him, he said that this was not the reason, and Luna asked him if that was not enough. The next moment, recalling the moment from the congregation, the girl exclaimed, When Luna saw you at the meeting, you looked really cool, so Luna thought it would be cool to go with you. Immediately after starting to demonstrate the same scene from the meeting, the girl exclaimed, If you want to be lazy, give me your treasures, or I will finish watching this. Andreas thought she was busting out. Deciding to just run away, Andreas quickly turned around and said, I think I'll go alone, to which the girl clutched at his cloak and shouted, Stop, Luna will go with you. Continuing to stop the guy who wanted to leave her, the girl added, Luna can be useful if you don't know. Luna is very strong. Hearing these exclamations and looking around, Andreas thought, of course, it is tempting to have such a strong ally as Luna, especially given the activity of orcs, and since there is no persecution of black mages in this region, he has no problem in uniting. And then he said, well, but I have one condition on which I really heard, and what is it? When she heard that she could join Andreas, the girl froze in her tracks when she heard, I want you to engrave a soul on me. The next moment, throwing her hands behind her head and looking away, Luna said, what a pain in the ass. To which Andreas replied, it's no less problematic to bathe you. After stating his condition, Andreas looked at Luna and thought, soul engraving is a skill that permanently strengthens the spirit in mortal sins. It was a special skill that only Luna could use. If she uses it on me, it will be worth it. After a few seconds of thought, the girl exclaimed, Luna also has a condition. Andreas Cromwell replied in surprise, and what it was. Clapping her hand to her chest, the girl confidently exclaimed, become Luna's friend. Hearing the condition, Andreas was surprised to ask why. Hearing the question, the girl exclaimed that if we become friends, then we will be comfortable being together, and Luna will engrave her soul for her friend, even if it will hurt me a lot. A few seconds after voicing his demands and hearing that he was okay with being friends, Luna beamed with happiness. The next moment, she started jumping up and down and shouted, hooray! Luna and Andreas became friends. Immediately after these thoughts, looking away, Andreas said, Luna, you can call me comrade, not by my name. And I heard why. Turning his head to the side and nervously thinking how to deceive her, he said, well, we seem even closer, don't you think? The next moment, he heard the girl exclaim, good comrade! And he thought, she's so happy, it's a good thing she's so simple. 3 days later, the fortress of Indivor continued to fight, and the leader of House Indivor, Dawson Indivor, was destroying and holding back the orcs with all his might. At one point in the battle, one of the orcs took out a horn and began to blow it, signaling to his comrades that the battle was over. Hearing this message, all the monsters began to actively leave the battlefield and flee back to their camps. Seeing that the enemies began to retreat, Dawson Indivor wiped his face with sweat and said, "Damn orcs, they're trying to take us by attrition." At the same moment, a subject arrived behind the man and exclaimed, "Sir, reinforcements from Pyatra have arrived." Hearing the good news, Dawson Indivor looked back at his subject and heaved a sigh of relief and asked the good news how many troops they had sent, to which only 2 people answered. Hearing the number of troops, Dawson Investor exclaimed that even 2,000 would not be enough and they sent only 2. What kind of a joke is that? And I tried to contact the leadership, but there was no answer yet. But fortunately, recalling who exactly from the support came to their aid, the subject added that it was probably one of the pair, Luna Pendragon, who heard the same dark sorcerer, who is not inferior in power to the master of the aura, and that this fruit was forgotten in such a remote place. After receiving a question from his superior, the subject said, "I can't know," after which Dawson Indivor said how sorry it would be better if it was a necromancer. After learning about one of the helpers, Dawson Indivor asked what about the other, and was told that he was a traveling mercenary named Barry Sanders. Hearing the name of the other person from the arrived reinforcements, Dawson Indivor put his hand to his chin and said thoughtfully, "I've never heard of him. Well, prepare for dinner. I'll meet them in person." As evening fell, Andreas overheard Barry Sanders on his way to Dawson's fortress, and replied, "Yes, there's no problem with my identity, but if rumors spread that the noble of the empire is a dark wizard," after that, Luna asked, "So you'll wear that lame mask?" And the boy replied, "It's better to be safe than sorry." Arriving at the door of the room where the reception was to be held, Andreas said, "Well, let's go," to which Luna replied how interesting it was. Entering the meeting room with the Lord, Luna exclaimed, "Yahoo, we have arrived to finish off the Orc Lord," after which Andreas added, "My name is Barry Sanders," greeting his lordship, Lord Indivor. Seeing the guests in front of him, the man said, "I am Dawson Indivor. First, I would like to thank you for coming. If you prove yourself well, I will report to the king, and you will be richly rewarded." After his master's words, the subject standing next to him said, "Welcome, I am Filian Indivor." And then Dawson Indivor said, "Please sit down." Taking his seat next to the lord of the land, Andreas asked if I could learn about the situation on the battlefield. Receiving the question from his guest, Dawson Indivor said, "Frankly speaking, it's hopeless. As you know, we don't even have enough men to hold them off, let alone mount a counterattack. If the Orc Lord and his warlords who are doing nothing now join the battle, it will be the end of our fortress." Hearing that without the support of the kingdom it was only a matter of time, Andreas said the situation was even worse than I had anticipated. Immediately after the guest's remark, Dawson Indivor said it's not the worst thing yet. The Orc Lord leader of the enemy forces, the Orc Lord master of aura. Hearing who exactly posed the biggest threat, Luna looked up from her food and exclaimed in a cheerful voice. Hearing the girl's exclamations, who added, "Luna will take care of the Orc Lord," Andreas looked at her and thought, "Aura Master, can Luna handle him if I help her? We can do it, but that won't end the battle." Continuing to enjoy the delicious dinner, the girl happily added, "But first Luna will finish this meat," and hearing this, Andreas mentally added that her unpredictable nature was also an unstable factor. At one point, a soldier ran into the room with the guests and shouted, "Sir, urgent news?" And Filian Underworld shouted out what was the report. Having received instructions from the senior soldier, he breathed heavily and exclaimed, "Right now, the Orc Lord appeared outside the walls." After a while, having arrived at the walls of the Dawson Fortress, Indivor said what they were up to, left their troops behind, and came here. In any case, do not lose your vigilance. Seeing the leadership of the opponent's forces in front of him, the Orc Lord exclaimed, "Listen to me carefully, people. All these attacks before were to make my soldiers feel what the battlefield is like." After some confused shouts that the Orc Lord was speaking in human terms, "But now they are ready. Tomorrow at dawn we will launch a large-scale attack at that moment." Closing his ears, Luna shouted, "Luna's ears are about to explode." Covering his ears because of the loud shout of the Orc Lord, one of the soldiers spoke. "After depleting our forces, they decided to end us." Continuing his speech, the Lord added, "However, it would be too boring to end things this way, so, putting the honor of Al Gold on the line, I will give you a chance. If you win the battle with 6 of my soldiers, I will let you live another day." Hearing the enemy's terms, Dawson Indivor nervously thought, "Damn, they want to play with us before they finish us off." The next moment, interrupting the laird's thoughts, the subjects exclaimed that it was definitely a trap. The orcs have no honor. And then Filian added, "Right, let's finish them off while we have a chance. Their main forces are far behind. We'll make it." Hearing the proposal from his subject, Dawson Indivor remarked, "But we are dealing with an Aura Master. Even if we attack suddenly, it will be difficult to finish them off before the main forces arrive." After the leader's remark, Filian asked then that we accept their terms, to which Dawson Indivor replied that if we hold them off for at least a day, reinforcements might arrive. Hearing the dialogue of the fortress commanders, Andreas thought, "But the problem is that the only ones who can fight them are me and Luna Pendragon. and then asked if I would go to them. Hearing the question of one of the mercenaries who arrived, Dawson Indivor surprisingly exclaimed that you want to go to what he heard the Tau make another deal with the Orc Lord. Leaving the walls of the fortress that held the defense and going out to the enemies, Andreas said in his head, the Orc Lord, let's take a closer look at his face. Seeing the boy who came out to accept their challenge, the Orc Lord joyfully exclaimed, great, let's start our battle. At the same time, Dawson Indivor gritted his teeth and said, a winner-take-all battle is an advantage for us given our lack of skilled fighters, but it also means he will have to fight until he loses, after which Filion asked what he was thinking, wanting to die for the sake of Fortress Indivor. At the same time, the Orc commander was ordered to join the battle and rush to Andreas, but their fight did not last very long. In the first seconds of the battle, having cut off the head of the attacking opponent, Andreas hid his sword back in its sheath and shouted the next one. Later, after the first leader, others began to fight one by one, but none of them could defeat Andreas and the monster failed once again. When almost all of the Orc commanders were killed, the last remaining rival entered the battle. Seeing the Orc woman in front of him who pointed her weapon at him, Andreas asked, so you're the last one, right? Immediately after the question was spoken, the rival rushed at the guy to try to overcome him and crossed her weapons. At the same time, being on the wall of the fortress to the joyful shouts of Luna, Dawson Indivor was surprised to see such a strong man. After the exclamation of his commander, Filion asked who he was, who so easily defeated the Orc leaders and they are equal in strength to the captain of the Knights of Men. To Dawson Indivor replied, indeed, and I am sure that these leaders are among the strongest users of aura. Continuing to follow the boys' battle against the enemy leaders, Dawson Investor added, Barry Sanders, is he a master of aura? To which I don't think so, but nevertheless for a man his power to remain unknown is impressive. After some time of the fight, having struck the decisive blow and pierced the enemy through, Andres said, that's it. Seeing that the battle with the enemies was over, one of the soldiers said to all 6 leaders in private, incredibly. Meanwhile, having dealt with all 6 leaders, Andreas heard a loud laugh and then looked up to see the Orc Lord above him, who exclaimed, you surprised me. That was a great battle. You are a worthy warrior. Tell me your name. Hearing the request from the Orc Lord, Andreas, feeling the strong pressure from the monster, thought he was stronger than I thought. And then Barry Sanders spoke. Having learned the name of the man who defeated 6 of his warriors, the Orc Lord threw his sword into the ground and said, my fearless orcs, remember the name of this brave human warrior, Barry Sanders. He gave our warriors a worthy death and eternal peace. Holding his hand ready for his sword, Andreas mentally said, I was scared when he suddenly swung his sword and dropped it into the ground, but he seems to be smarter than I thought. I don't think he's attacking me for revenge after all. The next moment, the Orc Lord turned to the boy and said, as I promised, I grant you a 1-day reprieve. We also need time to honor our fallen comrades. Walking towards his subjects, the Orc Lord raised his hand and said, I hope you will prepare to die with dignity during this time. At the same time, standing behind and simply watching his opponent's back, Andreas mentally said, anyone who does not have an aura would instantly fall from his martial spirit alone. I have experienced the effect of an aura master on the battlefield. Continuing to stare at the enemy who was getting farther away with each passing second, Andreas added in his head that if I wanted to defeat him, I would have to wait for the right moment. After a while in the barracks discussing the plan of action, Filion exclaimed, Sir, I can't stand it. Why haven't they sent us reinforcements yet? I can only think of Grandis abandoning us. And another commander added, we put our lives on the line to protect the border and they treat us like this, it's too much. After listening to the discontent of his subjects, Dawson Indivor exclaimed, I will not tolerate insults to our kingdom. Looking at his subjects, the man added that, regardless of the circumstances, our mission remains the same. Protecting the people of Indivor and the kingdom from the threat from the Great Forest is what we need to focus on. The next moment, turning his gaze to the mercenary Dawson, Indivor said, Barry Sanders, I'm sorry you risked your life to buy us time, but it was in vain. After receiving the apology from the garrison leader, Andreas thought what a great commander he was, even against superior forces. He could unite people and keep morale high. And despite the terrible treatment of the Grandis Kingdom, his loyalty was a waste of talent. Immediately after his thoughts, Andreas bowed to Dawson Indivor and said, it's all right. In battle, things often happen that are unexpected, but at least we have time to discuss a plan of action, so it was worth it. Thank you for understanding. It pains me to ask, but could you do me a favor in tomorrow's battle? Of course. Continuing to dialogue with the commanders, Dawson Indivor said, we've lost a lot of men at the captain level due to the Orcs' guerrilla strategy, which is why I want to concentrate all our forces at the western gate, where we can fight them directly. Modeling the approximate situation of the battle, the garrison leader added that the northern gate will be barely defended, which is a likely target of surprise attacks by Orc leaders. Ordinary soldiers are no match for them. Hearing about the existing problem, Andreas said, I understand. Please leave the north gate to me. And then Luna exclaimed, Luna also wants to have fun. Hearing the girl's mood, Dillian thought that it was a good idea to have fun, and then a friend who was standing next to him added that she was a little strange, but that was it. Having received a request from a girl who also wanted to get her task, Dawson Endeavor asked Luna Pendragon if you could fight the Orc Lord. Hearing what mission they decided to give her, the girl happily exclaimed, "Wow, leave it to Luna, Luna will beat him." After giving orders for tomorrow's battle, Dawson Endeavor said, "Forgive me for giving you such a difficult task, even though you are mere mercenaries." And Luna exclaimed, "My scythe will be feasting on the battlefield." The next moment, the leader of the army added, "I am ashamed to say that even if it is beyond our capabilities, we must fight. This place may not be needed by the kingdom, but for us it is our homeland. If by the will of fate we survive, I promise that I will report your contribution to the king, and you will be rewarded with dignity." Hearing Dawson's words, Andreas said, "Don't bother, I'm helping you for personal reasons. My family was killed by orcs when I was a kid." Luna said, "You have a past like that, comrade." After his words, Andreas thought, "I need to end the war as soon as possible and enter the great forest. I don't have time to deal with the reward from the kingdom." After which it sounded great. Let's fill our stomachs and prepare for the battle. After some time standing in the tower, Luna asked, "What do you want Luna to do, right?" Receiving the question from his partner, Andreas said, "Right, you can do it." Which I heard Luna say, "Luna has never done it before, but Luna will do it." Looking back at Andreas, who was standing next to her, the girl confidently added, "Whatever he was really that strong." Hearing the girl's question, Andreas said, "I was convinced of that when I approached him. When he is at his peak, I will not be able to defeat him no matter what I do." After listening to Andreas's stories, the girl danced joyfully and exclaimed, "Wow, this is exciting. Luna can't wait any longer." At one point, when she heard Andreas call her name, she stopped dancing and looked back at the boy and said, "Yes, sir." Looking at Luna, who was entrusted with an important mission, Andreas added that if the battle with the Orc Lord takes an unexpected turn, you should hide and wait until there are enough bodies. Having received the instruction from her friend, the girl joyfully exclaimed good, and then Andreas added, "And when that happens, I will turn the tide of the battle." The next day, after gathering his comrades, Dawson Endeavor shouted, "Luna Pendragon, Barry Sanders, I leave you the west and north gates, to which I heard rely on us, so I will go to the north gate." Before they were about to take up their positions, Luna suddenly exclaimed, "Comrade, wait!" To which Andreas replied in surprise, "What's wrong?" Then the girl used her skills and said, "Luna's going to use a spiritual session on you." Hearing what the girl was going to do, Andreas was surprised to think that Luna's spiritual session could be used to summon souls with any ability depending on the situation. Continuing to prepare for her spiritual session, the girl said to Hashem Tragundi Hushur. The next moment, placing the summoned soul inside Andreas' body, she said, "This should make your battle easier." Receiving a notification that said the soul of the warhound devourer had been summoned, the characteristics were temporarily increased. Andreas thought in shock, "No way." Seeing another notification that said devourer's target tracking trait was temporarily boosted, Andreas added in his head, "I can see everything that is happening on the battlefield. I have much more visibility than I can with mana." The next moment, looking back at the girl who had given him such support, Andreas added in his head, in addition to the characteristics of the soul, "I even gained rice in all this without side effects, Luna Pendragon. What a cheat ability." The next moment, noticing that the enemies started their attack, Andreas shouted out, "The enemy is coming!" At the same moment, from the wall where the guards were standing, we also heard the enemy forces coming right at us. Realizing that it was about to start, Dawson Endeavor shouted to everyone in position, "Archers, get your arrows ready!" And then Luna joyfully shouted, "Battle." Listening to the commander's orders and the girl's joyful shouts, Andreas said to Luna, after which she looked around and said, "Please take care of yourself." Continuing to fight with the enemies, the commander shouted to his men to finish them off before they reached the walls. At the same time, the orcs, for their part, used magic to launch fireballs at the fort. Also being directly on the walls of the fortress, Luna used a barrier to block some attacks that she was following. Standing nearby and seeing that the girl managed to block one fireball that was flying at them, Dawson Endeavor shouted out Luna Pendragon. As soon as the girl had dealt with the volleys, the man approached her and said, "Good job, Luna," and she looked out at the battlefield and said, "Gods." At that very moment, the orcs were able to use magic attacks on the distracted enemies to ram and destroy the fortress's defensive gates. Seeing that the gate was breached, Dawson Endeavor shouted out, "The west gate is breached, 4th and 5th squads, follow me to the gate." At the same moment, the girl smiled happily and looked at Dawson Endeavor and exclaimed, "Luna's going to play a little." Before the man could realize anything, the girl jumped off the wall and flew into the crowd of enemies. Meanwhile, the Orcish shamans were using the protective barrier to prepare spells to strengthen their warriors. As soon as the spell was completed and cast on the orcs, Filion saw the changes in the enemies and mentally said, "The orcs plunged into the state of berserkers." Meanwhile, at the northern gate, Andrea continued to fight against the monsters, making every effort to keep the hero alone. At one point, when he felt that the enemy had suddenly become stronger, he jumped back and said in surprise that it was crazy. Looking at the enemies, who became even more formidable than before, Andreas added in his head that the orc shamans had tried to get rid of them as soon as possible. At the same time, watching the battle of the girl who fought on their side, Dawson Endeavor mentally said, "She is a monster, as rumors said." Behind an innocent face lies a power that is not inferior to a platoon of royal knights. At one point, feeling the strong resistance to her attack, Luna slid back and exclaimed, "You were able to block." Appearing on the battlefield among his subjects, the Orc King shouted to everyone to stand back. "I will deal with her." Seeing who it was that appeared in front of her, the girl put her hand to her cheek and exclaimed joyfully, "The Orc Lord has already come. Luna has been waiting for you." Smiling happily after the girl's words, the Orc Lord exclaimed, "Not a bad little warrior." To which Luna replied, "Duna wants to engrave your soul on a comrade, so Luna will try not to harm her." Immediately after her words, the girl made a sudden attack and exclaimed, "Luna will finish you off without leaving a single scratch." Plunging into an exciting battle with Luna, the Orc Lord swung his sword and exclaimed, "You surprised me, little warrior. Using your agility and mana to overcome the lack of strength is impressive." Hearing the praise from her opponent, the girl jumped back, and after slashing several dozen orcs, she shouted praise to Luna. After hearing the girl's request, the Orc Lord laughed happily and exclaimed how wonderful the day had just been. The next moment, using the aura skill and strengthening his body, the Orc Lord added in a stern tone, "How it was a pity that we were in the middle of a battle. Let's continue to Valhalla." Hearing her opponent's remarks, the girl was surprised to hear him ask, "Where are you going? What is Valhalla?" The next moment, as soon as the Orc Lord released his aura, Luna saw the magnificent sight and exclaimed, "Wow, that's cool." At the same time, Dawson Indivor, who had come to his senses after seeing what he had seen, shouted out, "Stop attacking! Let's defend Indivor! Don't let them destroy our home! Hold on!" Meanwhile, during the battle, Luna, not noticing the enemy's movements, accidentally fell under one of them. After making a very hard landing in the fortress wall and hearing Dawson Indivor shout out, Luna Girl said it was impossible. At the same time, having arrived at Andreas, one of the soldiers shouted out, "Are you okay, Barry Sanders?" Ignoring the soldier's question, Andreas mentally said the northern gate is cleared, and then received a notification that the soul of the warhound Devour was exploring the battlefield. After analyzing the situation along the line of contact, the guy mentally added that the situation on the side of the Echo looks so-so, and then received a notification that 869 bodies were found. Seeing what he had been waiting for and preparing for decisive changes, Andreas thought, "This is it." And then the soldier asked confusedly if Barry Sanders was there. Then, starting to slowly pick up the fallen soldiers, Andreas looked back at the soldiers and said, "Please send all able-bodied soldiers to the west gate to help Commander Dawson." After receiving the order from the boy, the soldier heard a noise behind him and looked back in confusion and exclaimed that bodies were moving. At the same time, while picking up his army of fallen soldiers, Andreas said in his head, "From now on, this battlefield will be mine." Activating the skill of necromancy, Andreas lifted the bodies of the fallen soldiers and mentally said, "My mana has reached the boundaries of the battlefield. All the dead are at my disposal." Observing the events that were happening around them, the soldiers exclaimed what was happening. These bodies were getting up. It was the necromancer. Raising a giant army to confront the enemies, Andreas spoke to the new Salates to get rid of them. Meanwhile, looking at Dawson Indivor, the Orc Lord said, "You surprised me, but it was a bad decision, man. You should have attacked me instead of defending her." The next moment, raising his sword and preparing to end the battle, the monster added, "But whatever your choice, I respect it." Preparing to say goodbye to his life, Dawson Indivor said, "Luna Pendragon, forgive me, I did my best." At the same moment, hearing a familiar voice saying sorry for taking so long, and seeing the boy in front of him, the Orc Lord exclaimed, "Barry Sanders." Watching the boy who was picking up all the fallen in the battle, the Orc Lord added, "This is a surprise I never would have thought." The next moment, having struck and destroyed a large number of the rebellious dead, the Orc Lord added that such a talented swordsman as you would turn out to be a necromancer. At the same moment, hearing a sound behind him, Barry Andreas looked back and saw the wounded Dawson, who said, "As you can see, I'm not going to live." Hearing the man's words and assessing the situation, Andreas thought he had defended Luna correctly, unlike Luna, whose wounds could not be healed by potions. The next moment, Dawson Indivor gathered his last strength and said, "Use my body. Use it against those who want to harm Indivor, so I can protect my home with my own hands." Receiving the man's request, Andreas closed his eyes and after some thought, he said yes. Later, his subject arrived at Dawson's house and shouted out in confusion, "Commander, you need treatment immediately," and was told to tell Filion. Realizing that the commander could no longer be saved, the subject shed a man's tear and said that I was handing him command of Indivor. At the same time, swinging his sword and destroying the dead, the Orc Lord shouted, "Barry Sanders thinks this pile of flesh can handle me." Meanwhile, standing aside and watching his army being slaughtered by Andreas under the shouts of Commander Dawson, I thought to myself, as I thought ordinary dead are no match for the Orc Lord. Realizing that it would not be possible to leave Andreas, he headed to the battlefield and thought that it would be difficult to turn the tide of the battle while the orcs were activated in this case. Calling his subjects to the battlefield, Andreas said Timur and Nickel hold off the Orc Lord Rudolph, and Milena finish off the rest of the orcs go. At the same time, watching through the spyglass on the battlefield, Filion said, turning dead enemies into allies, "I knew that necromancers were an absolute force on the battlefield, but one person was so strong, that he could turn the tide of battle. After the remark of his commander, the subject turned to Rudolph and said, "Just look at the dead he has summoned, each of them incredibly strong." Hearing his subject's remarks, Filion added in amazement, as if I were in a dream, "Only 2 dead men could hold back an Aura Master." The next moment, hearing Deputy Commander Filion behind him, the man looked back and saw a soldier with Luna on his back and asked what was wrong, and then heard Commander Dawson had died in battle. At the same time fighting with Timur on Nickel, the Orc Lord paused for a moment and said in surprise that, "What a series of surprises, who would have thought that ordinary dead could hold me back?" Immediately after looking around and noticing that he was the only Orc Lord left, he added that it seems that all my warriors were killed. I failed as a commander. Many proud warriors fell victim to my ambitions. Immediately after his words, hearing someone speak behind him, the Orc Lord turned around and said, "Barry Sanders, great warrior, this is my last battle." The next moment, the Orc Lord smiled happily and added, "Will you let me die as a warrior by your sword?" Hearing his opponent's request, Andreas drew his sword and said, "Just like that time, I will honor you as you honored me." Upon learning that the boy had accepted his request for the last duel, the Orc Lord rushed Barry Sanders and shouted, "Show me the way to Valhalla." The Orc Lord's aura intercepted the bone whip that Andreas was about to use to deliver his first blow. The next moment, taking advantage of this opportunity, the Orc Lord struck a blow that would have cut off 2 of the boy's limbs. However, Andreas quickly recovered with the help of necromancy and found himself behind the enemy's back and began to draw his personalized sword while the Lord was about to strike again. To avoid this hit, Andreas summoned a giant skeleton from the ground, which was hit by the Orc Lord and thought bone armor one wrong step, and I would be torn into 2 parts. Seeing that his opponent was able to get out of this situation, the Orc Lord exclaimed, "I see you still have some tricks up your sleeve." Hearing his opponent's exclamation, Andreas put on his bone armor and said, "In order to fight such a strong opponent as you, I must use everything I have." Learning that it was because of respect for his strength, the Orc Lord exclaimed, "I am excited to attack. Great warrior who will change this world, lead me in my last battle." Seeing his opponent on the offensive and preparing for the final clash, the Orc Lord exclaimed, "I have met 2 great warriors, I have no regrets." At the same time, on the wall of the fortress, Filion met a subject and asked him where the body of the commander was now. When he received the question, the commander shed tears and said that he would defend these lands. Continuing to convey the last words of his commander, the subject added that he would do so even if he had to become a dead man. Having been defeated in the last battle, the Orc Lord said, "What a giant world, a glorious battle, I regret nothing." Hearing the last words of the Orc leader, Andreas looked back and said, "I'm sorry, I wanted to finish everything alone, but there was one person who wanted to defend his home even after he died." Immediately after these words, Andreas turned his gaze to Dawson Indivor and said, "I will keep my promise. You stopped the enemy with your own hands, hero Indivor." After some time in the fortifications of Bayatra, hearing the report, the man exclaimed that the Orc Lord was killed. To which he heard, "Sir, everything is correct. Apparently the Orc army is finished," and then asked again how badly Indivor was injured. Having received the question from his commander, the soldier bowed and replied that there were almost no casualties among the inhabitants, but more than half of the army was killed in battle, to which he heard, "My God." The next moment, hearing also that as a result of the Orc Lord's attack, Commander Dawson had been killed in battle, the man exclaimed in shock, "You said Dawson?" Clenching his hand into a fist and bowing his head down, the commander exclaimed, "What a loss to think we have lost such a brave man. If I had known, I would have immediately rushed to Indivor's aid, even if it meant my disobedience to the crown." At that very moment, a third person approached the pair of men behind you and asked if something was wrong, after which the man looked around sharply. Seeing Evan von Orlean in front of him, the man added that it seems that the army of Indivor defeated the Orc army. Apparently Sir Evan's arrival with reinforcements was in vain, to which he heard everything was fine if there were no more victims. Then so be it. Besides, they defeated the Orc Lord? Was Sir Dawson a master of aura? Hearing the question from Sir Evan, the soldier exclaimed, "No way. I was told that the merit of the 2 mercenaries was largely due to the fact that they were a necromancer and a spiritual medium." Having learned some interesting information, Sir Evan asked, "By spiritual medium, what do you mean by that?" The soldier exclaimed, "Yes, I think you know her well, Sir Evan. She is the daughter of Eve Millennium Luna Pendragon." When the White Holy Knight Evan von Orlean learned who was in Indivor, he said, "I never thought I would find a creature of evil in this place, but it must be the will of God." Hearing what the soldier had said, many of the team nervously thought, "Oh no, Sir Evan is an inquisitor of the Holy See, who catches and judges dark magicians. I couldn't hide this news because it was too sudden. So I repaid the heroes of Indivor an irreparable mistake, if so I need to hurry or else Eve's daughter Millennium is waiting to be purified by the light." At the same time, having finished drawing the magic circle, Luna asked why we went so quickly to what she heard, because we had little time, after which she heard that they had prepared a mountain of meat for us. Hearing what exactly was confusing the girl, Andreas said, "If you want meat, I will properly feed you after we return from the great forest," to which Luna joyfully exclaimed that you really promised. Hearing the girl's exclamations, Andreas said, "I promise, I'm done cooking," and she replied, "It will be just like that time. but now the effect will be permanent. The next moment, looking at the body of the Orc Lord, the girl added, although it will not give you all the power he had before his death, he was quite strong, so even one ability will be very useful. After telling about the effects of the procedure, Luna pointed to the magic circle and exclaimed, "Stop there, don't touch the magic circle," to which Andreas replied so well. While waiting for the ritual to begin, Andreas stood by the magic circle and thought it would be a great addition to my army. But since I don't get the chance to summon them that often, it would be a good idea to use it to strengthen myself. Besides, who knows when I will be able to see Luna again. At the same moment, Luna closed her ears and eyes and said, "By the way, Luna will not engrave your soul. Luna relies on you." Before Andreas could understand anything, the girl began to recite a spell, saying, "Ashem Tragundi Hushur." The boy could barely say that the moon was coming when he heard a surprise. For the first time, my daughter called me not to kill someone. Hearing the person in the girl's body called Luna, Andreas thought his daughter must be the legendary witch Eve Millennium. Continuing to look at the boy standing in front of her, the woman said, "Tell me, boy, who are you to Luna?" Realizing what situation he was in, Andreas thought, a high black mage who made Luna as strong as a sorcerer, simply by giving her some of her previous abilities, and then said, "I'm a friend." Hearing who exactly was in front of her now, Ava Millennium said another surprise to this girl and made a friend. Having received a remark from the woman, Andreas awkwardly said, "Well, you have to take what you can get," and then thought, I was almost forced. Accepting the fact that her daughter had found a friend, Eva said, "Well, let's start the Ashruk Tsemedio de Taba." Conducting the ritual and reading the spell, the legendary witch said to another child that sees the meaning of his life in endless battles on the battlefield, "Perhaps he will be happy in your company." Hearing the girl's words, Andreas was surprised to hear her speak, saying in his head that she was communicating with the soul, a strange sight. The next moment, putting her hand on Andreas' forehead, Eva Millennium said, "Let me warn you, it will hurt a lot." Before Andreas could react to the warning, he felt an incredibly strong pain and thought, "What the hell?" followed by a loud scream. Watching the engraving process, Eva thought it was incredible that he was still conscious. Usually the first time, everyone immediately passes out, regardless of strength. Having finished engraving the soul, the legendary witch said, "Good boy, it would be better if you just fainted." Hearing the woman's advice, Andreas mentally said, "I thought I was going to pass out," and then received a notification. Enemy of all living things. Unique courage to fight against all enemies. 0.1% mana regeneration per enemy. Up to 1,000% health regeneration in battle. 200% spirit of the enemy of all living things. Constantly active. Depends on charisma and strength of mind. Seeing what he was able to get, Andreas was amazed and thought, what does this mean in essence, that I have unlimited mana in big battles? And health recovery is already some kind of cheat. At the same moment, the woman said, "Judging by your reaction, the engraving was successful." Wait, don't move. Looking at Andreas, Eva said in surprise, "How strange it is that you have room for another soul. An ordinary person can engrave only once, but you have room for another." Hearing Eva's words, Andreas thought, "I can make another engraving." And then the woman added, "I've never seen such an incredible physique before." As soon as he heard this, he immediately remembered Madras and thought, "It doesn't matter who or what. This one sees me as an object for research." And then Eva exclaimed, "Oh my god, Luna is worried about you. I'm sorry. It looks like this is where our meeting will have to end." Hearing that Eva Millennium was on her way back, Andreas bowed before her and said, "Thank you very much for the engraving." Smiling goodbye to her daughter's only friend, the woman said, "This girl suffered from loneliness because she has a terrible mother. Please take care of her." Hearing the request, Andreas said, "Of course she is my friend," to which he replied, "I am glad to hear that. Live to see our next meeting, boy." The Great Forest of Bayatra can compete with an entire empire in size. A giant forest whose environment favors species that are different from humans, and finding a specific place in such a forest is quite a task. While wandering through the forest with Andreas, Luna pointed in a certain direction and Luna's gut instinct told her to go there. Luckily, thanks to the map purchased at the auction, Andreas was able to find the right place without much difficulty. Grabbing the girl by the collar and pulling her along, Andreas said, "This way," to which Luna exclaimed, "How come?" Walking farther and farther according to Andreas's instructions, Luna asked how much further we had to go and heard that we were halfway there. The sun had almost set. "Let's wait out the night and continue tomorrow." After a while, seeing the portal in front of them, the girl said, "Wow, we've come. I'm sure no one has ever found this place, and even if they have, Luna doubts that anyone could enter." Continuing to look at the portal in front of her, the girl said thoughtfully, "Maybe it's because it's a dragon's tomb, but it looks like there are a lot of attractive things there." Hearing the girl's words, Andreas mentally said things not only the body of the dragon, and then Luna approached the portal and said curiously, continuing to think, Andreas said that it might be dangerous to examine everything first, and then seeing that Luna went inside, he added in shock that the girl had just entered. Immediately afterwards, Andreas hurried after Luna and said in his head, "Damn it, come what may." Moving to the cave and seeing the darkness around him, Andreas thought, "It looks like I'm at the right place," and then received a notification. The dragon fell, Kravma roared, and the entrance to the hidden dungeon was discovered. Hearing the shout, "Return it! No, try to take it away if you can," Andreas opened his eyes and saw that he was in a town. Then, getting to his feet and looking around, he was surprised to think that this was a hidden dungeon. But this place was no different from a city street. The next moment, he heard Luna's voice near him exclaiming, "Hey, buddy, what a strange place this is!" And Andreas turned in the direction of the voice. Seeing Luna standing on the roof of the building and exclaiming that dungeons are usually gray and creepy, but this place looks cool, Andreas said, "There you go, you found something unusual." Luna jumped down from the roof and said, "Yes, the people in this city are all ghosts." Looking around and looking at the residents, Andreas asked in surprise, "You mean to say that everyone here is not alive?" And Luna replied that this was the first time she had seen such a thing. After learning some information, Andreas thought, "We came to look for the background of the dragon and ended up in a ghost town," and then said, "I'm not sure how this place is connected to the dragon's tomb, but let's take a look around first." To which Luna exclaimed, "It's time to create a team of researchers." Going ahead to conduct research, Andreas said, "I think we can clear this dungeon as usual by destroying the core, but who knows? Maybe there is something related to the dragon in the city." And then he said, "Rely on Luna." After a while arriving at another barrier in the city and hearing the girl exclaim that it was a dead end, just like on the other side, Andreas thought, as I thought, it was impossible to leave the city. Having discovered another problem in this dungeon, Andreas said that we should examine the area, and Luna replied in kind. Immediately after his suggestion, Luna thoughtfully said, "It's hard to find clues because we came here unprepared, Luna. Do you remember something before he finished? I noticed that the girl had already disappeared somewhere." Turning his gaze in the direction of the stage where it came from, "I have no choice then," Andreas mentally said. As usual, she was distracted. Coming closer, Andreas saw two actors on the stage, a dragon and a knight who shouted, "I will destroy you, evil dragon." Seeing what was happening in the play, Andreas thought to himself, the dragon scene is worth watching. Later, one person approached Andreas and exclaimed, "Hey bro, I've never seen you here before. Are you a mercenary?" To which he replied that he was. Having received an answer to his question, the drunkard said, "It's a pity you're a little late if you wanted to join the Fire Dragon Conquest. They left a few days ago." Hearing the man's story, Andreas asked, "Excuse me, but what kind of Fire Dragon Conquest squad did you hear about that you don't know?" Continuing the conversation with the seemingly interesting person, Andreas said, "I became a mercenary quite recently, and I heard that maybe it's good that you don't know. It could be a one-way ticket for you." After finishing the bottle and wiping his mouth, the drunkard said, "Oh, perfect. They're doing a skit about a Dragon Conquest squad." Looking at the scene, Andreas heard a fire dragon sitting near the city, and the high priest Lord Summer, fearing for his life, gathered an expedition to destroy the dragon, and then thought by fire dragon they meant Kramva. The next moment, turning to the man, Andreas asked, "Speaking of the Lord of Summer, did you mean the ancient god?" To which he heard the ancient god. Immediately after raising his head up, the drunkard added, "The Lord of Summer is the divine guardian of our city. That is why the squad received his blessing before leaving." Hearing the drunkard's words, Andreas thought in surprise, "The blessing of Lita for the dragon slaying squad? Did this city exist in ancient times? A hidden dungeon is often associated with ancient ruins, so this place may be one of them." Continuing his story, the man said, "In any case, just wait a few days and we will be able to hear news about the expedition. No matter how strong the dragon is, there are 3 knights of the level of a great warrior in the squad." Seeing how the knight finished off the dragon on the stage and he said how sorry I was defeated by the humans, the man added that they also have the blessing of summer, so it shouldn't be difficult. Clapping her hands and shedding tears after the performance, Luna exclaimed that it was wonderful. It was the first time Luna had seen such acting. After the performance, the man went about his business and said, "Even though you missed out on the recruitment, you can still enjoy the atmosphere of the city." To which Andreas replied, "Thank you for the advice." The next moment, Andreas thought about the message he received at the entrance and thought that dragons usually choose their death places in advance. Such places are called Dragon Mound. In the message I received when I entered the dungeon, I felt something wrong when I saw the phrase, "the place where the dragon fell," but it all makes sense if the expedition was successful. At the same time, having finished watching the play and mastered her emotions, Luna exclaimed in confusion that the investigation was fun. Hearing that Luna mentioned the investigation, Andreas said, "It's getting dark. Let's find a place to sleep." And Luna replied, "Let's have dinner," because she was too tired to do the investigation. Going in search of a place to sleep, Andreas said, "By the way, this is the first time you've seen a scene like this." To which Luna replied, "Yes, Luna was constantly being chased, so she's never seen anything like this before." Andreas added, "Chased by whom?" They hadn't gone far when they saw Evan von Orlean in front of them, who said, "Luna Pendragon and Barry Sanders, what are you doing here?" Seeing the Knight of Light in front of him, Andreas thought that this man was really him. And then the girl exclaimed, "Why are you here?" Hearing her exclamation, Andreas thought that Luna was. Immediately after preparing for the fight, Andreas mentally added, "I remembered that this man is connected to Luna because he is the nemesis of Eve Millennium. one of the Big Ten continents and the hated enemy of the Black Mages, Evan von Orleans. Standing in front of the girl he met in the dungeon, the man said, "You've grown up, Luna Pendragon. How many years have passed?" Hearing Evan von Orleans' words, the girl exclaimed, "Don't talk to Luna like that. Luna hates you," to which the man replied coldly. The next moment, turning his gaze back, the man added, "When I heard that you were in the fortress of Indivor, you know how many problems I had to go through." Seeing Evan's gaze on him, Andiris thought to himself, "Damn, I thought everything would be fine as long as I kept my identity hidden. I never thought someone so dangerous would show up here." The next moment, dropping some details that were not very important, Evan von Orleans said, "Well, tell me what's going on here." Having received the question from the dangerous person, Andreas looked back and saw something strange and said that the people turned into smoke. Then, taking out his sword and preparing for battle, the Holy Knight said, "Well, it looks like a special kind of magic, but it doesn't matter. I'm here to cleanse you black magicians and then I'll leave." Hearing the threat from his opponent, Andiris thought that light dissolved smoke and was about to attack when he felt something wrong. His right hand was lost. Seeing that her friend was injured, Luna rushed to attack Evan, but he struck her in the body with his fist before she could attack. As soon as the girl flew into the walls of the building, the guy looked back and shouted Luna, and then heard Andreas right. Stabbing the guy with his sword from the back, Evan said, "I see, so Barry Sanders is your nickname." And feeling the pain inside, Andreas thought, "I didn't see his movements at all. I'm going to die like this." Being in an unknown dark place, Andreas saw a strange image in front of him, which smiled ominously and said, "You have not only been deceived by a false god, but also finished off by a miserable human being." While hanging head down and looking into the face of the unknown creature, Andreas heard again, "Your weakness confuses me." Coming to his senses and squinting to get a better look at the creature in front of him, Andreas asked in surprise who you were and heard a laugh followed by the strength to pretend to be unperturbed. The next moment, the unknown creature held out his hand to Andreas, in which he was holding his sword, and said, "Let's see if you can get out of here, boogeyman. You dropped it." Seeing his lost hand, Andreas immediately remembered what had happened to him and felt a sharp pain in his chest. Feeling very shocked, Andreas suddenly regained consciousness and found himself back at the fountain where he had been after entering the dungeon. Breathing heavily, he heard the bell ringing and the shouts of children running around. "Give it back! Try to take it away if you can. Stand." Realizing what had happened to him and receiving the notification of the entrance to the hidden dungeon, Andreas said, "I'm back in time," meaning that the dungeon would repeat itself over and over again. The next moment, Luna rushed into Andreas' arms, exclaiming, "Thank God, I didn't know what I would have done if you hadn't been here." Seeing the girl in front of him, Andreas pulled her away and asked her in surprise, "Luna, I'm glad you're okay. Do you remember what happened?" To which the girl, wiping away her tears, exclaimed, "Luna doesn't know anything either." Starting to recall a moment from the past, Luna exclaimed after the man hit Luna, a fog appeared and Luna cannot remember. Hearing what had happened to his girlfriend, Andreas thought it meant that Luna had not died but had simply returned, and when Luna came to, she was back where she had come from. As he continued to listen to the girl's story and then Luna searched and found you, comrade Andreas thought, "This black fog is suspicious, plus the mysterious voice I heard." The next moment, the image of the creature he remembered after his death appeared in his mind, speaking to him, saying that you were not only deceived by a false god, but also killed by a miserable human being. Immediately after remembering looking around and surveying the townspeople, Andreas said to Luna, "It seems like the same day happens over and over again in this town," to which the girl replied, "That's right." Continuing to look at the environment, Andreas added that even though the local people do not realize it, perhaps it is some kind of special kind of magic, and it seems that we are the only ones who keep their bad things at the end. After hearing his friend's explanation, Luna asked in surprise, "Do you mean that we died at the end?" To which Andreas replied, "Maybe so, or maybe it was just midnight." Continuing to talk with Luna, Andreas spoke to the others. "He is here. Even though he did not die, he gives you goosebumps, right?" At the same moment, Evan von Orleans appeared next to the pair of young people and said, "This place is outside the bounds of God's providence and needs to be cleared as soon as possible." The next moment, seeing Andreas and Luna grabbing for their weapons, the man added, "Don't be so nervous. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago." Hearing the man's remarks, Luna, holding her coma in her hands, exclaimed with displeasure that it was not you who suddenly attacked us. At the same moment, listening to Evan's words, Andreas hid his sword and asked in other words, "Do you want to join us until we get out of here, which for a wicked man you catch on quickly?" Continuing the dialogue with the Holy Knight, Andreas said that he would like to split up and explore this place and share the information the next day. Hearing this proposal, Luna exclaimed, "But he is a comrade." Hearing the boy's suggestion, the Holy Knight put his hands to his sides and said, "You are a smooth carpet." And after receiving this remark, Andreas asked what. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, Evan von Orleans added, "How can I be sure that you will tell me everything you have learned if you find a way out? Won't you run away together?" With a nervous smile and a thought that he hoped he would let it slide, Andreas said, "You're being so suspicious. Shouldn't you be nicer to people? It will be very uncomfortable working together." Hearing this remark from Andreas, Evan von Orleans laughed and said, "You must have misunderstood something, if I had only wanted to." As soon as the Holy Knight spoke, you would turn into a bloody mess every day before you could even open your eyes. Realizing that the threats were justified, Andrea said through gritted teeth, "I've always wanted to work with you as a team." Luna exclaimed, "No," and then added, "I didn't think my mockery would even reach your knightly knucklehead, but you're surprisingly stubborn." The Holy Knight felt himself twitching again, and if he was so doubtful, he could have just followed one of us when we split up. I think it would be easier for you to hide your presence, and in any case, our problem won't be solved in a few days. After finishing the conversation with the dark mages and walking away, Evan von Orleans said, "I'm going to let you get away with this now. I hope you don't disappoint me." To which Luna exclaimed, "Blah, blah, blah." The next moment, with a saintly knight gesture, Luna shouted after him to go to hell, while Andreas thought, "I thought he was going to attack us." Seeing that the man was far enough away from them, Andreas said to Luna, "We need to find a way out before he does." Walking through the city to find something useful, Luna put her hands behind her head and said, "Comrade Luna hates him," to which Andreas replied, "Now we have no choice but to cooperate with him." After Andreas's remark, Luna asked where we were going, and then she heard Luna say, "I remember that I was here yesterday when I heard that the High Priest of the Summer asked to kill the dragon." And then when they arrived at the place, Luna asked what the cathedral was. As soon as they were at the entrance to the cathedral, a holy knight's voice came from behind them and said that perhaps we should have divided up the research areas, otherwise there was no point in splitting up. Hearing Evan's remark, Andreas said, "But we also consider this the most suspicious place." And Luna added, "You see, he was just watching us." The next moment, Luna waved her hand to chase the man away and shouted, "Luna and her friend will check everything out, and you get out." At the same moment, standing at the entrance door, one of the guards asked the lady if it was possible that you were a priestess of Nyx. Returning to the cathedral, Luna asked in surprise who Nyx was before she could finish, and Andreas closed her mouth and said, "Yes, you are absolutely right." When he recognized the temple guard in front of him, he said, "I believe you are here to meet with our high priest." Continuing the dialogue with the guard, Andreas replied, "Yes, can we meet now?" To which he said, "I'm sorry, but only church members can meet with him now. Or can your escort wait here?" Hearing the guard's remark, Luna looked at Andreas and whispered, "I don't understand, but I have to play along." To which Andreas replied, "Go inside and find out what kind of person this high priest is." As Luna headed inside the cathedral, Andreas looked after her and thought that these guards had the same eyes as Luna's, and how Luna was connected to this Nyx. As soon as the girl entered the temple, Evan approached Andreas from behind and said, "You dark wizards are masters of lies." Having received a remark from the Holy Knight, Andreas said, "Please stop provoking us in such a situation," to which he heard, "Wow, I said it as a compliment. I'll try to do better next time." Continuing the dialogue with Andreas, the Holy Knight added, "As soon as we leave this place, I will fulfill my duty as a member of the Inquisition. I regret that I cannot purify them, the mother and daughter tandem, with my own hands." Hearing the Holy Knight's words, Andreas grimaced and thought, "I don't think I should say anything about your duty." Immediately afterwards, with a sly smile, Andreas added, "However, compared to a maniac who desperately wants to finish off a child, a little lie from a dark wizard seems like a trifle." Having received a remark from Andreas that hurt him quite deeply, Evan said, "What you said was complete nonsense." At the same moment, a loud explosion and a roar came from the temple behind them, and no one was left untouched. Realizing that something was going on, Andreas immediately rushed inside the temple, shouting the name of his companion. Seeing an outsider approaching the building, the cathedral guards drew their daggers and shouted that no outsiders were allowed to enter. Hearing the threats, Andreas used the skill of the soul of the enemy of all living things, and immediately knocked out the enemies and went inside the cathedral, wondering what was happening there. Once inside, Andreas saw a dark fog from which the moon was flying at him. Catching the girl and stopping her fall, Andreas asked her if she was okay, and the girl exclaimed that it was you, comrade. It looks like we came to the right place. At the same moment, pointing his staff at the young men, the priest exclaimed, "You damned heretics! How did you manage to enter this holy city under the rule of Lady Summer? Get out immediately!" Hearing the old man's exclamations, the girl turned her gaze to Andreas and said, "Comrade, he is a living person." Realizing who they were dealing with, Andreas said, "That means you're the one behind the time trap in this city." After receiving the question from the boy and waving his hand away, the priest exclaimed, "Nonsense, I don't have that kind of power." The next moment, looking at the ceiling and raising his hands, the man added, "All this is due to the power of Lady Leda. Praise her for giving us eternal life." At that very moment, a holy knight entered the cathedral and asked, "So you want to say that this black fog is the work of God?" Immediately after pointing his finger in Evan's direction, the priest exclaimed, "Bugaga, these are signs of her holiness, signs of her blessing. This is a miracle. God is light." Hearing the priest's exclamations, Evan von Orleans said that God would never create something so dark and evil. After receiving a remark from the Holy Knight, the priest waved his hand and shouted blasphemy, "Only you speak evil." Continuing to argue with the person in front of him, the Holy Knight said, "Only you are committing an act of blasphemy." After which Andreas said, Evan, we need to get information first. The next moment, the priest exclaimed, say what you want, but I will never give you this city, even if it all started because of me and the others. Thanks to me, they are all still alive. Immediately after his words, putting his staff to his head, the priest exclaimed, you can't do anything. And seeing this, Andreas exclaimed, no way he's going to. A few seconds later, Luna approached the priest's body and said, it's too late. His soul has already left his body. There's nothing left. We won't be able to get any information. Hearing his friend's remarks, Andreas bowed his head down and asked if this meant that his soul had already returned back in time. After hearing Andreas's question, Evan said that people are alive here because of him, and that this priest is the reason for this time trap, to which Luna exclaimed with displeasure, we already know that. Continuing his thought, Evan added, but we have no idea how he did it. It's ridiculous to assume that this is the work of God. But the recursion of time is something transcendent. The next moment, looking around, the man added, I still can't believe that this man had anything to do with it. It must be the work of some object or special substance. Hearing the Holy Knight's suggestion, Andreas said without looking up, I think this something is the core of the dungeon, but we don't have enough data to find it. Also sitting near the priest's body, Luna asked what we should do. Should we look at the places we haven't explored yet? But she said no, it's a waste of time. Putting his sword to his throat, Evan added that it would be faster to go back and capture this priest alive and beat the information out of him. Well, see you soon. Seeing that Evan had indeed killed himself, Andreas thought to himself, waiting for the fog is really useless, but it would be too reckless. And then Luna remarked, it was nice to watch, but it's so annoying. The next moment she called for her scythe and said, well, let's do it. And seeing the girl's intentions, Andreas thought, why is she so excited? Immediately after pointing toward the exit, Andreas said, let's take a look around the church first. We need to find more information than Evan. Hearing Andreas's suggestion, Luna put her scythe away and exclaimed, that's brilliant, she said. When evening came, Andreas returned to the cathedral and said, we didn't find anything useful, but don't worry, we can always search again after Evan's death. Approaching Luna, Andreas said, but we can't do this forever. And Luna asked why not, and he said he would just go back. After receiving a question from his friend, Andreas looked back and said, we have no idea how time passes outside the dungeon. And Luna asked what was important. Looking at the inhabitants who began to turn into fog, Andreas said outside the dungeon, there are people I must protect. And the black fog reappeared before he heard the words, see you soon, comrade. The next time she came to her senses and headed for the cathedral, she exclaimed joyfully, the moon will catch him one day, comrade. A few seconds later, arriving at the cathedral and seeing the bodies of the guards, Luna shouted out to the guards, after which Andreas asked if Evan had done it. Later, when Luna entered the cathedral and saw Evan standing over the body of the priest, she exclaimed, God, why did you kill him without getting any information? Hearing Luna's accusation, Andreas thought to himself, did this old man kill him before we arrived because he had found out everything? Continuing to scold the Holy Knight, Luna exclaimed that he shouldn't act without thinking, to which Andreas remarked that it wasn't Evan. At the same moment, looking back at his temporary comrades, Evan said that it looked like it would be a battle of attrition, which he understood well. The next moment, seeing the Holy Knight kill himself, Luna exclaimed again he did it in front of us, while Andreas thought he would keep doing it until he broke. It was the most obvious option, and not that we had alternatives. Immediately after his thoughts, Andreas reached for his sword and said to Luna, though I would like to find a better way, but let's use what we have. To which Luna exclaimed, yes, see you later. After that, they had to go many cycles 3 times, 10 times, 47 times, 83 times. After the 120th time, Andreas stopped counting, because no matter how much he did, he could not get rid of the unpleasant feeling of taking his own life. And the fact that nothing changed no matter how many times he died filled him with sadness and despair. And these feelings were reinforced by the fact that he did not know how much time had passed outside the dungeon. Each time the end of mortal sins was getting closer and closer, and it continued to do so until now. Arriving at the cathedral once again, the hero saw an inscription in blood. You are trapped and can do nothing about it. Seeing this inscription, Evan said, he's playing with us. He even tore off his arm to provoke us. Unable to contain his emotions over what he saw, Andreas waved his sword and shouted angrily, you piece of shit, what the hell are you gonna do? At the same moment, Luna came up to Andreas and hugged him and said, let's not destroy ourselves today. After another failure, Luna said that you have nothing to do here. Why did you come with us? And he replied, let's think that I'm here to watch over you. The next moment, turning to the pub worker, the Holy Knight exclaimed, please, the strongest drink you have, which sounded good, and Luna exclaimed, annoying. Later, when he saw Evan begin to pour the drink into glasses, Andreas asked if a Holy Knight could drink, to which he replied, no, it was forbidden, but the merciful God would surely forgive his knight for 1 glass. The next moment, handing the glass to Andreas, the man added that he had passed through death more than 100 times. Hearing the Holy Knight's words, Andreas looked away and thought, I can't believe a man of faith like Evan would say such a thing. The next moment, he picked up his glass and said, now, as those who have shared in the death, let us drink. Hearing Evan's suggestion, Luna said that he had gone mad after dying so many times, but now he was more tolerant than when he was sober. After hearing the girl's remark, Andreas picked up his glass and said, let's just drink it. Before he could finish, the girl had already tipped her glass. Seeing that everyone had already started drinking, Evan von Orleans also decided to keep up with the others, and a few seconds after drinking, he fainted. Hearing a knock and seeing the holy knight lying on the table, Andreas was shocked to think that one of the greatest on the continent had passed out from one glass. At the same moment, Luna grabbed her braid and said, "This is a chance," and then slyly laughed and added, "Let's finish him off." Hearing the suggestion from his girlfriend, Andreas grabbed her coma and said, "Luna, you're drunk now, please calm down. What did you hear? And why not? He will still rise." Continuing to hold the girl's weapon, Andreas said, "We should not do this to each other." Having received this remark, Luna grabbed Andreas by the cheeks and smiled happily, saying, "Comrade, you are too tense. You know even the most precious thing you are trying to protect can slip away from you." The next moment, as she was putting her weapon in the storage, she added, "Are the people you are trying so hard to protect really so weak without your help?" Interrupting her friend's tension, she tapped her chest and said, "Look, even Luna is still alive, though part of it is due to the protection of Luna's mother." Hearing the remark from his friend, Andreas bowed his head down and said, "That's right, they are all personalities at the level of the protagonist, so it's arrogant to assume that I should protect them." At the same moment, he looked up and saw the girl grabbing her head and exclaiming in confusion, "Luna is protected by her mother, but your friends are not. We need to get out of here and protect them." Lying on the table, Evan heard everything was fine, they were not weak. That's right, let's explore the city and get the alcohol out of our bodies, of course. And leaving the pub and heading down the street, Luna asked where we were going, and Andreas replied, "I'd like to go to church one more time before nightfall." Hearing their direction, Luna asked in surprise why the old man had already died, and Andreas replied that because of the rush, we were trying to catch the criminal as quickly as possible, right? The next moment, remembering the priest they had been chasing, Andreas added, "This time I want to find the tools of the crime." Arriving at the cathedral where they planned to investigate, Luna asked for the crime scene equipment and was told that I doubt he was capable of running the dungeon on his own. Hearing Andreas say that there was a catalyst, Luna, who had arrived at the crime scene and looked down, said, "But he might not be here." After the girl's remark, Andreas looked around and said, "If you think about it, no matter how fast we come, he's always been dead, right? Which means that this place is his point of rebirth and the place where magic is activated, which all leads to the fact that there is a secret in this place." Hearing Andreas's suggestion, Luna noticed something strange and exclaimed, "Look, there's a black fog coming from this place you broke." Seeing what Luna was pointing to, Andreas went to the statue and said, "Don't come near it." The next moment, he took up his sword and prepared to make the hole even bigger, adding, "It looks like we made the right decision coming here." And Luna joyfully exclaimed, "Do it, comrade, break it." A few seconds after the destruction of the statue, Luna saw what was below and exclaimed, "Wow, there's a bingo staircase, let's go down." Before the girls could take a couple of steps, Andreas exclaimed, "Luna, wait, let's wait until the fog clears a little." Continuing to wait for the fog to clear a bit from the dungeon, Andreas added, "This fog may be responsible for what is happening." To which Luna exclaimed, "You think so? But there is so much fog." Also realizing that there was no point in waiting, Andreas put his hand to his chin and remembered the moment with Evan's power, and thought that this fog was dispersed by Evan's light. Stretching out his hand in front of him and trying to use one of his skills, he thought, "Light, I wonder if I'm right. This is a spell." And then Luna asked what we were going to do, comrade. Seeing that Andreas had just been able to activate the magic of light, the girl exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, how did you do it?" And then Andreas thought, "I did it. I think it's all thanks to the talent I received for conquering the Madras Tower." Continuing to be amazed at her friend's skills, the girl exclaimed, "And now teach Luna," to which Andreas replied, "I'm doing it for the first time, so this is all I can do." The next moment, stretching out his hand in front of him to dispel the dark fog, Andreas said mentally, "If I knew, I would have practiced from time to time, and the fog would have disappeared perfectly." Finding out that the fog was dissipating and heading downstairs, Andreas said, "The stairs are steep, so walk carefully," to which Luna said, "Good." Once at the bottom of the stairs and looking around, Andreas said, "We went down, but it's very dark." And then a voice of a living being sounded in the young people's heads. Hearing this voice in her head, Luna asked in surprise, "Did you hear that too?" And Andreas replied that he did. The next moment, hearing in his head, "Let me out," Luna exclaimed that there was something there. Immediately after turning to her friend, the girl asked if she could make it a little brighter, and I don't know if it will work, but I'll try. Trying to adjust his light magic, Andreas mentally said, "It's hard to keep the light on. Can I remove the heat from the fire spell and strengthen the light by concentrating it and repeat it several times?" Having achieved the desired result and seeing a pillar of light in front of her, Luna exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, it's amazing." As soon as the light became brighter, Luna saw a giant dragon in front of her and exclaimed in confusion. Also confused by what he saw, Andreas mentally said Krav Maga, so he was here all along. The next moment, seeing that the fog began to thicken, Andreas thought, "No fog," and then shouted, "Let's get out of here." To which the echo shouted, "The wind is too strong." Trying to block the magic of the light with his body from the gusts of wind, Andreas thought, Damn, I can barely keep this little light going. Seeing that the light began to slowly disappear, Luna exclaimed, Comrades, your light is getting weaker. And Andira said, I can't do it anymore. And then the light went out. As soon as they were in the fog, Andreas regained consciousness near the fountain, where he heard the return, no, try to take it away if you can. At that very moment, Luna was already hurrying toward him, shouting, Comrade, let's hurry up! Lifting Andreas up from his seat and pointing to the cathedral, the girl exclaimed, Come on, let's go there with Evan. To which Andreas said, Luna, let's leave what happened between us. Having received a remark from her friend, the girl exclaimed in surprise that why did she hear that? We may be working with him, but he still wants to finish us off, remember? After explaining the reason for the secret to Luna, Andira said in his head, First, we need to find a way to get out on our own. The next day, when Luna returned to the dungeon, she shouted to Andiras, Go ahead, try harder, comrade. Your light has become much stronger than before. At one point, while illuminating the area around them, Luna saw something interesting and exclaimed, Look on his chest, there's something there. Hearing that the girl could see something in the dragon's chest, Andreas exclaimed, It must be the core, destroy it. To which the girl exclaimed, Well. Rushing at the dragon, the girl struck the strongest blow to destroy the dungeon core at once. Seeing the strong explosion and how the girl was thrown back, Andreas exclaimed, Luna. Seeing that their attempt had failed again, Andreas gritted his teeth and thought, I'm on the verge of having to postpone this for next time. The next time he walked to the cathedral, Andreas asked if it was a heart, and the echo answered that it was glowing red. Having received the answer to his question, the boy clenched his teeth and mentally said to the dragon heart, If Luna's attack didn't work, we can't do it alone, and then looked at the girl and said, Let's ask Evan for help. Hearing her friend's suggestion, the girl reluctantly exclaimed that he was asking for help, to which he said, I knew you wouldn't like this idea. And then the girl groaned and exclaimed, Okay, let's concentrate on getting out of this place. After a while, having arrived at the cathedral and dealt with the guards, Evan heard Evan stop behind him. Looking behind him, he saw Andreas and Luna approaching him and exclaiming, We found the core of the dungeon. Hearing that his allies had found something useful, Evan asked where it was, to which Andreas replied, But first you have to promise us something. And then the knight asked for a promise. Concentrating his stern gaze on the man in front of him, Andreas said, Once we leave here, you will not follow us for 1 month. A few seconds after the deal was announced, Luna turned to Andreas and said, I told you it wouldn't work. Look at his annoyed face, and then it sounded good. Hearing that Evan von Orleans had agreed to their terms to leave this dungeon, Andreas said, That's the promise of a holy knight. I take you at your word. Subsequently, once inside the cathedral and looking at the place of the massacre, Andreas was surprised to see the priest's body. It was not there. After Andreas's remark, Luna pointed to the statue and said, But we need to destroy the core. What do we care about it? Hearing the girl's remark, Evan drew his sword and said, She's right. The priest must have understood everything and left the place. After the remarks of his comrades, Andreas thought, That sounds logical, but something doesn't give me peace of mind. Then a voice said, You have been given a chance to become a part of this place. Appearing behind the 3 people who were hunting him, the priest angrily exclaimed, Then why are you trying to destroy this city? Seeing the priest alive in front of him, Andreas angrily exclaimed, You fucking piece of shit! Tell me what is the point of living in this ruined world? Hearing the question from Andreas, the priest indignantly exclaimed, Nothing is destroyed. Everyone is alive, so everything is justified by the will of God. Smiling menacingly after the priest's exclamation, Andreas asked, Is it really the will of God? And was silenced. Continuing to express his accusations, Andreas added, You set the men against the dragon, but the campaign failed, didn't it? And the priest said, Shut up. Continuing to tell everything that had happened in the city, Andreas said that this was only part of the tragedy. Judging by the lack of adults and the small number of men, the city was instantly destroyed, after which Luna exclaimed in amazement. Imagining the situation that happened in this area, Andreas added, So because of your rash idea, the city was destroyed by the angry dragon Bloodmouth. Trying to somehow justify his actions after the above arguments, the priest exclaimed that Lady Leda had performed a miracle in this place. Even trying to justify himself, Andreas continued, You are wrong. This is a curse on the children that will wait for eternity for their father to return from the campaign. After another accusation in his address, the priest exclaimed, Lady Leda has been merciful to us and you, and then banged his staff on the floor. The next moment, the cathedral trembled, and the dragon that had been sitting there until now burst out of the dungeon. Also seeing a giant reptile in front of him, Evan asked us if we just need to destroy it, to which Andreas exclaimed, Yes, the core should be on his chest, beware of the dark fog. Immediately after announcing his advice to Evan, seeing that the dragon was preparing to use its fire breath, Andreas rushed to the girl and shouted, Luna, beware. After the explosion that threw all 3 guests out of the cathedral, Evan heard someone he hadn't seen in a long time speak to him. Recognizing the familiar voice of the woman who spoke to him, the man exclaimed Eva Millennium. But as it sounded, I should thank you. Protected from the dragon's breath, the woman looked at Evan and said, Thank you for looking after this unbearable girl, to which he exclaimed, Don't be silly. As he continued to listen to Eva and Evan's dialogue, he could not bring himself to hurt the child, and now I don't need to, Andreas thought in surprise. Even Evan can raise his voice. Joining the conversation, Andreas said, excuse me, you two. And then Eva heard his voice and said, hi, God. The next moment, the fair Lady Leda was heard nearby. After punishing the cruel beast that burned the children of God, the lady used her divine powers to resurrect this place using the heart of the beast and gave eternal life to the mortals of this city. Immediately after the priest's exclamations, Eve remarked, I can hear the souls crying by your eternal life. What kind of heartless goddess keeps her children trapped in time? Angry with the woman who pointed out his shortcomings and guilt, the priest exclaimed, You will die first, Priestess Nyx. Noticing the dragon's intentions, Andreas shouted out to attack, after which the beast demolished half the city with its fiery breath to finish off the heretics. Having survived this attack of the enemy, Eva exclaimed, Evan, I will clear the fog and you can cut down this dragon, which was answered by the dragon, I do not need your help. Hearing her old friend's dissatisfaction, the woman said, Stop being so capricious, and was met with a disgruntled huff. The next moment, before she could do anything else, Eva exclaimed in surprise that it was the body of a giant hovering over the dragon. Amazed by what she saw with her own eyes, Eve Millennium said that giants really do exist, even the body of King Timur. The next moment, she turned her gaze to Andreas, who stood next to her and ruled over all the dead, and added in her mind who he was. At the same time, having survived the sudden attack of the undead, the priest laughed out loud and exclaimed that the pitiful dead would not leave even a scratch on the dragon's body. Immediately after noticing that the priest had directed a dark fog at his subjects, Andreas nervously exclaimed, Damn fog! But all his worries were instantly dispelled when he saw that the dead remained standing still and thought that he was not working on the dead. Seeing that his sudden attack with the mist had failed, the priest exclaimed that if it didn't work, it wouldn't change anything. With a sly smile after the priest's exclamations, Andreas said, You said that the dark mist is the power of the goddess. You call yourself a priest of Lethe. You are just a puppet of the dragon's body. At the same time, standing aside, Eve said to Evan, Luna's friend is talking nonsense, but he will be better than you don't think so? After receiving the woman's remark, the holy knight waved his sword and said in displeasure, It's a funny sight. Bodies that should be underground walking around with me, it's disgusting. Just as Evan's attack was about to reach its target, a magical barrier appeared in front of the dragon and blocked it. Shielding himself from the shockwave that resulted from the collision, Andreas thought this was Evan's true power. At the same time blocking his opponent's blow, the priest laughed and shouted out, As long as the heart of the dragon is with me, all in vain, and then thought who they were, they almost broke the shield. Seeing that Evan's attack failed, Eve said it was hard to go, as ancient texts say that a dragon's skin is impervious to physical attacks, and its heart is practically immune to magic and aura. Having received a remark from the legendary witch, Evan prepared to attack again and said, If she is so strong, I should make more effort. Seeing the holy knight's intentions, the musclehead thought in confusion, and then called on all the dead to quickly return. At the same moment, the priest shouted, I don't know what you're up to, but how will you cope with the earthquake? And the dragon kicked the ground. Even though the earthquake had been created, when the priest saw Evan approaching him, he exclaimed that this man was the most problematic. Immediately after his exclamation, the priest commanded the dragon and directed its fiery breath toward Evan. At that moment, while the enemy was concentrating on the holy knight, Andreas thought this was my chance. Using summoning magic, he summoned the fairy queen Milena to attack him by surprise. Seeing that even his trick failed, Andreas exclaimed, This shield works even for surprise attacks. At the same moment, surprised by Andreas's ideas, Eva thought, This guy is too experienced for his age and too spaces for his soul. He definitely has a secret. The next moment, using his staff and calling the soldiers, the priest shouted out to the gnats, Do not disturb! After shouting the priest to go on the offensive, Andreas looked at the knights and thought the fog turned into knights they were. Immediately after his thoughts, Andreas called out to his subjects and shouted, Deal with them. While Rudolf, Timur, and Nickel were dealing with the knights, Eva asked if I should attack. I will clear the fog. Andreas replied, Yes, I am, counting on you. Noticing that two enemies were approaching him, the priest created more black fog in front of him and shouted, Stay back! After Andreas's breakthrough, the priest nervously exclaimed, Didn't I say before that it was all in vain? Hearing the words of his opponent, Andreas smiled and jumped back, asking why you were so nervous because the fog does not work on the dead. The next moment, hearing that these knights were the souls of those who had participated in the campaign against the dragon, and who had died because of your fault, the priest exclaimed in confusion, How did you know? Having received the question from the selfish priest, Andreas, standing a meter away from him, said that you not only sent them to certain death, but also tortured their souls. Outraged by Andreas's words, the priest pointed his staff at him and shouted, Shut up! They are all still alive here with me. I have saved them from death itself. As soon as he said this, he noticed many bright lights above him, and looked up to see that they were magical swords already falling down. Having defended himself from several swords and seeing that his beast was chained to the ground, the priest cried out like a dragon's skin. At the same moment, looking back, Andreas thought indignantly he was aiming at me too, and then it sounded like pure sophistry. After hearing the voice and seeing the holy knight in front of him, the priest exclaimed in confusion, "Didn't the fire burn you?" Preparing to destroy the sinful priest who had committed so many violations, Evan said, "Manipulating the dead only confirms the selfish desires of those who go against the laws of nature. I will bring down the wrath of the gods on you for your stupidity." Having destroyed all the swords that chained his dragon, the priest angrily exclaimed, "Just as I thought, you are the most annoying gnat." At the same time, looking back at himself, Andreas thought it was a secret technique of aura terrifying. Having received a remark from his opponent, Evan said unhappily, "It seems that you didn't realize that you are the most annoying gnat here." Not wanting to hear insults in his address, the priest, preparing for the next attack, shouted out, "I am the guardian of this city." Preparing to end it all, he added, "Death will be a luxury for you. I will imprison your souls in fire and fog and make you suffer for eternity." After a while, continuing to avoid the enemy's attacks, Andreas mentally said to himself, "Damn, old man. He wants to turn the city into ashes, and how much mana does this dragon have?" The next moment, he noticed that Evan was launching his attack in his direction again, and managed to dodge it at the last moment. As he landed on the ground and looked at his ally, he thought, "He's hit me on purpose again." Immediately after his thoughts, Andreas looked again in the direction of the priest and said, "Maybe you should concentrate on the enemy." To which he heard, "I was going to give you a chance to attack since you are quite lively." The next moment, the holy knight turned his gaze to the boy and added in disappointment, "But it seems that your head can't keep up with your feet." Having received Evan's remark, Andreas recalled all his attacks and mentally said that he was not going to finish me off, but was giving me a chance to attack. At the same moment, getting ready to make the next attack, Evan said, "Well, if you don't have time, you'll have to do everything yourself." Hearing the words of the holy knight, Andreas said, "If that was your plan, you should have just said so." And then Eve exclaimed, "Be careful, he's attacking again." Noticing the intentions of his opponent, Evan rushed to the breakthrough, thinking another primitive attack, but it was not so simple. Using its tail, the dragon managed to eliminate Evan's threat and threw him into a nearby building. Seeing what had just happened to the holy knight, Eva exclaimed, "Evan won't be able to come to his senses soon without him. It's time to show our trump cards." Hearing the suggestion from the legendary witch, Andreas said, "If this attack fails, I'll think about it." The next moment, Andreas used the skill of laziness and activated the Phantom of Laziness on Nickel. Seeing what one of the dead on the battlefield had just done, the priest exclaimed in confusion that the dead man was so brazen. At the same moment, noticing that the dragon was about to breathe on Nickel, Andreas mentally said, "Nickel back as soon as I deal with this old man." After removing his subject from the battlefield, Andreas went to try to strike the priest again, but he shouted in vain and released a dark fog. Noticing that the fog was gathering again right in front of the direction of Andreas' attack, Eva dispelled it with her spell. After another attempt by the girl to prevent him from carrying out his plan, the priest shouted out the girl again and then switched to her. Noticing that the black fog was now heading towards her, Eva said in confusion, "Oh no, I let my guard down." At the same time, turning his head to the girl who had saved him, and seeing that she had fallen into the sphere of dark fog, Andreas shouted, "Lunar." The next moment, the secret aura technique of Carolite was activated, and a giant sword appeared in the sky and flew at the priest. Raising his head up and looking at the size of the sword that appeared in the sky, Andreas thought that it was not a technique from earlier. Immediately after remembering the words Evan had said to him earlier, Andreas prepared for battle and thought, "This time I will not miss the opportunity. I will follow the path Evan has laid out for me." As he approached the enemy, noticing his wounds and thinking that the dragon's heart was taking damage, Andreas used his soulless sword and launched his attack. At the same time, trying to maintain the protective barrier, Eva mentally said that "I can't get out." Having made a successful attack and knocked the dragon down, Andreas mentally said, "I made it." While the dragon fell to the ground, the priest fell off it and saw the exit and shouted, "No spatial gate." As soon as he shouted it, his head flew off his shoulders, and Evan, having dealt with the priest, said, "I think you're no longer useful." The next moment, turning to Andreas, who was standing nearby, the holy knight said, "That's it, now let's get out of here." Hearing Evan von Orleans' instruction, Andreas said, "Okay, you go ahead for now, and I'll come back later with Luna." Heeding the boy's words, the holy knight said yes and headed for the exit of the dungeon of endless nightmare. Seeing that Evan had left, Andreas stood near the fog trap and thought that the old man was bent, but the fog remained, and then asked, "Are you okay? Let's get out of here." Hearing the proposal from Andreas, the girl said, "Comrade Luna can't go with you." After the girl's remark, Andreas exclaimed in surprise and then said in his head that the fog was frozen. "Then I will clear it with the magic of light." Seeing Andreas' attempts to save her, Luna exclaimed that it was impossible. Her mother's shield was already on the honey, so run away, and he said, "No, don't say that." Activating the magic of light and beginning to dispel the fog with it, Andreas exclaimed, "Grab my hand faster. If you stay here, you will never be able to return and die." Reaching out to Andreas and leaning into the shield that protected her from the dark fog, Luna exclaimed happily, "It's okay, comrade. Luna is used to this." The next moment, the girl's shield collapsed and threw Andyrus backwards, after which the girl was swallowed up by the dark fog. Leaving the dungeon and seeing that the entrance was closed for him, Evan thought, "So once you came out, you can't go back in. I acted stupidly. We should have left together, but why haven't they left yet?" At the same time, inside the dungeon, standing in front of a giant cloud of dark fog, Andyrus thought, "This is not going to happen. I will go only with Luna." As soon as he thought this, he heard the same familiar voice in his head saying, "You are truly greedy." And then Andyrus grabbed his chest. Recognizing the voice that sounded in his head, Andyrus asked the original sin to which he heard that you noticed, "You are probably not completely hopeless." After which the guy exclaimed, "As always, you are annoying." Continuing the dialogue with his owner, the original sin said, "You really want to save many people, although you are so weak." To which Andreas exclaimed, "You are the one who will be stuck here forever with me if I want it. Funny." At the same moment, the original sin asked who said that I condemn you and then handed the boy the sin of greed. As soon as Andreas put it on, the original sin said, "This is just perfect for someone as insatiable as you." And then the message appeared, "You have become the true owner of the crown of greed. The transcendental emotional state of greed is surpassed." Gaining new effects, Andreas received a notification. Mana recovery, mana resistance mana, control mana, regeneration. 666% talent. Insight, genius temporarily gained. Physical strength, temporarily unavailable transcendent emotional state greed gained. You have become the master of the crown of greed, duration 66 seconds. Using the skill of light, Andyr's thought, understanding. I could barely understand how this magic works great with this. I can save Luna. At the same time, being in the pitch darkness, Luna involuntarily shed tears and said, "He has people waiting for him outside, so everything is fine." The next moment, recalling all the happy moments they had shared together, the girl wiped away her tears and added that Luna had fun. As soon as she thought about it, a bright light appeared in front of her that was even blinding. Immediately after that, the dark barrier that surrounded the girl began to break, and then Andreas appeared inside and said, "Who do you think I am? I will not leave you alone." Seeing her savior in front of her, the girl shed tears and exclaimed, "But if we get stuck here, I told you we are friends." At the moment when the girl threw herself into Andreas's arms, the original sin spoke up and said, "Here she is." Andreas felt the alien aura begin to press on him, and asked who heard what from the original sin. "You know her very well, Leda." Gritting his teeth and clutching Luna to him, Andreas thought, "What kind of oppressive force is this? I don't know if it's a real god or not, but it's definitely not a creature I can provoke." The next moment, the goddess fully appeared in her spiritual form and asked, "Why you called me?" Hearing the question from the god of time, the original sin partially left the body of Andreas and said, "Nothing special." Hearing the voice of the original sin and looking back, Andreas was surprised to think that I could directly feel its thoughts of revenge and deep desire for destruction. Continuing the conversation with the goddess of time, the original sin said, "I would like to give you some advice. Write a will, because I will finish each of you, and I will be waiting for you." Having expressed his advice before the god, the original sin said all this, and now get out of my sight. At the same time, barely holding on to his consciousness, Andreas thought, "The bastards don't take us seriously." Continuing to hold on, Andreas thought, "Only you heard our conversation and still retained your sanity. Incredibly, before I leave, I will give you a parting gift. I will pray that you and the observer will be able to realize what you want." As soon as it was over, Andyrus exhaled heavily and received a message, "You have been granted a blessing from the one who transcended time," after which he thought it was a blessing. When he saw another message that said the blessing would manifest itself when the time came, Andyrus was surprised to think that it was indeed a god. After dealing with the other problems, Andreas laid the girl on the ground and said that Luna seemed to be fine. The next moment, he looked back at himself and said, "Well, that's great. Now we need to wake up the dragon's body." At the same time, standing in front of the entrance to the dungeon, Evan exclaimed in surprise at what I had just seen. Inside the dungeon, while performing the ritual of summoning the dead, Andreas thought, "This is a huge amount of mana. If it weren't for the crown, I would have been completely drained." Later, when he received a notification that the remains of the dragon's heart had been summoned, Andreas was surprised to see that the dragon's heart was still intact. So how much more mana should I pour in? After a while, the dragon began to rise, and a notification appeared. Advanced necromancy skeleton summoning was successful. 1 bone dragon. Mythical summoned body level too high. Additional characteristics were obtained. Dead man summoned, level incredibly high. This is the final form. Seeing what he had achieved, Andreas thought it was a success, and then received a notification that additional characteristics had been obtained. The level of the summoned was transcendently high. A part of the previous ego was preserved in him. The summoned dead mythical level had inherited features from a previous life. When the dragon came back to life, he said, "I thought I could rest now, but what a cruel fate." And Andreas asked in surprise, "Can you speak?" Having received Kravmak's question, he said, "I see you are surprised by what I have said. I did not expect that so much of the old me would remain in you. After the master's remark, the dragon leaned toward him and said, but still, far from ideal, only a small part of my heart remains. Thinking about it, he talkative Andreas received a notification. Bone Dragon Mythical Krav Maga, Dead level 12 mana 245,000, 111 ego traits. Make Heart of a Dragon language. Decay Wisdom, Physical Resilience. Seeing this, the guy thought a level 12 monster with such a mana reserve is just a monster. The next moment, having received another notification, his ego was held in check by a powerful force. Andiris heard, you know what kind of crown it is, and then thought what just happened. Not wanting to be treated like this, Andiris said in displeasure, don't call me by my first name, call me Master. Having received the demand from Andreas, the dragon laughed and said, Master, in that case, I will become your servant if you give me the crown. Hearing the dragon's demands, Andiris exclaimed in surprise that Krav Maga replied that in any case I belong to you, you will not lose anything if you give me the crown. Hearing his new subject's remarks, Andiris thought, I will need the crown when I summon the dead, but now I can agree to his request. Having finished his thoughts about the request, Andrea said, good, but I have a condition. If you do not agree, I will make you realize who your master is, even if I have to use radical measures. 3 days later, in the kingdom of Grandis, walking along the outskirts of the city, Andrea said we have been here as if it had been forever, to which Luna replied, has it really been that long? Looking back at his friend, Andreas replied, maybe, but in reality only 10 days had passed. Immediately after he said that, without taking his eyes off Luna, Andreas added, I'm glad she wasn't hurt. A lot has happened, but I've managed to sort everything out over the holidays and now I need to prepare for the battle in the north. At one point, when Luna saw a food stall nearby, she exclaimed, let's eat it. To which Andreas replied, it looks delicious. Take your time. Later, arriving at the train station, the girl said, but Luna also wants to go, to which Andreas said, you can't do anything. Your appearance in the Empire will bring a lot of trouble. Hearing that Andreas would not be able to take her with him, Luna put her hands behind her head and said, Luna will be lonely, to which she replied, I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. The next moment, grabbing Andreas' hand and putting something in it, she exclaimed, oh yeah, and take this. Handing the receiver to Andreas, the girl waved goodbye and said, have a safe trip and Luna will contact you again. Smiling gently and bowing before his friend, Andreas said goodbye and you too be careful, Luna. On the way to their destination, the train announced the train will soon arrive at the Rodun Academy. Everyone who will be getting off is asked to pack their things. Hearing that the next station would be his, Andreas smiled and said in his head, I'm coming home. Folding his arms and bowing his head down, he thought, tomorrow will be hard again, so I'll have a good rest today. At the same moment, a man in a suit walked by the boy and left a letter on his lap saying, Andreas Cromwell. Looking down and picking up the letter that was left for him, the boy was surprised to think that the letter was sealed with dark magic and that it was the same. Turning his gaze to the person who had left it to him, Andreas added in his mind the secret message from the congregation. The next moment he heard the train arrive at the station. Please do not forget your personal belongings in the cars. Andreas got up from his seat and picked up his things, thinking that the members of the congregation were everywhere, so this kind of message was commonplace for them. But it was a little unpleasant to realize that I was being followed. Leaving his carriage and heading further to the academy, Andreas said in his head that, for now I will just go with the flow. At one point, turning his gaze to the side, Andreas saw that Vivian was standing nearby at the station. Continuing to look at the familiar girl from his academy, he said in surprise, so we were on the same train as Vivian. At the same moment, Vivian also looked around and noticed Andreas not far from her. Unable to contain her emotions and dropping her suitcase, she ran to him and jumped into his arms. But this was only in her dreams, and she could not afford to do this, so she nervously asked Andreas how he was doing. Approaching his friend whom he had met at the station, Andreas said, I'm fine, and you had a good time at home. Hearing the boy's question, Vian immediately remembered her trip home, where she sparred with her father. Keeping him on equal footing, the girl at one point released her entire aura and managed to knock the sword out of his hands. Seeing that he had lost the battle to his daughter, the leader of the Belkin family was surprised and said, It's unbelievable what happened to you. Vivian smiled gently and looked down at him and said, I have met a wonderful teacher. After some time hearing the intentions of his daughter, the family leader asked if you want to become a knight of House Cromwell, and he heard exactly that and nothing else. Hearing his daughter's decision, the man bowed his head down and said, I see you have grown up to be a wonderful knight, and they only become such by choosing the person they wish to serve. The next moment after he said that, he added, Well, I respect your decision, and Vivian bowed to her father. Recalling all that, the girl stood in front of Andreas and said something important had happened, after which he asked her what she was saying. After receiving the question, Vivian grabbed her suitcase and headed out of the station, saying, I'll tell you the secret later. In the evening, walking out with Vivian, Andreas said that before the opening of the academy tomorrow, shops have already begun to appear here. It's very crowded. What do you think about the place to be quieter? To which Vivian replied that of course she did not mind. At the same time, somewhere nearby while eating a kebab, Lucia exclaimed, Wow, Mr. Seaweed! While Vivian was thinking about a quieter place to sit, Andreas, seeing another acquaintance, said that Lucia, after which Lucia exclaimed, Senior Vivian, when you came back we barely kept in touch. Ignoring the girl's exclamations, Andiris asked how you were doing, and Lucia winked and replied, I'm enjoying a second life thanks to you. Later, Diane joined the conversation and told Lucia not to interfere with their date, to which Andreas replied that we had met by chance earlier. Hearing the boy's excuse, Lucia smiled slyly and asked him a question. Receiving the question from his friend, Andreas turned on his serious mode and said, Stop it! You're making Vivian embarrassed. The next moment, glancing at Vivian, Andreas asked Lucia if she was overdoing it with the jokes, while Lucia thought about the pressure. Immediately after his question, looking at Lucius again, Andreas thought, and yet I'm glad she recovered successfully, while Vivian thought a date was why he wanted to go to a less crowded place. Continuing his thoughts, looking at the girls, Andreas added in his head, and Diane also seems to be in much better condition. Her mana looks like I was worried for nothing. At one point, she turned her gaze to Andiris and asked him, what about the two of you? And then caught his gaze on her. Looking at the place where Andiris was staring so hard, Diane covered herself with her cloak and said, Hey, where are you looking at? Not understanding the situation at all, Andreas said, Your mana, and pointed at Diane, after which she jumped back. And at that time, Diane was dreaming of a date. After which Lucia said, Senior, please learn to understand the circumstances. To which Andreas exclaimed, You got it wrong. And then thought, well, I think they'll grow up fine on their own. Sometime later, in the building of private studies of the Rodelin Academy Fellows in one of the rooms, Andreas thought, I'll check on the freshman's progress with swordplay later. The next moment, opening the letter and reading the accomplice sloth, the new face of the world of dark magic, Andiris Cromwell, you are invited to the next congregation. The boy thought the invitation from the gathering as timely. Recalling the moments of soul engraving he had managed to do during his vacation, Andiris mentally said, my power definitely increased when I got the soul engraving of the Orc Lord and the Blood Mage. Continuing to think, he added in his head, now all I need is a network of information to find out how the events of the game have changed. I need to know in advance about the plans of the Emperor's side and the Assembly. The next moment, remembering Lady Minas Andiris said in his head, the Emperor's side can be observed through the Morhaime, and as for the meeting through the moon, yes. Immediately after thinking if I do that, Andiris imagined a situation where Luna approached Jester and said, Jester, tell Luna what the next plan is. Andreas told me to find out secretly. Realizing that he would need to think about the congregation, Andiris burned the invitation letter to avoid leaving any evidence. At the same time, walking through the forest, a man in a cloak fell into a trap where he was surrounded by several knights. After examining the opponents of the quarry who opposed him, the man in the cloak asked if they had brought 3 Aura Masters with them. Hearing the man's question, the priest who was among the knights said, that's exactly how many we need to be able to hold you back. The next moment, the priest stepped forward and asked why you disobeyed God's will, Evan von Orleans. Receiving the question from his former superior, the Holy Knight took off his hood and said, I thought I already stated it in my report, the reason I received enlightenment. Unwilling to believe what he had seen and now heard again, the priest said to him, you have been brainwashed by dark magicians. You are the embodiment of holy views, and you never wrote such blasphemy in your report. After hearing the remarks from the former leader, Evan von Orleans, you can consider this a difference of opinion. Continuing to return the Holy Knight to his former thinking by all means, the priest said that if you have a difference of opinion about the will of God, you need to prove it with blood. At the same moment, remembering what Andiris had told him, but I guess compared to a deranged maniac who tracks a child in a desperate attempt to kill him, a dark wizard telling a lie doesn't seem so bad. Evan added in his head, it's not about God's will, and then took up his sword. The next moment, another person joined the crowd of saints who were about to fight and said, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Turning his attention to the person who had just appeared near them, Evan said, you are. And the priest added in confusion, what were you doing here, Maximian Cronel? Hearing that he was recognized, Maximian Cronel said, I heard that you had a chance to meet God, Evan. Hearing what exactly interested the man, the priest exclaimed, it is not your business, even if you cross the path of holiness. Not letting the old man finish his story, Maximian Cronel interrupted him in mid-sentence and said, hey, old man, if you don't take your dogs and get out of here right now, you're going to be dead. Feeling a strong fear that began to permeate his body, the priest said, tomorrow your holiness will be nothing but ruins. After a while, being alone with Evan and making a fire, Maximian Cronel said, the King of Light you spoke of, he communicated with an ancient god, to which Evan replied, yes. Having received the answer to his first question, Maximian Cronel rose from his seat and began to examine the coffin he was carrying, and asked where he was now, to which Evan replied, I was just going to look for him. The next moment, throwing the coffin over his shoulder, Maximian Cronel said, I don't want to hurt him, but at least reveal his name. It looks like this guy has the answer I need.